Chapter 401 The Demon King is coming. The secretary quickly called the security guards. And with the efforts of several security guards, they finally pushed the office door open. Seeing Jue Feng lying in a pool of blood, the entire Xinhua guild panicked. Of course, Yi Feng's clone was still in the VIP waiting room at this time. One night passed, and Yi Feng's clone still hadn't left. I'm sorry, President Yi Feng. Our president had both of his feet chopped off yesterday. I'm afraid I won't be able to receive you. Yi Feng directly switched to the clone's perspective. And Yi Feng said in surprise, isn't it true that no one noticed such a big guild? The front desk clerk said with some embarrassment. I heard from the president's secretary that I heard yesterday that it was President Yi Feng who wanted to kill our president Jue Feng. Yi Feng showed an incredible expression and said, how is it possible? I have been here from yesterday to today. I have never left the waiting room. If you don't believe me, you can call the surveillance. We have checked the surveillance, and you have indeed never left. So we can't let you go for the time being. Yi Feng said, this is weird for you. I didn't hit the person. So why don't you let me go? Your mythical guild is really powerful. Yi Feng didn't plan to leave. He just wanted to see if Jue Feng was dead or not. He had been bleeding all night, and he didn't know if he was dead or not. Soon the ambulance came, and Yi Feng saw Jue Feng being carried on the bicycle with a pale face. Of course, he had no legs. But what is very regrettable about this matter is that there is no monitoring in Jue Feng's office. It was there before. But since Master Jue Feng, I have removed the surveillance cameras in the office, saying that I don't want others to see my privacy. So no one knew who entered Jue Feng's office yesterday. After checking the surveillance, after seeing Jue Feng's secretary leave, he never saw anyone entering again. The only information is that Jue Feng's secretary heard Jue Feng shouting for help, and said that Yi Feng wanted to kill him. However, there is currently no evidence to prove that Yi Feng took action. After all, during the surveillance, Yi Feng never left the waiting room at all. Moreover, when Jue Feng said that Yi Feng wanted to kill him, he specifically asked if Yi Feng was still in the waiting room? The situation at that time was. Now this is a completely unfathomable mystery. Yi Feng called Jue Feng's secretary and said, if nothing happens, I should go back. I originally wanted to discuss the game with your president, but I was left dry all night and left like this. I'm also drunk. Well, since we can't negotiate, it's time for me to go back. Secretary Jue Feng said, President Yi Feng, did you really never leave the waiting room yesterday? Yi Feng said, I have, but I have never left. People here should know clearly that based on the voice you heard at that time, you said that I wanted to kill your president. Can I sue you for defamation? The secretary's words really made people suspicious. So the secretary had no way to stop Yi Feng, and could only let Yi Feng leave. Yi Feng just left the Xinhua Guild building in a swaggering manner. Just an hour later, there was a large report in the news that Jue Feng, the new president of the Xinhua Guild, was attacked in the office of the Xinhua Guild. He lost his legs. His life and death are unknown at present, and he is still being rescued. However, the real Yi Feng had already returned to his studio last night. Of course, no one noticed that Yi Feng was back. Yi Feng did not play the game, because even if he played the game, Yi Feng would still be in the dungeon. He could not keep up if he went up. There would be no difference. Early the next morning, Yi Feng walked out of his room. Hey, boss, when did you come back? Yi Feng yawned and said, you came back last night. What happened? A big news happened last night. Last night, Jue Feng had his legs chopped off. That person couldn't be you. Yi Feng said, that must be me. I fed his legs directly to the dog. Damn it. Boss, you are so scary. I heard that Jue Feng's family is still looking for his legs. They will probably be digested by dogs by now. Yi Feng said, last time I broke his legs, he could still stand up. This time, I cut off his legs and fed them to the dogs. Let's see how she can stand up. Xiaohei said, boss. Society. Not long after, everyone in the studio came out. After learning that Jue Feng had just had his legs chopped off, the person who was most dissatisfied was definitely Yanyu. Why don't you just kill him? What are you doing here in this world? Facing Yanyu's doubts, Yi Feng said, death is too cheap for him. Torture him slowly. This is what I want to see. Humph. You asked me to knock me out yesterday. Yi Feng touched his head in embarrassment and said, the weather is nice today. It's suitable for morning exercise. I'm going for a run. Yi Feng ran away. When Xiao He and others saw this, they went back to their room and hid without saying a word. If there was another fight, they wouldn't be able to stop it. Call out. An ice arrow shot at Yifeng and landed at Yifeng's feet. Yifeng said, "Are you serious?" But looking at Yan Yu's cold expression, Yifeng ran away. "I told you to knock me out, and I will make you pay the price." The two of them left the villa one after another and disappeared from everyone's sight. Only then did Xiao He and others poke their heads out of the room. Oh my god! Having superpowers is awesome. An hour later, Yifeng and others returned to the game. Yifeng went online and was still in the dungeon. Yifeng said, "Senior, has there been any movement in the past 2 days?" The old man smiled bitterly and said, "What's going on? Except for you. I don't have anyone else coming. Don't worry. They rarely come here." Yifeng thought for a while. That shouldn't be the case. He hadn't found the Black Angels for so long. So they came to find him today. While Yifeng was still worried, the stone door of the dungeon made a rumble. And someone came. "Senior is here. Boy, don't get too happy too early. They won't come here for nothing. Okay. As long as I can get out, I will definitely rescue Senior." Ha ha ha. "It's okay. I'm used to it here. It doesn't matter anymore." After a while, a group of people walked in front of him. The leader was none other than the Demon King, and he was still followed by several Demon Clan elders. Yifeng crossed his legs and lay on the ground and said, "His Majesty the Demon Emperor, how come you have time to see us tonight? This is not where the Demon Emperor should come." The Demon King said with a sullen face, "Stop talking nonsense and tell me where the Black Angel is." Yifeng said, "If you don't agree to my conditions, why should I tell you? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Yifeng said, "If you dared to kill me, you would have killed me long ago. Why bother bothering me so much? You?" Chapter 402 Exchange. The Demon King became so angry that he pulled out his sword and pointed it at Yifeng. Yifeng said, "Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, I am here. If you have the ability, kill me." The Demon Emperor pointed his sword at Yifeng, but he did not dare to kill Yifeng. The Demon King roared angrily, "You can change the conditions and ask me to let Situ go. This is absolutely impossible." Yifeng said, "As long as you let go of me and Senior Situ, I will tell you the whereabouts of the Black Angel." "Humph. Without Situ, what's the point of having the Black Angel?" Yifeng said, "This matter is not my consideration. If you want to get Black Angel or Senior Situ, I can only tell you. Choose one from them." "Impossible. Unless Situ tells you how to use the Black Angel's blood, I won't let him go." Yifeng said, "I just want to take Senior Situ away. As for how to use the Black Angel's blood, you have to ask Senior Situ." Hearing what Yifeng said, the Demon Emperor was a little silent. If he obtained the Black Angel and obtained Situ's method, and if he let Situ go, there would be nothing wrong with it. At this time, the Demon Elder standing behind the Demon King said, "Your Majesty the Demon King, this guy is right. If he just wants to take Situ out of the dungeon, and we have already obtained what Situ knows, the use of the Black Angel's blood method, there is nothing impossible for this master and disciple. You are already an ordinary person. He will never return to the continent of God." The Demon King nodded. His elder was right. It was similar to his own thoughts. Rubik's Cube turned around, walked to the dungeon next to Yifeng and said, "Master Situ, if you want to leave here, tell me how to use the blood of the Black Angel." Situ said, "The entire continent knows how to use the blood of the Black Angel, and only I know it. Otherwise, you would not have left me here for hundreds of years. I can promise to teach you this method." "But," the Demon Emperor asked anxiously, "but what?" Situ said, "You must exchange an item with me." "Items? Tell me." Situ said, "Your master's secret book. Magic hand prick." "What? How do you know about the magic hand stick left by my master?" Situ said, "It's very simple. Before this, you were the person with the highest cultivation level in the entire continent. He could have gone to the gods' continent, but he stayed here. It's a pity that he was sealed in the law enforcement hall by the Pope. But his magic handbook is a good thing. How do you know about the magic left by my master? Is this what you came down from God's continent for?" "Yes. But it's a pity that I am just an ordinary old man now, and can no longer use it. Since you can't use it anymore, why do you still need this thing? You have to know how important it is to me." Situ said, similarly, "You also know how important the blood of the Black Angel is to you." The Demon King was hesitating. The blood of the Black Angel would be of great help to them. This was information obtained from the magic handbook left by his master. But he did not leave any instructions on how to use the blood of the Black Angel. From the current point of view, the blood of the Black Angel is very important to him. But the magic codex has been memorized in his heart. The magic codex is no longer that important to him. But it is what his master left behind. He must be a little bit reluctant to hand over the things for no reason. At this time, Yifeng said loudly, "Master Demon Emperor, am I just a magic hand prick? Is it more important than the method of using the blood of the Black Angel?" The Demon King said, "It doesn't matter whether it's heavy or not. I know it in my heart. I don't need you to teach me. Your Majesty the Demon King. Although the magic code is important, we can copy it again. So why not give him a copy?" The Demon King nodded and said, "Well, Demon King, I can leave it to you during the summer vacation. But at the same time, you must give me the method of using the blood of the Black Angel." Sidhu said, "Of course you can. Prepare the pen and ink. Come here. Prepare pen and ink." Yes. Yifeng was in the dungeon on the side. Although he couldn't see what deal Sidhu and the Demon Emperor were doing, but Yifeng knew that he would leave here soon. After about 10 minutes, the Demon Emperor's laughter came from Sidhu's side. "Haha. I finally got it. I finally got it." Sidhu said, "There is nothing wrong with this magic handbook. Demon Emperor, you are quite trustworthy." The Demon King said, "I have always been sincere in my treatment of others. How can I be like the Yifeng?" Yifeng stood aside with his gun lying down and said innocently, "Master Demon Emperor, please make it clear that I have never deceived you at all. How could I have known that the Lord of Qinglong City would have reserved a life-saving skill that time? Humph. This is because your information is inaccurate, and it makes me embarrassed." Yifeng said, "We have to deal with the Lord of Qinglong City. At least I lured him out. I didn't lie to you. Okay. It's time to fulfill your promise." Yifeng said, "First of all, you have to ask me, along with Senior Sidhu, to get out of the dungeon." "No. What if you run away?" Yifeng smiled bitterly and said, "What if I tell you the Black Angel's actions, and you don't let me out?" "Impossible. I, the Demon King, have made it clear that I will let you go. That's not enough. You must let us both out first. And then I will tell you. If you don't let me out, I won't tell you." "You?" The Demon Emperor was so angry that he wanted to kill Yifeng. But Yifeng looked indifferent, leaving the Demon Emperor helpless. "Your Majesty the Demon King, I have ordered the generals to set up a dragnet inside and outside the city. If he dares to escape after going out, he will be caught immediately." "Okay. Let them two out." Soon the cell doors of Yifeng and Sidhu were opened. And Yifeng and Sidhu met for the first time. But the two of them didn't say a word before they were driven out of the dungeon at the urging of the Demon King. Outside the dungeon, Yifeng finally saw Sidhu's appearance clearly. This is a simple old man, wearing linen clothes, but his rank is first level. He is indeed an ordinary old man. At this time, the Demon King said, "Yifeng has made you go to the wrong place according to your request. Now you can tell me the whereabouts of Black Angel." Yifeng said, "Of course you can. But I must lead you to find it together. Don't try any tricks on me." Yifeng said, "Of course not. But before that, I want to go to the toilet." The Demon King looked at Yifeng coldly. "Here, take Yifeng to the latrine. Watch carefully. It's His Majesty the Demon Emperor." Chapter 403 is out. Yifeng was taken into the latrine by several demon guards. But those demon guards actually looked at Yifeng. Yifeng said with a dark face, "Can you go out? This is the Magic Yellow City. Where can I escape? You have to watch it even when you go to the bathroom. You perverts. Hey, if you still want to watch, go and wait at the door." After Yifeng said a few words, several demon guards walked to the door. At this time, Yifeng had already displayed his clone skills. There was no other way. So Yifeng had no choice but to pull the clone from the human-demon battlefield back here. "How good is my clone?" Yifeng followed several demon guards and walked out again. The Demon King saw Yifeng walking out and said, "What a lazy person who pees a lot." Yifeng snorted. It's as if the Demon Emperor doesn't need it. He only eats, but doesn't poop. "You?" the Demon King said with a gloomy face. "Now you can take us to find the Black Angel." Yifeng said, "Of course you can follow me outside the city." "Okay. If I don't find the Black Angel, I will cut you to pieces." Yifeng stood on my shoulder and said, "Okay." I also saved a scroll to return to the city. When Yifeng, the Demon Emperor and others left the city, Yifeng's clone came out at this time. using his own skills and the huge momentum of the Demon Emperor's departure from the city. Yi Feng's clone easily walked out of the Demon Emperor's city. At a certain place, Yi Feng's clone stopped, used the demonization skill, and turned into the appearance of a black angel. Yi Feng's true form was walking around outside the imitation city with the Demon Emperor. Seeing Yi Feng's lazy look, the Demon Emperor felt angry in his heart. Yi Feng, how long until we can find the Black Angel? Yi Feng said, don't worry. It will be soon. The Demon King had a gloomy face as he continued to follow Yi Feng walking outside the Rubik's Cube city. Yi Feng's clone is ready, just waiting for Yi Feng's order. Outside the Demon Emperor city, Yi Feng led the Demon Emperor and others farther and farther away. Yi Feng switched directly to his clone's perspective and had already seen the Demon Emperor and others in secret. Yi Feng Binshan pointed to the direction of his clone and said, the Black Angel is in that direction. Catch it quickly, or else you will escape. Following the direction pointed by Yi Feng's finger, the Demon Emperor and others finally saw the Black Angel. Yi Feng switched to the clone's perspective, spread the wings of the Black Angel, and flew out, pretending to escape. This scene was seen by the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor looked at the Black Angel with wide eyes and a smile on his face. He laughed and said, everyone who catches those angels will definitely live. Everyone rushed to the location of Black Angel. Their target was only Black Angel, and they no longer cared about Yi Feng and Situ. Situ also saw the Black Angel, shook his head and sighed. This is an underage Black Angel. If it is really caught by the Demon Emperor and others, it can only become a prop for them to increase their strength. Yi Feng said, Senior Situ, don't worry. Everything is under control. We can go. Seeing the Black Angel being chased by the Demon Emperor, Situ couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He followed Yi Feng and prepared to leave here. But what Yi Feng didn't expect was that the Demon King was too fast and caught Yi Feng's clone soon. Just when he saw Yi Feng and Situ preparing to leave, the Demon King said, I have captured the Black Angel. Don't you two plan to stay and watch? Yi Feng said, as long as you don't stop us from leaving, we can talk about anything. The Demon Emperor said, Black Angel. I have already caught it. Using the methods learned by the Black Angel, I have obtained it. You no longer mean much to me. The Demon Emperor, said that I will let you go if I let you. Get out of here. Ha ha. What else does Yi Feng want to say? But he was blocked by Senior Situ. Situ said softly, forget it. Let's go to your territory. I can't wait to see Oyezi. Yi Feng said, Senior said let's go. Yi Feng and Oyezi left the scope of the Demon Emperor city in front of the Demon Emperor. The Demon King shouted, everyone follow me back and study this Black Angel carefully. The future of our demon clan is finally coming. Good. After leaving the Demon Imperial city, Yi Feng pulled out the pig's foot directly after making sure that no one was following him. Yi Feng said, transform into a dragon. The pig's foot turned into a giant dragon in an instant and appeared in front of Yi Feng. Yi Feng said, Senior Situ, come up. You are walking too slowly. You are still far away from me. Situ looked at Yi Feng's pet pig's feet and said in disbelief, you actually treat a giant dragon as a pet. You are really not simple. Yi Feng said, it's just luck. This little guy was given to me by the Dragon King. Dragon King? That arrogant guy can actually lose weight. I'll give this little guy to you. It seems like the Dragon Clan treats you well. Yi Feng said, save one of their little guys. Ha ha ha. No wonder. I have never been a giant in my life. And this time I take advantage of you. When Situ sat on Pig's foot's back, although the protagonist was a little unhappy, under Yi Feng's force, Pig's foot had to take off. With Pig's feet as leg power, Yi Feng and the others walked very fast. It only took less than 20 minutes for Yi Feng to finally arrive at his territory. Yi Feng flew back to his territory on the dragon, and was seen by many players. Holy crap! That's Yi Feng. Jiulong is really awesome as a pet. This is not awesome. This is cool. Hey, of course our president is awesome. Don't you think of a giant dragon as a pet? On the back of the giant dragon, Sita looked at Yi Feng's territory and said, your territory is really good, with a large population. Yi Feng said, it's okay. I will take you to see Senior Oyezi now. Yi Feng's dragon flew to Oyezi's wooden house and stopped. Oyezi looked at Yi Feng's giant dragon and said with an unhappy face, don't you know that the old man can't be frightened? Yi Feng jumped down and said, this is not a hurry. I have no choice but to let the pig's feet do it for me. Okay. There is nothing good to say when you come to my place. I may not necessarily help you. Yi Feng said with a dark face, Senior Oyezi. How could I be that kind of person? I brought an old friend to see you today. Old friends? I don't have many old friends. Who can I have? Yi Feng said, Senior Situ. What do you think of my territory? Situ slowly walked off the pig's feet. When Oyezi saw Situ, his eyes widened. It's you. Aren't you dead? Situ shook his head with a wry smile and said, I was arrested by the Demon Emperor and imprisoned for so long. Now I am just an ordinary old man. It's that bad boy from the Demon King again. I still learned from him that you were dead. I didn't expect that you were captured by him. It seems that one day, I will teach that boy a lesson. Situ shook his head and said, No need. I have been rescued by this little brother Yi Feng. And I don't want to be involved in this turmoil anymore. I just want to be quiet. Ha ha ha. This doesn't look like you. What can we pursue when we are old? A comfortable life is what we need most. Otherwise, why would you come here? Ha ha. Old guy. You are thinking the same as me. Yi Feng quickly went to prepare wine and food. Didn't you see my old friend coming? What are you doing? Go quickly. Yi Feng had a dark face, and could only do as Oyezi said. Who knew that the two of them would be useful in the future? Chapter 404 The Horrifying Magic Codex. After returning to his own territory, Yi Feng entertained Situ and Oyezi. Yi Feng switched to the perspective of his clone, and he was now tied to a wooden stick. And a very important thing is that his arm has been cut open, and black blood is flowing out. In front of Yi Feng's clone, the Demon Emperor was looking at Yi Feng's blood impatiently. Yi Feng, you have the feeling that I am watching the Demon Emperor's movements. An elder of the Demon King said, Your Majesty the Demon King. The blood is almost gone. If you add too much blood, the gain will outweigh the loss if the Black Angel dies. The Demon King nodded and said, Well, bandage the Black Angel's wounds and press them into the dungeon. Heavily guarded. Don't let him escape. It's His Majesty the Demon Emperor. Within the scope of Yi Feng's vision, Yi Feng was quickly taken into the dungeon. The key place was exactly where he had been before. After waiting for everyone to leave, Yi Feng turned back to his own perspective, opening his skill bar and clicking on the clone skill. The clone that originally existed in the demon dungeon disappeared and returned to Yi Feng's side the next moment. Under Yi Feng's control, Yi Feng's clone once again came to the human demonic battlefield and transformed into a human marshal to continue to increase Yi Feng's experience. However, in the Demon Emperor city, the Demon Emperor and others are refining the blood of the Black Angel. It was refined step by step according to the method given to them by Situ. Each time it takes a long time to refine the blood of the Black Angel. During this waiting period, the Demon Emperor and others dare not leave. It wasn't until 3 days later that a black elixir appeared in the alchemy furnace in front of him. From outside the alchemy furnace, a strange medicinal fragrance could be smelled. The Demon King excitedly picked up the elixir, placed it in the palm of his hand, and looked at it again and again. It is indeed a good thing. Judging from the energy fluctuations of this elixir, this old man Situ did not lie to us. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. Take it quickly. We will protect you by the side, and see how effective this elixir is. The Demon King said excitedly, Okay. If the medicine is effective, we will keep it in captivity that day, and everyone will have a share during leveling every once in a while. Thank you, Your Majesty the Demon King, for your loyalty and your best. The Demon Emperor sat on the spot, and swallowed an elixir directly into his stomach. The energy fluctuations of the elixir spread from the Demon Emperor. About an hour later, the Demon King opened his eyes in surprise. He clearly felt that his strength had improved a lot. In terms of level, the Demon Emperor, who was originally level 90, is now level 91. It's indeed a good thing. As long as I come here in a few more years, maybe I can reach the level of Master? Congratulations to the Demon Emperor. Congratulations to the Demon Emperor. On the day of success, we will definitely rescue the Patriarch. Haha. As long as the Master comes out, this continent will still be our world. And we will definitely destroy the Law Enforcement Hall. However, a piece of good news soon came. That is, the Black Angel imprisoned in the dungeon disappeared. After hearing the news, the Demon King called in and said angrily, Didn't I tell you to keep a close watch on me? How could you run away? One of the demon elders said, Your Majesty the Demon King. We have been standing outside the dungeon, and haven't seen anything coming or going. It's a bit strange that the Black Angel disappeared. Then what are you doing here in a daze? Find him quickly. He might still be in the Demon Imperial City. For a moment, The demon city was restless. But unfortunately, no matter how they walked, they could not find Yifeng's clone. Because Yifeng's clone had returned to the battlefield between humans and demons. After learning that the Demon King wanted to use the blood of the Black Angel to refine elixirs to increase his cultivation. That is, his level. Of course Yifeng wanted it too. So that's why Yifeng had to bring Situ out? A few days after Situ came to Yifeng's territory, Yifeng found Situ. But at this time, the master and apprentice were playing Go with Yezi in front of Yifeng's energy tower. I don't know where they came from. Yifeng squatted in front of the two seniors, and watched them play Go without moving. Because Situ moved in, Yezi was no longer so lonely. The two of them usually played chess, and occasionally went fishing. Seeing Yifeng squatting next to their Go players for a long time, Yezi said angrily, "What are you trying to do? Kid? What should you do if you don't see us?" Yifeng said, "I'm not here to find you this time. So don't be so sentimental. TCH. Situ is an ordinary person. What's the use of you looking for him?" Yifeng said, "Of course it is useful. He took the magic hand from the Demon King that day. This thing is also of many uses to me. TCH. I've looked at that thing in the past 2 days. But it's actually not of much use. I don't think you're here for this." Yifeng thought to himself, this old fox is like a roundworm in his belly. He knows everything he wants to do. Situ asked, "Brother Yifeng, what are you looking for me for? If you want a magic hand stick, just take it. I've already finished reading it." He directly added the magic note, and threw it to Yifeng, looking at the magic note in his hand in a daze. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on getting a magic manual. Ding! System prompt. Do you want to learn the magic code? Now that I have given it to myself. Let's learn and see what use this thing has. Study! Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on learning the top magic code. All magic damage is increased by 50%. Yifeng was shocked. This is a bit scary. All magic damage increased by 50%. Doesn't it mean that Yifeng's current magic attack can kill a crispy skin instantly? Or even kill a warrior instantly? Originally, Yifeng's magic attack damage was terrifyingly high. But a single magic attack would cause at least more than 2,000 damage. Many crispy skins may not have 2,000 points of blood. If the damage is increased by 50%, then Yifeng can deal more than 3,000 damage with a spell. If you are lucky, a critical hit can directly kill a tank warrior. How terrifying. But Yifeng doesn't care about this at all. What he wants is how to use the blood of the Black Angel. After Yifeng used the magic code, Yezi said, "Hey, this magic code is of great use to you." Yifeng said, "Senior Situ, can you tell me how to use the blood of the Black Angel?" Yezi said, "You really asked the right person. I am afraid that only Situ in the entire continent knows this method. But how do you know that he will know it?" Situ put down the chess piece in his hand and said, "Because of imitation. I have captured a Black Angel. I have told him how to use the Black Angel's blood. Now I am afraid that his strength has increased a lot." Yezi shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Then I'm afraid the entire continent will be attacked next. The Demon King wants to attack the human race. It's not a matter of a day or two. As long as he becomes stronger, I'm afraid the entire human race will not be able to protect it." But Yifeng said very calmly, "Don't worry. He caught the Black Angel and ran away." Situ widened his eyes and said, "Run away?" Chapter 405 Obtaining the Formula. Looking at Situ's somewhat disbelieving eyes, Yifeng nodded and said, "That's right. The Black Angel they captured has already run away. So you don't have to worry that the Demon King will become stronger. Because he doesn't have the conditions at all." Yezi looked at Yifeng with squinted eyes and said, "I wonder if this is your fault again. I know you have many tricks up your sleeve." Yifeng said, "Senior Yezi deserves the award. I have never seen anyone benefit from Yifeng's hands." As expected, Yifeng said, "Senior Yezi, what you said is wrong. You have gained a lot of benefits in my hands." Yezi blew his beard and glared. "That's what I earned with so much hard work." Little brother Yifeng is really powerful. He actually turned the Demon King around. If he knew that everything was your conspiracy, he would probably stamp his feet in anger. Yifeng said, "That's not the case. Last time I made him lose the face of the entire demon clan. But this time he saw me and didn't kill me." If you want to use Black Angel's blood at this small construction site, I can teach you. But you have to promise me not to spread it randomly. After all, Black Angel, in the continent of God, has quite a force." Yifeng nodded and said, "Understood." After a long time, Yi Feng finally learned how to use the blood of the Black Angel. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on learning to make magic elixir. Demonic pill. This pill is the top ammunition in God's continent. Taking one pill can increase the level. When Yi Feng saw the introduction of this magic elixir, he almost shocked himself. After taking one elixir and increasing one level, Yi Feng's level would probably leave everyone behind. However, making the magic elixir requires not only the blood of the Black Angel, but also some medicinal materials. However, these medicinal materials are easy to handle, and Yi Feng can send people from the gang to collect them. Yi Feng once again posted information about collecting medicinal materials, but these medicinal materials are very simple and can even be found in street stalls. Boss, what kind of plane are you planning? This is why the collected medicinal materials are used. Yi Feng replied, this is a secret. You will know it in the future. Yi Feng is not in a hurry to drain his own blood. Instead, when the materials are almost collected, Yi Feng plans to hide in a place and refine the magic elixir. But before that, Yi Feng had already received some news from the Xinhua city. Because of Jue Feng, the position of president of the Xinhua Guild is temporarily vacant. Because Jue Feng has now lost his legs and is being rescued in the hospital, the position of president of the guild is vacant for the time being. But what is very surprising is that Jue Feng's work turned out to be sincere. His cousin made a sword instead of the original Altian. I heard that this was what Jue Feng meant. It seems that Jue Feng doesn't want to return the Myth Guild to Altian, but wants to wait until he recovers from his injury and continue to come back to take over the Myth Guild. Of course, when Jue Feng encountered this situation in the Myth Guild, the reputation of the Myth Guild was also affected a lot. But a very interesting thing is that Yi Feng actually appeared at the headquarters of the Mythical Guild at night. There were also rumors that it was Yi Feng who cut off Jue Feng's legs, but the rumors were quickly dispelled by their surveillance video. It has not been announced until today. What is going on? Zheng Zheng, who was lying on the hospital bed, looked at his missing legs with a numb look on his face. According to Skynet's verification, Jue Feng's feet were chopped into pieces and then fed to dogs. This means that Jue Feng will never be able to stand up again and will only be able to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Jue Feng said with a sullen face, "Damn Yi Feng. You can only feed my legs to dogs. One day I will make you pay the price." Until now, Jue Feng has no intention of repenting. If this continues, Yi Feng will one day kill Jue Feng. It's a pity that Jue Feng said that Yi Feng injured him. But the evidence is not obvious, and there is obvious evidence that Yi Feng was not present at all. Therefore, the police were unable to arrest Yi Feng. Now Jue Feng's family is looking forward to catching the murderer. Knock. Buckle. Buckle. There was a knock on the door outside Jue Feng's ward. Jue Feng said, "Come in." The door was opened, and the person who came was none other than Altian, the former president of the Xinhua Guild. Altian walked in and said, "President Jue Feng is in good health now." Jue Feng pointed to his feet and said, "Both legs are gone. Do you think I'm okay? If President Altian came to see my joke, then you've already seen it. Please leave." Altian did not sit down, but stood at the door and said, "I am here to tell you that if you want the Mythical Guild to develop better, please stop attacking the Glory Guild. You can't beat it." There! Jue Feng sneered and said, "My Mythical Guild is one of the best in the entire region in terms of combat power. He should want the guild to be strong. Isn't my Mythical Guild strong?" Altian said, "Today's Myth Guild is indeed powerful. If it were not for Yi Feng's Glory Guild, I am afraid that the number one guild today would be the Myth Guild. But the Glory Guild is too strong. If you continue to compete with the Glory Guild like this, the Myth Guild will one day it will be finished." Jue Feng said with a gloomy face, "Altian will do it. If there is nothing else, please go out. I need to rest." "Okay. I won't disturb you. I just hope you can think carefully about what I said." Aotian withdrew from Jue Feng's ward after his position was demoted. Aotian had been paying attention to the Myth Guild. The Myth Guild, under the leadership of Jue Feng, had indeed become extremely powerful. But this power has overwhelmed the Myth Guild. If they continue to work hard like this, sooner or later it will no longer be myth, and the guild will play games that Glory will not play. But judging from the situation in the past few days, the Glory Guild has received another very large sponsorship from a major real estate developer. Now they are not short of money at all. Even the sponsorship from the Myth Guild cannot compare with the sponsorship from the real estate developer. This shows how powerful the Glory Guild has become. Alvian shook his head. He had done everything he could. If Jue Feng was still like this after recovering from his injury, I'm afraid the entire mythical guild would be ruined in his hands. At this time, Alvian heard the phone ring. Dad? When will you come back? Didn't you say you quit your job? Alvian said with a doting look on his face. Don't worry. I still need to explain some things here. And I will go back in a few days. Dad? You are lying and always fooling me. I'm going to go play with my brother Chu Tianai. Alvian frowned and said. Who is Chu Tianai? A child from which family? Huh? He's not a kid. He's my idol. The best boxer in the world. What? Chapter 406 Falling Apart. What? Chu Tianai from the Glory Guild in the fantasy world. Yes. That's him. Dad? Do you know him too? Alvian said. Of course Dad knows him. Then why didn't I see you? Alvian said with some shame. Dad has been slow at work recently, and has no time to play games. I will go back to accompany you when I finish my work. The little boy said. You can't lie to me anymore. Alvian said. Of course not. Alvian hung up the call with his son, feeling full of shame. Over the years, he had devoted most of his time to games, but did not accompany his children and wife. Now that he has been demoted to ordinary management, if there is any reason for him to stay here anymore, it can only be said to be his own belief and obsession. Alvian packed up the documents around him and sighed. It seems that my time has passed, and it's time to retire. When Alvian chose to retire, he felt relieved and let today's young people play by themselves. The day after tomorrow, I came to the board of directors and handed in my resignation report. Many people did not expect that the Xinhua Guild was founded by Alvian. If there was a person who was reluctant to leave the Xinhua Guild, the most likely person was Alvian. But now Alvian actually handed over a resignation report, which shows that Alvian has completely let go. Do you really want to leave and stop waiting? Maybe there is still a chance to return to the venue, asked a board member who was familiar with Alvian. Alvian shook his head with a wry smile and said, Today's gaming world is no longer my era. It's time for me, an old guy, to quit. Hey, if you really make a decision, we won't object. It just so happens that you also have some shares in the company, and you won't starve to death even if you leave. What about your own decision? I choose to leave. When Alvian said these words, he really relaxed. He used to feel that the entire guild was on his shoulders. But now when he said these words, he finally felt relieved. That's pressure. Alvian resigned. This matter cannot be kept secret for long. As soon as the news reaches the personnel department, everyone in the entire Xinhua Guild will know. Sure enough, an hour after Alvian resigned, huge turmoil occurred within the Xinhua Guild. Alvian's old subordinates are the backbone of the mythical guild. When Alvian was dismissed as president, everyone was waiting for Alvian to get back on the road again. They were unwilling to be dispatched by Na Juefeng. If it weren't for the company's rules and regulations, I'm afraid they wouldn't have obeyed Juefeng's orders. They were still looking forward to when Alvian would come back to take over the mythical guild. What is waiting for them now is really good and continues to sell well. The day after tomorrow, he abandoned the entire mythical guild. Is this his own wish? Or is the company forcing him to retire? Even though the company said it was Alvian's own decision, in the hearts of Xinhua Guild members, someone was definitely trying to get Alvian to leave the guild. What's going on? I heard that the president has resigned. Is he leaving the mythical guild? If you resign, you will definitely leave the Xinhua Guild. President Alvian will abandon us. What about abandoning or not abandoning? When Xinhua Guild was still a small guild, I followed President Alvian. But I never saw President Ho Tian. I was first deprived of the rights of the president, and then left the company. There must be some conspiracy in this. Yes, there must be a conspiracy. And this mythical guild is not alone. That is, what we are really about is President Alvian, not President Jue Feng. That is, when President Alvian was dismissed from the position of president, I felt very uncomfortable. I was very young. The day after tomorrow, the president left the Xinhua Guild. There is no need for me to stay here anymore. I'm already very unhappy seeing Jue Feng. If I hadn't been waiting for President Alvian to come back, I would have left the mythical guild long ago. Damn it. What are you waiting for? Quit. Ding! System prompt. Player XXX has left the mythical guild. For a time, many players left the Myth Guild. And these players were all veteran players of the Myth Guild. And they were also the most trustworthy backbone of the Myth Guild. As a temporary management, the Mythical Sword Guild quickly reported to the board of directors when they saw this situation. However, The board of directors has long known that after Ao Tian leaves the Mythical Guild, a large number of players will definitely leave. Even if those players do not leave now, they are guaranteed to leave as soon as the contract period is up. Of course, there are many players who resolutely left the Mythical Guild even though they were still under contract. For a time, the number of players in the Mythical Guild was reduced by half. This was definitely a huge blow to the Mythic Guild. After learning about his Myth Guild, after he left the Myth Guild, a large number of his loyal followers left with him. In the World Channel, in the Fantasy World game, and in the Fantasy World Forum, how many people are looking for Ao Tian? They have only one purpose, and that is to create a new guild. And their president is still Ao Tian. Of course, Ao Tian was very moved. What moved him was the friendship and the trust in him. A series of huge turmoils occurred in the Mythical Guild, shocking players throughout the fantasy world. It can be said that the Mythical Guild was completely disintegrated at this moment, and even the remaining half of its strength was of no use. Compared with other guilds, the current Mythical Guild strength has been weakened by more than half. Zhui Jian told me this situation while Zhui Feng was still recovering. When Zhui Feng found out that half of the members of the Mythical Guild had left, his face really didn't look good. Cousin, as long as I am still here, I will never let the Mythical Guild collapse like this. Cousin, I believe in you, and everyone on the board of directors believes in you. You can bring the Myth Guild to another level. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let Ao Tian leave like this. Humph. When I recover from my injury, I will make those who quit the guild regret it. However, at this moment, the presidents of other major guilds expressed surprise. They wanted to contact Ao Tian, but unfortunately Ao Tian was not in the game. Even though he called Ao Tian on his cell phone, he didn't answer anyone's call, explaining that he didn't want to talk to anyone about quitting the guild. Yi Feng rubbed his chin and thought. There were so many people in this Mythical Guild who supported Ao Tian. Seeing the incomplete Mythical Guild, Yi Feng seemed not to let them go. Chapter 407. The Mythical Guild is in danger. Yi Feng felt that before Zhui Feng came back, he would destroy the entire Mythical Guild and leave him with nothing when Zhui Feng came back. Of course, Yi Feng told the people around him about his idea, and everyone agreed with it, saying that this suggestion was very good. Since everyone agreed with this idea, Yi Feng launched an attack on the Mythical Guild without hesitation. However, so far, Yi Feng has not obtained the siege token. But the lack of siege token does not mean that Yi Feng's Glory Guild does not dare to fight against the Mythical Guild. Ding! System prompt. The Glory Guild initiates a gang war against the Mythical Guild. Gang war experts will fight in the open. The Glory Guild suddenly launched a gang war against the Myth Guild, which made the outside world suspect that the Glory Guild did not want to break up the Myth Guild directly when it lacked personnel. This suspicion is absolutely correct. Of course, Zhu Jian was a little undecided recently after receiving this system prompt, so he had to call Zhui Feng. Hey, cousin, what else can you do? Zhu Jian said. Now the Glory Guild has launched a gang war against our Mythical Guild. Do we want to follow it? Zhui Feng frowned. This was not a good sign. After much deliberation, it was finally decided not to accept their challenge. After all, there are too few members in their Mythical Guild, and they are 100% unable to defeat the Glory Guild. Accepting failure is also a failure if you don't accept it. So let's just not fight. If you don't fight them. Okay, I get it. After the Forged Sword rejected the gang battles of the Glory Guild and the Myth Guild, Chu Tianai said directly on the World Channel, since you Mythology Guild dare not enter, then don't blame us for being rude. All members of Mythology Guild in the wild, you should pay attention. Our Glory Guild will not treat you well. Walk. After Chu Tianai said these words, the entire fantasy world directly launched a battle between members of the Myth Guild and the Glory Guild. This time in the wild PK. Everyone knew that the Mythical Guild was no longer the tiger it had been before. They have been beaten everywhere by the members of the Glory Guild, and they even hide in the dungeon or safe zone and dare not come out. But at this time, Shenhua did not reply, and the remaining members questioned the acting president of the gang. Forging a sword. Swordsmith Guild Master. Even if we can't defeat the Glory Guild, we must gather our strength to fight. At least we can show the power of our Mythical Guild. That's right. If those people in our guild who have the ability to transform are gathered together, we won't be targeted like this. Zhu Jian also doesn't want to be beaten like this by the people of the Glory Guild. But people with those transformation abilities are all chasing the wind. They didn't obey the orders of the Sword Maker at all. The Sword Maker couldn't move them at all. Yi Feng's people were very smart. They bypassed the players with the ability to transform, and went directly to kill the ordinary players. They have players with super abilities, but without the spirit of unity. They will still be defeated one by Yifeng and the others. As time passed, these ordinary players began to feel some inequality in their hearts. Looking at the members of the Glory Guild, how united, disciplined and orderly they are. But now, the Mythical Guild has become a mess. On the first day, members of the Glory Guild were killed, and a few members of the Mythic Guild had already quit the membership. The next day, Zhu Tianai and others made a high-profile announcement that as long as they quit the Xinhua Guild, they would not be hunted down. If you withdraw from the membership, you will not be killed. This slogan has become the first thing the Glory Guild says when meeting members of the Mythical Guild. As long as the other party has members and withdraws from the guild, then they will definitely not kill them. Those who resist tenaciously will definitely. He was killed by the people of the Glory Guild. The next day, many members of the Mythology Guild withdrew from the membership. This finally attracted the attention of the Mythology Guild's board of directors. The number of members of the Mythical Guild was suddenly reduced by February 3rd, which was something they had never dared to think about before. They had summoned the members such as Zhu Jian, but found that none of the old and familiar members had joined, leaving only some new members who they did not know at all. Some members of the board of directors were furious and said, "What's going on? Where are the members of our Mythical Guild? Where have they gone?" Zhu Jian, as the temporary acting president, had to stand up and say, "Everyone is gone." On the first day that President Altian left the guild, about half of them had left. In the past few days, they have been replaced by members of the Glory Guild one after another. Those who are afraid of being killed have retreated a lot. And now if the Glory Guild continues to fight like this, there won't be many left. Our great Mythical Guild, one of the top 3 guilds in the online gaming industry, has ended up in such a situation. We should not have eliminated Altian's position as president in the first place. What's the use of talking about this now? The only way now is to let Altian come back. Or let Zhui Feng lay the leader. Humph. If it weren't for Zhui Feng, my Mythical Guild would be in such a strange state. I'd say all of this is Zhui Feng's fault. Don't hack with me. With the benefit of hindsight, what else would you do to someone who knows these things? The most important thing now is to invite Aotian back to me. He will still be the president of Xinhua. Yes, I agree. Yes, please come back, Altian. Maybe there is a glimmer of hope. With the consent of many people, they finally decided to return the position of gang president to Altian. But when they called Altian, Altian poured a basin of cold water on them, and it was freezing to the bone. I am no longer a member of your Mythical Guild. Your president is Zhui Feng, not me. I'm sorry. Altian didn't give the people of the Xinhua Guild any chance to explain and hung up the phone directly. Because Altian is in the kitchen at this moment, making dinner for his beloved son. Of course, his wife heard Altian's conversation. Altian, your wife and son are the mother and son that Yifeng rescued in Novice Village. As Altian's wife, Taozi finally waited until her husband returned home that day and stopped neglecting them. I didn't expect that the other party called him again and asked him to go back. After seeing his wife's appearance, Altian said, "Don't worry. I no longer belong to the Xinhua Guild. I will be dedicated to you in the coming days." That's good. In fact, we have a good time in the Glory Guild. The people there are really very humane, and they all like this kid very much. Altian said, "When you said that you had stayed in the Glory Guild, I had very complicated feelings at the time. But now I completely understand your feelings. If possible, can you help me apply? Can you send me join the Glory Guild?" At this time, the little guy on the side jumped up happily and said, "Yeah. Great. Great. If Dad can come, it will be fun. Ha ha." Chapter 408 Altian joins the club. In the following days, the Mythical Guild was like a mouse, being chased and beaten by the players of the Glory Guild. More and more members of the Mythical Guild are quitting. After learning that Altian will not come back, more and more players are leaving. What was once a huge Mythical Guild now has less than 10,000 people left. And these 10,000 people were either under contract or because the compensation given by the Myth Guild was pretty good. Even if they were killed several times by people from the Glory Guild, they were still willing to stay in the Myth Guild. Today Yifeng is taking inventory of the collected medicinal materials, because in order to make the Black Angel's Blood Elixir, which is the magic elixir, every material must be collected. While Yifeng was counting the medicinal materials, a little guy ran up to Yifeng. "Brother Yifeng, I have something to tell you." When Yifeng saw this little guy, he couldn't help but smile and asked, Why did you come to me today instead of looking for you? Chu Tianai? How can I find my idol so easily? It will be easy for you. Yi Feng had a dark face. So his whereabouts must have been betrayed by Chu Tianai. Yi Feng looked around and did not find Chu Tianai. But he did see the little guy's mother Tao Zi. Yi Feng smiled at Tao Zi. And then said to the little guy, "You suddenly came to me today. You must have done nothing good. Right? Did you cause any bad things again? Or did you trick your little black brother again?" The little guy said arrogantly, "No. I was so good today. I came to see you when I wasn't online." Yi Feng said, "Okay. Since you are here to see me, tell me what you want from me." "That's it. My dad wants to join your guild." "Is it possible?" Yi Feng said with a smile. "Of course you can. We welcome you." The little guy said happily, "Great. Will you agree to it if I give it away?" "My father also said that you won't agree." From the little guy's tone, it seemed that his father knew him. Yi Feng couldn't help but ask, "What is your father's name in the game?" "Well, he seems to be called Outyan or something. Anyway, the equipment is not as good as mine. And I don't know how he got around. I told him that I will follow Chu Tianai in the future. I don't believe it." "What? Your father's name is Outyan?" "Yeah. Is there something wrong?" Yi Feng looked up at Tao Zi and asked with his eyes. Tao Zi nodded. A little embarrassed. Yi Feng finally understood that it turned out that their mother and son were actually Outyan's wife and son. They were both fake. He didn't expect that the world would be so small. "Then why did you come to play this game?" "Little guy." The little guy said, "I heard that my dad makes money from games. So I wanted to come and see what my dad's place of work looks like. But it looks pretty fun." Yi Feng smiled and touched the little guy's head and said, "Okay. But I want to talk to your father." The little guy said, "What are you talking about? He is also my father. And he is not a bad person." Yi Feng said with a smile, "Okay. Okay. Can I help you join me in the guild?" "Yeah. I can finally work in the same place as my dad." Yi Feng smiled and handed the little guy into Tao Zi's hands. "Is everything the little guy said true?" Tao Zi said a little embarrassedly, "It's all true. But I didn't mean to hide it from you." Yi Feng said, "It's okay. Of course we welcome Outyan to come to our guild. I'm sorry. We didn't tell you before. In fact, we didn't want to have anything to do with his union. But now that he has lost his job, it should have no impact on you." Yi Feng had long heard that Outyan had left. It was precisely because Outyan left the Xinhua Guild that the current Xinhua Guild collapsed instantly. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to defeat the Xinhua Guild. Yi Feng said, "No problem. I will contact him now." Tao Zi said, "No need. He is right there." Tao Zi pointed at a house. And at that moment, Outyan walked out from behind the house. Ho Tian looked at Yi Feng with a smile, walked slowly to Yi Feng, stretched out a hand and said, "Hello, President Yi Feng. We meet again." Of course. Yi Feng also stretched out a hand and held Outyan's hand. Yi Feng said with a smile, "Welcome, President Outyan, to join our Glory Guild." Outyan said with a bitter smile, "I am no longer a member of the Xinhua Guild. Don't call me President Outyan anymore. Just call me Outyan." Yi Feng said, "If you get used to it, it's still President Outyan. It's easier to call him this way." "Ha ha ha. I am a member who was expelled from the Myth Guild. Do you, the Glory Guild, really want to keep me?" Yi Feng touched the little guy's head and said, "This little guy has said it. How can I disagree?" Outyan laughed and said, "So, I have taken advantage of my son? You don't seem to have any problem when you say that. It is indeed you who has made this little guy look good." "Ha ha ha." Yi Feng said, "There is no problem in adding you to the gang. But I need you to do me a favor." Outyan said, "You have taken care of him, mother and son, for such a long time. As long as I can do anything, I will definitely help you." Yi Feng said, "Recruit your former subordinates and join the Glory Guild to form a group. You can think of the name of the group yourself." Outyan said, "Actually, if you don't tell me, I will call my group of subordinates here. After all, they have been following me for so long. And even though they said they would abandon me, they are actually a little reluctant to let go." "Then do it." Ding. System prompts. "Do you want to join the Glory Guild?" "Yes." Ding. System prompt. "Welcome Outyan to join the Glory Guild." Such a system prompt within the gang surprised the players in the gang. "Oh my god. What's going on? Outyan actually came to our Glory Guild. No way. Hasn't Outyan retired? Why are you here in our Glory Guild?" "That's right. We did have the boss before, so there won't be any conspiracy to suddenly come to our company. There were various speculations among the gang for a while, but Yi Feng stood up and said, from now on, Altian will be a member of our Altian Guild. Next, he will summon the original members of the Myth Guild to our guild. I hope you can get along better. Of course, our Glory Guild is getting stronger and stronger. It's not far away from dominating the entire fantasy world. Oh wow! Is this the legendary merger? Two such powerful gangs merged. What other guild can beat us? If you say that, it's a bit scary. If this continues, I'm afraid no other guild can entertain our Glory Guild. The president is mighty. The president is awesome. Chapter 409 Super Powerful Guild. Of course, Xiao He and others also asked about Yi Feng's situation. After Yi Feng told him that this Outyan turned out to be the little guy's father, everyone turned their attention. The little gangster couldn't control that much. So he called Outyan directly on the gang channel and said, Outyan, your son has tricked me no less than 10 times, and even damaged one of my equipment. You must express your gratitude when you first come here. Outyan looked at his son with a wry smile and said helplessly, Brother He, I'm so sorry. I will definitely compensate you for a piece of equipment. Xiao He said, who asked you to compensate for the equipment? You have to promise me that you must teach this little guy a lesson. If the boss hadn't stopped me, I would have beaten him to the point where his parents wouldn't recognize him. Forehead. Looking at the aggrieved little guy standing in front of him. God couldn't help it. Ever since he was a child, Outyan had never hit his own child. Yi Feng said, come on. Stop making trouble. Outyan still has a lot of things to do. If you want to hit this little guy in the future, you will have many opportunities. I still don't know who this little guy is. Now that I know, I won't be polite. Hearing what Yi Feng said, Xiao He and others finally felt relieved. Especially Chu Tianai, who took the little guy to upgrade, but was killed by this little guy several times. But in the end, he couldn't be beaten or scolded. Now he can well. He is Outyan's son. If I can't beat your son, I will beat you. Outyan already felt full of malice rushing toward him. How many people had his son provoked in the Glory Guild? He actually had so much resentment. Outyan looked at his wife, and Taozi shook his head helplessly. Taozi couldn't do anything to this little guy. Yi Feng, the hall leader who changed Outyan's authority. I asked him to change the name of the hall and win over his own people. Soon, the matter of Outyan joining the Glory Guild started in the Fantasy World game. This news was like a roaring mountain and a tsunami, shaking the entire fantasy world to its core. Of course, there are many people who say that Outyan is a traitor and joins Yi Feng if he can't defeat Yi Feng. This is a coward. No matter how much he was scolded, Outyan's decision to join the Glory Guild was already confirmed. And soon after, those members who quit the Mythic Guild joined the Glory Guild one after another. At this time, the Glory Guild directly became the most terrifying guild in the fantasy world. The only ones that could compete with the Glory Guild were the Hockey and Myth Guilds. But now, all the elite members of the Mythical Guild have joined the Glory Guild, which has clearly suppressed their domineering power. As the domineering guild leader, Quan Tu has figured out the current situation. Only the Glory Guild is the largest guild in the entire fantasy world, and it is only the second-tier guild with other guilds. Therefore, if the entire fantasy world wants to be an enemy of the Glory Guild, I am afraid it will end badly. It seems that the Glory Guild is going to become the largest guild. It is already unstoppable. Hey! The fanatics sighed. Originally they thought there was still a glimmer of hope to surpass the Glory Guild. But now they have been completely surpassed by the Glory Guild. The several guilds that were originally hostile to the Glory Guild fell silent after receiving the news. After receiving this news, the biggest turmoil was in the Myth Guild. They already lost 2/3 of their members. But now all the brothers who once fought side by side have joined the Glory Guild. The Glory Guild is so huge that it makes all the guilds in the fantasy world fearful. And the Myth Guild is no exception. They no longer dare to step out of the safe zone. If the war of words in the world had already started the moment Outyan decided to join the Glory Guild. Of course, as the acting president of the Xinhua Guild, Shuga Sword, everyone fell silent after hearing the news. He has been with Outyan for several years. And he also knows that those members have been obsessed with Outyan for more than a day or two. Now, it is 100% certain that he will never come back to the Glory Guild of the Outyan family. What you are looking at are your members of the Myth Guild, scolding each other with the members of the Glory Guild, and even scolding each other with the former members of the Myth Guild. The sword is no longer affected. This news quickly spread to the board of directors of the Myth Guild. After they learned that Altian had brought everyone to join the Glory Guild, the entire board of directors was unusually silent. This ending was caused by themselves. They felt that Altian was old and useless, and had no use value. What I didn't expect was that even though Altian was useless, his prestige was still there. His subordinates were still there. And he was still the uncompromising President Altian of the Shinhua Guild. What should we do now? What can we do? We can only wait for Jue Feng and the others to come back. Still believe in that Jue Feng? Aren't you afraid that the mythical guild will be completely disbanded? Our mythical guild has been established for more than 10 years. With Altian gone, will our mythic guild really be doomed? Yes. Jue Feng is a brave and resourceful boy. I think he can do the job. Humph. If you think he can do it, then you can just stay here. I'm going to withdraw my shares. I'm quitting. Of course, there are still some people who are hesitant and unable to enjoy it. The moment Altian left the mythical guild, they wanted to leave here. After all, they came here for Altian's sake. You can leave if you want. No one will stop you. Several of the dozen or so directors left in an instant. They were all very close to Altian. There were still a dozen or so directors left who did not look down on the bad news. They feel that chasing the wind can also put the mythical guild on the right track. The mythical guild underwent tremendous changes in one day. All of this happened after Jue Feng came to the mythical guild. When he decided to take revenge on Yifeng's glory guild, he had already embarked on a road of no return. Jue Feng was lying on the hospital bed. When he heard the news, he was not panicked but sneered. Even if these people left, as long as the Myth Guild was still there, he would still be a threat to the Glory Guild. Jue Feng even couldn't wait to enter the game, and wanted to tell Yifeng that he would be back soon. Wang Yifeng didn't care about those things. After packing up all his medicinal materials, Yifeng hid in a place that only he could enter. It was Yifeng's glorious territory. One of the houses. Yifeng took out a pill furnace, and filled the ground with the medicinal materials he needed. Demonization. Yifeng activated his magic skills without hesitation and turned himself into a 12-winged fallen angel. Of course, Yifeng also prepared many bottles and jars, which were used to collect his own blood. After making all preparations, Yifeng took out a dagger and slashed his wrist. The strange thing is that after he cut himself, Yifeng did not lose any health, but his wrists were bleeding. It was really fun. This may be a bug in the game. He can't kill himself. Chapter 410 Level 60. After Yifeng collected a lot of his own blood, Yifeng divided the required amount of blood into 10 equal parts. This is the material used to make the magic elixir 10 times. But Yifeng has prepared many other materials. But it's strange to say that after taking 10 equal parts of my own blood, I felt a little dizzy. I don't know if it was real or a special effect in the game. Yifeng sat on the ground, looked at the materials in front of him, and began to open his skill bar. Yifeng began a long production process. It took nearly 10 minutes to make the magic elixir each time. It took Yifeng more than an hour to sit here and wait for 10 equal parts of the medicinal materials. Fortunately, the success rate of this medicinal material is relatively high. Yifeng sat here for 100 minutes and obtained 7 magic pills. Looking at the properties of the magic pill, Yifeng swallowed one without hesitation. Ding! System prompt: because you used the magic elixir, your level has been increased by 1 level. And your current level is level 57. Oh! You can really level up directly. But this magic elixir also has some disadvantages. For example, your current experience is 90% experience at level 56. If you use the magic pill, it will be upgraded to 0% experience at level 57. If you are at level 56 with 0% experience, after using the magic pill, you will be upgraded to level 57 with 0% experience. After using the magic dragon pill, it doesn't matter how much experience you have. It just goes to the next level. Even so, for many players, this is already a very, very precious thing. In my experience, 50% of the time, I upgrade it to the next level and take it. No more magic pills will be wasted. Yifeng took 1 pill again, rising directly to level 58. Then Yifeng took 2 more pills in a row, and Yifeng's level rose directly to level 60. This kind of upgrade speed makes Yifeng feel a little scary. If this magic pill turns into an ordinary product, then the upgrade will be meaningless. But since I still have a few pills in my hand, I might as well take them together. Yifeng took a magic pill again. But this time, the system prompted that it was not an upgrade, but another system. Ding! System prompts: the current level has reached the upper limit. The effect of using the magic pill disappears, and one magic pill is lost. Please go to the Imperial City to receive the main mission. I went and found out that the online level was level 60. It didn't seem to be mentioned in the last update. But this time, there was a main quest. Yifeng thought that by this time, the main quest was no longer necessary. Unexpectedly, it would be impossible to upgrade again without completing the main mission. But Yifeng had a hunch that after the completion of the main mission this time, there might be a major system upgrade. Even a fool can feel that Yifeng has upgraded 4 levels in a row. This is incredible. On the World Channel, everyone could only talk about whether Yifeng had done something earth-shattering. How come the calling level can be upgraded 4 levels in a row directly to level 60? Let me go! Is this Yifeng a little perverted? Abnormal. Do you know this? This is very abnormal. Very abnormal. Yes, that's right. He is a big pervert. Today he joined more than half of the members of the Myth Guild, the Glory Guild. Today he raised his level by 4 levels in a row. This is too scary. I really can't understand the operations of high-end players. Let's just play the game quietly. That's right. If this kind of perversion becomes normal one day, then it will really be abnormal. Regarding the comments from people on the World Channel, Yifeng just laughed it off. But in his own guild, everyone from Yifeng congratulated him. Among the entire Glory Guild, the graduates ranked first, and those ranked second were Chu Tianai and Hou. Yifeng directly called the 2 of them to the gang territory and prepared to give them the remaining 2 magic pills in his hand. Of course, Yifeng does not plan to upgrade everyone to level 60. If this is the case, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction from other players. So Yifeng does not plan to make magic pills for the time being. President, why did you ask us to come here? Chu Tianai asked. In our guild, apart from me, you 2 have the highest levels. They are both level 55. They should have been upgraded this morning. Chu Tianai nodded and said, yes, I defeated the boss this morning, and Hou and I upgraded together. Yifeng said, come here, give each of you something. Saying that, Yifeng traded it to them. 1 magic elixir each. After seeing the attributes in the demon spirit, the 2 of them stared at you and thought you were crazy. Thinking about it, Yifeng had just upgraded 4 levels in a row. It must be this thing. You just took this thing when you were upgraded to 4 levels in a row. Right? Then why don't you use these 2 yourself? Wouldn't this mean your level is higher? Yifeng said, no. I tried it. Now the level limit is 60. No need. It's useless no matter how hard I try. So I plan to give these 2 to you. Such a precious thing must be difficult to obtain. Don't you need to give it to Yenyu? Yifeng said, very good. Just take it for you. Maybe it can be used at your place in the future. Chu Tianai said, Hou, don't you express your gratitude? The president treats you so well. Hou said lightly, thank you. Chu Tian also covered his head. What annoyed him most was people like Hou who only spoke 2 words, and never more than 5 words. Yifeng had long been accustomed to the descendants' language skills and said, take it quickly. I want to watch you eat it. Chu Tianai curled his lips and said, I can still make this thing so that others can't eat it. I heard Hou whispering beside me, Wan Jun. Chu Tianai suddenly blushed and said, don't talk nonsense later. I am innocent. You ignored Chu Tianai afterwards, but drank the magic pill in your hand directly, and your level was directly upgraded by 1 level. Yifeng looked at Chu Tianai with interest. He didn't expect that this guy, after not seeing him for a few days, would hook up with a girl named Wan Jun. He was very capable. Chu Tianai stammered, not knowing what to say, and finally swallowed the magic pill in 1 gulp, which also promoted him to a level. Yifeng said, Vice President Chu Tianai, please share it with us. Chu Tianai blushed and said, what's there to say? I really have nothing to do with her. If nothing happens, I'll leave. I still have to go to the battlefield between humans and demons. Hou said calmly, watch the gang channel. Yifeng quickly looked at the gang channel. Sure enough, there was a girl named Nangong Wanjun in the gang channel who was forming a team to go to the battlefield between humans and demons. Yifeng looked at Chu Tianai with evil intentions and said, when will you sell candy? Chu Tianai blushed and said, we haven't even said a single word yet. Let's talk about it later. I'm leaving first. Chu Tianai wished he had 8 legs and ran away in a hurry. Yifeng looked at each other and smiled. He didn't expect this guy to be so shy. Chapter 411 Like Men. After Chu Tianai and Hou left, Yifeng once again welcomed a guest here. The person who came was none other than Ying. Ing asked, why don't you give me that elixir? My combat effectiveness will also increase. Yifeng hesitated and said, by the way, what are the dishes tonight? Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Baked shrimps with salt. Stir-fried beef with green onions. Why don't you give them to me? Seeing you exposing tonight's meals one by one, Yifeng couldn't hide. Yifeng said, don't I have something better for you? Shadow asked, what? That? Saying that, Yifeng ran away. This Shadow was really everywhere. He was really a terrifying assassin. Watching Yifeng escape, Ing secretly said, could it be that this Yifeng likes men? If Yifeng knew this, Yifeng would definitely stamp his feet in anger. I like women. However, after Yifeng left, he originally planned to go to the Imperial City to do the main mission. But after thinking about it, the level gap between the second place and myself is too far. What benefits might it have to your gang members by doing the main mission at this time? As for the main task, starting the national war, or in other words, forming some kind of camp, it would be better to start school later. Of course, you can't escape the questioning from Yenyu. But Yenyu seems to have heard something from you. And she looks at Yifeng with a strange look. When eating in the evening, I always feel that everyone looks at me in a weird way. Yifeng's goosebumps were about to fall all over the floor. Yifeng said, what's the matter with you? I don't seem to have offended you. By the way, where is Chu Tianya's beast? Why didn't he come to eat? Xiaohei said, I and Wanjun are very hot now. Boss, please don't get involved. Yifeng pointed at himself, not understanding what he meant at all, and asked, what does his affair with Wanjun have to do with me? I didn't destroy other people's feelings. Oh, if you have any good things, give them to Chu Tianyi and Hou. You won't even give them to your own girlfriend. Who knows what your hobbies are? Xiaohei said with a funny look on his face. Yifeng finally understood why they were looking at him like this. They thought they were going to be gay. Yifeng patted his head and said speechlessly, didn't I just give them 2 magic pills? I let them each advance to a level. And you are so jealous. Then I will give you 1 each. Don't you want to? Before he could finish speaking, Yifeng was stared at by a pair of eyes. That person was Yenyu. Ahem. Boss, just give me the stuff. I don't want you. That's right. I'm not interested in men. I like women. Damn. I like you. Not men. Look. After saying that, Yifeng directly grabbed Yenyu, who was sitting next to him, and kissed her without any warning. Just kissing Yenyu in front of everyone. Under this situation, Yenyu kept resisting and making buzzing sounds. But she could never match the strength of that man Yifeng. After a long time, Yifeng let go of Yenyu and said, now you believe it. I saw Xiaohei say, I'm in trouble with your family. I'm using your family's money. And you still want me to eat dog food when I have a meal. TCH. Show affection and die quickly. Yenyu stared at Xiaohei and others with a red face. Every one of these guys is serious. However, after dinner, he also said one thing. That is, Yifeng was going to go to the place where Zisu was again, because the herbs he needed had been collected. Take me there. I really want to see her, Yenyu said begging. Yifeng shook his head. It was impossible for him to take English there. After all, ordinary people were not qualified to go to that place. Yifeng contacted Wu Tian at night. After learning that Yifeng had collected relevant medicinal materials, Wu Tian said that he would take Yifeng to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance tomorrow morning. Although it was a small farewell, Yenyu understood that Yifeng would belong to Zisu again these days. This time Yifeng sneaked into Zisu's room at night. But what surprised Yifeng was very surprising. The man who was sleeping in the next room came in and sat on Yenyu's bed, glaring at Yifeng fiercely, pointing to the door and saying, get out. Yifeng was at a loss and asked, why are you here? You shouldn't be in the next room. Nothing. I was just thinking that I could sleep well tonight. Yifeng looked at the aggrieved Yenyu with a dark face. Looking at the cold shadow, Yifeng and Hupeng exited Yenyu's room and returned to his own room obediently. Hey! Life is really hard. I don't even have the chance to be alone with my girlfriend. Saying that, Yifeng lay on the bed and fell asleep helplessly. Early the next morning, Yifeng was woken up by a person. This person was none other than Wu Tian. And what was even more strange was that this guy was standing next to his bed. Yifeng opened his eyes, was startled, and jumped up suddenly. When he saw it was Wu Tian, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief and said, can you appear in front of me in a normal way? You scare people to death every time. Right? Wu Tian shrugged his shoulders and said, That's not true. I think it's quieter this way and won't disturb others. You really can't disturb others. But you can scare them to death. Wu Tian said, I will show up more normally in the future. But now it's time for us to leave. Why are you leaving so early? The Great Elder will be leaving for a while in a few days. So we have to hurry up. I promise you won't be angry. If this were the case, I should have obtained the medicinal materials long ago and should have gone to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. I have been delaying it for several days. Why didn't you tell me earlier? The Great Elder was leaving, and I had already collected all the medicinal materials. You didn't tell me. Besides, I only received it yesterday. The Great Elder needs to go out for a while. Then why are you still hanging around here? Let's go! With that said, Wu Tian put his hand on Yifeng's shoulder again, and with a direct hiss, the two disappeared into Yifeng's room. Half an hour after Yifeng and Wu Tian left, there was a knock on Yifeng's door. But after knocking for a long time and finding no response in the house, Yifeng's door was opened by someone with a key. The person who came was none other than Yin Yu. As soon as she saw that Yifeng's room was empty, Yin Yu knew that Yifeng had already left. When Yin Yu walked out of Yifeng's room in despair, Xiaohei shouted at the dining table downstairs, Sister-in-law, the boss is still sleeping. Get him up for breakfast. He still has to go to that place today. Yin Yu said, He has left. Leaving? So early. Aunt Shui, have you seen my boss? Aunt Shui said, I seem to have heard some movement, but I didn't see him coming out. Maybe I didn't notice him when he left. Oh, that must have left. Yin Yu said disappointedly, Everyone, let's have breakfast. Chapter 412 Heavenly Compass. When they were talking about Yifeng leaving, Ying frowned. She had long noticed the movement in Yifeng's room. She originally thought it was the sound of Yifeng going to the toilet, but she didn't expect that it should be the sound of Yifeng leaving at that time. Ying failed to track Yifeng again. After more than an hour, Yifeng came to the Great Elder again. Yifeng said respectfully, I have met the Great Elder. The Great Elder still said kindly, Haha. We meet again so soon. I heard that you have collected all the medicinal materials. Yifeng said, Yes. We have collected them all. Just waiting for you, Great Elder, to make the elixir. The Great Elder said, No hurry. No rush. Have a sip of tea first. Xiao Wu, come and boil the water. Yes, Great Elder. Unexpectedly, the Great Elder had already said this, and Yifeng was embarrassed to rush others. So he quietly waited for the tea to be made. This bubble lasted for more than an hour, and Yifeng finally calmed down. Wu Tian was seen bringing the brewed tea to Yifeng and the Great Elder, and said, Please drink tea. Yifeng didn't dare to move, but the elder stretched out his hand and said please, which meant that Yifeng drank first. Yifeng said, Then I won't be polite. Yifeng picked up the teacup and took a sip. This time Yifeng tasted it slowly. When Yifeng opened his eyes, he said in shock, Why? What I tasted this time was bitterness, without any other taste. The Great Elder shook his head and said, It means you will suffer a lot in the coming days. What's the meaning? The Great Elder said, Give me the medicinal materials you have prepared. I will start refining the elixir now. Yifeng directly switched to virtual reality, took out the medicinal materials that the Great Elder needed from his backpack, and placed them in duplicate in front of the Great Elder. The Great Elder took out an alchemy furnace unhurriedly, threw the medicinal materials for making the elixir into the alchemy furnace step by step, and began the long process of refining the elixir. This process lasted for a day. Finally, at noon the next day, Yifeng finally successfully refined the elixir he needed. 2 of them were refined at once, with 100% success. The Great Elder looked at the elixir in his hand and said, The authenticity of the medicinal materials taken out in the fantasy world is really the same. Yifeng asked, Will this make the medicinal ingredients less effective? The Great Elder shook his head and said, Don't worry. The medicinal ingredients of the 2 elixirs meet reasonable requirements, so everything is fine. Next, it depends on Zisu's fortune. Yifeng said, I believe she will wake up. The Great Elder stood up and said, Let's go. Give her the elixir when it has just been successfully refined and is most effective. Maybe it will get twice the result with half the effort. Yifeng said anxiously, Then I'll trouble the Great Elder. Under the leadership of the Great Elder, Yifeng and Wu Tian arrived again, in the stone house where Zisu lived. Yifeng felt a pain in his heart when he saw Zisu, who was still in the ice. The Great Elder stretched out his hand, and an invisible force lifted the ice away. According to reports, Zisu's body finally broke away from the ice and appeared in front of Yifeng. Looking at Zisu floating in front of him, Yifeng really wanted to go up and give Zisu a hug. But Yifeng knew that now was not the time. With the support of the Great Elder's magic power, a pill flew out from the Great Elder's hand and slowly fell into Zisu's mouth. As a ray of light appeared on Index's body, Yifeng asked nervously, "Great Elder, what's going on?" "Don't worry. I'm helping her digest the power of the elixir. And I'm afraid he won't be able to absorb the elixir with his own absorption ability, making it even more difficult to wake up." Yifeng knew that the Great Elder was helping Zisu. If Zisu could wake up, he must thank him. In this way, Yifeng and the others stayed in front of Zisu for nearly an hour. However, the Great Elder's brows were furrowed. It was obvious that this pill did not seem to have much effect. The Great Elder did not hesitate and put the other remaining elixir into Zisu's mouth. Zisu's body once again emitted a ray of light. Yifeng knew that the last pill must have failed. Yifeng secretly thought in his heart, "Zisu, wake up quickly." However, after more than an hour of waiting, with a Great Elder's sigh, Zisu's body was once again placed into the ice. Yifeng already knew the result, but still asked with some hope, "How is the Great Elder?" The Great Elder shook his head and sighed, "No. If there is no phoenix grass, I'm afraid she will have to sleep here for the rest of her life." Yifeng said, "I'm going to look for phoenix grass now." "Don't worry. Phoenix grass is not that easy to find. In fact, you know where it may exist. But he is probably just taking a trip in vain." "Great Elder, what do you think we should do? Come on. I'll take you somewhere." The Great Elder took Yifeng and Wu Tian to another stone house. There were many instruments stored in this stone house. What made Yifeng most curious was the compass placed directly in front of him. Wu Tian on the side said in surprise, "Tiandao compass. Is this Tiandao compass?" The Great Elder smiled and said, "Yes. This is exactly the compass of heaven." Yifeng asked curiously, "What is the use of this heavenly compass? Is there anything magical about it?" Wu Tian on the side explained, "The Tiandao compass is one of the top 10 artifacts today. It has extremely strong prediction ability and very strong sensing ability. The most important thing is that it can guide you in the direction." As Wu Tian said, "He is here to guide you in finding the phoenix grass in the direction it is located." Wu Tian said, "Not only that, it also has a magical function." Yifeng's curiosity was successfully aroused and he asked, "What other magical functions are there?" "It can test how far your cultivation can reach." "Oh, that's nothing," the Great Elder said with a smile. "Really? Then stand over and try." Yifeng said, "Just give it a try. How powerful is this artifact? Can it be as powerful as the artifacts in the game?" Yifeng stood in front of the Tiandao compass, and the Great Elder behind him made a mudra with his hands. Said, "Concentrate and stare at the compass." Yifeng looked at the Tiandao compass in front of him, and saw the golden spoon on the compass starting to rotate crazily. However, what Yifeng saw was completely different. It was not the crazily rotating compass, but a blue prairie and sky appeared in front of Yifeng. Yifeng frowned. "What on earth is going on? If it wasn't in front of me just now, then what kind of compass of heaven is it? Why is there now prairie and blue sky in front of me?" Chapter 413 I Am You. Great Elder, what do you think is going on? The Great Elder also frowned. He didn't know what was happening. Under normal circumstances, the Tiandao compass would emit a ray of light and then face Yifeng. As long as Yifeng emits some kind of light, it means what level he can cultivate to. What was before them was that the Tiandao compass did not emit any light except for its crazy rotation, and no light appeared on Yifeng's body. Is there something wrong with the Tiandao compass? The Great Elder frowned. Ever since he had the Tiandao compass, such a situation had never happened before. Just when the Great Elder wanted to stop the Tiandao compass, the Great Elder's spell had no effect on the building that day, and the Great Elder was actually bounced away. The Great Elder frowned and said, "It seems that there is some kind of connection between Tiandao compass and Yifeng. I can no longer stop Tiandao compass." Wu Tian asked worriedly, "Will there be any danger in that letter?" The Great Elder shook his head and said, "Tiandao compass is not offensive in any way, so we don't need to worry about Yifeng's safety. We just need to wait until he wakes up and ask him." However, at this moment, Yifeng was in a vast prairie. At the same time, the ring in Yifeng's hand suddenly emitted a strong light. Wu Tian said in panic, "Great Elder." It was Wang Jie who reacted. The Great Elder squinted his eyes and looked at the ring in Yifeng's hand, also not knowing what to do. After all, this was the first time they saw Wang Jia moving on his own. It turns out that the name of the mysterious ring in Yifeng's hand is actually Wang Jia. Why do you call it this name? Only the great elders know. Look at Yifeng looking at his right hand in this prairie. The ring on his finger is actually emitting a strong light. Yifeng subconsciously covered it with his hands. No matter how hard the owner resisted, he could not block the light. The light was shining, forming a natural contrast with the entire prairie. What happened? Why doesn't this ring move by itself? In Yifeng's perception, this ring rarely seems to work on its own. In addition to absorbing the souls of 3 demon elders in the game, there was also the time when Yifeng entered the game and went to a strange space. However, just these few times, Yifeng still couldn't figure out what the purpose of this ring was. However, at this moment, a young man suddenly walked in front of Yifeng. On that young man's finger, there is also a ring that does not exude light. Yifeng looked at the young man in front of him with some horror. Yifeng even took a few steps back before stopping. "Who are you?" Yifeng asked. "Me? Am I not you?" Yifeng felt panicked because the person standing opposite him actually looked exactly like him. So the ring in his hand was also exactly the same. "Why do you look exactly like me?" The man smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you? I am you." "Impossible. There is only one me in this world. And what's going on with the sword in your hand? Why is it exactly the same as mine?" Yifeng said with some fear. The man raised his hand, looked at the ring in his hand and said, "Is this the ring you are talking about? He has his own name. I call it Wang Ring." "Wang Jia. How come there is such a name?" The man said softly. "At first, it was just a casual shouting. But I'm used to it anyway, so I don't bother to change my name." Yifeng said, "Either say this ring is yours." The man nodded. But Yifeng subconsciously put the ring in his hand behind him and held it tightly. Looking at Yifeng's actions, people couldn't help but say in a funny tone, "What? Are you afraid that I will take back the ring in your hand?" Yifeng nodded and said, "But I can never give this ring to you, because he is very important to me." The man said, "Don't worry. This ring is yours. How can I take it back?" Yifeng has always been strange. Ever since this guy appeared in front of him, he has said that he is himself. But he is clearly standing here. Why would he say that he is himself? Yifeng asked, "How can I get out of here? What are you going out for? You still have things to do. Do you think anyone can come here? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be able to come here. Why do I come here? I just want to use the heavenly compass to test my aptitude and see how far I can practice." The man smiled and said, "It's just a small heavenly compass. How can it measure your cultivation? You have to know that that thing is just a gadget you made yourself." Yifeng pointed at his nose and said, "Don't fool me. I don't have the ability to make such a terrifying heavenly compass." Knowing that Yifeng could not accept the current situation, the man did not force Yifeng. But if Yifeng wants to go out, he must complete his mission. The man put his hands behind his back and said, "If you want to go out, it's very simple. Just kill all the enemies in front of you." "What? Enemies? This place is empty. How can there be any enemies?" Just as Yifeng finished speaking, roars appeared around Yifeng. And this roar seemed to be different. The person who looked exactly like him in front of Yifeng has now disappeared. "Hey! What's going on?" There seemed to be many monster voices. A voice came from the sky. "As long as you kill all the enemies in front of you, you can leave here." Yifeng completely didn't understand the situation he was facing now. If he killed all the enemies, where were the enemies? At the moment Yifeng was thinking, a black shadow fell from the sky and swooped down in front of Yifeng. He directly knocked Yifeng away. Yifeng covered his chest and was thrown to pieces. After finally gaining a firm footing, I looked up at the black shadow flying towards me. It turned out to be a humanoid thing with a strange appearance. He has a pair of black wings, 2 pointed horns on his forehead, and many dark scales on his body. Both hands and feet are like claws. And most importantly, there are sharp bone spurs on his knees, elbows, and back. This brand new monster directly refreshes Yifeng's link. What is this? This is the demon outside that day, and what you will face in the future. They are ruthless and bloodthirsty, and they only know how to kill. As long as they come to the earth, the entire earth will be in ruins. All you have to do is kill them. Defend the earth. Heavenly demon. Is this the heavenly demon? It's so scary. So scary. Even Yifeng showed a look of fear after seeing this daily pattern. After all, how could anyone today have seen such a terrifying thing? Chapter 414 Demon. Before Yifeng could think about it, the demon had already let out a terrifying roar and rushed directly towards Yi Feng. In the eyes of the demon, as long as they are not of the same kind, they will be killed together. Yi Feng's reaction was already very fast, but it still couldn't match the speed of the devil. This time, Yi Feng was knocked away again, but 3 deep wounds appeared on his chest. The blood from the 3 wounds soaked Yi Feng's clothes. Yi Feng clutched his chest in pain. This feeling was so real, but the demon still didn't give Yi Feng any chance to wait, and pounced on him again. VR switch. Enforcer. At the moment when the demon pounced in front of Yi Feng, a golden sword appeared in Yi Feng's hand. The golden sword stood horizontally, blocking the front of the demon, and there was another collision. However, this time because Yi Feng had completed the virtual reality transformation, Yi Feng did not suffer much substantial damage. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Feng took out a bottle of red blood restoring potion. After more than 10 seconds, Yi Feng's wounds had all healed. It really works. Seeing Yi Feng use his sword, the devil seemed to be even more angry. He didn't know what he was yelling about, but Yi Feng knew that this guy had already pounced on him. Dark magician. Dark entanglement. However, when the demon was walking halfway, a black flame suddenly appeared under his feet and caught the demon directly. The demon was stunned for a moment, looking at the black flames under his feet. His speed actually slowed down by half. Yi Feng waved the magic wand in his hand and shouted, "How dare you lose heart during the battle? Do you really think that I am a kitten or puppy that you can trample on and abuse? The earth is bursting with flames." Boom! The explosion of earthly flames in reality is more terrifying than the explosion of earthly flames in the game. The entire demon was directly bombarded and had to stand up, its body covered with black flames. Roar! As the black flame burned, the expression on Tianmo's face seemed to become painful. But Tianmo pointed the source of his pain at Yi Feng, and he wanted to kill Yi Feng even more. The demon spread its fleshy wings and flew directly into the air, hovering above Yi Feng's head. He dived directly, trying to knock Yi Feng down again. But now that Yi Feng had transformed, how could he be knocked down so easily? Law Enforcer. Battlefield Sword Energy. The two collided together again. But this time, Yi Feng stayed still, while the demon in the air turned over. A sword energy hit his abdomen, causing a deep wound, and black blood flowed crazily. Snapped. A drop of black blood dripped on Yi Feng's forehead. It was the blood from the demon. The demon who was so seriously injured wanted to escape, waving his wings and flying crookedly. At this moment, Yi Feng had turned into an archer, and his fully drawn bow and arrows were pointing at the demon in the sky. Sink! Pung! The bow and arrow hit the demon, and then the demon let out a scream, and the demon fell from the sky. Yi Feng came to the location of Tianmo and looked at Tianmo lying on the ground dying. Yi Feng's bow and arrow were already aimed at Tianmo's head, but Yi Feng did not take action yet. A voice echoed across the sky again, "Kill him." Yi Feng put away his bow and arrows and said to the sky, "Why should I believe you? I just listen to your opinions on everything. Bad people can also mislead a good person." Haha. What a joke. Is the devil a good person? This is the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life. If you think the sticker is a good person, you will understand after watching this video. In front of Yi Feng, the originally emerald green hate turned into a huge screen. On the screen, Yi Feng saw those demons killing at will. In the video, wherever the demon goes, it is horrific. No matter adults, children, or the elderly, no one can escape from the clutches of the demon. On the opposite side of the demons are a group of human superpowers. They try their best to kill the demons, but they are always counterattacked by the demons. They either die together, or their heads are dismembered. When Yi Feng lowered his head and looked at the demon on the ground again, Yi Feng shouted, "Ah!" as an arrow shot directly into the head of the demon. The demon could no longer move. Yi Feng took a deep breath and said, "Is this the devil? It's so cruel." Is it cruel? What you have only seen is the tip of the iceberg of the demon. In the future, you will see the more cruel side of the demon. So you must be familiar with the attacks of the demon, the moves of the demon, and how to kill the demon quickly. This is what you have to learn is also your task. Yi Feng said, "No. I have to find the phoenix grass first. Otherwise I will feel uneasy." "Ha ha. Don't worry. Seeing you is just a balanced space with no concept of time. Maybe when you go out, you just use a breathing time." Yi Feng didn't believe what the person in front of him said at all. How could there be such a place in the world? Wouldn't that person be immortal? Although Yi Feng didn't believe it, The other party had already said that as long as he killed them all the demons here could go out. Then Yifeng had to do this so that he could prepare in advance how to deal with the demon. After only resting for less than 2 minutes, a roar came again. This sound was made by the demon. Yifeng knew that another demon was coming. Like the first demon, this demon also flew out of the sky. But this time he was prepared, and Yifeng would no longer be as embarrassed as before. After escaping the swooping attack of the demon, Yifeng directly engaged in a close firefight with the demon. The demon's body claws are as hard as steel, and normal attacks are almost ineffective against them. Therefore, Yifeng must find the right time and use his skills to inflict heavy damage on the demon. This is what Yifeng needs to learn next. How to kill a demon quickly to gain more rest time. As time passed little by little, there were now 4 or 5 demons lying at Yifeng's feet. But at this moment, Yifeng still has not completed his mission. With a roar, another demon appeared. Noisy. There are still some. Then I will kill you all. As time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, the corpses of the demons at Yifeng's feet had piled up like a mountain. The endless night wind had forgotten, and time had forgotten the location. He only knew that his goal was to kill. And he was about to the demon that appeared. And the person in the dark couldn't help but smile with relief as he watched Yifeng grow up bit by bit. Not bad. But it's a pity that you are too young to deal with higher level demons. Chapter 415 Intermediate Demon. Call. Yifeng took a deep breath and knelt on one knee. The sweat on his face was like rain, dripping desperately on the ground. Looking at the pile of corpses of the demons, Yifeng said, "Is that enough? I have mastered how to quickly kill the demons. Can I leave here?" In the sky, the long-lost voice sounded again. "These are just some elementary levels. If you want to protect the earth, you still need to do a lot. Next, I will let you see what the intermediate demons look like." As the man finished speaking, a terrifying sound came, and even Yifeng could feel the ground shaking. The mountain of film stickers was so shocked that it rolled down. "Humph. I don't care whether you are a junior demon or an intermediate demon. As long as I, Yifeng, am still breathing, I will definitely kill you all." Roar! A huge voice appeared faintly in Yifeng's perspective. Looking at the burly and huge demon, there is no sticker on it. It is simply a monster. An ordinary patch. That is, a primary patch is about the same size as Night Breeze, which is about the same size as a human being. But the intermediate demon in front of Yifeng was as big as 2 adult elephants. By the way, it is the same size as his pet pig's foot, which is actually something Yifeng can defeat. This intermediate demon roared after seeing Yifeng. He started running towards Yifeng, and the ground was shaken with a rumble. But his speed was not slow at all, and he would appear in front of Yifeng in the blink of an eye. The golden sword in Yifeng's hand tried to resist the demon's attack, but was unexpectedly knocked away. Flutter! Yifeng fell heavily to the ground, and his mouth actually bled. This was the first time Yifeng bled after killing countless junior demons. The weakness of the primary demon was already discovered after Yifeng killed more than a dozen of them. A few days later, the target was on its belly, without any scales to protect it. The shapes of the junior demons and the intermediate demons are completely different, and the weaknesses they have found cannot be used at all. Catapult. Seeing that the opportunity was not good, Yifeng immediately ejected and flew out. The demon rushed directly from where he was just now. Fortunately, Yifeng reacted quickly enough. Otherwise Yifeng would have been seriously injured this time. But the crisis we are facing now is that when Yifeng is falling, the intermediate demon is always staring at Yifeng. Oops. When Yifeng felt even worse, I actually used long-range attacks during those days. She looked like a crazy bison, and a blood-red lightning flashed from the horns of her head and feet. This is to electrocute Yifeng to death. You said that you can't fix your body at this moment, and can only fight with the devil. Holy sword judgment. A bolt of golden lightning directly hit the devil's horns, causing Yifeng to hit him crookedly and break the devil's horns. The red lightning gathered by the demon also disappeared, and the golden lightning flowing on the body of the demon should be the unique bright energy of the law enforcement hall. After being hit by the holy sword judgment, the demon showed a painful expression. Yifeng seemed to have found a way. This demon should be afraid of such an attack with light attributes. But this guy is an intermediate demon after all, much more powerful than the junior demon. Even if his horns were broken by the holy sword, there was still no fatal injury. Without this guy's long-range attack, Yifeng directly activated Feng Xingyun with this guy's speed. In terms of speed, I, Yifengqi, will be slower than you. After Yifeng activated Feng Xing, Yi Feng's speed reached an extreme and launched an attack around the demon. Yi Feng is not stupid. He will not kill this demon at once. I want to find its weakness and kill it quickly. Not the head. Not the feet. Not the back. Not the auxiliary parts. Not even the neck. The most fragile neck is the position where the demon has the strongest defense. The golden sword in Yi Feng's hand can't even leave a scar. So far, Yi Feng can't find the weakness of the intermediate demon at all. But the intermediate demon was already angered by Yi Feng and let out a roar. The demon raised his front legs and stepped onto the ground suddenly. Yi Feng's eyes widened, and he was blown away by the shock wave before he had time to react. Unexpectedly, Jin Tianmo could have such a close attack. After breaking away from Yi Feng's attack, Tianmo immediately launched a counterattack. Without suffering any serious damage. The intermediate demon's attack power is still very powerful. Therefore, Yi Feng also paid the price for his carelessness. This intermediate demon can not only use long-range attacks, but also can attack at close range. His impact caused Yi Feng to completely lose his ability to move. Yi Feng looked at his extremely deformed foot. It was impossible for Yi Feng to walk away. What was waiting for Yi Feng was the intermediate demon, roaring towards him. As long as Yi Feng was hit, Yi Feng would definitely be dead. Just when the intermediate demon rushed to Yi Feng, I activated my life-saving ability without hesitation. Golden Body. Immune to all damage and controlled. So the intermediate demon passed directly through Yi Feng's body. Because of the excessive force, the intermediate demon fell to the ground, creating a deep gap. But this did not hinder the intermediate demon. The intermediate demon stood up again and looked at Yi Feng angrily. Just because of this little time, Yi Feng had already taken a blood-restoring potion. The extremely deformed foot has begun to slowly recover. Your life-saving skills have been used up. If the intermediate demon collides with you again at this time, Yi Feng will not be able to escape as long as he is fast enough. Without any doubt at all, the intermediate ran towards Yi Feng again. But Yi Feng's feet were slowly recovering. Now it seems that the only option is to hide. Looking at the ground shaking like an earthquake, Yi Feng knows how much power this intermediate demon has used. Hurry up. Although the blood-restoring potion can heal injuries, it still takes time. If there is not enough time, Yi Feng's injuries will not heal. But the intermediate demon has already rushed in front of Yi Feng. And Yi Feng has two choices. First, by choosing demonization directly, Yi Feng can easily kill the intermediate demon in front of him. Second, Yi Feng can pull out pig's feet to fight. But this is something beyond Yi Feng's strength, and does not represent Yi Feng's own ability. Of course, Yi Feng has a third possibility, which is to die and wait for Yi Feng's passive skills to be resurrected. But Yi Feng didn't want to use any of the three methods. Yi Feng endured the pain in his feet. The moment the intermediate demon rushed up, Yi Feng tightly hugged the intermediate demon's head. Chapter 416 Ultimate Form. There was a dull sound in Yi Feng's chest, and Yi Feng's breathing was already extremely uncomfortable. Although his clothes were not knocked away, and the devil's head was caught, Yi Feng was still hit. Fortunately, Yi Feng caught Tian Mo's head in time, and put his whole body on Tian Mo's back. However, Yi Feng is now in a state of residual health. The bumpy feeling on the back of the intermediate demon makes Yi Feng's blood continue to drop. Yi Feng took out the golden sword without hesitation and plunged it into the back of the intermediate demon's neck. With a pop sound, the ultimate demon slowed down and let out a scream. But Yi Feng didn't stop. He pulled out the golden sword and plunged it into the back of the intermediate demon's neck again. Although this place was extremely hard, Yi Feng had no choice. If he didn't kill this intermediate demon, he would be the one who died. Yi Feng didn't know if he would die in this place. But for the sake of caution, Yi Feng would still focus on saving his life. As the ultimate demon screamed, the whole body fell down with a rumble. Yi Feng took a big breath and fell next to the intermediate demon. At this time, that annoying voice appeared again. How about it? This is just an intermediate demon. In the outer battlefield, the intermediate demons and junior demons are just cannon fodder. The high-level demons are the main targets we should deal with. It's not entirely unimaginable to imagine what consequences a group of intermediate demons would have in the outer battlefield. Yi Feng finally regained his breath and took a blood-restoring potion. Sitting on the ground, he asked, besides the high-level demon, are there any more advanced films? Of course. Guys at the leadership level are very difficult to deal with. And of course, there is the last and most advanced type of demon. What is it? The demon who can destroy the entire earth in an instant is called the Demon King among the demons. What Demon Emperor? In the game, the king of the demon clan is the Demon Emperor. Isn't this how the fantasy world is created? I don't know what the fantasy world is. Maybe something else appeared after I left. Yifeng nodded. After all, the fantasy world only came out during this period of time. For the man in front of him, I am afraid that the old monster has survived for countless years. The things he can know are probably those on the battlefield outside the world. Flutter. A bottle of potion fell next to Yifeng. The man said, submit him and continue fighting. Yifeng didn't hesitate and drank the stuff directly. Although he didn't know what it was. It was indeed a bit sweet. How long do I need to get out of here? The man looked at the sky and said, come quickly. We will leave soon. But then Yifeng continued to kill the demon that appeared in front of him day and night. In the outside world, next to Yifeng, one could feel the bloodthirsty aura emanating from Yifeng's body. What's going on? Why does it feel like Yifeng has killed many people? After feeling it calmly, the great elder said in horror, no. Yifeng seems to have killed many demons. What's going on? Don't ask why. Wu Tian on the side is even more helpless. Even the great elder doesn't know, let alone himself. The great elder stared at the heavenly compass in front of Yifeng. Is it because of this heavenly compass? But everything has to be woken up by Yifeng before he knows what happened. From what I can see so far, there are no bad changes in Yifeng's body except for the murderous aura exuding. After a while, the elder was surprised to find that Yifeng's level seemed to have improved. He was originally in the middle stage of Qi refining and turned into an advanced Qi refining level. What's going on? The heavenly compass. Is there anything else that can help people cultivate? A series of question marks appeared on the head of the great elder, which completely exceeded his knowledge of Tiandao real estate. In this mysterious space, Yifeng kept fighting day after day. The demon in front of him had taken on ever-changing appearances and was no longer a single appearance. One day, when Yifeng was meditating and resting, the person who looked exactly like him appeared in front of Yifeng again. You finally showed up. If you have any more tricks, I'll take them all. The man said with a wry smile, okay. With your current ability, you can at most be tied with the high-level demon. If you really want to kill the high-level demon, it's really hard to say. Yifeng sneered. I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet. How do you know that I can't kill the high-level demon? Really? If you can kill the high-level demon, I will let you go back. It's a deal. Of course, I have the final say in this space. If I tell you to leave, I will definitely let you leave. Good. When the guy in front of Yifeng disappeared again, suddenly, a demon appeared in front of the owner. This demon, the so-called high-level demon, is indeed completely different from ordinary stickers. Human. Where is this? The demon in front of him actually spoke. But Yifeng couldn't answer the question he asked. Because Yifeng didn't know where this place was? Sorry. I don't know either. Although I don't know what the use is of keeping you. Die! Holy crap. This high-level demon is more ruthless than ordinary demons. Moreover, this guy can actually use skills. A huge palm appeared in front of Yifeng, wanting to crush Yifeng to death. Yifeng didn't hesitate at all, and used the demonization skill directly. Because Yifeng knew from the moment the team leader appeared that he couldn't deal with that high-level demon in his ordinary form. Demonization. In just the moment of being transformed into a demon, Yifeng smashed the flying palm into pieces. When Yifeng's demonized appearance appeared in front of the high-level demon, he actually looked more noble than the high-level film appearance. Who dares to imitate our noble demon? Yifeng smiled evilly and said, kill you. You have to remember that I am a human being and a native of the earth. You can never invade our earth. Haha. It's just an earthling who stubbornly resists. It won't be long before His Majesty the Demon Emperor sets off for battle. And the entire earth will become a land of our slavery. Yifeng sneered. Then let me tell you, Demon King. If you think about occupying the earth, you will have to pay some price. The demon smiled and said, kill you first and let me see what kind of place this is. Yifeng sneered. You can go die. Death scythe. Puff. Just for a moment. Yifeng used the magic skill. As soon as Yifeng, the most powerful death sickle, came out, the high-level demon in front of Yifeng again split into two and fell to the ground. The high-level demon stared at Yifeng and died just like that. The man standing in the dark appeared in front of Yifeng again. He had no idea that Yifeng would appear in front of him in such a form and kill the high-level demon in an instant. Ultimate form. Not bad. It seems I still underestimated myself. What do you mean? Yifeng didn't understand the man's words at all. It's okay. You can go back. Chapter 417, The Location of Phoenix Grass. Standing in front of the Tiandao compass, Yi Feng suddenly shook his head and woke up. Yi Feng covered his head and looked around in disbelief. He came out as soon as he said it. He couldn't remember how long he had been in there. However, if Yi Feng's guess is correct, the time he spent inside should be calculated in years. Because when Yi Feng was here, when he killed the ordinary film, he could still calculate the time at the beginning. At that time, Yi Feng had already spent several months. Don't say that the time in the future will be even longer. Seeing Yi Feng cover his head and wake up, Wu Tian immediately supported Yi Feng. Are you okay? Wu Tian said. Yi Feng patted his head and said, I'm finally back. How long has it been? How long? It's been 10 minutes at most. What's only 10 minutes? This guy really didn't lie to me. The great elder frowned and said, Who is that guy? Yi Feng said, There is a person who looks exactly like me. He said he is me and I am him. In the end, I still didn't understand who he was. The great elder said anxiously, Where is he? It's in the compass of heaven. He was the one who took me there. The great elder looked at the Tiandao compass. He had been studying this thing for a lifetime. There was no storage space in it. Could it be that a trace of his soul was in it? The great elder nervously observed the Tiandao compass in front of him, but did not find anything suspicious. Yi Feng looked at the great elder's expression and said, That man said that no one can enter without his permission. I was also brought in by him. He said that this thing cannot test my aptitude. And he also said that this heavenly way I made the compass. I don't know when I made this thing. And I don't know how to use it. The great elder said, It's okay. Don't worry about what he said. Just be okay. By the way, he told you something inside. Speaking of this, Yi Feng didn't want to remember it. But in order to reassure the elder, Yi Feng still said it. That man asked me to kill the demon. The great elder finally knew why Yi Feng's body would emit a killing aura during these 10 minutes. It turned out that Yi Feng was killing the demon inside. The great elder asked, How many days have you killed? What level? Yi Feng responded, It's okay. He said that there was no sense of time in that space and told me not to worry. So I don't remember how long I've been there. The great elder said excitedly, This is a parallel world. It actually exists. It's incredible. Is there anything else? Yi Feng continued, Just now, I killed a high-level demon. What I didn't expect was that the highest-level demon would actually speak our words. The great elder said in disbelief, Impossible. A high-level demon needs to at least be like Wu Tian, who has reached the realm of consecration, in order to barely fight against it. Your cultivation is just for fighting qi. Having said this, the great elder paused and looked at Yi Feng's cultivation. What surprised the elder was that Yi Feng's cultivation was no longer in the qi training stage, but had entered the foundation building stage. What? You are already in the middle stage of foundation building. How did you do this? What exactly did you go through inside? Yi Feng didn't know his own cultivation. So why did he suddenly reach the middle stage of foundation building? Yi Feng is not very clear about his cultivation level yet. From a vague concept, the foundation building stage is more powerful than the qi training stage. Yi Feng said, That person asked me to kill many elementary and intermediate demons. I really can't remember how many I killed. They were piled up like a mountain. The great elder nodded. If it is true as Yi Feng said, it makes sense that his realm has improved so quickly. If he is forced to practice breath training and reach the foundation building stage, it will have a great impact on Yi Feng's future practice. At this time, Wu Tian on the side asked, What does the demon look like? I have never been to the battlefield outside the sky. Yi Feng said, Anyway, he is dressed in pitch black, with scales and claws, and looks very ugly. My high-level demon looks more classy at first glance, and it is easy to recognize who he is. Really? I also want to see what the so-called demon looks like and how powerful it is as soon as possible. The great elder on the side said, If you want to know what the demon looks like, you will all go to the battlefield outside the world in a short time. Wu Tian geared up and said, After practicing for so long, I finally have a goal. I'm really looking forward to it. Ha ha. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to escape when the time comes. Wu Tian said, How is it possible? Wu Tian, am not that kind of person. The great elder said, Okay. Let Tiandao Compass tell you where Phoenix City is. Yes. Looking for the phoenix grass is the business. Yi Feng said. Yi Feng and Wu Tian retreated behind the great elder, and began to cast spells with the great elder in front of the Tiandao Compass. Soon the spoon on the Tiandao Compass began to move. Not only did the spoon move, But the compass also started to move. After a while, the Tiandao compass stopped completely and pointed out a direction to Yifeng and the others. The Great Elder carefully observed the information on the Tiandao compass, but couldn't help but frown and said, "I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. I heard that the location pointed by the compass actually contains the Hawaiian Islands, known as the Volcanic Islands." After Wu Tian heard the name, he couldn't help but frown. Obviously, Wu Tian also knew that the Hawaiian Islands might not be easy to get to. Looking at the expressions of the two people, Yifeng asked, "The Hawaiian Islands should belong to the United States, right? Is there any problem?" Wu Tian said, "If it only belongs to the United States, there is really no big problem. The key is that the Hawaiian Islands are where the Foreign Alliance of Superpowers is located. It turns out that this is actually the headquarters of the Foreign Alliance of Superpowers. If Yifeng and the others want to find the Phoenix Grass, they will definitely be alarmed. If they are really alarmed, Yifeng and the others may be hindered in their subsequent actions. After all, the Alliance of Immortal Cultivators and the Alliance of Superpowers are inherently opposed to each other. They cooperate in the outer battlefield, but it is limited to the outer battlefield. As long as it is the resources of their respective fields on the Earth, they will definitely not give in to each other. Moreover, Phoenix Grass is such a precious medicinal material that someone in the Alliance of Superpowers must know it. And it also has great medicinal value." The Great Elder said, "It is indeed a bit difficult, but this is also a test of your ability. Are you willing to go?" Yifeng answered yes without hesitation. In order for Zisu to survive, Yifeng was willing to go up the Knife Mountain and go into the Sea of Fire, not to mention this mere trip to the Hawaiian Islands. Wu Tian also nodded and said, "Isn't it the gathering place of those yellow-haired people? There is nothing to be afraid of." Obviously, Wu Tian must have some issues with those guys. I'm afraid if he takes Wu Tian with him, there will be more trouble. But the elder's intention is to let them exercise. So Wu Tian will definitely go. And the trouble will definitely not be small. Chapter 418, Heading to the Hawaiian Islands. Very good. I'll give you two an amulet each. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary, the Great Elder said very seriously. Yifeng knew that this amulet might be their last life-saving skill. If used at any time, it might cause unnecessary trouble for them to find the Phoenix Grass. Wu Tian looked at the amulet in the Great Elder's hand and said greedily, "I have wanted to know this for a long time, and I finally have a chance to get it today." Yifeng said, "How amazing is it?" Wu Tian only said one idiom, turning the river upside down. Yifeng could already understand this from that idiom. How powerful the amulet is. No wonder. The Great Elder would say that it must not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. The Great Elder said, "Take it. Set out now. Hurry up. It's best to wait for me to come back when I go to the demonic battlefield. Otherwise it may take several months for me to come back next time." Nodding. It seems that time is running out, and there may be some troubles in the outer battlefield, which require the Great Elder to come forward to solve. The most likely thing is that the outer battlefield is precisely because of the existence of the Great Elder and others, so they dare not directly attack the Earth. Yifeng took the amulet and said, "Will Wu Tian leave? Then why are you hesitating about leaving? I'll ask my secretary to book 2 tickets, which will save us a lot of time." Yifeng said, "Don't you know how to teleport? Book a flight ticket." Wu Tian said helplessly, "My teleportation was given by the Great Elder. The Great Elder gave me 2 coordinates. One is the Alliance of Immortal Cultivators, and the other is by your side. So I am here. You need me." At that time, I instantly felt that it was also the Great Elder who wanted to protect you. Finally, I realized that it was the Great Elder's good intentions. Feng looked at the Great Elder with great gratitude, bowed and said, "Thank you, Great Elder. Yifeng will never forget it." There's no need to forget it forever. When we get to the outer battlefield, it's up to you young people. Understood? I will never let the Great Elder down. Wu Tian. Let's go! Let's go! Back at Wu Tian's workplace, on the way to the airport, Yifeng entered the game. After letting Yifeng enter the game, Yin Yu and others did not expect that Yifeng would come back quietly. Was he here to tell them some good news? Yifeng recruited people from his studio to form a gang. A team of more than a dozen people appeared in front of Yifeng. And Yifeng said, "I'm sorry. Zisu still hasn't woken up. I need to go somewhere to find Phoenix Grass. So the gang still needs you to manage it for a while." "Where to go?" Yin Yu said worriedly. Yifeng said, "Don't worry. Wu Tian will go with me this time. Nothing will happen." But Yin Yu still threw herself into Yifeng's arms. seemingly not wanting Yifeng to take risks because of this. Boss, you can go with peace of mind. Our Glory Alliance and our Glory Guild are your biggest supporters. We are waiting for your return as king, Xiao He said. That's right. Go ahead. If you don't look for it, you may hate yourself for the rest of your life. Don't worry, President. As long as Shu Ti and I am still here, I will not let this Glory Guild collapse. Yes, boss, I can't be arrogant, but I have loyalty. So you can go without any worries. Yifeng said, it's great to have brothers like you. Thank you. Ying stood aside without saying a word, and was indifferent, as if all this had nothing to do with her. Xiao He looked at Ying's appearance and said softly, Master, you should also express your gratitude. Ying said, be careful yourself. Such a big guild needs you to manage it. You are a symbol of glory. To the president, you are the totem of our Glory Guild. Brother Yifeng, when will you pick me up? Yifeng looked at Yu Mingning and said, when I step on the phoenix grass, I will pick you up when I come back. Okay, I will wait for you. Yifeng looked at Yanyu in his arms. Although he didn't want to separate, Zissou saved him, and now he was hiding it from Zissou's parents. Yifeng felt very sorry. Yifeng said softly, be good. I will be back soon. Yanyu did not raise her head, but buried herself in Yifeng's chest, nodded and said softly, yes. I'll wait for you to come back. Yifeng hugged Yanyu tightly and said, it's time for me to go. As she spoke, Yanyu raised her head, kissed Yifeng, and said, be careful. You have to know that I'm still here waiting for you. Don't do anything too dangerous. Yifeng touched himself and said where he had been kissed, this is the first time you have taken the initiative to kiss me. Yanyu blushed and said, well, go early and come back early. After Yifeng said goodbye to the others, he chose to go offline as he was. After exiting the game, Yifeng saw Wu Tian beside him holding a tablet and looking at something. Yifeng asked, what are you looking at? The data of the fantasy world is. To be precise, your data. Yifeng asked, is there anything abnormal? Wu Tian shook his head and said, your data is normal no matter what. Do you know why? Yifeng shook his head and said, how would I know? I'm not the one who developed this game. Wu Tian pointed to the ring in Yifeng's hand and whispered, because you own a ring. Because this ring is the core of the entire fantasy world. Yifeng looked at the ring in his hand in surprise. This ring of unknown origin in his hand had so many magical qualities. It seems that I am getting closer to understanding the situation of this ring. By the way, I want to tell you something else. If this ring is damaged, the entire fantasy world will cease to exist. But this situation may not exist. Yifeng said, is it so magical? Wu Tian smiled and said, you will know it later. Yifeng nodded. Yes, in the future. He will gradually understand this ring called Wang Ring. After a long journey, about 4 hours later, Yifeng and Wu Tian finally arrived at the Hawaiian Islands. However, currently, the location where Yifeng and the others are is not where the phoenix grass is. Wu Tian took out a map, which marked the approximate location of the phoenix grass. The current location of Wu Tian and others is still far away from the location of phoenix grass. Wu Tian and Yifeng were located on the largest island in the Hawaiian Islands, and the phoenix nest was located on a group of small islands. Wu Tian pointed to the map of the Hawaiian Islands and said, look, this location is where the superpowers and the alliance are located. Following Wu Tian's fingers, Yifeng found the location of the alliance of superpowers, which happened to be consistent with the location of the phoenix grass they were looking for. However, the alliance of superpowers is located in the front, and the phoenix grass is located in the back. Looking for the phoenix grass will definitely pass by the alliance of superpowers. So Yifeng is already prepared for trouble. Chapter 419 Longgo Hotel. When Yifeng and Wu Tian appeared at the airport, the Hawaiian Islands were the resort of the entire Earth. Therefore, there are also a lot of Chinese people who come here. Of course, there are also a lot of local people who come here to be tour guides. If you can come here to be a tour guide for some self-driving tours, you can get a lot of money. At this time, a foreign man saw Yifeng and Wu Tian not coming with the group, and felt that he had seized the opportunity. He walked up to Yifeng and Wu Tian and said in broken Chinese, hello, friends from China. Do you want to visit the Hawaiian Islands? I am your best tour guide. Yifeng looked at Wu Tian. Wu Tian should have been here before. Wu Tian should still make the decision. Wu Tian said, no need. After dismissing the foreign man, Wu Tian said, Personal tour guides like this are usually very expensive, and they often take tourists to some rubbish places. When I see this, I want to beat him up, Yifeng said, when traveling. There are no places where there are no scammers. We also have them in China. I can only say that you should be careful, and don't let those merchants take advantage of him. Wu Tian nodded and said, that's true. But I personally think you should never join a tour group. Last time our company cooperated with a tour group and went to that place. It made my employees miserable and beat me to death. I will never cooperate with any tour group again. Yifeng smiled. It's really hard to say that I can't travel. Yifeng said, should we go directly to the Phoenix Grass or are there any arrangements? Of course we are looking for Phoenix Grass. But we have to find a car first. After walking out of the airport, Wu Tian stopped a taxi and dealt with the taxi in fluent English. As the taxi drove slowly, Yifeng asked, what did you say to him? Let him take us to the nearest car rental agency and rent a car. The place we want to go is too far away for taxis to approach. So we have to go alone. So that's it. Yifeng nodded. It seems that being a tour guide here for 5 days is really good. No wonder the great elder sent Wu Tian to follow him, which can indeed save him a lot of trouble. Soon, the two came to a car rental agency. The car rental industry here is very popular, but you still have to queue up to rent a car. Wu Tian said, the Hawaiian Islands are a resort with beautiful surroundings, so there are many people coming. So don't be anxious and take your time. Well, I've been waiting for so long. Not to mention caring about this little time. What Jing Yifeng was very curious about was that the car rental receptionist at this car rental agency turned out to be a Chinese woman. Whatever car you want to take. The price is listed in this book. Wu Tian said, a pickup truck. Pickup truck? If you want to go to the beach, then you can use an ATV. Wu Tian shook his head and said, the road where we go may be a little uneven. So a pickup truck is our best choice. Okay. If there is a pickup truck, I happen to have one. As a Chinese, I would like to ask, where are you going? Very few people will rent a pickup truck. Wu Tian said, it's this location on the map. I heard the scenery there is pretty good. Looking at the location pointed by Wu Tian, the woman said with some surprise, that place is not easy to get to, and it is not safe. As a fellow countryman, I still recommend you not to go. Why? Yifeng asked. I heard that there are often wild beasts there, and they can hurt people, and there are troops guarding there, so you can't get through. Wu Tian said, you don't have to worry about this. Just give me the pickup truck. Okay. Give me your ID card and pay a $1,000 deposit. Your car's rental fee is $50 a day. Okay. I'll give it to you. Yifeng squinted and saw that the ID card Wu Tian took out was not his own, because the name above is not Wu Tian at all. I have a 3-character name, even though the photo shows Wu Tian. After Wu Tian got the key and came to the pickup truck, Yifeng asked, is your ID card fake? Yeah. What's so weird about this? We're here to cause trouble. Can we use a real ID card? Okay. Whatever you think is the best and reasonable thing to do. Just do it. Anyway, I'm following you. So don't push me into the fire pit. Wu Tian said angrily, if I push you into the fire pit, and if the great elder finds out, I don't know how much skin will fall off. I haven't seen the great elder take action yet, so I don't know how terrifying he is. Wu Tian said in a low voice, I have seen it before, and it was like the color of heaven and earth changed. So scary. Otherwise, why do you think he became the great elder of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance? How could he make everyone surrender without any strength? Yifeng nodded. In this world of people with superpowers, strength may be a symbol of their status. There is not much contact with them for the time being, but there are initial signs. Wu Tian opened the pickup truck and said, get in the truck, and I'll take you somewhere first. Where? You'll know when we get there. Yifeng didn't ask. Wu Tian drove a pickup truck and drove along the road along the coast. After about 20 minutes, Wu Tian stopped the car. There was a hotel in front of them, and it was written in Chinese characters, Brother Long Hotel. Will you get beaten up if you get this name? Wu Tian said, that's true. When we first came here to build this hotel, we did encounter a lot of obstacles, but we still built this hotel. So you built this hotel and gave it its name? Wu Tian said, isn't it possible? I think Brother Long is quite domineering despite his name. Yifeng shook his head and said, it's too tacky. Why don't we go in first? Walking into Longa Hotel, Most of the people inside are Chinese. But there are also some foreigners among them. The waiter inside came out, saw Wu Tian and Yi Feng, and said quickly, "Brother Long Hotel. Do you want to eat or stay?" Wu Tian said, "Call your boss out. I am his old friend." "Good sir. Do it here. I'll call our boss out right away. Because the owner here is Chinese. There are often tourists who want to meet the hotel owner. And there are also some hotel owners." So the waiter is not surprised at all. Not long after, a middle-aged man came out. When he saw Wu Tian, his face showed an expression of surprise. And he quickened his pace. He trotted up to Wu Tian and respectfully prepared to say something, but was immediately interrupted by Wu Tian. Chapter 420 Shumi Space. "Okay. Don't make any noise. I'm here to do something. I want to ask you something. And then we'll leave." The man quickly sat next to Wu Tian and said, "Boss, if you have anything to do, just ask. Is there anything going on with the Superpower Alliance recently? There seems to be nothing wrong with the Alliance of Superpowers. I heard that they play games all day long. I heard that they are already the dominant player in the United States." Wu Tian nodded. It must be normal for them to play this game. After all, most of the members of the Alliance of Superpowers have nothing to do on weekdays. But dominating the US region shows how powerful they are. Wu Tian asked again, have they had any group activities recently? Group activities? Apart from playing games, there doesn't seem to be anything special. Let me ask you one last question. How is the defense in their area now? This is not a war period, so it is relatively loose. Okay, this is easy to handle. Yi Feng. "Let's go," the middle-aged man said. "Why don't you leave before you have a meal? We're in a hurry." "Oh, then this one is also one of ours?" Wu Tian nodded and said, "Of course it's us, and our status is higher than mine. What do you think? Disrespect? It turns out it's the leader. After you two finish your work, you must come here to rest." Yi Feng said, "Don't listen to Wu Tian's nonsense. I am just an ordinary person. When I come here, I will obey Wu Tian's arrangements. Come on. Let's go," Wu Tian said. Yi Feng smiled and waved goodbye to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man also smiled and waved to Yi Feng and Wu Tian. In fact, you have already firmly memorized Yi Feng's face. In their organization, normal adults only need to know each other, and the leaders must know him. After all, their abilities are several times higher than theirs. Returning to the pickup truck again, Yi Feng asked, "This guy should be a member of the Dragon organization." "It is indeed one of them. This guy is good at disguise. For example, if you didn't explore it carefully, you wouldn't have discovered that he is an immortal cultivator." He nodded. He really didn't feel it just now. What is the difference between this guy and ordinary people? It seems that everyone has different abilities and different responsibilities. This guy should be here to keep an eye on the movements of the people in the Alliance of Superpowers. Actually, there are many members of our Dragon organization in the world. They are out all year round and provide important information to our Dragon organization. The reason why our Dragon organization is strong cannot be separated from their efforts. It seems that not all professions are that easy. Wu Tian patted Yi Feng on the shoulder and said, "Of course. Don't think that you are different from ordinary people or more powerful than ordinary people. But the responsibilities on your shoulders are heavier than ordinary people." Needless to say, Wu Tian said that Yi Feng had fulfilled this responsibility. The moment he came into contact with the demon, he already understood how difficult the difficulties they would face in the future were. Wu Tian spread out the map and pointed to the location where they were currently standing. "This is where I am currently. It is still a long way from our goal. But now they are borrowing it. If they are lazy, maybe we can get the Phoenix Grass without disturbing them. If you don't alert the people of the Alliance of Superpowers, that's the best way. After all, Yi Feng just wants to get the Phoenix Grass quickly." Wu Tian continued to drive, and the position of the Phoenix Grass was getting closer and closer. After driving for about 3 hours, Wu Tian stopped and drove the car into the woods on the roadside. Yi Feng asked in confusion, "Why is this? What else can we do? In front of us is the territory of the Alliance of Superpowers, and we can't get through by car, so we have to climb the mountain." Following Wu Tian's finger, Yi Feng looked at the mountain in front of him. There might be people from the Alliance of Superpowers among them. The car won't be towed away by others if we leave it here. Maybe we can still use the car and drive it back when we come back. Yi Feng said, "Let's go. You lead the way." "Okay. Don't use your abilities. Otherwise you will be discovered by people from the Alliance of Superpowers." If Wu Tian hadn't said anything, it would have been possible for Yi Feng to use his abilities. After all, it would be very tiring to climb the mountain relying solely on physical strength. But Wu Tiandu said so. Yi Feng had no choice but to obey, and followed Wu Tian. And the two entered the forest silently. The first time they entered the forest was relatively smooth, but soon they found movement behind them. They were some explorers carrying backpacks. They also wanted to come here to see what was different. However, these people were all foreigners, and Yi Feng didn't want to talk to them. But they stopped Yi Feng and the two of them. They said in English, "Hey, those two Chinese people, come here quickly. Since you want to explore this mountain forest, let me help you lead the way. Give us our backpacks." As a top student, Yi Feng can certainly understand English. Although he hasn't spoken it for many years, he can at least understand it. What he says may be a bit awkward, but Wu Tian on the side is not like this. His English is much fluent. Wu Tian responded domineeringly, "Get out." Hack. The foreigners seemed to be angered by Wu Tian's tone. They obviously saw that Yi Feng and Wu Tian were weak and wanted to bully them. But at this time, Wu Tian took out a pistol directly from his pocket and pointed it at the foreigners. Wu Tian also didn't want to waste time on these people. Seeing Wu Tian taking out a pistol, the foreigners all became frightened and raised their hands without saying a word. Wu Tian said, "Get out of here." The foreigners rolled away and disappeared from their sight. Yi Feng asked curiously, "Where did you get this pistol? Even if it was taken out of the fantasy world." "There is no pistol in the fantasy world." Wu Tian said, "It's very simple. Shumi space. It can accommodate a square meter of space. I am a small one, and a big elder. Shumi space is as big as a basketball court." Yi Feng said in surprise, "Is it those space rings in the novel?" "That's right. It does have the same effect. However, only people with high cultivation levels can possess this thing. My summer space was given to me by the great elder." Yi Feng nodded. He didn't expect such an existence to exist in the real world. This world was completely beyond Yi Feng's knowledge. Wu Tian saw Yi Feng standing there blankly and said, "Don't worry. As long as you open your mouth, the great elder will definitely open up a summer space for you." Yi Feng said, "Actually, this principle is the same as the backpack in the fantasy world. Can I put things from reality into the backpack in the fantasy world?" Yi Feng directly asked Wu Tian, who was stunned. They had never studied whether they could bring things from the outside world into the fantasy world. Chapter 421. The battle ends instantly. Looking at Wu Tian's expression, Yi Feng knew that this guy didn't know it all. However, if Yi Feng uses his abilities now, he will definitely be discovered by the people from the Alliance of Superpowers. So if he wants to realize this principle, he still needs to wait for them to return. What they need to do now is to find the phoenix grass. The two continued to drive forward. After walking for about half an hour, Wu Tian suddenly stopped, pulled Yi Feng and hid behind a tree. "Call out." Yesterday, he had a silent operation. Yi Feng didn't dare to ask any more questions. He just looked around cautiously. After a while, Wu Tian came out, looked forward and said, "A person from the Alliance of Superpowers just came here. He should be their patroller." "Only patrolling alone? Aren't they afraid of being beaten?" Wu Tian said, "In this period of peace, their patrols are relatively lazy. Fortunately, they are patrolling alone. If there are two people, they might be able to find us." Yi Feng said, "I didn't find anything." Wu Tian said, "Don't be discouraged. You are already in the middle stage of foundation building. When you reach the state of consecration, you will have divine consciousness. After you have divine things, you can use your divine consciousness to explore the way. Just now I used divine consciousness to scan. Here comes the superpower." Yi Feng nodded in understanding. He was not particularly demanding about cultivation. He would be very happy if there was a pregnant woman. If there was no pregnant woman, he would not feel sad because there was no pregnant woman. But at this moment, Wu Tian became nervous again and said, "Trouble. Someone is coming in our direction." Yi Feng said, "Then let's leave quickly." Wu Tian shook his head and said, "I can't get away." They used their powers to rush over. The speed was very fast. If we use spells, it will really end badly. I hope they don't know me. In less than a minute, 3 superpowers appeared in front of Yi Feng. One of the supernatural beings said in English, "This is not a place for you tourists. Please leave." Looking at the 3 superpowers in front of him, Wu Tian was thankful that none of them knew him. "Okay, let's get out of here right now." Wu Tian quickly pulled Yi Feng and was about to leave. At this moment, a voice came from behind. "Wait a minute. Turn around and let me take a closer look. Wu Tian frowned. And it was obvious that one of the guys seemed to recognize him. Wu Tian turned around and said, "Let's leave now. We're not here to cause damage. They say there are some wild beasts here, and we want to come and take a look." The man who called Wu Tian and waited a moment said, "Have I seen you somewhere?" Wu Tian quickly shook his head and said, "How is that possible? I am an ordinary tourist." But the other party didn't believe it at all and said, "Come to the base with me. If there are no problems, I will let you go." Yi Feng knew that they were in big trouble now, and it might not be so easy for them to leave here. Of course, it was impossible for Wu Tian to go to their base with them. If he did go to their base, whether Wu Tian could come out again was a question. Wu Tian said, "What if I don't agree to go with you? If you don't agree to come with us, then you have to go." Wu Tian winked at Yi Feng. If something happened, they would probably knock down the other 3 people. However, at this moment, the foreigners Yi Feng had met before appeared in their field of vision again. "That's the officer. He's got a gun." One of them pointed at Wu Tian and said, "Well, those 3 superpowers were staring at Wu Tian." One of the superpowers said, "Hand over your pistol first. Otherwise I won't guarantee your life." Wu Tian said, "Isn't it bullying us Chinese people?" "So what? I'm just bullying you Chinese people." Wu Tian turned to Yi Feng and said, "It seems we can't end well. So let's take action and get rid of those little shrimps first." Yi Feng nodded. And the fight had already begun. There must be no mercy. Wu Tian stretched out his pistol and said, "The pistol is here. If you want, come and get it yourself. Throw the pistol over here." Wu Tian looked like he was not taking it or not and said, "I have already handed over the pistol. If you are willing to come and get it, you can get it yourself. Otherwise I will leave." One of the 3 superpowers stepped forward and came to Wu Tian's side. Just as he was about to reach out and grab the gun in Wu Tian's hand, Wu Tian directly grabbed his wrist. "You throw me over the shoulder with your magic power, and throw the superpower user directly to the ground, causing him to faint to death." Chinese immortal cultivator? You are actually a Chinese immortal cultivator. And you dare to come to the territory of my alliance of superpowers to cause trouble. You are seeking death. With that said, the 2 of them used their own powers to attack Wu Tian. At this moment, Yi Feng suddenly stepped in front of the foreigners. In just an instant, those guys were thrown directly into the air and fell under Yi Feng's knife. Seeing that Yi Feng was also an immortal cultivator, the 2 superpowers became a little panicked. Their special powers were electricity and fire respectively, but they were up against a master like Wu Tian. The 2 examples opposite, according to the normal level of immortality, are only in the qi refining stage. In front of Wu Tian, they were just like ordinary people, and their attacks had no effect on Wu Tian. Tomorrow appeared directly in front of the 2 of them, holding one in each hand, and the 2 collided with each other, making a snap. Blood splattered everywhere, and Wu Tian retreated calmly. "If I weren't afraid of attracting other people with powers, I wouldn't want to fight with you, little Xiaomi." Wu Tian defeated 3 superpowers in just a moment, which fully demonstrated Wu Tian's power. Wu Tian said, "Since the spell has been used, there is no need to drag it away anymore." Nodding. "It has attracted the attention of the alliance of superpowers anyway. Why don't they quickly approach the location of the phoenix grass?" Wu Tian took the lead, followed closely by Yi Feng, and the 2 quickly headed to the area where the phoenix grass was located. About 10 minutes after the 2 left, a group of people came to the place where Yi Feng and Wu Tian had just fought. One of the superpowers, who seemed to be their leader, looked at the wounded on the ground and said, "What's going on? Why are there people fighting here? And our people are injured." Wu Tian did not kill these superpowers, but knocked them unconscious. If he wanted to kill them, it would be a very simple matter. However, considering that these superpowers might still be useful in the outer battlefield, he did not kill them. "Captain Parker, our people don't seem to be dead?" Parker nodded and said, "Well, wake one of them up and tell us what happened." After about a few minutes, one of them, the superhuman, finally woke up. Chapter 422 found it. Seeing his captain standing in front of him, the superpower said, "Captain Parker, a Chinese cultivator is here. We don't know his purpose." Originally, Parker thought it was some small organization, but he didn't expect that it was actually done by Chinese immortal cultivators. "Is he a dragon member?" The man shook his head and said, "Yes or no. We have not seen them." Parker frowned. On a global scale, one of the organizations that formed a rival to their alliance of able persons was the Alliance of Immortal Cultivators. And the organization under the Alliance of Immortal Cultivators was a more powerful organization. Under normal circumstances, it is the members of the Dragon Organization who operate around the world, and the members of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, who rarely appear in the eyes of the world. Parker continued to ask, how strong is the opponent? How many people are there? There are only 2 people, and one of them is probably stronger than Captain Parker. More powerful than Captain Parker. That's impossible. We have seen Captain Parker's strength before. Parker's frown deepened. It was obvious that a very difficult figure was coming. If he guessed correctly, he should be the current leader of the Dragon Organization. But the current leader of the Dragon Organization is known to everyone in their alliance of superpowers. It seems that this matter is not a trivial matter, and Parker must report it to the superiors. Parker said, bring the wounded back, and then drive these ordinary people out of the league. Yes. Parker has the same ability as Yi Feng, which is the middle stage of Qi training. Parker returned to the Alliance of Superpowers and ran directly to the Alliance Hall, where there were the leaders of the Alliance and other captains. Seeing Parker come back in a hurry, one of the captains said, I'm afraid to tell you why I came back empty-handed. Didn't I hear that there is a problem in the area you are responsible for? Parker ignored the captain and said directly to their leader, Leader Jace. There is a master on the other side. His ability is better than mine. I can't solve it by myself. As the current highest leader in the Alliance of Superpowers, Jace has already felt the aura emanating from Wutian. Jace's cultivation was at the peak of Qi refining, and he had already stepped into the realm of consecration, so he could sense Wutian's existence. Well, I have sensed it. This guy is extremely powerful. They are moving towards the north. Hands. Do we need to stop them? Jace said coldly. How dare we? The Alliance of Superpowers. Be so arrogant? He must pay a price. Parker said, take me in your hands. Several of my members have been injured. I must seek justice. Okay. Follow me. Just in case. Leave one captain here. The others follow me. Yes. On Yifeng's side. Because Yifeng has turned on the virtual reality conversion ability. Your speed is abnormal. And they have arrived in the direction pointed by the Tiandao disc. Wu Tian said, the environment required by the Phoenix Nest is an extremely hot place, which is obviously not the case here. Yifeng nodded. In addition to being humid and a little hot, this place was not suitable for the environment that the Phoenix Nest needed to grow. Look carefully. Phoenix grass? Maybe it's somewhere underground. Yifeng said, how about we search separately? Wu Tian hesitated a little. After all, this is the headquarters of the Alliance of Superpowers, and Yifeng's ability is not enough to completely protect himself. If Yifeng is allowed to act alone, there may be greater risks. However, if the 2 of them act separately, they may be able to find the Phoenix grass in a shorter time. Wu Tian said, no problem. Of course Yifeng knew what Wu Tian was talking about. Yifeng nodded and said, no. If you encounter difficulties, be sure to call me. The 2 of them separated. One walked to the left, the other to the right, quickly looking for the environment that the Phoenix Nest needed to grow. Especially in this forest, there may be a growing environment for Phoenix grass in a certain gap. But Yifeng kept searching and found that there was no suitable environment for the Phoenix plant to grow here. It's humid and humid. It's always humid here. How can there be dry and hot areas? Could it be that the direction indicated by the compass of heaven is wrong? On the other side, Wu Tian was also not found here. Yifeng has come to a pile of rocks. This is a very small mountain, but the mountain has been formed into stones. This mountain is about 4 to 5 meters high. After Yifeng looked around, he found that his body was still wet. Obviously, Phoenix grass could not grow here. Where on earth is the Phoenix grass? Looking around, Yifeng felt that he was feeling a little anxious at the moment. After searching for so long, he still had no clue. Yifeng planned to calm down first, so that he could better search for the Phoenix grass. Yifeng sat on a stone and leaned against the mountain wall, with his eyes closed tightly. Yifeng began to close his eyes and rest. However, the stone under Yifeng's but began to slowly become hot. Yifeng opened his eyes and looked at the stone in front of him curiously. The stone was extremely dry, and there was no feeling of moisture at all. Yifeng just decided to make it because he saw this clean stone. Thinking about it now, this is indeed a bit of a problem. Yifeng touched the stone with his hand. It was indeed a little hot, but it was not so hot that it was uncomfortable. Yifeng looked around and heard that the environment where Phoenix grass grows is also around here. Yi Feng touched the rocks and trees on the mountain one by one. Surprisingly, except for that one stone, every other place was moist. Yi Feng came to the stone where he just sat down again. But as expected, the stone he touched was the only one with warmth. Could it be that it's down here? Yi Feng was about to move a stone, but found that the stone was unusually hard and heavy. If you really dig in like this, you are probably wrong. Yi Feng glanced at the mountain wall next to the stone. It was also a stone, but it had no temperature. This stone mountain is an anomaly. In such a small forest, there is a stone mountain. There must be some secret hidden in it. Yi Feng observed the mountain nervously and carefully. When Yi Feng walked to the top of the hill, he observed it carefully. Under a tree, you can hide in the grass. And a stone in a pile will also radiate heat. If Yi Feng's guess is correct, this piece is wrong. And the stone just below may be the two bottom openings. Otherwise it would be impossible to cause such a reaction. Fortunately, this stone is relatively small. But the basin is large. Yi Feng said nothing and was about to lift the stone, but heard the sound of fighting in the distance. A fight started? Chapter 423 Delaying Time. Unexpectedly, the people from the Superpower Alliance caught up with him so quickly, and it took him 5 days to find him. But now, Yi Feng has found the place where the phoenix grass is, and it is most likely this location. If Yi Feng goes to help Wu Tian, it will probably be very difficult for him to come to this place next time. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and decided not to help Wu Tian. After all, Wu Tian was not an ordinary person. Yi Feng violently turned over the stone on the ground. Although it was heavy, after Yi Feng used the ability of the fantasy world, the stone was still light. As soon as the stone was lifted, Yi Feng felt a burst of warmth spurting out from it. The moment he moved the stone away, Yi Feng saw a passage, and the warm air blowing out of it warmed the stone. This is a very long passage, but it is unusually dark inside. With the limited light, Yi Feng knows that it is very deep inside. Yi Feng couldn't control that much anymore. He had to find the phoenix grass first. But without a lighting system, it would be difficult for Yi Feng to move inside. Yi Feng opened his backpack, but there was no lighting torch inside. Yi Feng didn't think much, entered the game directly, and went to the store to buy a few torches. Boss, why are you on the game at this time? Didn't you say you have something to do? Boss, are you done? No, I came up to buy something. Let's go down now. Yi Feng went offline immediately after saying that, without waiting for anyone else to react. Others looked confused. Buying something online? Then go offline. What is the operation? After getting the torch, I quit the game and took out a torch in reality. Yi Feng was directly thrown into the cave entrance. As the torch fell, Yi Feng saw the surrounding situation clearly. There was no danger at present, and the height should be bearable compared to the night wind, which was about 10 meters. In other words, the landing point is 5 meters underground. However, the size of the hole was a little smaller. Yi Feng used his sword to dig open the hole, and then jumped in. As soon as Yi Feng landed, he felt a dull sound. Yi Feng felt dizzy. After all, if he was at this height, a normal person would probably fall to his death. Yi Feng knew the situation in the game. Yi Feng should have lost a lot of blood. So he took out a bottle of blood-restoring potion and drank it immediately. The dizzy feeling was relieved immediately. After Yi Feng relieved his dizziness, he picked up the torch on the ground and lit up the surrounding area. The temperature is just right. Not too hot and definitely not cold. This is a large passage, and the position it occupies is just one of the roads. As for which way to go, I can only leave it to fate. Yi Feng walked forward in a straight line as he felt. If I was lucky, I might be able to find the phoenix grass. If I was unlucky, Yi Feng would turn back. But Yi Feng felt that he was going to the right place, because as he went deeper, Yi Feng felt that the surrounding area of his body was getting hotter and hotter. And it's obvious that he is going downhill. I don't know who dared to build such a passage underground. Is there something underneath? Thinking of this, Yi Feng took out his golden sword and looked around cautiously. At this moment, in the outside world, Wu Tian was facing off against the entire alliance of superpowers. Led by the leader of the Superpower Alliance, they have forced Wu Tian into a corner. Jace said, I'm very curious. Wu Tian, you would come to our place, although you are much stronger than before. But under the siege of so many of us, I don't believe you can still escape. Wu Tian looked at the situation around him. Fortunately, Yi Feng did not appear. Otherwise he would have been held back. After all, if Wu Tian wants to leave alone, He can definitely leave. Now he is creating opportunities for Yifeng. Let Yifeng find the phoenix grass early, so that he can escape. Wu Tian said, I didn't expect you to still stay in this crappy place. How about you come to our Immortal Cultivator Alliance? Stop delaying me. There is another person. Where is he? Wu Tian said, how do I know? We left separately. I don't know where he is. He must know the sound of our fighting. Maybe he has gone back now. Humph. Go back? You think I'm a 3-year-old child. You must have a purpose for coming here. Otherwise, why would you take action yourself? Wu Tian said, I'm just playing with you. You really think you can stop me? It's rare that he can't be stopped, and it's up to us to decide. Once we catch you, we'll see if you can do anything. Come on. The captains of the superpowers behind Jace rushed forward mercilessly. Although he knew how powerful Wu Tian was, they had more people, and Jace was Wu Tian's opponent. They restrained Wu Tian and left Wu Tian a little confused. Although for Wu Tian, the large number of them did cause him some trouble. But it was completely impossible to catch him. In order to create more opportunities with Yifeng, Wu Tian once again led them in circles. But they couldn't catch Wu Tian. In fact, he had already guessed what Wu Tian was thinking, and immediately said, take photos of some people, and look for its partners in this forest. If you want to see people alive, you want to see corpses if you die? Yes. Wu Tian was not stupid. If they were asked to look for Yifeng, it would be troublesome. Wu Tian finally used his true ability, and in just a moment, he appeared in front of those with powers who wanted to retreat. Each person punched and kicked them directly to push them back. Have you ever asked me if I want to leave? Jess said angrily. Then I'll arrest you first. Jace finally used all his story power, and with the interference of others, Wu Tian planned to retreat. If this continues, it may cause even greater trouble. Boom! Wu Tian shook everyone away, stepped on a tree and flew away. Jess saw it and said, we can't let him go. He may have received some news. Go chase him. Everyone went to chase Wu Tian, but Jace stood still. The two of them must have come here to look for something. They would definitely not leave here until they succeeded. So he planned to stay and look for it himself. But at this moment, Yifeng has come to a natural cave, and the night wind is already so hot that he is sweating. Moreover, Yifeng's torch was no longer needed in the passage, because there was already a bright red light coming from the front, illuminating the entire passage. Yifeng said to himself, there should be magma in front. Otherwise this situation would not happen. Sure enough, after Yifeng left for nearly half an hour, Yifeng's clothes were soaked with sweat, and were now dried by the high temperature around him. What Yifeng is facing now is a large pool of flowing magma. Unexpectedly, this is the inside of an active volcano. It seems that there must be phoenix grass here. Chapter 424, Yajin Beast. In order to test the high temperature of the magma, Yifeng picked up a stone on the ground and threw it directly into the magma river. The stone was thrown into the magma river, and was swallowed up by the magma without even a single ripple. It can be seen how high the temperature here is. I am not Yifeng, and I am not an ordinary person now. I may not be able to bear the current temperature. Yifeng looked at both ends of the magma river. One was downstream, and the other was upstream. This time, it was really difficult for Yifeng to handle. The place where phoenix grass grows is an extremely hot place, and this is obviously it. However, the upstream and downstream are both hot places. So where can it be? If the conditions where phoenix grass grows are very strict, then it must be at the source of magma. Thinking of this, Yifeng walked directly upstream. But what put Yifeng in a dilemma was that after walking for less than 5 minutes, there was no road ahead. Those who were still in front of Yifeng could either crawl over against the wall, or jump directly into the lava river and swim across. Obviously, it is completely impossible to jump into the lava river and swim across it. So the only option is to crawl over it. Fortunately, the rock walls here are relatively hard, and may have been roasted by high temperatures all year round. The unusual suggestion is very suitable for climbing. Yifeng climbed over step by step. When Yifeng climbed upstream of the magma, at the intersection of Yifeng, there was a foreign man standing here with a frown on his face. He said in English, someone has gone in here. Could it be Wu Tian's companion? What is there in here? Looking at the turned soil on the ground, it was obvious that it was very fresh. Either it had gone in but not come out, or it had left. The foreign man jumped directly in, and after weakening again, a flame suddenly rose on his palm. The brightness of the flames illuminated the surroundings. This guy turned out to be a fire attribute user. Looking at the footprints left by Yifeng on the ground, The foreigner smiled on his face. It looks like you haven't left yet. You're just inside. I want to see why you came here. But he was also surprised that he had been here for so long and didn't realize that there was a natural cave entrance here. Following Yifeng's footprints, the foreigner kept looking until the foreigner came to the magma. The river stopped. The foreigner was indeed surprised when he looked at the magma in front of him. He did not expect that there was actually a river of magma below. But when he looked for Yifeng's footprints again, he found that at a blind corner, Yifeng's footprints disappeared. The foreign man was Jace. Jace frowned and looked at the disappearing footprints. Did this guy jump in? Did he know he couldn't escape? But soon, after Jace's careful observation, he discovered that Yifeng should have climbed away from the wall. After careful consideration, just chased after Yifeng along the route he climbed. At this moment, Night Breeze has reached the top of the rock wall, 1 meter in front of him. There was a circular canyon. Under the canyon was the magma mouth, which is where people came out. But what surprised Yifeng even more was that in the center of the canyon, a platform protruded, and there was actually a unique grass growing on the platform. Contrary to the fiery surroundings, he turned out to be green, and a white flower bloomed. Yifeng didn't even think about it. This must be the phoenix grass. Yifeng didn't hesitate at all. He jumped and landed directly on the platform, where the phoenix grass was standing. Just when he was about to reach out and pick it, a terrifying roar came from the ground. Yifeng looked and saw that the direction from which the sound came was the magma mouth. Yifeng subconsciously thought that all precious and rare herbs have their guardian beasts. Do such guardian beasts exist in reality? Yifeng couldn't control it. There were so many phoenix grasses right in front of him. According to the instructions of the elder, he took out a jade box and put the phoenix grasses into the jade box, so as to better protect the medicinal effect of the phoenix grasses. The moment Yifeng picked the phoenix grass, a huge monster rushed out of the magma. He landed directly next to Yifeng and yelled at Yifeng. Apparently, Yifeng was extremely angry at Yifeng for picking off the phoenix grass from the beast. Looking at the appearance of this monster, Yifeng was shocked. It looked somewhat similar to the legendary Yazen, with a terrifying appearance. It is said that this ferocious beast is very vindictive. Obviously, Yifeng took away his phoenix grass, and he had already set his sights on Yifeng. This beast is of the fire attribute, and phoenix grass is also a fire-attributed treasure, which is of great help to the beast. But Yifeng in front of him also needed this phoenix grass, so Yifeng had no intention of giving it to him. So what if it was a ferocious beast? Yifeng couldn't control that much. Before the Yazen beast attacked, Yifeng directly activated the Feng Xingyan skill. Yifeng's speed is extremely fast, but the name of the ferocious beast is not for nothing. The reason why he opposes the beast is because he is very powerful. Yifeng relied on his own speed to run on the wall, trying to get out of here. However, seeing that Yifeng was trying to escape, the jade beast definitely didn't want to let him go. So it jumped directly into the lava river and chased Yifeng. Just on the way, Yifeng met Jace and explained that he was indeed Chinese and dared to appear in front of him. So he must catch it. Chinese people. Let's capture them without mercy. Yifeng didn't even pay attention to him at all. Compared to this Jace, the Yazi beast in the magma river was more terrifying. Yifeng jumped directly over Jace and even kicked him, trying to kick Jace into the lava river. How could Jace be afraid of Yifeng? In his eyes, Yifeng's ability was no more than that of his men. After resisting Yifeng's damage, he got acquainted. He was about to attack Yifeng, but saw a roar suddenly coming from the lava river. Just looked closely and saw a monster along the river. In the rolling lava river, this monster kept running. How could Jace think so much? A monster that can walk freely in magma must be a very powerful character. Even he can't enter the magma. Dieting was no match for the monster, and the monster was already attacking Jace. Jace started to run away, as if he didn't care for his life. He said to Yifeng, who ran in front, "You stole this beast. Return him whatever you have. Otherwise you and I will both answer here." The reply to him was just one word from Yifeng: "Get out." I finally found the phoenix grass, but I felt that it was given up so much in vain. But how could the Yazi beast be thrown away by Yifeng and Jace so easily? The Yazi beast walked very fast among the generals, and soon caught up with Yifeng. A jump blocked Yifeng and Jace's way back to the cave entrance. Chapter 425, Battle with Yazen. Yifeng has put the phoenix grass into his backpack, which makes him feel more at ease. Next, he will decide how to deal with the beast. He just stood not far from Yifeng and said angrily in pure Chinese, "Return the things you stole to him quickly. Otherwise the two of us will really die." This guy is at least the enlightened realm. And even more so. Hi. Yifeng glanced at Jace and said. Unless I die. It's impossible for me to hand over my things. You? Believe it or not. I will kill you now. Yifeng said. I really don't believe it. First you have to deal with this beast. What? This is the Yajin beast? An ancient beast. Yifeng said in surprise. I didn't expect you foreigners to understand our Chinese ferocious beasts. Humph. Our alliance of superpowers is not weak. Of course we know about these ferocious beasts. Yifeng said, in this case. You have no choice but to escape. Huh? You didn't provoke him, and returned his things to him. So we have a glimmer of hope. Yifeng said, that's impossible. But at this time, the beast will not wait for the outcome of the discussion between Yifeng and Jace. He just wants to take back the phoenix grass in Yifeng's hands. And in his eyes, Jace has become Yifeng's accomplice. He will not let go of either of these two people. The Yajin beast directly spits out a stream of flames. The difference from normal flames is that what he sprays is magma. Wherever the magma went, it corroded the walls. And Yifeng's clothes burned through a hole when the spark touched it. And this is not the only attack of the Yajin beast. This guy's physical attack is so powerful that it can smash a hard wall into pieces with one claw. Seeing the terrifying attack power of Yahtzee, Jaiji shouted loudly again, hurry up and return his things to him. Yahtzee will retaliate. Go away. If you want to pay him back, I'll leave first. Demonization. Yifeng directly used the demonization skill. In the face of this, without any resistance at all, Yifeng could only use his ultimate skill. Yifeng's appearance changed drastically. And Jace beside him had a gloomy face. Isn't that the look of the fallen angel that the Pope said they worshipped? This guy is obviously a Chinese. How could he become a fallen angel? Yifeng, who has the ability to fly, can attack without any fuss. Moreover, Yifeng has transformed into a fallen angel. His attack power has greatly increased. His cultivation level has also increased greatly. And his skills after becoming demonized are super terrifying. Yifeng's skill hit the Jiazu beast. And it made a sound like iron. Yifeng didn't want to kill Yajing at all, but wanted to push him away so that he could enter the passage and leave here. Yifeng said, you can leave. How about we cooperate to repel him and escape from here? Jace, after pondering for a while, had to agree. Yifeng's request might still have a chance of survival. If the two of them had their own agenda, they might both die in the hands of Yazen in the end. Yes, but you must promise not to attack me during this period. Because I feel that you are not something I can deal with in your current state. Indeed, Yifeng's ability directly caught up with Wu Tian in his demonized state. In a one-on-one situation, Jace is no match for Wu Tian. So he is no match for Yifeng now. He already regretted why he came to him. I originally thought that Wu Tian was stalling for time, because the other person was weaker. But now it seems that he has been deceived. Yifeng said, okay. Do it. The attack methods of superpowers are actually similar to Yifeng's. In terms of skills in the game, they are actually the same. They are like mages in the game. Of course, they can not only attack from a distance, but also from close range. But when attacking Yasui, Jace chose the long-range attack. After all, Jace knew Yasui's ability. Jace's attack landed on Yazen's body, and a horrific explosion occurred. During the explosion, Yasui let out a roar. And Yifeng was not idle either. He directly used the death sickle to hook Yasui into the river along the river. It's a pity that when Yifeng's death sickle hooked Yazen, Yifeng realized that his thoughts were really naive. Yazen's body didn't move at all. Even if Yifeng caused harm to him, Yifeng couldn't seduce him? Roar! With a roar, a wave of air rushed directly to Yifeng, knocking Yifeng directly into the stone wall. Boom! Fortunately, Yifeng has the ability to fly, and will not fall into the lava. Yifeng waves his wings, stands in the void, and confronts the Yajin beast. Jace said, this Jiazu beast is of the fire attribute, and I am also of the fire attribute. My attack on him doesn't do much damage. What should I do? Yifeng also discovered this problem in Jace's round of attacks just now. Except for the fact that he caused a little damage to the Jiazu beast, his attack seemed to be absorbed by the Jiazu beast. Yifeng said, look for opportunities to attack Yasu's weak point. Legend has it that Yasu's weak point is his eyes. Jace nodded. But it was definitely very difficult to attack Yazen's eyes. Yifeng said, you use your attack as a cover, and I'll attack his weak point. Good. In this place full of fire attributes, Jace was very fast when condensing his skills. And soon a huge fireball appeared in his hand. He threw himself directly at Yazen and cursed, "Hack!" Of course, Yazen couldn't just stand there and be beaten for no reason. He also moved and started running this time. His speed is extremely fast, even if he is not in the magma. As a ferocious beast and a descendant of a dragon, there is no difference at all between air and water. Before Yi Feng had time to take action against Yazen, Yazen had already rushed in front of Jace. Jia said in horror, "Help me." Yi Feng said, "Darkness is coming." Yi Feng teleported directly and appeared next to the Jiazu beast, wanting to attack him with his dark magic. But Yi Feng still appeared too late. The remaining two huge horns of Yahtzee directly pushed Jace out and slammed into the magma wall. Jace fainted and was about to fall into the lava. Yi Feng glanced in the direction of Jace and rushed forward without hesitation, holding the unconscious Jace in his arms. Without Jace's restraint, it was completely impossible for Yi Feng to attack Yazen again. The only option now was to escape. Moreover, this kind of Tao fled completely in embarrassment, because Yi Feng's speed of getting to know him had slowed down, and his dodge ability had also dropped. It's not just Yi Feng. Maybe Yi Feng will leave here soon, but in this long passage, the beast is chasing after you. A stream of lava fell directly on Yi Feng's calf, and Yi Feng shouted in pain. Ah! Chapter 426, Using the Amulet. Ah! Yi Feng violently shook off the lava stuck on his feet. The magma fell off, and a smell of barbecue appeared on Yi Feng's feet. Yi Feng didn't even look at his own feet. He just hugged Chi-Chi and flew out. Fortunately, he made a mark when he was at the entrance of the cave. After arriving at the entrance of the cave, Feng flew out directly. A second after Yi Feng flew out, a huge body also came out and landed on the ground. Of course, Yi Feng would not just stop there. He would retaliate. This was not the first time Yi Feng had heard this story. This guy won't give up until he reaches his goal. As long as he doesn't get the phoenix grass, he will definitely chase Yi Feng unless Yi Feng disappears from his sight. Fortunately, Yi Feng's demonic ability lasted for half an hour. Yi Feng shuttled directly through the woods. The woods behind him collapsed one after another, and the Yazi beast had already rushed up. Yi Feng originally planned to go to Lunga Hotel, but now he looks like this, which will only bring disaster to the hotel. On the other side, Wu Tian returned to Long Ji's hotel after escaping. He and Yi Feng made an agreement on the way that if they found phoenix grass after being separated, they must meet at Long Ji's hotel. Yi Feng knew that this was not the way to go and would always attract others. In this case, it would be even more difficult for Yi Feng to escape in the end. Yi Feng stopped immediately and waited for the arrival of the Jiayi beast. The beast pushed down a tree, looked at Yi Feng, and let out a low roar. This greeting spread far, far away. Wu Tian, who was waiting anxiously in Long Ji's hotel, heard this roar and knew something was wrong. Yi Feng must have found the phoenix grass and triggered his guardian beast. Wu Tian had to save him. Thinking of this, Wu Tian ran out directly and used his ability in a deserted place. He quickly rushed to the direction where he heard the sound. Of course, those supernatural beings who were still looking for Wu Tian in the forest also heard this roar. Jean originally thought there must be something wrong with the collapse of some trees in the woods, but the roar of a wild beast alerted them. Would you like to go and see what's going on? When you hear the sound, it is the sound made by an ordinary wild animal, and that direction seems to be where Leader Jace is going. I'm afraid that even if we fight another monster in our hands, we have to help. Yes, let's go! On Yi Feng's side, the moment the Yazi beast appeared in front of him, Yi Feng gently put Jace on the ground. Although Yi Feng didn't like this guy very much, he thought that he would have to deal with the demon in the future, and this guy should be a good fighter. Yi Feng took out the amulet that the Great Elder gave him before leaving. Since this thing is an amulet and was given by the Great Elder, it must have special and unusual effects. Yi Feng followed the formula given by the Great Elder and directly ignited the possession talisman. Boom! In front of Yi Feng, the possessing talisman Yin Ren appeared. Surprisingly, a person appeared in front of Yi Feng. This person is none other than the Great Elder. Yi Feng said in surprise, "How could it be you?" "The Great Elder?" The Great Elder said, "This is just an attack from me. So you are really in trouble this time." The ferocious beast of Yajan. Yi Feng nodded and said, "You must retaliate. So I can't get away from his plane. So I can only use the amulet that the Great Elder asked you to give me." After Yi Feng used the amulet, the moment the Great Elder appeared, the Yajan beast actually let out a low cry. Obviously this guy knows how powerful the Great Elder is, and he keeps making noises. The Great Elder said, "Fortunately, This is an underage Yaja beast. My attack is effective on him. But it is completely impossible to kill him. Yifeng said, as long as the Great Elder stops him and lets me escape. That's no problem. But as soon as I attack you, this amulet will disappear. You have to be ready. Yifeng said, of course. But before the Great Elder attacked, he said, you look pretty good. Keep it up. As he said that, the Great Elder turned into a sword blade and flew towards the Yaja beast. Looking at the flying sword blade, Jiazyaman wanted to avoid it. But when it saw it, it immediately killed the intermediate Jiazyaman as if it had eyes. Ouch! The jade beast let out a miserable cry. And Yifeng knew that his time had come. So he spread his wings and flew out. After the Yazi beast attacked, I didn't know if there would be another such attack. After knowing that I was no match for the opponent, the Yazi beast ran away. Yifeng finally met Wu Tian on the way. Yifeng directly released his demonized form and said, I have got the phoenix grass. And I have used the amulet. Wu Tian said, don't tell me anything else. What happened to your feet? Only then did Yifeng realize that his right foot was scorched after being hit by the lava. Wu Tian said, take the blood-restoring potion quickly, and I will carry you back. Yifeng was not pretentious. After taking the blood-replenishing potion, Yifeng finally returned to Brother Long's hotel on Wu Tian's back. But even after such a long time, the wound on Yifeng's foot recovered slowly. After entering Long Ji's hotel, at Wu Tian's signal, Yifeng was given a room. Wu Tian put Yifeng on the bed, looked at Yifeng's foot injury, frowned and said, what's going on? The blood-restoring potion doesn't seem to have much effect. Yifeng smiled bitterly and said, I won't become a cripple from now on. This Yukai beast is too powerful. What? You met the Jiazu beast. The ancient beast. Why are you so unlucky? Yifeng smiled bitterly. There is no way. My luck is incredible. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to use the life-saving amulet given to me by the Great Elder. Wu Tian breathed a sigh of relief for Yifeng and said, fortunately, there is the Great Elder amulet. Otherwise it is unknown whether you can escape this time. Well, what to do with my feet now? Wu Tian took out a bottle of unknown medicine and sprinkled it directly on Yifeng's feet. When the medicine was first applied, it felt like it had no effect. But after more than 10 seconds, Yifeng started to sweat, and the injured right foot started to hurt. Hiss! It hurts. Be patient. This potion is much better than your blood-restoring potion. But I don't know what the effect will be like. But I suggest you take a nap and rest. Yifeng nodded. After the battle just now, he was indeed a little tired. Yifeng leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. On the other side, the people from the Alliance of Superpowers finally found Jace, who had passed out, and brought Jace back to the camp of the Alliance of Superpowers. Chapter 427. It's too late. Jace was sent back to camp by the members of the Supernatural. When Jace was woken up, Jace was already lying on a soft sofa bed. Jace covered his head and slowly sat up. Looking around his room, Jace felt relieved. Chiosher still remembers that he fainted after being attacked by the Jiazu beast. Even now, his head still hurts. Did his partner find him? Jace walked out of the room, and there happened to be several people with powers in the hall. Jace said, did you rescue me? Leader Jace, you finally woke up. You have been unconscious for 2 days. What? I have been unconscious for 2 days. So, have Wu Tian and the two caught me? One of the superpowers said, without your support, Leader, we wouldn't be able to catch them at all. We don't know where they went. Did you bring me out from under the earth? No. We saw you in the woods where there was a fight. You fainted and fell to the ground. So we carried you back. The woods? I clearly fainted in the underground magma. How could I come to the woods? What are you talking about? What kind of underground magma? We found you from the woods. Okay. I'm a little dizzy. I'll go back to my room and take a rest. Take care of the camp and be on guard. Yes, Leader. Jason returned to his room again and recalled the time they fought. At that time, Yifeng asked himself to attack the Jiazu beast. But the Jiazu beast knocked him away. And he seemed to be like. Yifeng asked for help. But then, he was knocked unconscious. No. It seemed like he was about to fall into the magma. At that time, he thought he was going to die. Could it be that guy saved me? But why did he save me? Just never understood that the only Chinese who could lead her to escape from the Jiazu beast and kill her was the Chinese who fought with him. When did the Chinese become so good? It's incredible that he managed to pull himself back from the brink of death. Or does this guy have some other purpose? no matter what his purpose is. As long as he doesn't let himself betray. The alliance of superpowers will be fine. He didn't think too much about the explanation. After the disaster, he hoped to regain his strength as soon as possible. Find Yifeng as soon as possible. And ask him about the situation. After many days of rest on Yifeng's side, the injury on Yifeng's leg began to improve little by little. However, the injury on Yifeng's leg was too big, and it was impossible to get better in a short time. After all, Yifeng's muscles had become lumpy in the areas that had been roasted by the magma. So it was good to be able to recover slowly. On this day, Yifeng used crutches, and Wu Tian returned to the place where they rented the car. When the Chinese girl waiter saw Yifeng lame, he looked at Wu Tian angrily and said, "I've told you. It's very dangerous there. You still have to take him there. You see? He's better now. He's a good person. You crippled one of his feet." Wu Tian said speechlessly, "Okay. I admit it's my fault, and I'll refund your deposit." After completing the formalities, the girl actually slapped Wu Tian's hand away and handed the deposit to Yifeng. "Go find a better doctor and try to cure your foot as much as possible. You are still so young. If you are like this, you will not be able to find a wife in the future." Wu Tian on the side said, "It's not easy to find a wife. I see that you are so diligent. Then you can be his wife." When Wu Tian said this, the girl's face turned red instantly. Yifeng glared at Wu Tian and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He just loves to joke. We are leaving here soon. Well, hurry up and find a better hospital. Maybe it's still too late." Being cared for so much by a strange girl, you also take it into your heart. And it finally feels a lot warmer. "Thank you. But you'd better give him the money. I'm not short of this money either." Wu Tian said, "You see, little girl, I don't appreciate it. So just give me the money." Yifeng pushed Wu Tian, took the money from the little girl's hand and said, "Okay, I'll take the money. You go to work. Well, bye. Remember to come to me next time you come to Hawaii Island. I will take you to fun places." Yifeng nodded and said, "Okay, please remember what you said. Don't turn your back on me the next time I come to see you." The girl blushed and said, No. We are all fellow villagers. How could I lie to you?" At this time, Wu Tian on the side said, "Let's go. The plane is about to take off. We can't go back." Yifeng said goodbye to the girl with a smile. This little girl is really special. Although she is not as old as Yifeng, she is very caring about others. It seems that she must have a cute younger brother or younger sister at home. Wait until Yifeng and Wu Tian get on the plane and return to China. Yifeng couldn't wait to call Wu Tian and return to where the Immortal Cultivator Alliance was. With Wu Tianji's reluctance, the two hid in the airport toilet. Because after arriving in the country, Wu Tian could use the teleportation method left by the Great Elder, so they can quickly return to the place of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. When they came to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance again, Yifeng was very happy that he could finally bring Zisu over. At that time, the Great Elder said that as long as he obtained the Phoenix City, he would be able to wake up. Yifeng came to the residence of the Great Elder with great joy in his arms. "Great Elder, we are back. We have obtained the Phoenix Grass, and we can finally bring Perilla here." Yifeng ran into the thatched house. But there was no one in the thatched house. Yifeng asked, "Where is the Great Elder? Where are you going?" Wu Tian on the side said speechlessly, "How do I know? I didn't come back with you. Who should I ask if you ask me?" But on the way home, I discovered that all the elders here have disappeared. Apparently they have gone to the battlefield outside the world. And we came back late. Yifeng looked at his injured foot. He stamped hard, and the wound that had healed suddenly split open and spurted out blood. "You're crazy. The wound that finally healed is bleeding again because of you. Sit down quickly," Wu Tian shouted. Although Wu Tian scolded him, he still sat down and said blamingly, "It's all my fault. If it weren't for this injured foot, we might have returned a long time ago." While Wu Tian stopped the bleeding from Yifeng's foot, he said, "Stop talking nonsense. Everything is God's will. Can you make sure that the Great Elder and the others left yesterday or the day before yesterday? Or they left right after we left?" Yifeng lowered his head, and his originally good mood fell silent again. He couldn't say Zisu now. Yifeng felt very regretful. It seemed that he would have to wait a few more months. Chapter 428. Is this a minor injury? Although Yifeng was very upset, the Great Elder was no longer here, so there was no way to refine the elixir. Yifeng said, "Then let me go and take a look at Perilla." Let's go. I'll take you there. When Yifeng came to Zisu's stone house again and looked at Zisu frozen in the ice, Yifeng felt very sad. I originally thought that Uncle Jean would be resurrected this time. But who knew that God's will could not be violated? He obtained the phoenix grass. But the great elder went to the battlefield outside the world. Zisu, you can save you now. You are my fault. Yifeng, when you wake up, no matter how willful you are, I will obey you. Zisu, wait for me for a few more months. As soon as the great elder comes back, I will definitely come here and let the great elder refine the elixir. You can join us at once. Zisu, I haven't heard your voice for a long time. I miss you. Yifeng didn't feel how cold the ice was, but hugged the entire ice and lay in front of Zisu, just lying there quietly, looking at the perilla inside. She seemed to be asleep, without any pain, but with a face full of happiness. Zisu, it's time for me to go back. Yinyu and the others are still waiting for me. I will prepare a lot of magic pills for you. As long as you come back, your level will not drop. I still like you chirping beside me. Appearance. Yifeng stood up and said, next time, I will come to see you, and I will take you home. Saying that, Yifeng turned and left. After Yifeng turned and left, Zisu, who was frozen in the ice, actually shed a tear from the corner of his eye. It's a pity that no one saw it. Maybe Zisu was just unconscious. But he heard everything Yifeng said. But she couldn't speak now. Yifeng came outside the stone house and looked at Wu Tian sitting cross-legged at the door. Yifeng said, the great elder and others have left here. Is it still safe here? Wu Tian said, of course it is safe. No place is safer than here. No one can enter here without the consent of the great elder. Yifeng nodded. Since this was the case, he was even more relieved. Let's go back. We've been out for many days. Wu Tian said, it didn't take long. Just a week. Now that Phoenix Grass has guessed it, my mission is completed. And you can go back. I will notify you as soon as possible after the great elder comes back. Okay. As long as I come back loudly, you must notify me as soon as possible. No problem. We have worked hard for so long just to save your girlfriend. We are just about to take the last step. I will feel bad if we don't finish it. Yifeng looked at Wu Tian with a smile. Although this guy had only been in contact with him for a short time, Yifeng could tell that he was still very loyal, and he really regarded him as a friend. The two left the Immortal Cultivator Alliance and came outside the waterfall. This time, Wu Tian could finally use teleportation. In just a few seconds, Yifeng finally returned to Xiaoya's community. Wu Tian said, well, now that I'm back, it's time for me to go to work. Then you still have a lot of things waiting for me to do. Okay. Then I won't disturb you anymore. Yifeng waved to Wu Tian, and Wu Tian just smiled. For just a moment, Wu Tian's figure slowly faded, and then disappeared from Yifeng's sight. After sending Wu Tian away, Yifeng returned to Xiaoya's villa. Knock. 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 Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. I saw a voice from the inside of the door. Come on. Come on. When the door was opened, the people inside saw Yifeng and said with a smile, it turns out Mr. Wu is back. It's not dinner time yet. How about I go get you some water? Yifeng said, no need. You go and do your own business. I'll go back to the room first. I have something else to do. Okay then. Everything's done. Yeah. That's almost it. Auntie. Mr. Yi. What's wrong with your feet? Why are you limping? Because Yifeng's wound was covered by its Aunt Shui. Aunt Shui didn't see it. It's okay. It's just a fall. Yifeng said. Then I'll get you a bottle of whipping oil. Yifeng said with a smile. Thank you, Aunt Shui. But I have already received medicine in the hospital. There is no big problem. Okay. I'm afraid your girlfriend is worried about you. With you limping like this, I think she will be heartbroken. Hee hee. After Yifeng said hello to Aunt Shui, he returned to his room. Looking at his tidy room, Yifeng said with a smile, this little girl actually tidied my room for me. Wu Tian sat in front of his bed, dripping slowly. Because his feet were injured, Yifeng did not dare to put his feet on the bed, so he could only lie down on the bed. Yifeng looked at his injured foot and wondered what was going to happen next. How could he explain it to Yanyu? But Yifeng couldn't think about that much anymore. It was afternoon anyway, and they had not been playing games for long, so he might as well play games himself. Ding! System prompt. Your friend Yifeng is online. Yi Feng's online notification sound appeared in his friend's system prompt bar. It was convenient to open Yi Feng's voice call immediately. "You're back. How are things going?" Yi Feng said. "It's almost the same. Zhisu will be back in a month or two. It will take another month or two." "What happened?" Yi Feng said. "Of course nothing happened. But the doctor said that the person was out in trouble. So we can only wait for him to come back." "Oh. Are you injured?" "No. It's just a minor injury at most. Nothing serious. Small injury." "Where is it? I want to have a look." Before Yi Feng could explain, Yin was already offline. Yi Feng shook his head with a wry smile. And after saying hello to everyone, he also logged off. When Yi Feng just logged off, Yin opened Yi Feng's door. Yin said urgently, "Where is the injury? Let me take a look." Why did Yi Feng have the nerve to let Ying see his injuries? Especially the burned legs. "I'm afraid it won't get better within a month or two." Yi Feng said, "It's really okay. It's just a bruise on my foot." Yin couldn't care less. She came to Yi Feng's side and carefully looked at Yi Feng's legs, lifting up the pants of Yin's left foot. Yin breathed a sigh of relief when there was no wound. When Yin lifted up Yi Feng's right pants and saw Yi Feng's scorched muscles, she cried on the spot. Yin said in a crying voice, "Is this called a minor injury? Tell me, is this called a minor injury?" Yi Feng said, "It just affects walking. It's really not serious." Seeing Yi Feng's nonchalant look, Yin became angry. Chapter 429 A Sudden Rise. Yin shouted loudly, "Yi Feng, are you crazy? Your foot is considered useless, and the muscles are scorched. You actually said it was a minor injury, and you still looked indifferent. How can you deserve this? Myself? Are you worthy of my concern for you during this time?" Yi Feng was silent. This injury was caused by Yi Fengzhong on the way to obtain the phoenix grass. Why did he go to pick the phoenix grass? Even though he knew there was danger, Yi Feng still went. That's because Yi Feng went to get the phoenix city for Zhisu. He was worthy of Zhisu in himself. But he was sorry for Yin. Yi Feng looked at Yin and said distressfully, "This injury was caused by me looking for the medicinal materials needed by Zhisu. Because of this medicinal material, Index can fully wake up. So this injury is worth it." "Really? You worked hard for it. Then have you ever thought about how I feel? If the person lying there was you, I would still look like this." Yin shouted, "But it is Zhisu who is lying there now. Not me. You are not hers alone. You still have me. You still have me." Yi Feng said, "I know that I will be blamed for this injury to a large extent. But you just saved me and blocked an arrow for me. I have to pay it back. So I hope you can understand me." Yin's voice finally became quieter. But she still cried and said, "Then who will understand me? Every time you go out, I am frightened. You left without saying goodbye a week ago. But now you come back with injuries. It is not you who is injured. It's me." Yi Feng hugged Yin. To be honest, he had really ignored Yin's feelings these days because of Zhisu's affairs. Now after hearing Yin's words, Yi Feng felt very guilty. "Yin, I'm sorry. I won't do this again next time. Believe me." Yin cried and said, "There is no next time. This is the last time." Yi Feng stroked Yin's head and said softly, "Okay. There must be a next time." "Okay. Well, are your feet okay?" Yi Feng said, "Wu Tian gave me a special medicine. It's better to go back to school before you do. But the recovery of this kind of wound is extremely slow. I'm afraid it will take a month or two." "Well, then let me take care of you during this time." Yi Feng lowered his head to look at Yin. Seeing the red eyes and the smiling face of Li Hua, Yi Feng was stunned. Yin said, "Don't think I will forgive you so easily." Well, still waiting for Yin to finish speaking. Yi Feng has already blocked Yin's mouth. Yin slapped Yi Feng on the shoulder desperately, trying to push Yi Feng away. But Yi Feng, who hadn't seen Yin for more than a week, how could he let Yin go so easily? Enduring the pain in his feet, Yi Feng threw Yin onto the bed. Yin blushed and said, "Don't let others hear you." Yi Feng couldn't care less and directly buried his face in Yin's chest. Outside Yi Feng's door, a woman who was also worried about Yi Feng stood there. When she heard a low moan coming from the room, the woman finally left and returned to her room. Man, this woman is none other than Ying. Ying is also very worried about Yi Feng. Unfortunately, she could only observe Yi Feng in secret and guard Yi Feng silently. An hour later, Yin hurriedly left Yi Feng's room and returned to her own room with a flushed face. Yi Feng was lying on his bed, thinking quietly. Not knowing what he was thinking, Yi Feng did not go online immediately, but opened the forum of Fantasy World. He had been away for more than a week, and did not know what had changed in the game. When you can see the level list, you can feel relieved. In more than a week, they have been promoted to one level at most. The highest level is only 57 and 58, which is still far from his level of 60. Far. It still takes at least half a month. Yi Feng looked at other things on the forum. To his surprise, there was another strange guild in the Chinese group. Tu Feng Wei. Why does it feel like this name is directed at me? Yi Feng checked the information about Tu Feng Guild. What surprised Yi Feng was that it was another new guild led by Zhui Feng. Their old mythical guild turned out to be their subordinate guild. The people gathered in this new guild were not good people at first glance. Yi Feng knew it only when he saw the comments below. Most of the people here are actually from the city of good and evil. And there are many hidden masters. It seems that Zhui Feng wants to kill himself for more than a day or two. In reality, it cannot defeat Yi Feng. It seems that in the game, it still has to fight Yi Feng to the end. Yi Feng is very strange. Aren't those hidden players all working alone? Why are Zhui Feng gathering them one by one? Yi Feng couldn't figure it out very much. But Yi Feng browsed other posts, and found that the Tu Feng Guild had fought against the Glory Guild several times. However, all the results were that the Glory Guild won. However, after reading the comments, Yi Feng discovered that the Glory Guild was just a modest victory. Not a big victory. This also shows how strong the opponent is. Don't wait any longer to get married. Just jump into the game. After entering the game, Yi Feng directly gathered all the elders and hall leaders in the Glory Guild territory. In front of the energy tower, all the leaders and elders of the Glory Guild stood in a row. Yi Feng said, I just came back, but I received a message that Zhui Feng formed a new guild called Tu Feng Wei. And it was obviously for me. What happened recently? You can tell you. President Yi Feng. I don't blame you at all for this. The main reason is that I led most of the Xinhua members to join the Glory Guild, which resulted in our Glory Guild being the only one. Those who couldn't stand it formed a new guild with us. Let's fight together. Yi Feng nodded and said, President Outyan, I can't blame you for this. The main reason is that Zhui Feng and I have some personal grudges. But I want to know how he gathered those hidden masters. Outyan said, I have invited those hidden masters before, but they are indifferent to money. But I don't know why. So crazy. But I invited them all into their gang. Yi Feng frowned. It seemed that the matter was not as simple as they thought. It was just to deal with themselves. Does anyone else know what happened? Or heard some rumors? Xiao Hei said, Boss, I just heard, that Zhui Feng seems to have the same ability as you. Yi Feng was shocked. It was really impossible to have the same ability as him. After all, the only way to have his ability was through Wu Tian. But Wu Tian was with him during this time. Chapter 430 Integration. In order to figure out this situation, Yi Feng had to contact Wu Tian now. He can also call Wu Tian's phone number in the game. With your current virtual connector technology, it is very common to talk to people outside the game in the game. What happened to Yi Feng? How long have you been away for? Yi Feng said, Go and check that Zhui Feng to see if there is any problem with his data. Zhui Feng? Let me take a look. Wait a minute. Within 10 seconds, Wu Tian's voice became serious. There is a problem with his data. He actually has the ability to transform into virtual reality. As expected. Is there anyone else who can authorize such an ability? Wu Tian said, Of course. As long as you are an elder from our Immortal Cultivation Alliance. Yi Feng frowned. Zhui Fengqi was not an elder from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance that he knew. Can you find out who did it? Wu Tian shook his head and said, No. I left here during this period. And if I want to give Zhui Feng the ability to switch to virtual reality, I just need to unseal his ring. Yi Feng said, I understand. It seems that a certain elder of the Immortal Cultivation Alliance was confused by Zhui Feng. Or maybe he took a fancy to Zhui Feng? Okay. I'll ask you a question anyway. Yi Feng nodded and hung up the phone. Looking at the people in front of him, he said, Now there is very bad news. Just like Xiao Hei said, Zhui Feng is very different from before. After receiving the confirmed news, people who knew about certain situations expressed surprise. Yi Feng said, Be careful about chasing the wind in the future. This guy is not the soft persimmon he used to be. Zhu Tianai said eagerly, As long as this guy dares to appear in front of me, I will punch him to death. The arrogant brother on the side said, Boss, I want it too. Go and apply for me. I am already very unhappy after seeing Zhui Feng. And now he is even more capable than me. No. Those who didn't know the situation at all. Ho Tian and Demo were a little confused and didn't know what they were talking about. Altian asked in confusion, "What are you talking about? Why can't I understand a word?" Yifeng said, "You will understand in the future. This is a matter between us and Jui Feng. We will tell you slowly in the future." Altian nodded. After saying this, he had nothing to say. After all, it was about him and Jui Feng. Yifeng said, "I know this matter is very unexpected. And I am also very surprised. This is Wu Tian. And he is also very surprised. But now that we know it, we have to defend ourselves. What is the scope of activities of the two Feng we now place? This matter has always been managed by Demo." So Demo stood up and said, "The main place where the two Feng we is currently active is the human-demon battlefield, plus some leveling areas. They are currently working hard to level up." Yifeng nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. Since they like fighting so much, let them know that our honor guild is not that easy to bully." After hearing Yifeng's words, everyone knew that a battle would probably follow. As expected, Yifeng said next, "I'm worried about all the online members. And I'm going to hunt down all the members of the Two Feng Society. I want them to know that I, Yifeng, am back. It's the president, the boss." In just a moment, the gang started to become lively. But the alliance did not become lively because of this. This was the battle between the Glory Guild and Two Feng Feng. If it were a men's trousers and domineering guild alone, I'm afraid it would really be inferior to a Two Feng guild. President, Yifeng is back. And Two Feng will perform an operation on men when he comes back. The madman said, "Can you not use Two Feng we to do the surgery? We have already pissed off the Glory Guild. It's a pity that our domineering guild may not be able to compete with these two major guilds." Chao Ci said, "President, I have something I don't know whether to say or not." The madman said, "Say it." Our domineering guild used to be the first of the top 10 guilds. But now we are surpassed by the Glory Guild first. And now there is the Two Feng Guild, both of which are stronger than us. I think the top 10 guilds in the past should unite. A three-legged situation is formed. The madman said nothing and kept thinking about what Chao Ci said. This is not wrong at all. If he merges all the previous 10 guilds to form a new guild, then even the Glory Guild and the Two Feng Guild will have to avoid it. However, it is not that easy to gather the members of the previous 10 major guilds. The fanatic said, "This matter must be carefully considered. After all, we are now in an alliance with Yifeng." "Well, I'm just talking. Soon." The fanatics gathered people from the previous 10 major guilds. But of course the people from the mythical guild were not invited. The fanatic said, "Now everyone is very aware of this trend." As the only female guild president among the top 10 guilds, Tian said, "Now this game is beyond our control. The entire game has been occupied by the Glory Guild and the Two Feng Guild." Melody said, "Yes. The entire game has become their two major guilds. And we have become a small guild. Think about what we said before. We are all the top guilds in the game. But now we have been reduced to relying on other people's gangs." All the major gang leaders expressed their opinions. And everyone felt that the current game was only dominated by the Glory Guild and the Two Feng Guild. At this time, the fanatic said, "I have a suggestion. What do you think of it?" Guild leader of the fanatics: "This is your fault. You should tell me what ideas you have to break this situation." The fanatic said, "It's very simple. As long as our 10 major guilds unite to form a brand new guild, then we can continue to fight against them and form a three-legged alliance." When Long Distance said this, everyone else frowned. If this was the case, all their previous efforts would be in vain. However, if this were not the case, it would be only a matter of time before their previous efforts were in vain. Over time, they would all be forgotten, and Yifeng's glory would be invaded by the guild and the butcher clubhouse Shui Feng. Lan Shi said, "It is not impossible to integrate together. But we and the Glory Guild are alliance guilds. If we separate like this, it may not be very friendly to Yifeng." President Lan Shi: "I know that you have helped Yifeng a lot, and Yifeng has also helped you a lot. Yifeng has not attacked us now. But have you noticed that our capabilities have declined compared to before? Your company's budget is not a lot less." Lan Shi nodded silently. What the fanatic said was not wrong at all. It is precisely because the profits are less that the budget is also less. This is not what any company wants to see. For a moment, the entire meeting fell into silence. Chapter 431: A Great Victory over Two Feng Wei. Guild leader of the fanatics: I'm afraid we alone can't catch this matter. We need to discuss it. Yes, this matter is very big and important. If we make a wrong move, we may lose even 1/10 of the current results. Others expressed that they would consider it. And the fanatics had already realized this. The madman said, okay, we are not in a hurry now. Just watch the Glory Guild and Tu Feng lose both sides. The others nodded in unison. And soon, the people from the 10 major guilds went up completely, leaving the fanatics standing there. President, do you think they will agree to our request? Yes. There is currently only one way to maximize our interests. The interests of one person alone may not be able to satisfy the entire guild. From then on, he nodded. At present, this method is the best. As for how to act in the future, all these are what the fanatic needs to consider. On the other side, Yi Feng's Glory Guild and Zhui Feng's Tu Feng Guild were engaged in a fierce battle, because Yi Feng's Glory Guild took the lead in launching the attack. In just an instant, almost all the members of the Tu Feng Guild disappeared in the human-demon battlefield. After the battlefield between humans and demons was transferred to the ordinary leveling scene, the members of the Glory Guild searched everywhere. As long as they saw members of the Tu Feng Guild, they would not let them go. Of course, Zhui Feng soon realized what she was doing. Although she suffered heavy losses at the beginning, after she rejected the people, she was finally able to withstand Yi Feng's attack. However, due to the addition of the owners, the Glory Union has taken on a completely different form than before. In the past, Chu Tianai was the first to bear the brunt, but now Yi Feng is leading the way, putting great pressure on the people of Tu Fenghui. Moreover, on Zhui Feng's side, because of the rush to mobilize personnel, it was difficult to resist Yi Feng's attack. This battle lasted for nearly 2 hours, and the Glory Union stood outside the safety zone with a complete victory. Tu Fenghui could only huddle in a safe zone, while Zhui Feng also looked at Yi Feng with a look of reluctance. Yi Feng, I want to thank you for your kindness in not killing me, which made me what I am today. Yi Feng said, don't think that because you have special abilities, I will be afraid of you. Haha. Really? That's not necessarily true. Who can beat whom? Yi Feng sneered. In the game, with Zhui Feng's ability. In reality, at most, he is in the middle stage of qi refining, and he is already in the middle stage of foundation building. So in reality, Zhui Feng is still his defeat. Yi Feng said, if you are sure that you are my opponent, then we can compete. Of course Zhui Feng wouldn't be that stupid. The old man who opened the virtual reality conversion ability for him said, Yi Feng's ability is very strong, and he cannot fight against it with his current ability. Although he doesn't believe it, he thinks that Yi Feng also has the same ability as himself, and he has a way to surpass him. But if we really want to fight, Zhui Feng will still consider the consequences. Zhui Feng said, you win this time. You used despicable means to sneak attack on us. Next time it won't be that simple. Yi Feng said, remember the mythical guild? You will be the next mythical guild. I advise you new members of the Tu Feng Guild to withdraw from the membership immediately. Otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Humph. How can you provoke my members? Just wait for our battle at Tu Feng Summit. The people from Tu Fenghui who were chasing the wind left. In this long battle, the winner was the Glory Guild. The entire Glory Guild was filled with joy. It was really different after Yi Feng came back. The team battle between the two major gangs has ended, and we have now passed the mealtime. But members of both sides have gone offline to eat. Yi Feng and others were no exception. But when Yi Feng went offline, there was already a woman standing next to Yi Feng. It was Yen Yu. Come on. I'll help you go down to eat. Yi Feng said, I'm not as fragile as you think. It is said that Yi Feng insisted on walking alone. But when he went to bed with you, Yi Feng unexpectedly found that his feet were weak. Fortunately, Yen Yu pulled him back and prevented Yi Feng from falling. Yen Yu said, look, you said you won't let me help you. So let's go. Yi Feng came close to Yen Yu's ear and whispered something. Suddenly Yen Yu's face turned red to the roots of her ears. Nonsense. I didn't. You used too much force yourself. How can you blame me? Yi Feng smiled mischievously. Who told you to be so beautiful? It's hard for me not to think about it. So it's called soft. Humph. You're the only one who knows how to speak glibly. But Yen Yu was very happy in her heart. It was indescribably sweet. Soon, Yi Feng was helped limping down the stairs by Yen Yu. When Xiao He saw Yi Feng limping, he couldn't help but ask curiously, Boss, what's wrong with you? Others also looked at Yi Feng with concern. Yi Feng said, it's okay. It's just a fall. It won't take long. Really? Ing didn't believe it at all. Because there is a blood-restoring potion for minor injuries. As long as you take a bottle of blood-restoring potion, it will be healed immediately. Yifeng said, hurry up and eat. It's so late. Oh. Boss. You didn't use the blood-restoring medicine? This magical medicine should be able to heal your injured foot in one fell swoop. Yifeng glared at Xiaohei and said, what are you talking about? Hurry up and eat. There are still things to do in the evening. Yes. Boss. Obviously. Yifeng's injury should not be serious. But he just doesn't want others to worry. But Yifeng has already said, don't ask other people. Just keep this question in your heart. Ing kept looking at Yifeng's limping foot. But he didn't ask. By the way, Yu Mingming asked you to pick her up. I think you should wait until your injured foot heals before picking her up. Yin Yu said. Yifeng nodded and said, that's okay. After all, my foot injury affects my fighting ability. After dinner, Yifeng went to the roof of the building to enjoy the cool air alone. Yifeng was used to going to the roof of the building to enjoy the cool air after dinner. As soon as he sat down, Yifeng heard movement. Although the sound was very small, Yifeng felt it. This was the first time after Yifeng's cultivation level improved that he felt something different around him. He already knew whoever came. It was Ing. Yifeng said, come out. I already know you are coming. Ing walked out of the darkness and said incredulously, I remember you couldn't detect me before. Why did you become so sharp after I went out? Yifeng said, fortunately. It's just that my ability has increased. If you are here to worry about my legs, then there is no need. Ing said with some disappointment, well, since you don't need me to worry, then I have nothing to say. Just be fine. Yifeng said, it's really okay. If something really happened, would Yin Yu be so calm? Ing thought for a moment. And it was indeed true. It seemed that he was really overconcerned. And then turned and left. Looking at Ying's disappearing figure, Yifeng was a little helpless. He didn't want to have any more worries. Chapter 432 The Alliance Collapses. The next day, as soon as Yifeng and others got online, they heard gang members calling for help. It turned out that this morning, members of the Glory Guild fought with people from the Tu Feng Society. Yifeng and others quickly joined the battle. But the battle ended quickly. Probably because Yifeng and the others came. Have you noticed that our alliance is so quiet? Xiaohei said. Yifeng asked, I wanted to ask you yesterday. But because of the fight, I forgot to ask. When I came back yesterday, I felt that the alliance was very quiet. What's going on? As a diplomat of the Glory Guild, Demo said, it is indeed a little quiet. And when I asked them for help, they turned out to be indifferent. It seems that they have their own thoughts. Yifeng has a bad feeling. If this is the case, it will be really troublesome. It is very likely that they want to leave their alliance. Although Yifeng knew that they would leave their alliance sooner or later. When they joined this alliance, they just asked Yifeng to help them defend the city. But now that the city has been taken, the Glory Guild has become the largest guild. Then the Tu Feng Guild appeared. And all the 10 major guilds were suppressed. These original top 10 guilds were like small guilds in front of the Glory Guild and Tu Feng. Yifeng said, how long has this situation lasted? Demo replied, according to my observation, it has been a few days. But it is more obvious today. It's very possible that these guilds have already discussed it. And I'm afraid it won't be long before they withdraw from this alliance. Yifeng said, then everyone be prepared. Maybe they will leave us. Originally, our alliance was only able to be together because everyone got what they needed. Now that they get what they want, it will be a matter of time before they leave us. Everyone else lowered their heads. Although they didn't want to see this happen. This kind of situation often happens in the game. On the other side, it turned out that people from the 10 major guilds had gathered together. They are all the presidents of the guild. And after a long meeting last night, they have made a decision. Baki spoke first. If we want to get rid of the rule, we must unite. Uniting is a must. But what is the name of our new guild? And who will be its president? This problem is what all the guild leaders are worried about. They don't want to be dispatched by the guild leaders of other guilds. The fanatic said, this is actually very simple. Guild leader, we take turns to sit there. One person for a week. And each of us is in charge of the members of his own guild. But we must all obey the orders during the battle. How about it? The madman came up with this idea. Did everyone else think of it? It is impossible for them to allocate their guild members to other people. It would be best if they allocate their own people. Moreover, each person's position as president for 1 week will not allow other guilds to take advantage of resources. This is indeed a good method. Xintian, The president of Beihai Guild said, I agree. So what is the name of the guild? Which guild will change its name? The madman said again, among the top 10 guilds. You all know the strength of my hockey guild. If these two guilds hadn't appeared, hockey, would still be the largest guild in the fantasy world. And my domineering guild has reached the 4th level guild. It is precisely because our guild has so many people. Although the Glory Guild is a 5th level guild, my domineering guild is still not weak. Others nodded. Because the domineering guild has a high level and can accommodate many people. Yi Feng's 5th level guild can already accommodate 80,000 people. The domineering 4th level guild can accommodate 60,000 people. But the other guilds are all 3rd level guilds, which can only accommodate 30,000 people. Melody said, let's do this. I have already thought of the name of the gang. Let's call it Junlin Tianxia. The eyes of the presidents of other guilds lit up. What a good name. Didn't they originally look at all the guilds as if they were kings of the world? Now it's time for them to stand up again and rule the entire fantasy world. The fanatic clapped his hands and applauded, and said, this name is better than I thought. If everyone has no objections, please all go to my gang. I will change the gang name immediately. I will be the leader of the gang in the first week. After that, we will draw lots to decide. And then we will take turns to be the president according to the order of drawing lots. The presidents of several conferences applauded one after another and said, of course, this is the best way. If a single person leads us, I am afraid that everyone will not be convinced. Okay, then it's settled. The madman came directly to the palace and wanted to change the name of the gang. He needed to find the emperor and pay a certain amount of gold coins to change it. Ding! System prompts. The original Baki Guild has officially been renamed Junlin Tianxia. Because the name has been changed, the system will prompt you. After seeing this system prompt, the members of the Glory Guild expressed surprise and asked in the alliance. However, members of the alliance also expressed confusion, because this cooperation was held alone by them. The presidents and others did not know about it at all, and just told them to stand still. But the sudden name change of the domineering guild really shocked them. What shocked them even more was that they immediately broke away from the Glory Guild alliance. Ding! System prompt. Junlin Tianxia and Glory Guild have terminated their alliance. Ding! System prompt. Lanchi Valley and Glory Guild have dissolved their alliance. After seeing this information, Yi Feng's whole face became gloomy. Yi Feng. Because they would greet him before leaving. Now it seems that they have never thought of saying Lo to Yi Feng. It seems that they want to meet Yi Feng and others. Grab resources. Not only the Glory Alliance suddenly broke away from the alliance, but also the Mythical Alliance. Xue Feng said in confusion, what's going on? Why did those guys suddenly dissolve the alliance? What do they want to do? Do they think their guild alone can deal with the Glory Guild? Naive. But one of Xue Feng's subordinates said, all the Glory Alliance has also been disbanded, leaving only some affiliated small guilds. What's going on? What do these small guilds want to do? In Xue Feng's eyes, the original top 10 super guilds have become small guilds. We don't know anything about it at the moment. It is said that their gang leaders secretly conspired. Huh? What a bunch of rabble. Soon, a piece of news came quickly in the fantasy world. That is, the original 10 major guilds were merged into one super guild named Junlin Tianxia. It turns out that this was their intention. It seems that the presidents of the 10 major guilds are completely dissatisfied with the current situation and want to form a tripartite situation. Chapter 433, after seeing each other again. We are enemies. For a time, the entire fantasy world was in an uproar. No one expected that under the two super unions, another super guild would arise. This fantasy world is becoming more and more beautiful. Originally, the two parties could see fighting all day long. But now it seems that the other party is also about to join the fight. At this time, Quanzu, the former president of Junlin Tianxia Guild and the former domineering guild, announced to the entire server, Xue Feng and Yi Feng, the two guild presidents. From now on Junlin Tianxia, will share a piece of the pie with them. The game is so big. How can we let you two take the majority? Xue Feng is not like Yi Feng. Xue Feng responded directly, hey, it's just a bunch of rabble. They are just a lot of people. I really think they can beat me. The fanatic said, it just so happens that our guild has just been established. Why don't we come and have a fight? Xue Feng said, you don't know if I don't beat you. You really think you are very strong. You choose the place. I will beat you down today. It has just been established. and it is about to start a battle with Tu Fenghui. This is to prove to the people of the whole server that he is not weak in the world. Members of the Glory Guild asked Yi Feng if he needed to participate in this battle. Yi Feng said directly in the guild channel, all members of the Glory Guild, for the sake of a safe zone, do not fight with them for the time being. Let's sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and see how powerful this Junlin Tianxia is. In less than half an hour, the two sides actually started fighting, and the members of the Junlin Tianxia guild were not the members of Tu Fenghui at all, because they were the elite members of the top 10 guilds, and they were all gathered together. They were really not averagely strong. Yi Feng and others were silently watching the battle. They knew that once the drama like Junlin Tianxia came out, there would probably be disputes over various resources in the wild battlefields and human-demon battlefields in the future. Boss, what do you think? Yi Feng said, the current situation is not clear. Whether this Junlin Tian is an enemy or a friend is not clear yet. We will not know until they finish fighting. So at this time, the members of the Glory Guild hid in unison, and no member of the Glory Guild could be found in the wild. However, the battle between Junlin Tianxia and Tu Fenghui actually lasted for a day. This day can consume not only equipment and potions, but also real money. But the two super unions are equally divided. It is obvious that Junlin Tianxia wants to take action on Tu Fenghui, and Tu Fenghui wants to teach this group of young men who don't know the heights of the world. It wasn't until night that they broke up unhappy and finally ended such a massive battle. The losses on both sides were countless. It has already become extremely popular on the forum. Their kind of fight would make even the richest people bankrupt. Junlin Tianxia relied on having more people, more guilds, and more money to meet with Tu Feng. With such a good result, the two sides ended up with a draw, and Junlin Tianxia finally secured his position. Yi Feng watched for a whole day, and Yi Feng finally concluded that this battle is all about money. Although the Glory Guild also has the support of many financial groups, such as Yu Mingming's father. If this is really the case, it may be difficult to afford it. After all, the Glory Guild has too few sponsors. Yi Feng directly announced to the guild, everyone will be honest with me from today on. It's not that I'm afraid of them, but I'm holding the level 60 main quest in my hands. Your goal is to upgrade, and upgrade again. The main mission? That's a big deal. Besides, asking them to level up honestly may cause dissatisfaction among many people. But looking at the overall situation, there are still many players. After all, the main mission is no joke. Call them upgrading more is the right thing to do. The next day, after the guild war on the world channel, it was miraculously quiet. Even some small guilds dare not say anything for fear of angering the three super guilds. As for the newly established Junlin Tianxia guild, although yesterday's fight cost them a lot, they finally gained a firm foothold. If I had known it could be like this, I should have united long ago. I've had enough in the mythical alliance. Ha ha ha. Fortunately, the Glory Alliance is relatively gentle, but it is a mistake not to say goodbye to them. On this day, the madman found Yi Feng. Yi Feng knew that the madman would come to him one day, but he did not expect that he would come to him the next day. Guild leader of the Mad Outlaws. Congratulations on becoming the third largest guild. The Quangta guild leader was also extremely happy at this moment and said, if it weren't for the help of guild leader Yi Feng and guild Zhui Feng, we wouldn't be able to rule the world today. Yi Feng said, stop flattering each other. What do you want from me? The madman said, this time, our 10 major trade unions have united to form the Junlin Tianxia Guild. Here, on behalf of all the guild presidents, I would like to say I'm sorry to you. Yi Feng said with a smile, I thought it was something, but it turns out it is like this. It doesn't matter. It's your choice. I'm sorry, President Yi Feng. And thank you for taking care of me before. We may appear in front of you as enemies next. Yi Feng said with a smile, it's nothing. Weren't we enemies before? Then we became friends. And now we are enemies again. This is normal. The fanatic was a little embarrassed and said, thank you, President Yi Feng, for your help. Goodbye. Goodbye. After the madman left, Xiao He and others came to Yi Feng. Boss, what did that madman say to you? Yi Feng said, I didn't say anything. I just said some inexplicable and sorry words to me. Maybe we will be enemies in the future. Xiao He said, I'm sorry. I must say, we helped him so much before. We helped him defend the city. Yi Feng patted Xiao He on the shoulder and said, okay, let's all upgrade. At this time, Tian walked up to Yi Feng and said, President Yi Feng, I have something to tell you. Yi Feng nodded. led Ao Tian and said. Is this about the guild Junlin Tian Xia? Yes. You also know that the 007s, who were assigned to their guild before, were all my subordinates. And there are still some of my subordinates in their guild. Go on. Now their guild has successfully admitted elite members from all 9 major guilds except the mythical guild. The number of new members is as high as more than 10,000. This is a very scary number. My suggestion is the same as yours. For the time being, don't conflict with them. Our guild's financial group is too small. Yifeng nodded and said, your thoughts are the same as mine. Don't have a head-on conflict with them for the time being. You also ask your subordinates to calm down. Well, as long as your thoughts are the same as mine, I'll feel at ease. After all, I don't want the Glory Guild to dissipate. Yifeng said with a smile. He must be your son. After being exposed by Yifeng, Altian just smiled. Obviously, this was what Altian meant. Chapter 434 Main Mission. In the next few days, Yifeng's members of the Glory Guild seemed to have disappeared. And there was no trace. Even if members of the Tu Feng we attack members of the Glory Guild, the members of the Glory Guild will run away if they can't beat you. And they won't fight with you at all. Even if they are killed by the opponent, the members of the Glory Guild will not gather their companions to take revenge. Such an abnormal reaction makes others, who don't know how to play, find it incredible. What happened to the members of the Glory Guild? They didn't fight back when they were beaten. Or are they now coward because they want a union? Of course, experts know the rules, while laymen watch the excitement. Many players in the fantasy world feel that Yifeng and the others may be afraid. After all, Yifeng and the others do not have many sponsors. However, other guilds don't think this is the case. And the Glory Guild shouldn't be so obscene. The strength of their guild is still unknown. But now that they are in this situation, they must have made a major discovery. But they just don't know about it. Of course, the battle between Junlin Tianxia and Tu Feng has not stopped. Whether it is an accident or on the battlefield between humans and demons, their activities can be seen. That Yifeng has already opened the first mission of the main mission. Yifeng came to the Imperial City, and his first task was to find the Emperor of the Imperial City. Yifeng, if you go to see the Emperor in this way, there will be no obstruction. Soon Yifeng found the Emperor, who was in a study room at the moment. Yifeng looked at the splendid study, and the Emperor wearing a dragon robe. Your Majesty, I'm here to do the main quest of level 60. Very good. I have been waiting for you for a long time. And you are finally here. Yifeng said, Your Majesty, please tell me what this mission is, so that I can be fully prepared. However, the Emperor was not in a hurry to tell Yifeng. Instead, he took out a book from the bookshelf and handed it to Yifeng. Yifeng took the book from the Emperor, and it actually had a map written on it. Yifeng looked at the Emperor very confused. Why did he give himself a map? Are you going to some treasure place? The Emperor said, Open it and take a look. Maybe you will find something else. Yifeng opened the map in confusion. If Yifeng guessed correctly, this should be the same as the system map he owns. But when Yifeng opened the map, Yifeng finally knew why the Emperor gave him this map. This is not an ordinary map. This is not just a map of the Huaxia district, but a map of the entire world. In other words, this is the entire map of the fantasy world. Yifeng looked at the place he belonged to on the map. Near the China area, there were 2 other areas. One was Japan, and the other was India. The map of China is the largest. India is second, and the smallest is Japan. Yifeng asked, Why did your Majesty give me this map? The Emperor said, This is the main task you need to do. Go to this area and complete the task I assigned you. Following the location pointed by the Emperor's finger, Yifeng knew the destination he was about to go to. That place was none other than Japan. Yifeng said, Your Majesty, please tell me in detail. It's like this. I left something in Japan, and I need you to get it back. What is so important that I need to go to other areas to retrieve it? This thing may not be very important to you, but it is extremely precious to me. It is a personal sword given to me by my father. It is a pity that I gave it to him when I was young. An emissary from Japan. And now I want to get my stuff back again. Yifeng knew that getting things was definitely secondary. The most important thing was for Yifeng to explore all the situations in Japan. Just like the ninja from Japan before, he came to China for the same reason. It was to allow players to familiarize themselves with the opponent's area in advance, and then start a national war. It turns out that such a system is only activated in China at level 60. Yifeng said, But I don't know how to get to that area. It's easy to handle, as long as you accept the mission. I will have a super teleportation array in the palace that can transport you directly to the Japanese area. I see. There is actually this kind of super teleportation array that can ignore the current regional barrier. And I don't know what the situation is like there. Yifeng said, and His Majesty has given me the task. And I will complete it right now. Okay. Our country's warriors are brave. The task is left to you. I hope you can complete it well. Ding. System prompt. Please go to the Japanese area to retrieve the Emperor's sword. Whether to accept. Yes. Accept. The moment Yifeng accepted the task, a court magician came to the door behind him. Your Majesty. Summon me sometime. The Emperor said, this warrior. Go to the Royal Super Teleportation Array and teleport him to Japan. He has to complete a task for me. Yes. Your Majesty. Afterwards, Yifeng left the Emperor's study and followed the palace mage and others to the Super Teleportation Array. On the way to the Super Teleportation Array, Yifeng opened his friend list. And Yifeng told Yen Yu and others about his itinerary. Boss, you actually want to go to Japan. You are so awesome. That's right. The Japanese ninja came to us last time and was arrogant. This time you have to make some noise in Japan. It's best to turn their country upside down. Yifeng said, I just went there to do a mission. Look at what you said. As if I am a bandit. Haha. Aren't you just a bandit in their eyes? Yen Yu said jokingly. Brother Yifeng, I heard that your foot was injured and you couldn't come to pick me up. Right? Yifeng was a little embarrassed. Looking at Li Mumu. He had promised to take Yu Mingming back when he came back. But now he has been back for several days. And Yifeng has not left to pick him up. Yifeng said, Yu Mingming, I'm sorry. I will definitely pick you up when my foot injury heals. You can just wait at home for a few days. Well, I also hope that Brother Yifeng won't be too tired. It's okay to pick me up later. Yifeng privately chatted with Altian again and said, President Altian, please help me keep an eye on the members of the Glory Guild during the period when I'm leaving. I've made it clear to Chu Ti and I. Altian said, you can rest assured about this. I still have a skill or two in managing the guild. I hope you can shine in Japan. Trampling those bastards underfoot is our ultimate goal. Yifeng said, it's just that when I go to Japan, I will find out some of their strength. By then, we will have an absolute advantage during the national war. That's right. But I just don't know when the national war will take place. It's coming soon. Maybe in a month or two. Chapter 435 Team Formation. Yifeng followed the court mage to a super large teleportation array. The court mage said, this is the super teleportation array that your Majesty told you. But it costs a lot of money to open it once. So we rarely use it. I hope you can complete the task assigned to you by your Majesty. Yifeng nodded and said, absolutely. Please send me to Japan. I can't wait. Okay. Please stand in the teleportation array, and I will cast the spell. Yifeng walked into the teleportation array and felt that he was surrounded by a faint energy. As the court mage outside the teleportation formation shouted, Yifeng suddenly went blind for a short time. Thump. Yifeng felt like he fell on a pile of grass. Because it was obvious that he was itchy all over from being pricked by the tuft. Then grass. Yifeng opened his eyes and looked around. There was a sound coming from beside him. And he couldn't understand the sound at all. Yifeng knew that it was in Japanese, and he had already arrived in the Japanese area. Yifeng directly clicked on the system's automatic translation. There was such a benefit in the fantasy world. The system can convert what Yifeng said into the language of any country. And it can also convert the language of any country into the Chinese language. Ding! System prompt. Do you want to enable translation? Yes. Soon. Yifeng and I heard those incomprehensible voices, which finally turned into Chinese. A voice came from a distance. And Yifeng finally understood it. I heard something sound over there just now. It seemed like something fell. I don't know what it was. Let's go over and have a look. Don't go. Don't go. We were just wiped out by the boss. What if there's another boss? What are you afraid of? The worst thing you can do is die once. Right? Soon a pair of players appeared in front of Yifeng. After seeing Yifeng, the players looked around, but did not find any breaking sounds. Hey, is there nothing else here except you? Yifeng said, of course it's me. I accidentally fell from the tree just now. As he spoke, those people followed the direction of Yifeng's finger and looked at the big tree next to Yifeng. One of the Japanese girls said, why did you climb up the tree? It's so dangerous. Yifeng said, when I was tired during leveling, I went up and took a nap. Haha. Little brother. You are so interesting. If you are really tired, you should go offline and go to sleep instead of sleeping here. If you are killed by other wild monsters, it will not be worth the gain. Yifeng stood up and said, "Thank you for your kind reminder. I will remember it." Yeah. But from the look of you, you seem to be from China. Because Yifeng is relatively tall, and his appearance is somewhat different from that of Japanese people. Yifeng said, "How did you see it? The tone of your words is not right." It turns out that this system translation still has some shortcomings. Yifeng said, "Thank you for reminding me to leave." With that said, Yifeng walked in the other direction. But before he had taken 2 steps, he was stopped again by someone behind him. "Friends, you can't go to that place. We just fought a boss there and were killed by that boss." Yifeng said, "There is actually a boss. Either team up with me and I will fight with you. Maybe we can kill the boss." Yifeng still has a good impression of this group of people. After all, not all Japanese are bad people. One of the Japanese players looked at Yifeng's equipment, shook his head and said, "You don't have any luminous equipment. Maybe it's not good." Japanese people speak more directly, but they are also very polite. This is something worth learning from Chinese people in Japanese culture. Yifeng habitually hides the color of his equipment. Of course, he is used to seeing other people's colors. When he came here, he didn't realize what his problem was. Yifeng said, "You tell me this. I hid the color of the equipment. My equipment is okay." Yifeng opened the colors of the 2 pieces of equipment. The color of the Glory Destiny suit is orange. Seeing that Yifeng actually had 2 pieces of orange equipment, the players looked at Yifeng in surprise. It was strange that a single player could get 2 pieces of orange equipment, which showed that the opponent's strength was definitely not weak. The player named Yamadaki invites you to join his team. Do you accept it? Accept. Yifeng directly entered their team. But Yifeng's name was also changed to Japanese. As expected, he is from China, and his name is different from ours. Yifeng said, "Please take care of me." The only female player in the team, named Sakura Kajita, looked at Yifeng's blood volume in surprise and said in disbelief, "How come you have so much blood? More than 10,000. What is your profession?" Yifeng took out the sword in his hand and said, "I am a warrior." Looking at the sword in Yifeng's hand, others had no doubt that Yifeng should be a human shield. Otherwise, how could he have such a thick blood volume? The human shields in their team have at most 5,000 to 6,000 health. A warrior player put his arm around Yifeng's shoulders and said, "Brother, if you have practiced somewhere, you will definitely be able to win. If you carry our output from the front, there will be no problem." Yifeng nodded and said, "Of course. Let's go!" With the addition of Yifeng, the others seemed to feel more confident. After all, with such a powerful human shield here, they would definitely not destroy the group again. But when they arrived at the place where they had just killed the boss, there was actually a group of players fighting the boss. Moreover, the boss's blood volume has dropped to half. It is obvious that they have been fighting for a long time. This is a gold level boss. If Yifeng takes action alone, he can easily kill it. However, ordinary players are ordinary players. If they don't form a team, it will be difficult to kill the gold level boss alone. As the captain of this team, Naima Tyanakai said angrily, "This is our boss. Why are you trying to steal it? How come your 100 Flowers Club lacks such a little boss?" After hearing the name, Yifeng immediately looked up the information about the 100 Flowers Guild. It turned out to be a big guild here. On the opposite side, a member who looked like the captain pointed at Naima Chani and said, "This boss already belongs to our Baiwawi, and your group has been wiped out. That means you are not qualified to kill this boss." "What? You guys have been following us." And I said, "I feel like there's something behind us. And it turns out it's you. Haha. You are a small trade union. How dare you go against our 100 Flowers Club?" At this time, Kajita Sakura pulled the famous Yamadaki and said, "Brother, forget it. We don't want to offend them. It's not like we don't know how powerful they are." Although Naima Tiani knew how powerful the 100 Flowers Club was, he still didn't want to give up on the boss in front of him. But he didn't dare to offend them. It can be seen from each of their expressions that they really want to win this boss. Chapter 436 Join the Guild. However, Naima Chani soon decided to give up this boss. They were also no match for the 100 Flowers Club. On the way back, Yifeng said, "Wait for me. I have something to do, and I'll be right over." "Okay. We're fine now anyway. It doesn't matter if we wait for you." Yifeng did not go to other places, but came again to the place where they met Baiwa Club just now. The appearance of Yifeng also caused dissatisfaction among the members of Baiwa Club. One of the players came out, pointed at Yifeng and said, "This is the place where the Baiwa Club is. The Baiwa Club is attacking the boss. Please ask those who are not important to leave. Otherwise we will not be polite." Yifeng sneered at the corner of his mouth. Although he had only been here for more than 10 minutes. It was obvious that the team of the brother and sister was indeed good. I can do it. She also wanted to win over her own glory guild. Unfortunately, the area is wrong and cannot be pulled in. Yifeng didn't say anything and took action directly. In front of him. This group of Japanese players in their 50s were no match for him. Besides, they had to be distracted to deal with the boss. The golden sword in Yifeng's hand shouted, "Battlefield Sword Chi." A minute later, Yifeng was followed by a boss with residual health. Yifeng escaped in embarrassment and walked towards the direction of Yamadaki. Yifeng saw Naima from a distance and shouted, "Coming soon. The boss is chasing me." Naima heard the call and looked in the direction of Yifeng. He saw the boss with residual health. Yifeng, who was chasing him. When I was on the boss, I didn't see any members of the 100 Flowers Club at all. Naima said excitedly. "Brothers, go ahead and kill that boss." Yifeng rolled and crawled to the side of Naima and the others. When Yifeng led the boss to this place, he deliberately let the boss reduce his health. When Kajita Sakura saw Yifeng with residual health, she raised the staff in her hand and quickly helped Yifeng increase his health. Yifeng said, "No need. Go and add blood to your brother." Just when Yifeng and the others turned around, the boss had already fallen to the ground. Because Yifeng had beaten the boss to a state of only a trace of blood, it would die after just a few attacks. The boss fell to the ground with a crash. And several members of the team shouted with joy. They never expected that the lost and recovered boss would appear in front of them with residual health. And they would kill him without any effort. Although no Yamatiani was happy to kill the boss. He also had questions. Why did Yifeng bring the incomplete boss in front of him? Naima asked, "How did you bring this boss here? Where are the people from the 100 Flowers Club?" Yifeng lied, without even blinking, and opened his mouth. "When I just passed by, they had beaten the boss to residual health. Who knew that the boss used a big move to kill them all? So I got a bargain. Ha ha ha. People from the 100 Flowers Club will also have this day. Tell them to steal our boss." Obviously, the situation that Yifeng said would exist. So they all chose to believe Yifeng, and did not think that Yifeng could kill them all by himself. After picking up the equipment that exploded on the ground, Yamadaki actually handed Yifeng a piece of blue equipment. This boss not only exploded a golden piece of equipment, but also exploded 2 blue pieces of equipment. Being able to give Yifeng a piece of blue equipment is already a very good person. But Yifeng didn't take it. The reason why Yifeng wanted to return this boss to them was for another reason. Yifeng said, "This boss belongs to you originally. I just happened to get a bargain. So I can't take this equipment. I see that there are people in your team who use blue-green equipment. Give it to them." This was the first time Naima saw someone not wanting blue equipment. Naima said, "Even if you don't use it, it's still worth a lot of money if you sell it." Yifeng shook his head with a smile and said, "No need. I may still have many things to trouble you in the future. Do you mean you want to join our guild?" Yifeng said, "Yes. This piece of equipment should be regarded as my admission fee. Because you are no longer here, and there is no open Japanese area. All the titles that Yifeng had are gone. And now he is just an ordinary Japanese player." Hearing that Yifeng was going to join their guild, the others were more or less happy. After all, their guild had only a small number of people, and it was already difficult to recruit members. With Yifeng as a human shield, they should be getting a bargain. The happiest person among them is Naima younger sister, Sakura Kajita. Yifeng is tall, handsome, and very capable. What girl wouldn't like him? "Welcome to join our Butterfly Valley. You are the tallest in our union," Sakura Kajita said. Yifeng said, "Really? Then I am really honored." After joining this guild, Yifeng saw the situation of this guild. There were only about 20 people in total. It was indeed a small guild. However, the smaller the guild, the greater the information they have. After all, the smaller the guild, the more capable it is of gossip. A whole day also suits them. This group of people hang out together, except for leveling up and fighting bosses. Yifeng has not forgotten his mission. On the mission prompter, Yifeng needs to find the Emperor's sword in Tokyo City. Of course, Yifeng is not in a hurry to search. If he builds a good relationship with the players here, He might be able to get a lot of other information. In the next few days, Yifeng followed this group of people around to level up and fight bosses. The equipment he obtained was usually sold for money and then divided into dividends. However, the experiences Yifeng gained were usually secretly returned to Kajita Sakura. Yifeng said, "I'm not short of money. I'll just buy you snacks." Moreover, in the past few days, they had killed no less than 10 bosses. If this had happened in the past few days, they might not have even killed a single boss. Moreover, they are fully aware of Yifeng's abilities. He is so powerful. He has high attack and defense. And he is handsome. He has already attracted the attention of many women. Just now, they killed another boss. And Yifeng handed the divided gold coins to Kajita Sakura. "Why did you give me the gold coins again? Don't you need them?" Yifeng said, "But of course I need it too. But these gold coins are not given to you for free." Kajita Sakura looked at Yifeng curiously and said, "Not for free. What do you want to do? Just rely on such a small amount of gold coins. Do you want me to be your girlfriend?" Yifeng said awkwardly, "Of course not. How could you be worth just a few gold coins?" As a result, what Yifeng didn't expect at all was that Sakura Kajita said, "I'm only worth a few gold coins. And I promise to be your girlfriend." After hearing what Sakura Kajita said, Yifeng almost shook off the gold coins in his hand. Are all Japanese girls so open-minded? Chapter 437 Hotan Temple. Why don't you like me? Yifeng looked at Kajita Sakura. If Yifeng didn't have a girlfriend, he would definitely pursue her. She is really cute, with big smart eyes and bangs on her hair. She is also very considerate of Yifeng and speaks softly. She is a typical Japanese girl next door. It looks like the kind of person who wants to be protected. But Yifeng really couldn't agree to her. Maybe after leaving this time, they would never meet again. They were just passers-by in the sea of people. But Yifeng would definitely not hurt her so directly. After all, for such a kind-hearted girl, Yifeng couldn't bear to see her unhappy. Yifeng said, "When I get familiar with this environment again, I can't agree to you now. Okay, if you decide one day, you must tell me. By the way, what do you want to ask me?" Seeing that Sakura Kajita didn't have any sad expression, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's it. I have a mission to go to Tokyo City. But I'm not familiar with it at all. And you are familiar with it. Familiar? Don't come here to practice leveling during this period. We were in Tokyo City from the beginning. But now you have been occupied by the 3 major guilds. We small guilds don't have many resources anymore. So we can only go further." Yifeng nodded. It was true that it would be difficult if there was a super big guild, especially in the living space of a small guild. Then there's no problem for us to go to Tokyo City. Right. Of course there's no problem. I'll take you there. Yifeng said, "This is not good. Won't your brother tell you?" No. Don't worry. But Yifeng said with some embarrassment, "Well, I didn't buy a scroll to return to the city. Can you give me one?" I looked at the map and walked back a long way. "Well, remember you owe me a scroll to return to the city." Yifeng said with a smile, "Well, I will definitely return it to you." With that said, the two crushed the scroll to return to the city and returned to Tokyo City. Naimachani, who had been observing his sister from the side, sighed when he saw Yifeng and his sister returning to the city. "Captain Ningshan, doesn't your sister like that guy?" Naimachani said, "It's so obvious. Do you need me to say it? But that guy doesn't seem to have much interest in my sister. This is unfair to my sister?" One member said, "No matter how you say it, Sakura is one of the top 10 beauties in our area. She likes the Chinese. To be honest, I feel unhappy." "So what if you're unhappy? I've been with my sister for so long. But she's not attracted to any of you. Which means you're not as good as that Chinese." "Humph. If he is really with Sakura, I must fight him. Otherwise I won't let Sakura go so easily." Sakura Kajita has many suitors. As one of the top 10 beauties in Japan. Because Sakura has too many suitors. I, Xiaoying, do not have a good impression of anyone. In order to expel those troubles, this is what they the real reason to leave the city of Tokyo. On the other hand, Yifeng and Kajita Sakura returned to Tokyo City. The moment they returned to Tokyo City, Yifeng found that the eyes around them were completely different. Their eyes were all focused on Kajita Sakura. And only then did Yifeng realize that Kajita Xiaoyun was actually one of the top 10 beauties in the Japanese fantasy world. No wonder Xiaoying is so beautiful. It turns out that among the top 10 among tens of millions of people, She is indeed outstandingly beautiful. Tell me the location and I'll take you there. Good. Even though Keita Sakura is one of the top 10 beauties, many people still dare not approach her and strike up a conversation. Just like Misty Rain back then. Not many people would ask for trouble. Let me take a look. According to the mission, we need to go to a temple. The most popular temple is called Hotan Temple. Is there such a place? Keita Sakura said, of course there is such a place. And it is very famous. Oh. Let's go then. Yifeng looked at the surrounding buildings very curiously. Is this the Japanese style? It is completely different from the Chinese region. However, Japan's simple style still looks quite popular. But every time they walked for a few minutes, a man and a few younger brothers stood in front of Yifeng and the others. Isn't this Miss Sakura Kajita? Long time no see. Keita Sakura said, I'm sorry. I don't know you. Please go away. But instead of walking away, the man in front of him approached Sakura Kajita. Keita Sakura said timidly, what do you want to do? If you dare to touch me, I will use the female protection system. Yifeng looked at the man with a smile and brows. This guy's name was clear to Yifeng. His name was Watanabe Mayu. Mayu Watanabe said, Miss Sakura Kajita, I just want to invite you to have dinner with me. There is no harm in it. Keita Sakura said, but I don't know you. And I don't want to eat with you. And I already have a boyfriend. What? You already have a boyfriend? Is this pig next to you? Sakura Kajita said angrily, Mayu Watanabe. Please speak politely and be respectful to others. How can I respect a Chinese pig? Yifeng stood directly in front of Keita Sakura. And Yifeng said, you are the younger brother of Junichi Watanabe. Hey. You actually know my brother. You are quite knowledgeable. Yifeng's guess was indeed correct. They were both members of the Viper Society. And their names were Watanabe. Who should be his younger brother? Yifeng said, it's just a matter of strength. Without your brother, do you think you can stand here so arrogantly? You? You actually talk to me like this. Believe it or not. If you leave the safe zone, I will kill you to level 0. Yifeng said, TCH. I'm too lazy to tell you. A dog like you. You? Just wait for me, and don't leave the safe area. Otherwise you don't know how you will die. Yifeng took Kajita Sakura's hand, and passed directly past Watanabe Mayu, without taking a chance on him. Although it was an emergency, Sakura Kajita's face still turned red, when Yifeng held her hand. However, after getting out of Watanabe Mayu's sight, Yifeng let go of Kajita Sakura's hand. He said a little apologetically, I'm sorry. I held your hand without your consent. All I heard was Sakura Kajita saying in a voice as loud as a mosquito, it doesn't matter. Yifeng didn't want the relationship between the two to continue to be entangled. So he directly put aside the topic and said, why haven't you arrived at Hotan Temple yet? Kajita Sakura on the side said, look. There are a lot of people in front of you. Yifeng frowned and looked at the place in front of him. What was strange was that the people who entered the temple were in pairs. And no one entered alone. Do they have to be in pairs to enter this temple? Chapter 438 blocked. Although Yifeng couldn't figure out the situation in Japan, this scene couldn't help but make Yifeng think too much. On the other hand, Kajita Sakura, who was standing on the side, couldn't wait to get in. Yifeng asked, this shouldn't be an ordinary temple. Keita Sakura said, yes. It is indeed an ordinary temple. Let me take you in. This temple has regulations. Only one male and one female can enter. Yifeng said, it's really a strange rule. Come on. You lead the way. When Yifeng and Kajita Sakura came to Hotan Temple, Kajita Sakura immediately took a red card. Then he handed a blue sign to Yifeng and said, this sign is yours. You can't get in without it. Yifeng looked at the sign in his hand, and saw the word Sakura written on it. Yifeng said, did you take it by mistake? This is your name. Keita Sakura explained seriously, yes. This requires a man and a woman to enter. The man must take the woman's name. And the woman must take the man's name. Yifeng said somewhat depressedly, why do I feel like I don't understand the rules of this temple? It's all the same. Oh. You don't have to worry about it. Don't you want to go in and look for something? Let's go, said Keita. Sakura actually took the initiative to hold Yifeng's hand, and walked into Hotan Temple. That is to say, after Kajita Sakura took Yifeng's hand, and walked into Hotan Temple, the entire Japanese forum almost exploded. My goddess. You are actually such an ordinary man, and we are together. I can't live anymore. I've been preparing for a long time. And I'm just about to confess to you. And you become someone else's woman. Wow. Why is God so unfair to me? Why would a beautiful girl like Sakura Kajita like a Chinese? Anyway, countless people who had a crush on Kajita Sakura made sad sounds. They hated Yifeng and wanted to kill Yifeng. That was Hotan Temple, a place only couples could enter. This was huge news. But soon, this kind of thing came to the ears and eyes of the Viper Society. As the vice president of the Viper Club, Junichi Watanabe, he fell into deep contemplation after seeing the screenshots of Yifeng and Kajita Sakura. It's not that he likes Kajita Sakura, but that Yifeng, who is ranked #1 in China, actually went to Japan to work for them. But Watanabe Junichi is also not sure whether this person is Yifeng from the Huaxia district. After all, there are many people who look like him. For example, he has experienced many tasks when he went to the Huaxia district. That's why Watanabe Junichi fell into silence. It was still unknown whether this person was Yifeng. But this guy has successfully attracted the attention of Watanabe Junichi. On Yifeng's side, when Yifeng and Kajita Sakura walked into Hotan Temple, Yifeng finally knew. What kind of place is this place? This temple is a place where you can make wishes. So why can only a man and a woman go together here? Yifeng looked at the excited Kajita Sakura beside him. Although Yifeng didn't want to interrupt her, he had to do it. Sakura, I'm going to look for a mission. You stay here and wait for me to come back. Oh, won't you worship with me? They are all here, Yifeng said with a wry smile. You can see it for yourself first, and then we can talk about it after I find the mission. Okay. Yeah. A smile finally appeared on Kajita Sakura's face. Yifeng followed the mission prompts and went step by step to where he needed to find the Emperor's sword. Yifeng came to the backyard of Hotan Temple. There were few people here. It could be said that no one came here at all. There were many monks here. Yifeng's target location is exactly in the house in front of him. Then you have what Yifeng needs to find the Emperor's sword. But when Yifeng walked to another room, a monk walked up to Yifeng. This donor. This house is not accessible. Please go and look elsewhere, Yifeng said, but I have something very important inside. I'm sorry, donor. Our abbot has said that no one can enter this house. It was not easy for Yifeng to break in. After all, he was in full public view. If he tried to break in, his identity would be exposed. He might be killed, and his mission would not be completed. Yifeng had no choice but to leave slowly. Looking at the house, Yifeng turned around in a circle and finally returned to Kajita Sakura. Seeing Yifeng come back, Kajita Sakura said happily, Look, this is the amulet I just spent 100 gold coins to ask for. Here it is. Yifeng was surprised that Kajita Sakura was willing to spend 100 gold coins to get an amulet for herself. You know, these 100 gold coins are very important to them. Yifeng took the amulet that Kajita Xiaoying asked for himself. He really didn't want Kajita Xiaoying to put too much hope in him. But looking at Kajita Sakura's innocent face, Yifeng really couldn't help but feel cruel. Yifeng originally wanted to put the amulet into his backpack. But Sakura Kajita said, No. You can't put it in your backpack. You must put it on your body, so that you can be protected. Thank you. I have some gold coins here. Take them. What do you like? Buy something. As he spoke, Yifeng took out 10,000 gold coins and traded them directly to Kajita Sakura. Sakura Kajita looked at the 10,000 gold coins in her backpack in surprise. No wonder Yifeng never wanted their experience. It turned out that Yifeng had so many gold coins. After having enough gold coins, Jingtian Xiaoying said again, Then I will go and ask you for something. Yifeng took Kajita Sakura's hand and said, No. Just one is enough. Didn't you say you want to worship Buddha with me? Let's go! After a long queue, it was finally Yifeng and Kajita Sakura's turn. Seeing the happy look on Kajita Sakura's face, Yifeng sighed. He doesn't ask the Buddha in front of him to bless him. He just wants Sakura to live happily. After Kajita Sakura opened her eyes, she saw Yifeng already standing aside and looking at her. Kajita Sakura looked curious and asked, What is it you beg for? Can you tell me? Yifeng said, It won't work if you say it. So it's better not to say it. Hee hee. Well, keep it in mind. Let's go! Walk? Yifeng definitely can't leave. He still needs to get the Emperor's sword. If he leaves, Yifeng will not be able to come in again. Yifeng said, You should go back first. My mission is not completed yet. What's your mission? It's not completed yet. So I'll wait for you here. It's really not necessary. You can go back. It may take a long time. No. I have to wait for you to go back with me. Looking at Kajita Sakura's stubborn expression, Yi Feng had no choice but to promise her to let him wait for her here and not run around. After the explanation, Yi Feng blended into the crowd again. Chapter 439 changes. As time slowly passed, Yi Feng had figured out the patterns of the monks in the backyard. They are not constantly cleaning or patrolling. Sometimes, they would gather together to chant sutras and talk about Buddhism. At other times, they would come to this hall to consecrate and pray for some players. Yi Feng was already counting in his heart. Those monks should come in next. After they came in, Yi Feng had about 10 minutes to move around in the backyard. If he didn't steal the Emperor's sword in 10 minutes, then Yi Feng's mission would probably fail. 3, 2, 1. Coming in. Seeing the monks coming back to the hall again, Yi Feng took advantage of the crowd and slipped into the backyard in an instant. When Yi Feng leaned on the flower bed in the backyard, avoiding everyone's sight. Despite this, in order to be cautious, Yi Feng still observed his surroundings. After discovering that there was nothing unusual around him, Yi Feng came to his target room. But Yi Feng found that the door was blocked. In other words, Yi Feng had to find the key. But if it was somewhere, only the monks would know. Therefore, if you are determined to find the key, you can give up. Yi Feng came to the 2 windows of the room. Yi Feng found that there were 2 windows in other rooms. Some were closed and some were open. Yi Feng pushed gently and pushed a window, but nothing happened. Next, Yi Feng pushed another window, and it made a creaking sound. Yi Feng knew that these windows could be opened. So Yi Feng opened the window without hesitation and jumped in. The moment Yi Feng landed, there was an old monk standing in front of Yi Feng. Yi Feng was shocked immediately. When Yi Feng came to his senses, he realized that the old monk was not a real person, but a wax statue. Yi Feng patted his chest and looked around. It was empty. Of course, except for the sword hanging directly above. There was nothing else. I always feel strange. Is this room just for holding a sword? Yi Feng approached the sword cautiously. But when Yi Feng took it, he would notice anything unusual. Is there something wrong? It's so easy to get quest items. It's a pity that this sword seems to be of extraordinary quality. But it's a pity that it is only a quest item and cannot be used. Not finding anything unusual, Yi Feng put the sword into his backpack and prepared to leave. But the wax figure with its back to him just now turned around and looked at him. Yi Feng remembered that his back was turned to him, and he shouldn't be facing him. Could it be that he remembered it wrong? But when Yi Feng moved again, the wax figure actually moved with him. Yi Feng knew that it was bad. He was probably being targeted. But luckily he got the mission item. I have obtained a lot of information here. Even if I am killed at this time, I will not lose anything when I return to the Huaxia district. But what surprised Yi Feng was that the wax figure had no intention of taking action except looking at him. Yi Feng couldn't help but walked up to the wax figure and said, "I'm sorry. It's your majesty who asked me to take this sword back." Unexpectedly, when Yi Feng spoke like this, the wax statue started to move. The wax figure's mouth actually moved and said, "I have been waiting for him. Take this sword back and tell him that we will meet again." Yi Feng said, "Senior, don't worry. I will definitely reply to His Majesty's exact words." After Yi Feng finished speaking, the wax figure never moved again. Yi Feng looked at the time. It had already passed. 8 minutes had passed. With 2 minutes left, those monks would come back to this place again. Yi Feng quickly jumped out of the window. But with this jump, Yi Feng actually bumped into someone. "Oh! Who are you? So blind?" A sharp female voice. You can tell from the sound that it is a shrewd type. Yi Feng apologized quickly and said, "I'm sorry. I was wrong." "You're wrong. If you're wrong, kneel down, and the dirty things on my clothes will be patted off." Yi Feng looked at the woman in front of him. This guy was too pushy. He really thought he was a soft persimmon. But when Yi Feng saw the gang name above this guy's head, Yi Feng didn't think she was making things difficult for others. Instead, that's the nature of it. This guy was from the Yamaguchi Guild, the largest of the 3 major guilds. From his name, Yi Feng also knew the information. This woman is officially the sister of Hanano Yamaichi, who is ranked number 1 in Japan. Sakura Kajita has long told Yi Feng to stay away from him when he sees this woman. Now that Yi Feng actually hit her, she probably won't let it go. Yi Feng said, "I have already said sorry to you. Please get out of the way. You are blocking my way." This woman didn't care about what Yi Feng said at all. She stepped directly on the wall with one foot, blocking Yi Feng's way. You know, at this time, it would be easy for Yi Feng to kill him. But Yifeng didn't want to cause trouble at the moment. So he didn't want to make trouble with her. But turned around and walked towards the other side. Hey. What do you mean? Believe it or not. I want the people in our guild to kill you. Yifeng said as he walked, if you can. It's best to call your brother. Otherwise others will just die. Arrogant. Go tell my brother now that you bullied me. Yifeng was too lazy to pay attention to him and returned directly to the front hall of the temple. Yifeng also found Kajita Sakura. Why did you stay there for so many hours? Yifeng said, I met a woman you said you should not meet. This guy is really annoying. Kata Sakura said in horror, Hanano-chanchi. I heard that he was still having a conflict with her. Hide quickly, and don't get caught by them. Otherwise, you will be hunted down by the whole server. I will take him. Go to a safe place. Kajita Sakura hurriedly pulled Yifeng and ran out of Hotan Temple. When Yifeng and the two just walked out of Hotan Temple, a large group of people had already rushed over. And one of them was Hanano Yamaichi. After seeing Hanano Yamaichi, ordinary players stepped out of the way because everyone in the server knew that this guy was extremely vicious. If you are in a guild that goes against him, he will wipe you out within a few days. And these unions will be disbanded in a few days. It can be seen how ruthless this guy is. It is precisely because of this that Kajita Sakura is very worried about Yifeng. At this time, a man and a woman walked out of the Hotan Temple. The woman was none other than Hanano Tiani. Hanota said with an aggrieved look, Brother, someone just hit me. And he said he was not afraid of you at all. This person is too arrogant. Hanano Shinichi frowned. His beloved sister was beaten unexpectedly. And this person was extremely arrogant. It seemed that if he didn't give him any color, he really thought that Hanano Shinichi was just empty-handed. Chapter 440 I like him. Who is the person who just bullied my sister? Where could he be? The man next to Hanota Itaka said, this person is the person who went to Bagua today. He entered the Hotan Temple with Kajita Sakura. Is it him? There is a road to the end of the world, and you don't take it. There is no door to H, L, and you just rush into it. Let me search the whole city, and let me find him. Hanano Tiani said, so this is the man who stole the woman from you. Put it this way. I quite admire this man. He really doesn't want his life to steal a woman from me. Hanano Tiani said, Brother, Kajita Sakura doesn't like you. I think you should give up and just help me get revenge. Don't spare that man for the sake of that woman. He hit me. Hanano Yamaichi said, don't worry. How can I make it easy for my sister who bullies me? I will kill him, and I won't dare to leave the safe zone. That's good. On Yifeng's side, Kajita Sakura took Yifeng to a private house. And the two of them hid in. Soon I received a wanted manhunt from Yamaguchi Hui. As Sakura Kajita's brother, he must have received this news. Naima-chan said, what happened to you two? You actually angered Yamaguchi Kai. What do you think we should do now? Kata Sakura said, this is none of his business. It's that woman who is bad. Okay. We men are talking. You women. Don't interrupt. Yifeng. Tell me. What are you going to do now? Yifeng knew that Nayamada had repeatedly forced himself into the palace. Obviously, he did not want his guild to be implicated. He also understood how terrifying the people of the Yamaguchi guild were. Yifeng said, let's do this. I quit the guild. I won't hurt you. Everyone does the work and everyone is responsible. No. No. Sakura Kajita said. Shut up. It's not your turn to speak here. Brother. Why? Why are you willing to let me follow you to hide far away? So that you can avoid people with expensive wounds. But you can't. Yifeng? Naima-chan said, you are my sister. Of course I want to protect you. But he is just someone we have known for less than a week. I don't want our entire guild to be implicated because of him. But he is the person I like. We went to Hotan Temple today, and we prayed together. Brother, please help him. I like him. Nayamada said angrily, you shouldn't like him. I shouldn't have let him join our guild in the first place. So that you can't lose your mind. Sakura Kata, who was beside Yifeng, cried and said, but I just like him. I identify with him. It's only been a few days. Are you kidding me? Do you know him? Do you know who he is? Where was he born? Where is he now? We have no idea. However, Sakura Kajita resisted and said, I don't care who he is. And I don't care where he is. I just like him. Even if I go back to China with him. I am willing. Shut up. Yifeng. Go on your own. Don't force me. Yifeng looked at Sakura Kajita, who was wearing pear blossoms and raining flowers. Although Yifeng didn't understand a girl's mind, he had become so obsessed with him in just a few days. Yifeng carefully hugged Kajita Sakura, and her crying and trembling shoulders trembled. She didn't expect that Yifeng would hug her. He leaned into Yifeng's arms and cried, "Don't leave. Okay? I will always be with you." Yifeng said with a smile, "You are a good girl. You shouldn't waste your time on me. Not to mention that I have offended the triads now. Then let's not play games. Okay?" Keita Sakura's question immediately stunned Yifeng, and Yifeng didn't know how to answer. Yifeng sighed and said softly, "Forgetting me may be your best choice. I am Chinese. You can't come back to China with me. You have your brother and your parents here." Sakura Keita hugged Yifeng with her backhand and cried, "No. I won't let you go. I finally like someone. You can't leave." Yifeng didn't say anything more, but retreated directly from the guild and gently patted Kajita Sakura on the back. "Sakura, I'm very happy to meet you. But now it's time for us to say goodbye. Forgive me. I'm just a passerby in your life. No. I don't want you to leave me. No." But Yifeng did not continue to struggle with Kajita Sakura, but slapped Kajita Sakura on the back of the neck, and Kajita Sakura immediately fainted. Yifeng carefully placed Keita Sakura on the ground, glanced at her silently, and said softly, "Goodbye, Sakura. Thank you for your company during this time. I am very happy to have a friend like you." After saying that, Yifeng walked out of the house and said on the World Channel, "If you want to trouble me, that's no need. I'll go to your territory now." Soon, a reply was received on the World Channel, and it was officially Hanano Yamichi's reply, "Haha. A Chinese boy who overestimates his capabilities. I will wait for you in the guild territory to see how you die. And you snatched a woman from me." Yifeng didn't say anything. Fortunately, Sakura was not with Hanano Yamichi today. Otherwise it would be difficult to imagine what their future life would be like. Yifeng opened the map and searched for the mountain and the guild territory. Fortunately, it was not far from here, so he could teleport directly from the main city. Yifeng directly disguised himself as an NPC and entered the Triads Guild territory. Soon, Yifeng left the safe area of the territory, and not long after, Yifeng appeared single-handedly in front of Hanano Yamichi. One was on the city wall, and the other was on the city wall. Hoya-shan looked at Yifeng condescendingly. Hananoyama said with an arrogant look, "You are the one who bullied my sister, and the one who stole women from me." Yifeng said, "It is indeed my fault for knocking down your sister. But you may have some misunderstandings about snatching a woman from you. I have nothing to do with Sakura. Humph. It doesn't matter whether it matters to you or not. It's just you. Just die." Saying that, Hanano Sanichi directly summoned his pet, which turned out to be a big snake. Yifeng squinted his eyes and looked at the big snake. This should be the Japanese mythical beast Yamata no Orochi. A huge snake landed next to Hanada Sanichi, making the people next to him look so small. "Orochi. Eat him. This is your lunch." The big snake stuck out its tongue, made a hissing sound, and stared at Yifeng as its prey. Yifeng sneered and threw the snoozing pig horn out of his pet's face. Looking at Yifeng, he summoned a pet the size of a puppy. Hananoyama laughed and said, "Haha. Puppy? Your pet is a perfect match for you. A dog and a China pig." Chapter 441. One man fights one country. Hearing this, a cruel smile appeared on Yifeng's lips, and he patted the pig's trotter's head and said, "Have you seen that big snake? He is your lunch." Pig's foot looked at the big snake with an expression of pity. Of course, the big snake opposite also saw the pig's feet with a look of disdain. Yifeng patted the pig's trotter on the head and said, "Transform into a dragon." A dragon roar came from Pig's foot's mouth. For a moment, Pig's foot's body expanded rapidly. In just 2 seconds, Pig's foot's figure was even bigger than that big snake. Yifeng jumped up and landed on the pig's head. The golden sword in his hand pointed at Hanano Shinichi on the city wall. The wings of the pig's feet were waving, and Yifeng was already flying on the pig's feet. "Hanano Yamichi, you said you are the #1 master in Japan. Yifeng is here to see you today." The moment Yifeng's pig's feet appeared, the entire Japanese district in Kyoto was shocked. "What's this? This is a giant dragon. It is also a mythical beast. Who is this guy? He even has a pet that looks like a mythical beast?" The reason why Hanano Sanichi is powerful is that he also has a terrifying assistant, the Yamata no Orochi. A terrifying mythical beast that cannot be dealt with by ordinary people. But the man opposite actually owns a mythical beast. And it's a legendary dragon. I'm afraid even the Yamada no Orochi is no match for him. When the big snake saw the pig's feet turning into a giant dragon, it arched its whole body and got ready for battle. After all, the natural enemy of the serpent is the giant dragon. So although both sides are mythical beasts, the giant dragon has an innate advantage. Of course, as the #1 master in Japan, Hanano Yamaichi also does not show any weakness. He climbed over and jumped onto the big snake's head. This was a showdown between masters and masters. Pig's Foot looked at the big snake opposite with an excited expression and let out a low dragon roar. Hananoyama asked, "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" Yifeng said, "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I really can't stand your character. Today, on behalf of other ordinary players, I will teach you a lesson for this arrogant guy." Haha. Arrogant. You are so arrogant. Yifeng looked at Hanano Yamaichi coldly. This guy was more arrogant than he thought. And from the look in his eyes, this guy was extremely cruel. The World Channel in Japan has exploded. They never thought that there would be a player who also owned a mythical beast and would be hostile to Hananoyama. And more importantly, what this guy owns is a giant dragon. This is the person that everyone wants to own. One man and one dragon, standing in front of Hanano Shinichi's gang territory, looked extremely domineering. So handsome. This guy is so handsome. I want to marry him. Oh wow. He's so handsome. Is he from China? He's so handsome. What the hell? A Chinese comes to our Japanese area and causes mischief. Damn it. Is this the man who took Kajita Sakura away? Yes. Many people recognize Yifeng. But so far, no one has revealed Yifeng's identity. If Yifeng's identity were made public, it would probably cause even greater shock. Kill! Yamada no Orochi and Hanano Yamaichi swooped down from the city wall. His goal was to kill the intruder Yifeng and prove that he was the #1 master in Japan. But Yifeng could be killed by Weishin whenever he wanted. With one bite of the pig's trotters, huge flames spurted out and directly burned the city wall into a piece. After seeing this scene, Weishin said angrily, "Damn Chinese. I want you to pay the price." Hananoyama's first profession, Yifeng, has been known through Kajita Sakura. It is a hidden profession and a legendary jonin. Its strength is extremely terrifying. Weishin had a handprint in his hand, and Yifeng didn't know what he said. But Yifeng felt a column of water falling from the sky. Retreat! With the flying ability of a pig's feet, Yifeng easily dodged the opponent's attack. The water column hit the road and made a huge pit. Yifeng was also unambiguous. The battlefield sword energy flew out directly and slashed at Hanano Yamaichi when Yifeng and Hananoyama were fighting each other. Watanabe Chuani finally found the relevant information about Yifeng. Watching Yifeng's video, Watanabe Junichi was very sure that this guy was Yifeng, who was ranked #1 in the Xia country district. But at that time, this guy was not that powerful. But now it seems that this family is as good as Hananoyama. But for the sake of the Japanese player's face, they certainly couldn't let Yifeng escape. Yifeng's information spread in the Japanese forum. Today everyone knows that this guy is actually Yifeng from the Chinese district. And he is a top expert. At the same time, Yifeng's lotus leaf shirt was outside the city wall. And the video of the battle was uploaded to the Huaxia district forum. Your post is called, "The #1 master in China versus the #1 master in Japan." When I opened the post, it turned out to be a live video of Yifeng and Hanano Yamaichi. For a time, the forum in the Chinese area suddenly became popular. Everyone knew why the Glory Guild had been quiet for so long. It turned out that Yifeng had gone to the Japanese area. Yifeng went to Japan alone. So what reason is there not to support Yifeng? The screen below unanimously expressed support for Yifeng, hoping that Yifeng would kill that piece of shit Hananoyama. Some even said that Yifeng would kill all the players in Japan to relieve the hatred in his heart. The three major super unions, as the presidents of the other two guilds, Guangzhou and Juifeng, also fell silent at this time, quietly watching the battle between Yifeng and Hanano Yamaichi. Of course, as the Glory Guild, they felt extremely proud. The president of their own guild actually went to Japan and challenged the entire Japan alone. What a joyful thing it was. Chu Tianai and the gang shouted, "Everyone use your best efforts to support our president. Go to the forum to support him. Come on. President. Boss. You are so awesome. This is one man fighting one country. The president is awesome. I'm so excited." On the other hand, the players in Japan were completely different. After they learned Yifeng's identity, many of them fell silent. Of course, There are also many radicals like the players in the Huaxia district. They cheered for Hanano Sanichi like crazy. At this time, Hanano Yamaichi also knew Yifeng's identity. It turns out that you are the #1 expert in the Chinese region. I asked myself, how could there be a second person in the Japanese region who owns a mythical beast? Since you are the #1 expert in the Chinese region, then I should kill you. Yifeng said, then let the horse come over. Chapter 442. One person and one dragon. At the same time, after all the guild members of Yamadaki knew Yifeng's information, they all fell silent. They had no idea who Yifeng was before. They were just small players in the game. How could they pay attention to people in other areas? But now, Yifeng, who had lived with them for a few days, turned out to be the #1 expert in the Huaxia district. This makes sense. Why he asks questions about Japan all day long? It turns out that this guy is not a player from Japan at all. Damn it. We were actually deceived by him, and he even got information out of us. This guy actually hid as an ordinary player and wanted to kidnap Sakura away. This guy is unforgivable. Nyamatani said, okay. Everyone, stop talking. This matter is all my fault. I dragged him into the guild before I even asked him about his origins. President, I don't blame you for this. I can only say that this Chinese person is very scheming. They deceived us. We were sincere, but he hid everything from us. If I see him again, I will definitely kill him. Naima Tayanikai didn't speak. He had been contacting his sister. Unfortunately, Kajita Sakura didn't answer his call. It seemed that his sister didn't want to pay attention to him now, as the other two major trade unions in Japan, after learning about Yifeng's information, they could not sit still and wait for death. They dispatched almost all their experts to Hanano Yamaichi's gang territory. Yifeng was fighting with Hanayama to a fever pitch. Yifeng knew that in your current form, you could at most be tied with Hanayama. On the opposite side, Hanano Yamaichi said sarcastically, it turns out that the #1 master in the Chinese region is nothing more than this. I didn't even use all my strength, and you only tied with me. I really overestimated you. The two beasts separated in an instant, and there were several scars on the body of Yamada no Orochi that reached deep into the valley. There are also several teeth marks on the pig's feet. But this does not hinder the terror of the two mythical beasts. The two sides had no intention of stopping. They roared angrily and launched another attack. At this time, two huge forces emerged. Hanano-kun, we must not let this guy return to the Huaxia district safely. Humph. I still need you to tell me. I have never shown mercy to my enemies. Yifeng looked at the three forces, surrounding himself in a triangle shape. They didn't want to leave just like that. But Yifeng didn't expect to leave peacefully like this. Since he came to Japan, he must leave some deep impression on you. After seeing the video, players from the Chinese and Chinese regions cursed angrily. The players from the Japanese region are so despicable. It's so unfair for so many people to besiege Yifeng alone. It's just very unfair. I applied to help Yifeng, and I also want to go to Japan to kill some Japanese players. That's right. Count me in. These Japanese players are so shameless. It's a pity that they are calling here, and no one will help them go to the Japanese area. What's going on? Boss? Why don't you use that transformation skill? Xiaohei said anxiously. The arrogant brother said, damn. These Japanese players are going to beat up the boss. It's a pity that I'm not with him, so I can help the boss. You have to believe him. Even if he is killed by the opponent, the players in Japan will pay a heavy price. Chu Tianai said. Humph. If they kill you, I will turn Japan upside down after the national dinner. On Yifeng's side, he stopped what he was doing and looked at the three parties. The opponent did not intend to fight him one-on-one and prepared to attack him collectively, because Hanano Yamaichi in front of him actually backed away. Yifeng said in a low voice, so? You are going to attack in groups? Humph. There are so many rules for dealing with enemies. Killing you is the best choice. Yifeng said coldly, really? Come on then. Let me see how powerful your Japanese players are. Yifeng shouted, demonization. Yifeng's body was instantly surrounded by a ball of black flames. After the flames went up, Yifeng had turned into a 12-winged fallen angel. This was Yifeng's final form after being demonized. After watching Yifeng transform into another form, Hanano Shinichi felt pressure invisibly. What is it? What kind of skill is this guy using? It feels so scary. There was a sneer on Yifeng's face. And it was time for the god of death to appear next. Yifeng was flying in the sky on a pig's foot, and his target was none other than the arrogant Hanano Yamaichi. Yifeng put a hand on the back of the pig's foot and said lightly, "Teleport." In just a moment, Yifeng and Pitfoot appeared behind Huayuanyi, and their huge bodies directly crushed all the players beside him. Death sighed. Hananoyama looked behind him in horror. He never thought that Yifeng, who was flying in the sky just now, would actually appear behind him. Hananoyama yelled in horror, "Absolute defense!" Yifeng's death sickle passed through Hanano Yamaichi, but did not take Hanano Yamaichi away. It was Hanadaiki's sister who was beside him. But she was killed by Yifeng. Humph. I want to see how many life-saving skills you have. But after using his life-saving skills, Hanano Sanichi couldn't bear it anymore. Roared, "Everyone! Kill this China pig, and let him understand that our Japanese empire is invincible." For a moment, members of the three major organizations attacked Yifeng one after another. How could Yifeng let them kill him so easily? Yifeng was not a player of Junichi Watanabe's level. Yifeng is the person standing at the top of the fantasy world pyramid. He wants to dominate everything. Yifeng's pig's foot dived into the crowd, and a fight broke out in the crowd. At that moment, countless Japanese players were killed, and the main artifact in Yifeng's hand was even more terrifying. Every attack will cause a large number of players to lose their lives and die. In the end, no player even dared to approach him. One man and one dragon stood arrogantly on the territory of Japanese players. In a private house in Tokyo, Kajita Sakura held her painful back and finally woke up. When he subconsciously saw that Yifeng was not around him, he panicked, opened the gang channel, and asked his brother, "Brother, where did Yifeng go? Was he caught?" Sakura Kajita said nervously. Naima Tiani said, "Hey, if you go to the forum and take a look, you will know who Yifeng is." "Who is he? Isn't he Yifeng? He is Chinese. You'll know when you go see it." The moment Kajita Sakura opened the forum, he was already shocked by the sight in front of him. The rows of posts were all telling about Yifeng. Chapter 443 I Like You. Tears quietly fell from Kidian Sakura's eyes. She didn't care. Yifeng was the #1 player in the Chinese region, and an ordinary player in the Chinese region. What she only cares about is whether Yifeng has a girlfriend. However, Yifeng's message clearly stated that he has 1 to 2 girlfriends. Jingtian Xiaoying quickly checked, and found that Yifeng actually had 2 girlfriends. When she saw this, Jingtian Xiaoying was not angry, but became happy. "Since I have 2 girlfriends, why can't I add myself to the list? Is it because I am not good enough? Yes, it must be that he didn't do well enough, so he wouldn't accept himself." Thinking of this, Sakura Kajita wiped away her tears, and found the location of Yifeng. She went to that place without any hesitation, knowing that this might be the last chance for them to meet. The next time they want to meet, it may be the national war in a few months. It has been too long, and Kajita Sakura is afraid that she cannot wait any longer. At this moment, there were dozens of corpses of Japanese players at Yifeng's feet, and other Japanese players did not dare to approach Yifeng at all. At this time, they did not dare to delay any longer. The top 10 masters in Japan all gathered together and stood in front of Yifeng. Yifeng sneered, "Why? I can't help it anymore. Do you want to take action? Humph. After killing so many of our Japanese players, it's time to end your journey." Yifeng said, "Junichi Watanabe, I remember when you went to our Huaxia district. You kept saying that you were going to flatten our Huaxia district. Today I am here, and I have fulfilled my promise. I am here to tell you that I want to. You can't even defeat China with your strength. Humph. Everyone can tell lies. You will die here today." Saying that, the top 10 masters pounced on Yifeng. I can't let Yifeng do whatever he wants anymore. They must stop Yifeng. They already know that Hananoyama is no match for Yifeng, so they must unite to expel this intruder. Soon 10 people started fighting around Yifeng. It can be said that Yifeng fought very hard. Yifeng has the ability to demonize, and his weapon is the main artifact. But the opponent is not weak either. After fighting like this, Yifeng can only be consumed in the end. Until death, Yifeng wanted Pig's feet to come over and help. But the Yamato no Orochi had already entangled Pig's feet tightly, and there was no way he could come to help Yifeng. The reason why Yifeng is powerful is that his skills are almost non-cooling, and he has too many skills in his hands. The skills of the 3 professions are retained, including control, slowing down, and damage. The 10 people on the opposite side are also miserable. They never expected that you would be so strong. Completely different from what the data showed. Players in the Chinese region were sweating for Yifeng while watching the live video on the forum. Yifeng is obviously at a disadvantage. If there is no fatal means, Yifeng may only die. It's so despicable. 10 people beat 1 person. Shameless. If we fight alone, Yifeng can kill all their top 10 masters. But if 10 masters surround Yifeng alone, Yifeng may be doomed. Many people can see that this battle is about to end. After all, Yifeng is also a human being. But just when everyone was surrounding Yifeng, a female player suddenly ran out from among the Japanese players. He shouted towards Yifeng, "Yifeng, I don't care who you are. I only recognize you and I like you. This person is Kajita Sakura." He confessed his love to Yifeng in front of the whole country, and rushed to Yifeng's side regardless of any danger. Yifeng used his sword to knock everyone around him away, and said, "What are you doing here? You can only die if you come here." Sakura Kajita took out her weapon, leaned behind Yifeng, and prepared to attack. She wanted to fight against these top 10 masters with Yifeng. "Sakura, you're talking nonsense. Come back here." The gang leader Yamadaki yelled that he never thought that his sister would come to Yifeng regardless of everything after knowing Yifeng's information. But Xiao Wu simply ignored his brother, and simply quit the gang. After Yifeng saw it, he said helplessly, "Sakura, you don't have to be like this. I am a Chinese player, not your Japanese player. And I have a girlfriend. I know you have a girlfriend. You have 2 girlfriends. Why can't you add me as well? Yes. Why can't we add one more of her? With the addition of her, Yifeng will be more concerned." Yifeng no longer wants to have any more worries. After going to the outer battlefield, Yifeng might never come back. So Yifeng no longer dares to make a casual promise. Yifeng lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry. You'd better forget about me." "No. I won't. I will definitely find you." Among the top 10 masters surrounding Yifeng and Jing Tian Xiaoying, Hanano Yamichi said, "Xiaoying, he has killed so many of our compatriots. And you are still obsessed with him. You make me very disappointed in you." Jing Tian Xiaoying said, "I don't know you at all. I have the right to fall in love. So why be disappointed? You? Then don't blame us for being rude." The battle started again. But this time, Yifeng was more passive, with more and more wounds on his body. And Yifeng's blood volume was also declining rapidly. Even though Yifeng had more than 10,000 blood points, he couldn't stop so many players from attacking him. Not to mention that Yifeng had to protect Sakura Kajita next to him. In the Huaxia district, Xiao He and others looked at the woman next to Yifeng in surprise. To be honest, this girl is really beautiful. She is Xiao He and others. But they dare not say it out loud, because they had already seen that Yinyu's face was not very good. And Yifeng had only been in Japan for a few days. But he hooked up with such a beautiful girl. Their conversation was also recorded. Yifeng did not like the woman and did not accept her confession. However, they may know each other. So Yifeng is protecting her now. Well, the boss is quite powerful. It's quite impressive. Within a few days, I hooked up with a Japanese girl. And she's one of the top 10 beauties. Xiao He said in surprise, "No way. No wonder she's so beautiful. I'm so excited when I see her." Yinyu said, "How about I give it to you?" Xiao He quickly shook his head and said, "Forget it. Forget it. I would rather be my single dog. I don't dare touch the boss's woman." "Well, whose woman is it?" Looking at Yinyu's face, Xiao said quickly, "Who knows whose woman it is? But it's not the boss's. Didn't the boss refuse her?" Snort. Chapter 444 Farewell. On Yifeng's side, many players were moved by the appearance of Kajita Sakura. Everyone knew that Sakura Kajita liked Yifeng. But they also knew that Yifeng did not accept Sakura Kajita's confession. Yifeng is a Chinese player and a Chinese. He was able to come here early probably because of the mission. So he cannot stay here for a long time. But Sakura Kajita's feelings for Yifeng moved all the players. They believe that as long as Sakura Kajita maintains her love for Yifeng, Yifeng will definitely be moved. But now Yifeng is exhausted on the battlefield. Yifeng has no problem dealing with 1 or 2 people, and can even kill 1 or 2 people. But now Yifeng doesn't have that ability at all. And the 10 opponents are all top experts. Yifeng also wanted to protect Sakura Kajita. Today, Sakura certainly knew how passive Yifeng was after he appeared. Keita Sakura said with some annoyance, "Yifeng is sorry. It was me who dragged you down." Yifeng said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, if I want to return to the Huaxia district, I have to die. If they kill them, it's actually not a big deal. But I really want to help you. I didn't mean to hold you back." Yifeng said with a smile, "In that case, you better go back." As he spoke, Yi Feng grabbed Keita Sakura's shoulders, held Keita Sakura in his arms, and yelled, "Pig's feet! Take her away!" As he spoke, Yi Feng swung hard and threw Kajita Sakura in the direction of the pig's feet. Of course Pig's Knuckle understood what Yi Feng meant. He really took it off. Yaki Orochi's entanglement caught Kajita Sakura and put him behind his back. Yi Feng said, "Fly as far away as possible. The further away the better." Ida Xiaoying, who was lying on the pig's feet, couldn't help but shed tears. "Shout, Yi Feng. I love you. If we meet again next time, I believe you will accept me." But Yi Feng whispered, "Forgetting me is your best choice." Boom! Yi Feng was knocked to the ground directly by someone. Severe pain came from Yi Feng's chest. "Your blood volume is already less than 1/3. If this continues, Yi Feng will definitely die." When Yi Feng saw the pig's feet in the corner of his eyes, Keita Sakura had flown far away. An evil smile appeared on Yi Feng's lips. He slowly got up from the ground and said, "Okay. It's time for this battle to end." Hanano Yamaichi said, "It should be over a long time ago. Go back to your Chinese district." Yi Feng said coldly, No. What I said is, I will end this battle." Even as he spoke, he took out the magic crystal bomb from his backpack. In this war between demons, the bomb used by the demons to blow up the holy city was extremely powerful. Yi Feng detonated the magic crystal bomb without hesitation. But at that moment, all the players in Japan showed panic on their faces, and they all fell to the ground. The explosion range formed by the magic crystal bomb was extremely wide. All the elite members of the 3 top guilds in Japan were covered, and all were killed in one blow. They were also close to Yi Feng's nearest Yamaguchi guild territory. Without any resistance, even the city wall was destroyed by the membrane bomb, not to mention the energy tower inside. And the entire guild territory was destroyed. Ding! System prompt. You have been included in the list of public enemy #1 players in Japan. Ding! System prompt. You died and triggered the Phoenix Inner Armor passive skill. Do you want to use the passive skill to resurrect? No! Ding! System prompt. You killed player XXX and gained some international points. I don't know how many system prompts there were. All because Yi Feng killed players to gain international points. Of course, what surprised Yi Feng was that he turned out to be the #1 public enemy in Japan. It seems that killing too many players in the enemy country will attract hatred from the system. Sakura Kajita, who flew far away, saw the terrifying explosion and the disappearing pig's feet beside him the moment he landed. He already knew that Yi Feng had returned to the Huaxia district. Hope to see you again. We are not strangers. If I want to see Yi Feng again, I'm afraid I can only wait until after the national war. Maybe at that time. What will be the situation? I'm afraid that's not even possible. Such an explosion shocked the players in Japan. Yi Feng actually had such a terrifying thing on his body. It can be imagined that he had been prepared before coming here. After Hanano Asanichi and the others were resurrected, they simply didn't believe that Yi Feng could use such a powerful bomb. Hananoyama and others had to believe it. What should we do with that terrifying one? Even the Yamaguchi guild's territory was destroyed. This damn Yi Feng actually destroyed my territory. I will definitely make him pay the price. The Yamaguchi organization is the largest underworld organization in Japan. The reason why they came to the game is because they can launder money and do many things in the game. Obviously, Yi Feng has angered Hanano Yamaichi, and this guy is not going to spare Yi Feng lightly. But after this incident, players in the Japanese area got to know the players in the Chinese area, and it was not as weak as imagined. After Yi Feng used the magic crystal bomb, killing so many players and a city, players in the entire Huaxia region were excited, because from the beginning to the end of this battle, the Huaxia district won. Yi Feng finally returned to the Huaxia region, but the location where Yi Feng was resurrected turned out to be somewhere in the palace. It seemed that no matter where he went, people who went out through the super teleportation array would definitely be around here when they came back. Yi Feng looked at his backpack and equipment. Fortunately, he only exploded some potions. Not a big problem. Looking at the mission item in his backpack, I wonder what the Emperor will reward him. Yi Feng found the Emperor again with his mission items. Warrior, you are back. Can you find my sword? Yi Feng took out the Emperor's sword with both hands and said, I worked hard to get your sword back for your majesty. The Emperor picked up the sword and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. I got it back as expected. This is my sword. Yi Feng said, but there is an old monk who asked me to tell you that he has been waiting for you for a long time. When the Emperor heard this, His face suddenly darkened and he said, "Did he say anything else?" "No." "Humph. I'm just a warrior from Japan. And you dare to threaten me. Forget it. I'm very happy now anyway. This was your reward." Ding. System prompt. You have completed what the Emperor told you. Gained 1 million experience points. And obtained special items. Runestones. Yifeng took out the rune stones from his backpack and looked around. There seemed to be nothing special about this thing. So Yifeng asked, "What is the use of this thing?" "Your Majesty? Open it, and you will know what it is used for." Chapter 445 Hidden Sword Valley. Yifeng was a little speechless. "You gave me this thing. And you actually want me to take it apart and see it for myself. You will die if you tell me." But since the NPC didn't want to help him, Yifeng had no choice but to dismantle it himself. It was such a small stone. Apart from some lines on it, how could it be called dismantled? Yifeng touched the stone in his hand. It was quite smooth, with clear lines and obvious unevenness. But Yifeng tried hard to break it open. But it was of no use at all. The rune stone didn't move at all. Yifeng was confused. How could this thing be taken apart? Or was there something unusual about it? Yifeng looked through the entire rune stone. The most unusual thing was of course the lines on the stone. But Yifeng doesn't know what this thing is? My Emperor didn't tell me. And he didn't want to get angry. So he just threw him on the ground. Snapped. The rune stones actually broke. This made Yifeng completely unexpected. No matter how he did it, the rune stones that he had not opened would break when he fell on the ground. It turns out that this is what opening rune stones means. This game really tests your brain. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully starting the main quest too. Do you want to accept the second main quest? There is actually a main task. After completing the task, there is no system prompt. It turns out that this main task is not as simple as a task. Yes. Ding. System prompt. Please go to the Hidden Sword Valley to find the Unknown Sword Master. Unknown Sword Master. What kind of person is this? Yifeng shook his head. It seemed that he still had to be busy. However, Hidden Sword Valley is a level 70 area. And that place is inherently dangerous. When Yifeng was looking for the weapon spirit, where did he almost want to go? It seemed that he really couldn't get around this place. But before heading to Hidden Sword Valley, Yifeng returned to his gang territory. As soon as Yifeng appeared, he was stopped by Yin Yu, who had been waiting for a long time. "Tell me, what happened to that girl?" Yifeng smiled bitterly. He knew that Yin Yu would definitely tell this matter. But Yifeng did not intend to hide it from Yin Yu. Yifeng said, "It's a person I met when I first arrived in Japan. All the information I got was from her." "Really? You didn't seduce her? See how you confuse her? In front of all the players in the server. Saying that she likes you and confessing to you will make this woman jealous. Not to mention that I am you woman." Yifeng hugged Yin Yu and said, "I believe you. I really don't have any feelings for him. It's just his wishful thinking." Yin Yu said, "Actually, I think she is quite pitiful. Seeing her crying makes me very sad." Yifeng said, "It's okay. I'm just a passerby in his life. He will forget about me." "Well, I'm not saying that you go out to hook up with others. I just want to tell you that you have to be worthy of what a man should do. Since you made a promise, you must do it. This is the Yifeng I know." Yifeng said with a smile, "Yes. I said that I will protect you and Zissou in this life. And I will definitely work hard to save Zissou." That's right. When Yifeng returned to the gang's territory, many players who had been posting knew that Yifeng was back. They all went on the world channel to welcome Yifeng home. "Boss, you are so handsome. I love you so much." Yifeng said, "Really? How much do you love me?" Xiaohei said, This is a metaphor. Okay. Don't lead me into the ditch." "Uh-huh. Xiaohei, you hacking have a brain," said the arrogant brother on the side. "Shit. I'm very smart to begin with." "Ha ha." A group of people laughed loudly. Yifeng told the people around him about some things that happened in Japan and some news that Japan knew. As the former president of Xinhua, Altian's qualifications and experience are the strongest among them. Altian said, "Listen to what you said. There are only 3 unions in Japan, and the other guilds are not worth mentioning. The unity of their personnel is really beyond what we can achieve. In the Chinese region, only a small number of players in the elite group will obey orders. Most players will not bother to care about you if you tell them to stop. Players in Japan are different. They are very obedient to orders. If you don't fight, there will never be a second person to do it. This is very advantageous in team battles. Disease? There are many people in the Huaxiao area, but it is very likely that they are scattered and difficult to link together. There may be many accidents during the national war, so Yi Feng must tell other guild presidents about these things. Of course, Yi Feng left it to the MO to complete this matter. After all, it was more suitable for diplomacy. After doing all the series of things, Yi Feng was going to the Hidden Sword Valley. He didn't know if there were swords everywhere as Yi Feng thought. When Yi Feng arrived at Hidden Sword Valley after more than an hour's journey, this place was really remote enough. When Yi Feng came to the valley, he saw densely packed swords stuck on the rocks, and the entire mountain wall seemed to be pierced by thousands of swords. If you have trypophobia, you may feel uncomfortable coming here. There are too many iron swords here recently. He pulled out a sword casually. Unfortunately, it was a useless sword with only 0.1 attack power. After looking at it a lot, it was like this. They were all made of useless swords. It was not possible to find the weapon spirit as Yi Feng imagined. I just started walking in, because the unknown sword master Yi Feng was looking for was in the Hidden Sword Valley. But unfortunately, he didn't know the specific location. The further he walked in, the more frightened Yi Feng was, because Yi Feng saw the sword emitting light. When Yi Feng pulled it out, he found that it was broken. And this is a blue sword, with the same attack power of 0 to 1. There is no use at all. Unexpectedly, he saw golden and purple swords one night. Yi Feng knew that these swords were all broken swords. He had no attack power, and was just showing its quality. It seems that the name of Hidden Sword Mountain is not in vain. The swords here are too terrifying. Soon, Yi Feng found an old man. However, this old man was sleeping, and his slovenly appearance did not look like that of a sword master. If Yi Feng hadn't had an NPC perspective and could see his name, Yi Feng might have missed him. But what surprised Yi Feng even more was that in front of the sword master, there was a colorful sword. This is an artifact. This is the first time Yi Feng has seen an artifact outside of himself. If you are an ordinary player, you may see this artifact and rush up to take it away. But Yi Feng obviously would not do this. This sword is likely to be this unknown sword master. Chapter 446 Sword Formation. Senior, I'm here to receive a mission. But after Yi Feng finished speaking, the unknown sword master was still lying on the ground, completely indifferent. Yi Feng said respectfully again, Senior Unknown Sword Master, I am here to receive the mission. At this time, the unknown sword master actually turned over and continued to sleep, completely ignoring Yi Feng. Yi Feng scratched his head, as if he had seen this action before. By the way, this isn't you. Is it the action you used to treat other players when you were still in the novice village? Why am I myself now? I'm so drunk. If this guy doesn't move, then I won't be polite. I walk directly to the unknown sword master and want to pull out the colorful sword over there. What Yi Feng didn't expect was that he could pull out the sword so easily. Hey! Why is this sword so light? It looks like a fake. When Yi Feng was confused, the unknown swordsman actually sat up and looked at Yi Feng with a look of disbelief. How could you pull out this sword? Yi Feng was startled and quickly backed away, looking at the unknown sword master who had started to do it at some point. Yi Feng said, Senior Unknown Sword Master, I'm sorry. If this sword is yours, I will return it to you. I have been in this place for 40 years, and have not yet drawn this sword. You pulled it out easily. Who are you? Yi Feng said, I just took it out casually. And this sword is so light. How can I not pull it out? The unknown sword master said, Show me this sword. Before Yi Feng had time to see the properties of the sword, he sent the sword to the hands of the unknown sword master. What neither Yi Feng nor the unknown sword master expected was that the moment the unknown sword master took the sword, his whole body sank half an inch. The unknown sword master suppressed his blush and said, I didn't say it was a kiss. This is too damn heavy. As he spoke, the unknown sword master dropped the artifact directly on the ground. Panting from exhaustion, Yi Feng couldn't believe it and picked up the artifact again. That's right. It's so light. The unknown sword master is speechless now. The little guy in front of him picked up the sword so easily. Is this guy born with supernatural power? Or is there something special about him? The unknown sword master walked around Yi Feng several times and found that there was nothing special about this guy. But in his own hands, the weapon was quite special. What level is your own weapon? Yi Feng said, a major artifact created only by the combined skills of Oyezi and Pope. Let me go! Who is this kid with such a big arrogance? He can actually invite those two gods? Currently, The unknown swordsman is becoming more and more interested in Yifeng. Yifeng said, "That's not true. Senior Oyezi and I have been friends for many years. And he is willing to help me with this." Okay. You're really good. I asked Oyezi to make a weapon. And I have to pray to Buddha and God. You're really lucky. Yifeng said, "So, this artifact no longer belongs to Senior? Of course it's not mine. I'm just the tombkeeper here. But since you took him out, it means that he is destined to you. And he is yours. But Yifeng has a magical weapon. So why is this magical weapon needed?" I saw the unknown sword master saying, "It looks like a sword to you. But in fact it is just a weapon spirit. According to this weight, he can make a heavyweight artifact." I see. They say there is a weapon spirit in the hidden sword valley. It turns out that the weapon spirit looks like this. I am really lucky. That's true. You kid is really unlucky. Tell me, why did you come to me? Yifeng said, "I'm here to start the level 60 main quest. This mission is quite difficult. Are you sure you want to start it?" Yifeng nodded and said, "That's natural. Since we've come here, we must do it." Okay. I'll leave it to you. Ding. System prompts. Whether to enter the sword formation and complete the second main route. Yes. After Yifeng accepted the mission, the unknown swordsman said, "I wish you good luck." Kid. The environment in front of Yifeng suddenly changed. And Yifeng came to a place full of magical energy. In front of Yifeng, there was a big sword suspended in the air. Ding. System prompt. The mission will be carried out in 10 seconds. Your mission requires that you only need to resist the opponent for 10 minutes to complete the mission and enter the next level. 19. Yifeng looked at the big sword in front of him. He couldn't be his target. Yifeng was very surprised. He seemed to be trying to break through a level. And it didn't seem to have anything to do with the main plot. But the mission has already begun. Yifeng can't help but think too much. But Yifeng's target was not the big sword suspended in the air, but 10 small swords separated from his body. 10 small swords were divided into regular arrangements and appeared in front of Yifeng. And without saying a word, they directly besieged Yifeng. Of course, Yifeng would not think that he would lose to these 10 small swords. For a moment, Yifeng resisted the attacks of 10 small swords. But what troubled Yifeng was that Ma Xiaojian had no health, which meant that it was impossible for Yifeng to kill them. Since they can't be killed, shoot them to the ground or break them. Fortunately, the main artifact in Yifeng's hand dealt extremely heavy damage to them. Every time he attacked the 10 small swords, there would be scars and even big gaps on their bodies. It just took a while. After the first small sword broke on the ground, Yifeng received a system prompt. Ding! System prompt. Blood God Sword Village is open by 1%. What? Are you opening the Blood God Sword Manor? What the hell is this? Yifeng is just doing the main mission. It seems that this main mission is the mission to open the Blood God Sword Village. I don't know what this Blood God Sword Manor looks like. I wonder what effect this Blood God Sword Village will have on players after it comes out. But Yifeng is actually doing this task. So let's see what this Blood God Sword Manor looks like. The 10 small swords in front of Yifeng were smashed by Yifeng one after another. And the second level was soon ushered in. The original 10 small swords in this level have grown up. But the original 10 swords have become 9. Yifeng saw through it at a glance. I'm afraid that his last hurdle would be the big sword in front of him. Looking at the big sword floating in the air in front of him, Yifeng shuddered. Just as we thought. There is one less sword in each level. And the sword in each level is much larger than the sword in the previous level. Until the end, Yifeng was staring at the big sword in front of him. Sure enough, after the countdown started, the big sword in front of Yifeng moved and slashed Yifeng with lightning speed. Boom! Chapter 447 The Secret of the Emperor's Sword. Yifeng used the main artifact in his hand to block the attack. But Yifeng was sent flying. It's so strong. What level is this sword at? Although Yifeng wanted to know, the big sword didn't give Yifeng a chance to think, and struck it down again. And this time it was with sword light. Yifeng said in his heart, MMP. This guy is obviously cheating. And Yifeng only needs to defeat this sword to successfully open the Blood God Sword Manor. But with Yifeng's current strength, it is simply impossible to activate it. Because Yifeng's demonization ability has already been used. It can no longer be used. And the top of the sword's head is health. This guy's blood volume is still full. And it is difficult for Yifeng to cause any substantial damage to him. What to do? This is a situation that Yifeng had never imagined. This thing is probably among the main artifacts. And it can attack independently. unlike his main artifact, which has to be moved by himself. Yi Feng had no choice but to summon the pig's feet. I was able to restrain him with the pig's feet and bite him in my mouth. But soon the pig's feet were broken free. And you said there was nothing you could do against it. Yi Feng looked around. If the fight continued like this, he would definitely lose. In the entire space, the sky is pitch black. And only on the ground can there be colorful stars. Does it need to be brought to the ground? Thinking of this, Yi Feng felt that it would be okay to give it a try. If it really worked, it would mean that he got the answer right. The unknown sword master in the Jingzong Sword Valley seemed to be able to see Yi Feng inside. He shook his head and said, "If you can do it better than that guy, then you are really awesome. Young man, think of a way. You can only rely on yourself." Yi Feng looked at the blood volume of the sword. The blood volume that had just been knocked out by Yi Feng and the pig's feet was actually full. Yi Feng's guess is not wrong. If he is killed, it may not be realistic. Yi Feng took the pig's feet back into the pet space again and faced the big sword hanging in the air alone. Yi Feng ran to the center of the sword formation where he was. This time he almost didn't use the melee profession, but transformed himself into a dark magician. Yi Feng found that after he returned to this position, the big sword did not come close to him. Obviously, there is something wrong with this place. Jian Feng directly uses long-range attacks to anger the sword. When Yi Feng attacked for about 20 seconds, the sword was finally angered. This time, De Jin seemed to be falling from the sky, falling from Yi Feng's head first, trying to string Yi Feng from end to end. Just when the distance between the tip of the big sword and Yi Feng's head was less than 10 centimeters, Yi Feng used the teleportation skill. In just an instant, the big sword fell into the sword formation and was directly embedded in it. The hair on Yi Feng's head was cut in half, which shows how terrifying it was just now. Fortunately, the hair can be changed at will, so Yi Feng called up the hair system to restore his hair. However, after the big sword was embedded in the sword formation, it began to struggle desperately. However, the sword formation locked the sword tightly, making it impossible to get out. Boom! With a roar, the witness in front of Yi Feng suddenly flew up in suspension. Ding! System prompt. I have completed the main mission and opened the Blood God Sword Village. Soon Yi Feng's eyes lit up, and he returned to Hidden Sword Valley again. As soon as he came out, the unknown swordsman laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. You are not bad. I thought you would be stubborn and fight with that big sword." Only then did Yi Feng realize that this guy could see his situation inside, which meant that he knew what task Yi Feng would face. Yi Feng said, "So, Senior Wuming knows what I'm going to face, but he doesn't intend to help me. Haha. This is a rule. How can I help you? By the way, this is your reward for completing the task. Take it." Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on completing the second main mission, gaining 1 million experience points and special items. Runestones. It's a runestone again. This is also Yi Feng, so it's not that embarrassing. Yi Feng asked, "Senior Wuming, are there any other weapon spirits in the Hidden Sword Valley?" The unknown sword master said, "Of course there is. But some things are hidden and difficult for you to find. And some are on the surface, such as the weapon spirit you just took away." Yi Feng said, "What method is needed to obtain it? You need to explore this yourself." Yi Feng knew that it was impossible for the NBA in the system to tell him everything. Yi Feng shook his head helplessly and dropped the runestone in his hand to the ground again. Ding! System prompt. Do you want to accept main quest 3? Yes. Ding! System prompt. Please go to the palace to find the emperor and start the siege treaty. Holy crap. Is the siege finally about to open? I'm afraid many players have been waiting for the day of the siege system for a long time. Yi Feng said goodbye to the unknown sword master, directly crushed the scroll to return to the city, and returned to the imperial city. Yi Feng was in a hurry to find the emperor, but on the way, Yi Feng met the lord of Xuanwu City. Seeing Yi Feng's appearance, the lord of Xuanwu City calmly approached Yi Feng and whispered, "Why do you want to go to the emperor looking like this?" "I'm on a mission." "What are you doing here again?" This emperor said that he is looking for his sword that has been lost for many years. "Let us go over and admire his sword together." Yi Feng said, "Didn't I just find that thing for him?" He obviously sent it by himself, but he dared to say that he lost it. How shameless. The lord of Xuanwu City rolled his eyes and said, "You are the one who found it for him. I heard that there is something very magical about that sword. I wonder if you discovered it before." I thought about it. He had indeed observed the sword in his hand. It was just a mission item, so he couldn't open it. He could only look at the appearance and found nothing. Yi Feng shook his head and said he didn't find anything. But the Lord of Xuanwu City said, when I was a child, I heard my father say that his sword is not from our place. Yi Feng immediately thought of another place, which was God's continent. In other words, this sword was probably passed down from God's continent. It can't be from God's continent. Yi Feng asked. That's right. It's right there. It contains the secret of how to get people to the God's continent. Only then did Yi Feng understand why the face of the Lord of Xuanwu City was so heavy. It seemed that the fate of going to the God's continent was what everyone wanted. Yi Feng finally knew why the Emperor wanted to go to Japan to steal the sword back. None of them had a simple purpose. But these have nothing to do with Yi Feng. Yi Feng is just here to do the main mission. Yi Feng will immediately start the third main mission, which may be the last mission. Chapter 448 Pretending to Confess. Yi Feng went there. It was still the study room. But the Lord of Xuanwu City went to the Jinluan Hall. Yi Feng said, Brother, the Emperor should be in the study. And the mission leader wants me to go to the study. Well, go ahead. By the way, if possible, you can steal that sword. Yi Feng said, Brother, please kill me. This is the palace, not outside. I don't dare to fight him even if I have 100 courages. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, I asked you to steal. And I didn't ask you to be Mingqiang. How can I ask you to do something that I don't even dare to do? Oh, let me try. Yi Feng came to the Emperor's study. Brother, after seeing Yi Feng coming, he put down the sword in his hand and said, You are here so soon. Your strength is beyond my expectation. Yi Feng looked at the sword beside the Emperor and said, Thank you for the compliment. Your Majesty, this is what I should do. But the Emperor has been studying this sword for so long. Is there anything different about this sword? It's nothing. I just haven't held it in my hand for many years, and I miss it a little. I'm going to give you the third mission. Yes. Yi Feng still looked at the sword. And it seemed that there was no chance of getting it. Ding. System prompt. Do you want to accept main quest 3? Yes. Ding. System prompts. Go to the 7-star platform and kill the demon elder Huiyun Lao Mo. 7-star terrace. What kind of place this is? It seems that Yi Feng has never seen it before. I quickly opened the mission prompt. And it turned out that this place was in the Holy City. Feng is still not very familiar with the environment around the Holy City. But the location of the 7-star platform is relatively remote. Fortunately, there was one guy who cut his distance in half. And that was the territory of the mythical guild. I wonder if Yi Feng can use their teleportation array. After all, their teleportation array can be set up with a blacklist. And some people cannot use it. Yi Feng came to the teleportation point in the Holy City, opened the teleportation interface, and looked at the teleportation location inside. Sure enough, there was one. But when Yi Feng clicked in, he found that there was no movement, and he was not teleported away. Ding! System prompt. Because you have been blacklisted by the mythical guild, you cannot teleport. Sure enough, my thoughts were still a bit naive. How could the other party let me use their teleportation array? It was as if Yi Feng would not let Zhui Feng and others use his guild's teleportation array. There was no other way. Yi Feng could only walk over with his feet. However, it was already time to eat. And Yi Feng had no choice but to log off. Yanyu was waiting outside the door, as soon as he opened the door. These days, Yanyu helped Yi Feng to the dining table downstairs. But today, Yanyu's expression was a little strange, looking at Yi Feng with a look of love and hate, which made Yi Feng feel a little funny. Yi Feng said, It's really nothing. Just don't worry. But I just can't let it go. What are you going to do to compensate for my injured soul? Yi Feng pointed to his bed and said, Come pay with my body. Yanyu blushed, glared at Yi Feng and said, I know how to be glib. Let's go! As you command. My queen. Yanyu's feelings for Yi Feng are both love and hate. Who said this guy is too good? Such a good man will definitely attract many girls. When Yi Feng came to the dining table, it was unusually quiet today, and everyone else was eating in silence. He looked at Yi Feng from time to time, as if waiting for something. Yi Feng said, What are you doing? You don't know me or something. Just like a little white mouse. Xiao Hei said, Boss, are you okay? Yi Feng said, Do you think something is wrong with me? Xiao Hei said cautiously, But my sister-in-law seems to have something wrong. Yi Feng thought it was something. It turned out that they were worried about conflicts between themselves and Yanyu. Yi Feng said, Whatever happens, I have the final say at home. And whatever I say will be what I say. Right? Yanyu said expressionlessly, Yes. Yi Feng said, Do you think something will happen to me? Do I look like someone who is in trouble? Besides, I have already explained everything to Yin Yu clearly about today. Seeing Yi Feng's relaxed expression, the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, you scared me to death. That's one of the top 10 beauties in Japan. You're not moved. It's so weird. Yi Feng said without changing his expression. Does it look good? Why don't I think so? I think Yin Yu is the prettiest. And of course the same goes for Zissou. Xiao He and others gave Yi Feng a thumbs up and said, Chu Ti and I. Look! Look! Look at what the boss looks like. And look at you. You're such a coward. Chu Ti and I was eating well. But the pot fell from the sky and hit him directly. Chu Ti and I said, you guys are still not brothers. Don't transfer the problem to me. When did I ever give in? Yi Feng said, hey. Something weird seems to have happened these days when I'm not around. Let me tell you. When it comes to gossip, Xiao He and others are very excited. He directly told what happened between Chu Ti and I, and Na Wanjun in the past few days from beginning to end. This made Chu Ti and I restless, and kept denying. How is it possible? How could I be like that? Are you mistaken? Could it be the first day you met me? As a result, Ho Yi, who rarely spoke, nodded and said, yes. Wow. You Ho Yi. I thought you were the most brotherly person. But I didn't expect you to be that kind of person too. Arrogant brother said, I'm just a coward. I'm still here shamelessly making irresponsible remarks. Xiao He said, boss. You may not know that this guy confessed his love to Wanjun. His voice was so low that he could probably hear it. He is a coward who can't even confess his love. Look at me! Chu Ti and I said, go away. You are a guy who doesn't even have a girlfriend. But you still call me a single guy. As a result, Xiao He looked around, took a look, and finally his eyes rested on Xiaoya. Xiaoya was stunned for a moment, as if she felt like she was in trouble. I saw Xiao He say, Xiaoya. Xiao He. Like you. Be my girlfriend? Shit. Xiao He. What are you doing? Brother Arrogant said. As a result, Xiaoya was shocked by this sudden confession. Although Xiao He really helped him a lot on weekdays, he treated Xiao He like an older brother. Xiao He's confession made everyone at the dinner table stunned. But Xiaoya said very politely, Brother He. I'm sorry. I only regard you as my elder brother. Nothing else. After being rejected by Xiaoya, he could clearly feel a trace of disappointment in the thief's eyes. But Xiao He did not show it. Instead he laughed and said, Chu Ti and I. You coward. Have you seen it? This is called confession. If he likes you, he will accept you. If he doesn't like you, he will reject you. You stick with others all day long without confessing. What do you mean? If you don't confess, I'm going to confess to you. Chu Ti and I was anxious and said quickly, if you dare, I will beat you up. Xiao He said, isn't this the end of the knot? I'm sorry. Yeah. I just made a template for Chu Ti and I. So I didn't scare you. Xiaoya said, no. Brother Chu Ti and I should really take the initiative. Maybe one day, he will be overtaken by Xiao He. Chu Ti and I gritted his teeth and said, he dares. Chapter 449 The Story of the Outer Battlefield. Although everyone was talking and laughing next, Yi Feng could clearly feel that Xiao He didn't feel very good, but he just hid it himself. After the meal, Xiao He was still playing around with the others. Seemingly fine. Just like he said, he was just using it as a template for Chu Ti and I. Yi Feng patted Xiao He on the shoulder and said, Xiao He, go to the roof to enjoy the cool air. Boss, that's your exclusive place. I won't disturb you if I go there. Excuse me. I have something to tell you. Xingxing reluctantly agrees to go with you. As he said that, the little black guy followed Yi Feng to the roof of the building. After arriving at the top of the building, Yi Feng pointed to the stool and asked Xiao He to sit down. Of course, Xiao He was obedient and sat next to Yi Feng. Yi Feng said, you must feel bad. I saw Xiao He still smiling heartlessly. Why is it so uncomfortable? I was just joking. Like a brother. Yi Feng held Xiao He's shoulders and said, you are my Yi Feng's brother. Don't I know? Just like Kajita Sakura. Don't I know how she feels? After Yi Feng said this, Xiao He finally took off his disguise. He said with some disappointment, it turns out that he only regards me as a big brother. It's because I think too much, and it's my extravagant hope. Yi Feng said, if you are not suitable, don't force it. Look at Chu Ti and I now. Wasn't he still single when he followed us? But now, hasn't he found a girlfriend? When will you take me to meet her? Xiao Hei said. When you meet your first girlfriend? What do you tell Chu Tianai to tell me? I'm a single guy who doesn't understand anything. Yi Feng shook his head and said, it should be like first love. One day you will say in front of me, this is my girlfriend. So beautiful. This is what I want to hear the most. Boss, stop laughing at me. What kind of girlfriend can I find? Feng sighed and looked up at the sky. Looking at the stars all over the sky. Yi Feng pointed to the sky and said, do you know what's in there? Xiao Hei looked at the sky in the direction Yi Feng pointed and said, what can there be? Just some stars? Of course there is also a moon. Yi Feng said, of course not. There is a battlefield in the outer world there. There are aliens there who want to invade our Earth. Many people with supernatural powers and cultivators have gone there. They have protected our home for us, so that we can have the life we have now. Xiao Hei looked at it for a long time and said, boss, you won't fool me. Right. There is really nothing up here except stars. Yi Feng said, if you three want to listen, come here and listen. Don't hide in that place. Don't think I don't know. Chu Tianai scratched his head awkwardly and walked out of the darkness. Then Yenyu came to Yi Feng's side without saying a word and sat down. In the end, there was Ying. He stood next to Chu Tianai and waited for Yi Feng to tell him his story. Yi Feng pointed to the sky and said, although you may not understand what I am saying now, what I want to tell you is that in that place, there is a name called Tianwai Battlefield. There, we Chinese immortal cultivators and foreign superpowers are fighting together against a creature we call a demon. Do you know the capabilities we have now? Just to deal with the demon. When the time is right, players in the entire fantasy world will have the abilities we have now. Because by that time, the demon will attack the Earth in a large scale. I really don't hope that when that day comes, I really don't hope that all fantasy world players will have the ability I have now. If we have this ability, it means that the demon has invaded. Chu Tianai said, I have heard a little bit about the battlefield outside the world. I always thought it was a fairy tale before. But now it seems that it is not a story. Yi Feng said, I have seen the devil. Let you have a look. I have seen the devil. As he spoke, a pattern condensed on Yi Feng's palm, which was the primary demon created by Yi Feng. They are junior demons, the ones we can currently deal with, as well as intermediate demons and advanced demons. Yi Feng showed the appearance of the demon one by one. In front of these people, this unprecedented creature surprised them. Yi Feng said, when you see a high-level demon, don't hesitate. Just run away. Boss, was your foot injured by the devil? Xiao Hei asked. When asked by Xiao Hei, everyone else remembered that Yi Feng had been out for a while, and his feet looked like this after he came back. Combined with what Yi Feng said, it was very likely that he was injured by a demon. Yi Feng shook his head and said, no, my injury was caused by Yazan. What? The top 10 ferocious beasts in ancient times. Yazui? Yi Feng nodded and said, yes. It is him. He is hiding in the Hawaiian Islands. He went there to look for medicinal materials that have not awakened the Perilla and came across it. If it weren't for my fate, you wouldn't be able to see me anymore. Yenyu silently held Yi Feng's hand. It turned out that Yi Feng had endured so much alone, and it was really difficult for him. Xiao Hei continued to ask, boss, are you going to the outer battlefield? Yi Feng nodded and said, yes. I will definitely go. Not only for the safety of the Earth, but also for you. These brothers and sisters. President, as long as you go, I will definitely follow you. Yi Feng said, it's too early to say this now. If I go to the outer battlefield, it is an unavoidable fate. But you are different. You can choose not to go. Boss, if I can, I want to follow you all my life. Yi Feng's eyes suddenly felt a little moist. And Yi Feng said, it's great to have you. Because I have too many worries. So I don't want to add too many worries. So that's why I rejected Kajita's Sakura. Yi Feng paused for a moment and continued, what if one day I never come back from the battlefield? I don't want to make too many people sad. Yenyu said, then don't go. Yi Feng said, the great elder saved Zissou. And this debt must be repaid. They did not save Zissou for no reason. No. I won't let you go. Seeing Yenyu's excited expression, Yi Feng patted her head and said, don't worry. We don't know when we will go to the outer battlefield. Maybe by then, the demon will have been driven away. But why do you say that? What you say makes people so worried. Yi Feng said, it's a good thing to be prepared. Okay. I have told you so much today. In fact, there is nothing else. I just want to tell you a story about the battlefield outside the world. Okay. It's time to sleep. And it's time to play games. It's time to play games and find a girlfriend. Yi Feng patted Xiao Hei on the shoulder and said, "Let's go!" Chapter 457 Star Platform. After going online, Yi Feng still went to his mission point, Qixingtai. But I don't know what this 7-star platform looks like. And the most important thing is that you haven't heard it from other players at all. On the forum, Yi Feng looked for questions about maps or tasks. They haven't found anything about 7-star Terrace. Obviously, this place is still blank. When Yi Feng arrived at the 7-star Terrace, he finally discovered a problem. In this place, you can't see anything at all except a gate. If you want to enter it, you must open this door. The gate is locked, and there are mountains behind it, so it is quickly ignored by people, and it may be just a systematic scenery. But after Yi Feng received this mission, it was different. Ask Yi Feng whether the door in front of him can be opened. But what's strange about Yi Feng is that there are so many wild monsters in this place. At the entrance of Qixingtai, there are several teams of players leveling up, because the wild monsters here refresh faster. And the most important thing is that the level is only 58. At present, this level is very suitable for other players. If it is Yi Feng, with such a fast refresh speed, it can indeed be used as a leveling place. But they also saw Yi Feng. They watched Yi Feng come to this place, and actually stared at a door for a long time. One player said out of good intentions, "Master Yi Feng, that's just a wooden board. It's a decoration. It's useless. We've tried it a long time ago." Yi Feng nodded and said, "You're welcome. But I have a mission, so I should be able to go in." Yi Feng opened the door. There was an exclamation mark on it, and it turned out to be a conversation. "Warrior, are you ready? It's very dangerous here." The famous demon Huiyun is inside, as well as a group of his disciples. Yi Feng said, "Ready? Then come in. Eradicate the big devil here, and let the 7-star tower see the light again." With a whoosh, Yi Feng entered the 7-star platform. Did any of the players outside who went to level up see Yi Feng come in and disappear? This is obviously because he teleported into that door. A player walks to this door again and touches it like Yi Feng, but nothing happened. Could it be that a certain task really failed? Yi Feng actually went in. Forget it. Let's just level up honestly. The reason why they can reach this height must be because they are different. We have been leveling up for several days, and have not found this mission. Same person but different fate. Haha. The great god is the great god. I don't know what the mission is. Okay. Let's level up with peace of mind. The moment Yi Feng was introduced to the 7 stars platform, there were overgrown weeds around Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at the name of the current map. This is a place called Manga Continent. In other words, the boss he wants to kill is here. Following this unclear road, Yi Feng walked towards the city. Yi Feng was very surprised that there was a small village in front of him. Isn't this the ancient continent? It should be a desolate area. How could a small village appear? At the entrance of Xiaozazi, Yi Feng saw several wizards standing together in an orderly manner. It seemed that Yi Feng had come to the right place. Since it was the Mongolian continent, there must be wizards. Since he saw wizards, he was right. What Yi Feng has to do is very simple. That is, kill all the monsters in front of him in order to reach his final goal. Ancient Wizard, level 55, HP 5000, attack 800, defense 800. This guy's attack power is really high, with an attack power of 800 points. In addition to his own damage, he may hit a player with thousands of points of damage. But they met Yi Feng, a total of players who had master artifacts. In Yi Feng's eyes, these ancient wizards were just experiences. Seeing that these 3 ancient wizards were motionless, Yi Feng did not intend to attack at close range. Instead, he switched to a long-range professional dark magician, which would save more effort. The earth's flames explode. The damage of Yi Feng's group attack skills was already off the charts. With just one skill, the ancient wizard's health was reduced to less than half. The opponent who was hit directly gained 3,000 blood points. The ancient wizards who were attacked moved. They raised their staffs and launched an attack on Yi Feng. Their attack is to send out a bolt of lightning from the staff. But the attack speed of this thing is too slow. Yi Feng could easily avoid it by moving around. After dodging the opponent's skills, Yi Feng took action again. Instead of switching to the archer's group skills, he directly harvested the 3 ancient wizards. Ding! System prompt. Kill the ancient wizard and gain 100 experience points. What? This guy only has 100 experience points. It seems that the mission monster has very little experience. In this case, Yifeng was not ambiguous. Yifeng directly entered the village and bombarded those ancient wizards indiscriminately. After Yifeng walked around the village and finally killed the last ancient wizard, thunder and lightning suddenly burst out in front of Yifeng. A figure appeared in front of Yifeng from the void. Damn humans! You actually want to kill my disciples. I can't spare you. This boss suddenly appeared. It was Yifeng's mission monster Wei Yun. I think this guy should be a difficult boss. Since he was fighting a boss, Yifeng didn't talk nonsense to the opponent and just used his best ability. Although this boss is not a gold or platinum monster from the outside world, it is extremely powerful as a dungeon boss. Compared with the platinum boss, this guy is on par. The ability used by this fire cloud is thunder and lightning, and it also comes with a certain amount of toxins. Yifeng dodged and followed Hui Yun's lightning strike. Dark Entanglement. Yifeng's Dark Coil is a very useful deceleration skill, but when used on Hui Yun, it was lifted in less than a second. And above Yifeng's head, a thunder and lightning formed again and struck down. Yifeng managed to avoid it, but the place where he was standing was scorched black by lightning. It seems that this skill, which is not a force control, cannot control this type of boss. Yifeng could only rely on moving to avoid the boss attack, and then look for opportunities to take action. It's a pity that Yifeng cannot use the profession of law enforcer at this time. After all, if he stands and fights, Yifeng will probably be killed by the opponent quickly, because the opponent's attack contains poison. Yifeng will be easily poisoned as long as he gets close. This is obviously a boss that can only be killed by a team. Yifeng has already thought that this dungeon may be opened in the future, because the dungeon in Fantasy World has not been open for a long time. Chapter 451 Qingning Dagger. The Earth's flames explode. I saw a minus 2,500 damage coming out of Hui Yun's head. This attack was already very terrifying, but Yifeng still couldn't kill the Fire Cloud boss in a short time. Damn human being. Let me give you a taste of the power of thunder and lightning. As he said that, Hui Yun looked up to the sky and roared. Yifeng didn't know who the other party was, and what kind of moves he would use. Just when Yifeng was waiting quietly, and wanted to avoid it, a bolt of lightning appeared above his head. Yifeng wanted to avoid it, but found that he was surrounded by lightning. This was a thunderous strike, and Yifeng was hit directly. Minus 800. Minus 800. Minus 800. After being hit 3 times, he dodged and was within the range of 5 thunders. Seeing that the range of the 5 thunders was filled with lightning, Yifeng said with some lingering fear, "This attack range is a bit abnormal. It is so big. The damage is high enough." Ding. System prompt, because you were hit by lightning. You were hit by the lightning numbing technique, and you continued to lose 500 blood points every second for 10 seconds. Damn it. This is too cruel. Yifeng quickly took out a bottle of advanced blood restoring potion and drank it quickly. He didn't expect that the other party's attack would be so cruel. But one thing is that after the opponent uses this range and skill, it cannot move, and the duration is about 5 seconds. During the 5 seconds, Yifeng can stand outside, and this is a long-range attack. Now, when the opponent's attack time is up, he once again floats towards Yifeng, wanting to kill Yifeng. This is because Yifeng also followed suit and tried not to get close to Hui Yun. Who knows if this guy has other skills? Ice Grip. This skill can only be added. The boss controls it for 1 second. After 1 second, he will continue to catch up with Yifeng, and Yifeng will keep leading the boss in circles. While circling, Yifeng uses skills. Fortunately, Yifeng's attack is too high, and the boss's health has been reduced to less than half. Yifeng's blood volume has returned to full health. But in order to prevent the boss from attacking again, Yifeng is still cautious. Even when the boss uses that range of lightning skills, Yifeng can cause horrific damage. Maybe I got one because of this. The difficulty of the boss is slightly different from Yifeng's imagination. The boss only has 1 skill. So Yifeng, as long as he is careful, there will be no difficulty in fighting him. Until the end, Yifeng was never attacked by the boss again. But white humans, I will come back again. As he spoke, the fire cloud turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from Yifeng's sight. According to Yifeng's task prompt, Yifeng has completed the task and needs Yifeng to go to the palace to hand in the task. Yifeng glanced with disdain. Not even a single piece of equipment exploded in the place where the boss disappeared. Helpless, Yi Feng had no choice but to crush the scroll of return to the city and return to the holy city. When Yi Feng came to the imperial city again, it happened that Yi Feng met the Lord of Xuanwu City again. The Lord of Xuanwu City said calmly, "Why are you here again? The mission is done. I'll hand in the mission. What did you do with the accessories? Do you see anything different?" The Lord of Xuanwu City shook his head and said, "I really can't feel anything in a short time. The Emperor came to us just to find the secret in the sword. Otherwise, would he share such a good thing with us?" Yi Feng nodded. With the royal family's peeing ability, they would definitely not. It seemed that even if this secret was placed in front of them, they would not be able to discover it. But soon, Yi Feng thought of someone. That was Situ. He came from the continent of gods. And he probably knew something. Of course, Yi Feng couldn't throw away his bottom line. Situ and Oyezi were his treasures. Since there is no such thing, then I will hand in the task. Yeah. I heard that the Lord of Qinglong City has been causing trouble for you recently. So you should be careful. Yi Feng frowned and said, "I don't seem to have messed with him recently." "Right?" The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "Didn't you have him before? He holds a grudge very much." Yi Feng spread his hands helplessly and said, "Well, the soldiers will stop me. And the water will flood me. I really can't defeat me. So I can only ask my brother to help me." "Okay. Say it for too long to prevent others from becoming suspicious." Yi Feng looked around and found that there was no one. He went to the place where he handed in the task, which was still the study. When Yi Feng reached halfway, he was stopped by another person. It was the Lord of Qinglong City, because Yi Feng was awarded the position of general by himself. The Lord of Qinglong City said after seeing him, "General Yi, the Lord of Xuanwu City seems to have a good relationship with you." Yi Feng said, "The Lord of Xuanwu City is asking me about Marshal Yi's recent situation. So I will tell him. Is there any problem with this?" "Lord Qinglong? Of course there is no problem. But I don't know why General Yi came to the palace instead of staying on the battlefield between humans and demons." Yi Feng said, "Your Majesty recruited me to complete some tasks. The sword you just visited was exactly the task His Majesty gave me. I got it back." The Lord of Qinglong City looked at Yi Feng in surprise, and said, "It turns out that you were the one who helped His Majesty retrieve the sword. It seems that His Majesty has a good taste. Are you interested in joining us?" Yi Feng said, "You? What do you mean?" The Lord of Qinglong City approached Yi Feng and whispered in his ear, "You also know that your marshal is the person of the Lord of Xuanwu City. So I want you to be the person of the Lord of Qinglong City. As for the benefits of joining my side, I will give you the greatest relationship. For example, the position of marshal in the battlefield between humans and demons." Yi Feng said, "Marshal Yi promoted me. It's not good for me to do this." The Lord of Qinglong City said, "I'm not asking you to agree now. I'll give you time to think about it. I won't say more. Since His Majesty is looking for you, you should go quickly." "Yes." The Lord of Qinglong City. Yi Feng didn't understand at all. What on earth was this guy doing with him? "Do you want to recruit yourself so suddenly? It seems that my clone in the human-demon battlefield may be in trouble." But it was just a clone. So Yi Feng ignored it and went to the Emperor's study again. "Your Majesty, I have completed all the tasks you gave me." "Ha! That's great. You finally pulled out a thorn in my heart. This is the reward you deserve." Ding! System prompt. "Congratulations on completing the third main task. You have gained 1 million experience points, a National Defense Medal, and a Qingning Dagger *1. Yi Feng quickly opened his backpack, and I looked at the National Defense Medal with joy. And that one, the Dagger of White Light. Qingning, Platinum 10 stars, physical attack 200 to 300. Constitution plus 100. Agility plus 100. Requires character level 60. Equipment occupation, Assassin. The only passive, increases the critical hit rate of the skill by 50%. The first basic attack after the skill. Increase critical hit rate by 20%. Chapter 452 Downtime Upgrade. When Yi Feng saw the properties of this dagger, he was shocked. This dagger is too terrifying. If it weren't for my own weapon being the main artifact, I'm afraid it could even be compared to him. Thinking about the attack power of his artifact before, it was only dozens of points more than his, which shows how powerful this dagger is. Moreover, this color is the best level below the artifact, and it is also 10-star platinum. It seems that serving the Emperor is really beneficial. Cargo Protection Medal, current level 1. Increase the upper limit of blood volume by 5%. At level 1 of the Medal of Protection of the country. It provides the character with 5% of the maximum health limit. At level 2, it provides a 5% attack bonus to the character. At level 3, it provides a 5% defense bonus to the character. At level 4, it provides a 5% critical hit bonus to the character. At level 5, you can receive a set of national protection suits. The equipment level is purple. Let me go! This thing looks like it will form a purple army in the future. However, Yifeng can imagine that it may not be that easy to obtain the 5th level National Defense Medal. However, the attributes added in the first 4 levels are indeed a big bonus. The most important thing is the dagger in Yifeng's hand. Yifeng is struggling with who should give this dagger to. But it was at this time that the system issued a server-wide prompt. Ding! System prompt. Player Yifeng has completed the main mission. The system will be shut down for 1 night for maintenance and upgrades. It is expected to start at 8 a.m. tomorrow. All players are requested to log off within 1 minute. Holy shit. Yifeng. You bastard. I'm just killing the boss. Damn it. The system hasn't been upgraded for a long time. It's finally going to be upgraded. I don't know what will be updated this time. Hey. It seems that the system upgrade depends on our guild leader. Can you and the other 2 guilds do it? Uh-huh. No. Hack. You guys are so awesome. That's it. I'm going to stay up all night after shutting down the computer for 1 night. It's all Yifeng's fault. The originally quiet world channel was finally boiling with excitement. Of course, many people scolded Yifeng. And they may also think that this upgrade gave them a night's rest. After all, this game has not been updated for several months. And they have already played everything they need to play. They were scolded. But the system was about to shut down. And they had no choice but to forcefully quit the game. After Yifeng quit the game, he took a deep breath, then opened the door and limped out. Just as I was going out, I happened to see Xiaohei coming out of the room next to me. Boss, you completed the main mission really quickly. Did you get any benefits? Yifeng said, it really does exist. And it's a weapon. When he heard about weapons, Xiaohei's eyes lit up. Although the orange dagger in his hand was also given by Yifeng. Who doesn't want better weapons? Boss, is that a dagger? Did I use it? Yifeng said with a wry smile, it is indeed a dagger. But I am debating whether to give it to you or to Ying. Give me something. A faint voice came from behind Yifeng and Xiaohei, making Yifeng and Xiaohei jump. Oh my god. Master, please don't be so scary. Can you walk without making any sound? Give it to me. My dagger is not very good. Yifeng said, can you give me some hints next time it appears? Able. Yifeng rolled his eyes. He really couldn't do anything about it. What kind of dagger are you using now? Ying said, the purple one is worse than the little black one. Xiaohei said, Master, this is impossible. Your attack is much higher than mine. How could you use a purple dagger? Forget it if you don't believe me. I'm using a purple dagger anyway. Yifeng said, since Ying uses a purple dagger, let this dagger be Ying. But it needs to be level 60 before it can be used. Xiaohei asked curiously, Boss, what kind of attributes are they? Are they powerful? Yifeng said, the platinum 10 stars are equivalent to a magical weapon. Holy crap. This is so awesome. This dagger should have the same properties as the dagger in Zhui Feng's hand. Yifeng said, how did you know? Don't look at the equipment rankings. The first one is your weapon. The second one is chasing the wind. But his weapon level is relatively low. If my master uses this dagger, his weapon the ranking may drop to 3rd place. Yifeng really hasn't paid attention to the equipment rankings for a long time. Even the level rankings. Yifeng rarely pays attention to them because he is already number 1. I see. No wonder I said this guy's attack is so high. It turns out this guy's dagger is also made of platinum. Yes. Yi Zi. Go down and have a chat. Bai Yin said. As he said that, the others left one after another, leaving Yifeng alone on the 3rd floor. Yifeng said angrily, hey, don't you give me a hand? Xiaohei said, if you don't give me the dagger, I won't help you. Let my master help you. Ying quietly walked to Yifeng and supported Yifeng with one hand. Yifeng hesitated and said, what did Yin you do? You have a stomachache and need to go to the toilet. Can I help you? After exercising for a while, he smiled awkwardly, and finally put his hand on Ying's hand. This is the first time Yifeng has been so close to Ying, and a scent unique to Ying wafts into Yifeng's nose. Yifeng said, what kind of perfume are you using? It smells good. Really? Use it all the time. Street stall product. Yifeng said, that's not what I meant. I think each of you girls has your own unique flavor, which makes it more attractive. The side shadow said, really? But I didn't attract anyone. It will happen in the future. How is your brother? It's okay. But I've fallen behind too much in my homework, and my academic performance is a bit unsatisfactory. Yifeng said, it's okay. Doesn't he have a great sister like you? Ha. But he admires you more. Not my sister? Ha. What are you laughing at? He said, and naturally supported Yifeng with one hand. Yifeng looked at Yinyu's figure and said, don't you have a stomachache? Go back and rest. Yinyu said, no need. I've already taken medicine and I'm much better. Well, Ying said his brother admires me. So of course I'm happy. Look at how happy you are. Now that there's nothing else to do, I'll give you some medicine. Speaking of taking medicine, Yifeng thought of the pain and shuddered a little, looking at Yinyu with a grimace. It's no use looking at me. Just lie down. Chapter 453 Underwear Thief. Every time Yifeng takes medicine, it is the most painful time because the medicine is so painful. When Xiaohei and others heard Yifeng's screams, none of them could bear to look over. Yifeng's foot is getting better day by day. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be healed in a month. At this time, Xiaohei opened the official website of Fantasy World. Because of the downtime for updates, everyone must know what the game is updating. Xiaohei read out the update announcement. Okay. Everyone, listen up. Here is the update. The first point is to open the Blood God Sword Village once a week to compete for the strongest guild. The second point is to open the function of the National Protection Medal. And you can get the National Protection points by completing the tasks issued by the National Protection Ambassador. The third point is to open the level 60 copy of 7-star platform. The fourth point is to popularize the drilling of gems and equipment on a large scale. The fifth point is to open the forging strengthening function. Sixth point. Increase the number of people online in the gang. Increase gang activities. And refresh a boss in the gang from 8 to 10 o'clock every night, which needs to be activated by the gang leader and elders. You need a gang boss token. There are bosses in the wild and gang bosses are extremely powerful. Please use them with caution. The seventh point is to increase the priest's healing amount to keep up with the progress of the game. The eighth point is to reduce the lying time and unify the lying time to 30 seconds. The ninth point is to increase the number of hidden professions. Point 10. The Human Devil Battlefield Glory set changes with the level. There is no need to purchase a high-level glory set again. However, the prices of all components of the glory set will change. Already purchased. The honor suit remains unchanged. The price of honor set components has been adjusted from the original 3,000 points to 10,000 points. Existing honor components can be exchanged for 3,000 honor points at the original price. Point 11. Adjust the difficulty of obtaining glory points in the battlefield between humans and demons. The glory points for missions are multiplied by 2. At point 12. The level is open to level 80. At 13 o'clock, you will open a new map. Dragon Nest. 13 system upgrades were released at once, which is indeed quite a lot. Xiaohei said, Boss, which one of these 13 items do you think is the most important? Brother Arrogant said, not to mention Blood God Sword Manor, snatching the title of the first guild. I think many people will pity this thing. Chuti and I said, yes. The most important thing in this update should be the Blood God Sword Manor. We are competing for the #1 guild in the world. Our glory guild can definitely get it. Needless to say, our boss is here. How can we lose the title of the #1 guild? Bai Yin said, when the time comes, you will know how terrifying I am when I use my super skills. Xiao Bai said with eyes, aren't you talking nonsense? Your skill summoning skill turned things around. If your skill evolves again, other guilds will really stop playing. Bai Yin patted his chest and said, you will know when the time comes. Yifeng didn't care. With the opening of Snow God Sword Village, what he cared about most was Dragon Valley. When his level was very low, he fell into the Dragon Valley. From that time, Yifeng got his current pet pig's feet. Now that I can finally go to Dragon Valley again, I wonder what happened to the Ice Beauty. Recalling that cold face. Is that guy still the same as before? Yifeng said, of course we have to win the Blood God Sword Manor. But first we have to win the first kill of the 7-star platform. Right? Chuti and I said, President, can you really say that the highest level now is you? After losing 1 level last time, you are now only level 59. You can't even go in. That's level 60. Copy. Only then did Yifeng think back and realize that the last time he went to Japan, His death had dropped by 1 level. I always thought that I was level 60. It seems that after it goes online, I will make magic elixir again. Yifeng said, okay. I still have some materials for making magic pills, which should be enough for our team to reach level 60. Oh yeah. Boss, I want to go. Yifeng said, just wait for the next batch and just level up with peace of mind. That's not fair. I'm not bad either. Yifeng said, I beat you first. Your master is talking. Xiaohei looked at Ying pitifully. And Ying directly stared at Xiaohei and said, it's useless to look at me. If you are not strong enough, you should practice more. Alright. Because they couldn't play the game tonight. They usually went offline around 12 o'clock to go to bed. Today was very early. So everyone went to rest early to prepare for tomorrow's battle. The next morning, Yifeng got up early. But Yifeng discovered a problem. In Xiaoya's villa, Yifeng remembered that there was a statue in the hall. It was said that this was an antique brought back from abroad by Xiaoya's father. Yifeng still remembered that he was by his side last night. But why was he missing today? Yifeng thought. He was dazzled and rubbed his eyes. Yifeng looked at that location again. But it was indeed not there. Yifeng shouted loudly, Aunt Shui. Aunt Shui. Here. What's going on? Mr. Yi? Yifeng said, Aunt Shui. Look if there is anything missing in the living room. Aunt Shui walked out of the kitchen, walked around the living room, and said, it seems like there is nothing missing. Yifeng said, I remember that location. Isn't there a statue? Aunt Shui looked at the location pointed by Yifeng, and then realized that there was indeed something missing there. What should I do? This is a statue that Xiaoya's father likes very much. Yifeng said, call Xiaoya and take me to the surveillance area to have a look. No need for others to shout Yifeng and Aunt Shui. They spoke so loudly that they had woken everyone up. But when they heard that something was missing in the living room, they all walked out of the room one after another. What should I do? That is a statue that my father likes very much. It is said that he spent a lot of money. Yifeng knows that some wealthy businessmen only like some antiques, and they may spend millions and millions just to buy something and look at it. Xiaoya, where is the surveillance camera in your home? It's in my room. Soon, everyone came to Xiaoya's room, turned on the computer, and called up the surveillance video. It was discovered that a thief ran in at night. He not only ate the fruit in the living room, but also stole several pieces of women's underwear that were hanging on the balcony, and finally left with the statue on his shoulders. Several girls looked at their clothes in a panic, and sure enough they were missing. Pervert. All women's underwear will be taken away. Shameless. Humph. If I catch him, I'm going to tear him apart. Yifeng said, how could a thief come in such a large villa area? What are the property security guards doing? However, at this moment, Na Xiaoya suddenly thought of something and said, I know who this person is. Who? Everyone looked at Xiaoya. Chapter 454 Wang Ji. Who is it? You actually know him? Yifeng and others looked at Xiaoya in disbelief. She actually knew this underwear thief. Xiaoya blushed and said, this guy is also from this community, but I haven't seen him for a long time. I heard he went abroad for a few years. Yifeng said, so, you know him? Xiaoya shook her head and said, I don't know him, because he has stolen mine before. What? Where is this guy? I don't even know who he is if I go to beat him up. Xiaohei rolled up his sleeves and said. Yifeng said, don't get excited. Listen to Xiaoya. What happened in the end? Xiaoya said, but his family is so powerful that we can't do anything about him. But he only has this hobby, so we don't bother to care about it. Who would have thought that he would come back? Xiaohei said, speak out and let your brother Xiaohei beat him up. What a bastard. Xiaoya was obviously a little scared and said, their family has a very dark background, and no one in the entire community dares to offend them. Yifeng frowned. Although the other party only had such a perverted hobby, it would be bad if it stayed like this for a long time. After all, they have a lot of girls here. Yifeng said, tell me where his home is, and I will get the statue back. Xiaoya was a little hesitant, but Ying said, we can find him quickly without you telling us. And I won't necessarily be soft-hearted then. Sister Ying doesn't want it. We can't afford to offend him, so we'd better not go. If Dad knew about it, he would have to give it up. Looking at Xiaoya's scared look, I'm afraid this guy is really powerful if he is not powerful. But as the current leader of the family, Yifeng has to stand up. Yifeng said, since I came to your home, then I have to be responsible for your home. Since he stole your things, then I must make him hand it over. I don't care what his family background is like. But if you weren't here, wouldn't our family? Yifeng said, don't worry. If I give him 100 courages, he won't dare to attack you. Tell me where his home is. Yes. Don't be afraid. Xiao Ye. Why are you so afraid when Yifeng is here? That's right. When we come to your home, of course we have to take care of the things inside. If something is missing, it's our fault. Chu Tianai said eagerly, tell me his home address and see how I break down their door. Xiao Ye finally gave in and told Yifeng and the others the guy's address. Boss, I seem to have seen that position before. Xiao Hei said. Yifeng said, where is it? Take me there. Okay. No problem. I want to see what that pervert looks like. President, I will go with you too. Chu Tianai said. Yes. Let's all go and see how awesome this guy is. Yifeng said, you girls can just wait for us at home. Well, be careful. Yifeng led a large number of people towards the guy's home. Yifeng and the others stopped in front of a rather unique villa. What was different from other villas was that this villa was actually red. I'll go. Let alone this villa. It's full of arrogance. It's definitely a pervert. Well, it's the same address as Celia said. It's here. At this time, Wang Ji, who was on the second floor, was holding the women's underwear in his hand, putting it to his nose, and smelling it intoxicatedly. Well, she is indeed different from those foreign girls. I don't know which one belongs to Yenyu. She is a goddess that I have envied for a long time. She is actually in the same community as me. One day she can play with her in bed. As he said this, Wang Ji picked up another piece and smelled it. Feeling extremely intoxicated, Yifeng and others were ringing the doorbell at the villa. But no one came out for a long time. There was a knock on the door of Wang Ji's room on the second floor. Wang Ji carefully put away his underwear before going to open the door. Looking at his housekeeper, Wang Ji said, what's the matter? Master, the family you went to last night. They came to your door. Wang Ji was stunned. Not because he was afraid, but because no one had dared to trouble them for a long time. Are these guys out of their minds? Wang Ji walked to the window and saw Yifeng and others knocking on the door. Wang Ji said, send them away. If we really can't threaten them, we should arrest them, beat them up, and sell them to black people as slaves. Yes, master. The housekeeper walked downstairs slowly and waved to a few men in black in the living room. And they all followed the housekeeper out. Crunch. The door was opened, and an old housekeeper and several bodyguards in black walked out. Hey, what's going on with you guys? You've been knocking on the door for a long time, and only now are you opening the door? The old housekeeper said. The young master said, let you go. Otherwise you will be rude. He has no time to receive you. Yifeng and others were stunned. The sentimental guy had already seen them upstairs and wanted to drive them away. Yifeng said, you stole our things? And you are acting like this? Believe it or not, we will send the surveillance to the police station. The old butler's brows twitched, showing that he was a man who had seen the world, and said calmly, you can just give it to me. If you can get the result, I will write my name in reverse. Xiao Hei became anxious and said angrily, you are so damn arrogant. Don't make us angry. Oh, are you threatening me? Old man? But old man, I'm not scared. Yifeng frowned. The other party showed that he didn't want to have too much entanglement with Yifeng and the others, and he didn't give them a chance at all. Yifeng said, I only have one request. Hand over the guy who stole the things. Otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself today. Ha! Can't control yourself? This is a big joke. You don't want to ask about Wang Meng in S City. Yifeng said, I don't care if you are the Queen Mother or the King of Trash. You are just a bunch of hot chicks in front of me. You? Come here. Catch this guy who speaks dirty words. Discipline her mouth. And let him know that trouble comes from the mouth. After the old housekeeper pushed away, several bodyguards in black came up and wanted to catch Yifeng. But just when they reached out to Yifeng, Chu Tianai behind Yifeng was no joke. One punch at a time. The black-clothed bodyguard was sent flying. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. And he fainted immediately. Old guy. Are you the one who can touch our president? Looking at the two bodyguards in black who had fainted, the old housekeeper's face darkened. It was obvious that the group of young people in front of him were not afraid of trouble at all. You can also use the word newborn calves are not afraid of tigers to describe them. But they are not just these two bodyguards. The housekeeper shouted, come here. Arrest these troublemakers. Yes. At this time, more than a dozen bodyguards in black came out of the villa. Chapter 455. This gun is a water gun. A large number of bodyguards in black walked out, causing Xiaohei and others behind Yifeng to take a few steps back. They are just ordinary people. Unlike Yifeng and Chu Tianai, who have superpowers, the others hid behind Yifeng and Chu Tianai. Yifeng said, I came here because I don't want to fight with you. I don't care if you are here to cause trouble or something else. You have already beaten my people, so this matter cannot be settled here. Chu Tianai said, give you some face. You are shameless. Right? Then how about stepping on the ground and rubbing it? Humph. You arrogant boy. I will let you know the consequences of offending our Wang family. Come on. More than a dozen bodyguards pounced on him. But at the moment they pounced on him, everyone stopped because in front of them, Yifeng had already lifted the old housekeeper up with one hand. Seeing himself being lifted up with one hand, the old housekeeper never thought that the other person was so fast, and that he was actually a practitioner. Just do whatever else you can. Hit me. Whatever I do. Obviously, this old housekeeper didn't care at all whether he was threatened or not. His purpose was to arrest people like Yifeng. Chu Tianai touched his hot fist and said, I can finally move my body. Chu Tianai is the most powerful boxer in the fantasy world. Not only because his skills are better than others in the fantasy world, but also because he already knows these fighting skills. Moreover, in reality, Chu Tian also turned on virtual reality. After the transformation, his speed and power doubled. Chu Tianai is not afraid at all when one person deals with a dozen people in front of him. Chu Tianai said calmly, let's start. But as soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tianai's fists and feet had already landed on one of the black bodyguards. Beside Yifeng, Chu Tian and Yifeng's fists whirred. As long as the bodyguards who rushed over were knocked down by Chu Tian's punch, there was no possibility of them getting up. In less than 10 seconds, the dozen or so bodyguards who were standing there just now were all lying on the ground. Chu Tianai clapped his hands, twisted his body, and made a crackling sound and said, this has just begun. Why did you fall down? Come again. Seeing the guy in front of him knocking down all his bodyguards, the old housekeeper finally couldn't hold on any longer. Yifeng once again stared at the old housekeeper coldly and said, I'll say it again. Call that young master of yours. Humph. You will regret it. As he spoke, Yifeng gently placed the old housekeeper on the ground. After the old housekeeper escaped Yifeng's control, he patted his clothes and walked back to his villa quietly. Yifeng whispered, others stay away. It may be in danger. Good. Chu Tianai. Be careful and prepare your Vajra body. That's it. If you still need it, I'll use my life-saving skills. When the old housekeeper returned to the villa, you saw Wang Ji running down in a panic. What happened to the old butler? They have all knocked us down. The old housekeeper said calmly, what are you afraid of? When have our Wang family ever been afraid of others? If we go out with this, I don't believe it. They dare to be so arrogant. As he spoke, the old housekeeper handed Wang Ji a pistol. This kind of thing was relatively common in their underworld. After seeing the pistol, Wang Ji finally felt at ease. Who is not afraid of pistols? Wang Ji swaggered out with the old housekeeper. Wang Ji pointed at Yifeng and said, you are really arrogant. You dare to hit my Wang family when you call me the Wang family. Don't think that you are Yifeng, because I am afraid of you. Yifeng said, since you know that I am Yifeng, how dare you steal my things? Ouch. Return your things. You are just a dog staying at someone else's house. You really think you are some great person? Yifeng frowned. This guy's words were really unpleasant. Are all rich and powerful people like this? When Yifeng thought of Huang Xiaotian, he confirmed that this was indeed the case. I heard that you often steal other people's things and have that weird perverted hobby. Don't you feel ashamed? Shame? What are you talking about? Me stealing other people's things? Are you kidding me? This neighborhood is all mine. I just went to get my things. What is stealing? Yifeng had a headache. It seemed that the Wang family, already at the level of overlords here, actually regarded other people's things as their own. Yifeng said, I don't need you to hand over those underwear. Give me back the statue. What a coincidence. I also like this statue. I have seen it abroad. It seems to be quite valuable. I heard that it was bought by a businessman from Xia State. I didn't expect it to be at Xiaoye's house. No. I just bought it. Take it back and put it in my home to show its value. This guy is just talking nonsense. This is the first time Yifeng has seen such a shameless person. Yifeng frowned and said, So you don't plan to pay it back? Return? Why should I give you my things? Yi Feng no longer wanted to talk to this guy. This guy was simply arrogant and unreasonable. In that case, I'll go in and get it myself. But at this moment, Wang Ji raised a gun in his hand and said to Yi Feng's head, "Get it. You go in. If you have the ability to go in, I have the ability to shoot. Kill everyone who comes to my Wang family. It's not difficult at all." Yi Feng knew that with this kind of strength, his family must have a pistol, which is why he asked others to hide. Of course, Chu Tianai on the side was not something Wang Ji could ignore. Chu Tianai said calmly, "Boy, I advise you to put down the gun. Don't blame me for not reminding you." Wang Ji laughed and said, "My prince, you are the one who can make irresponsible remarks. But I will give you a chance to change your ways. Send the goddess of mist and rain to me, and I will treat it as if nothing happened today." Yi Feng said calmly, "You're done." Boom. Before Wang Ji could say anything, Wang Ji had already flown out and hit the big iron door of their house like a cannonball. "Ah!" Wang Ji screamed, but he did not faint because of it. A stream of blood flowed from his head. Wang Ji's angry face became extremely ferocious. "Don't move." A voice appeared next to Yi Feng. It was the old housekeeper who was holding a gun to Yi Feng's head. Of course, Yi Feng ignored him at all, because at this time, Chu Tianai was already standing in front of Yi Feng. "Old man, how powerful is your gun?" The old housekeeper fired angrily and said, "Go to HL. You dare to hit my young master." Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots were fired at Chu Tianai's chest. However, after the 3 shots, Chu Tianai stood there like a normal person, looking at the old housekeeper with a smile. "Hey, this gun is a water gun. Is it tickling me?" Chapter 456, Who Dares to Stand Up and Try? The old housekeeper never expected that there were people who were not afraid of guns. And the old housekeeper could clearly see that the bullets fired from his gun clearly hit the young man in front of him. But in his chest, the bullet had broken into pieces and could not hurt the man at all. The old housekeeper's eyes, when he looked at Chu Tianlo, were no longer the way he looked at ordinary people. He dropped the gun with trembling hands, then knelt on the ground and said, "Two senior masters, my young master did not deliberately make things difficult for you. It was all my idea. If you want to punish me, punish me." The old housekeeper is a person who has seen the world, and he has already been exposed to people with supernatural powers. Now Yi Feng and Chu Tian also said that the situation displayed was the so-called superpower. In front of superpowers, pistols have no effect at all, and they think that you are also an ordinary person, simpler than those ants. Chu Tianai said, "Go and bring that statue out to me obediently. Then kneel here for me, and then our president will deal with you." "Yes, master." The old housekeeper returned to the villa, hurriedly took out his cell phone, and called the owner of the Wang family. Only a lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hey, old man. What's wrong? Did Xiaoji get into trouble again after he went back?" The old housekeeper said, "This time, the young master not only got into trouble, but also got into big trouble." Hearing the serious voice of the old butler, the lazy voice opposite finally became serious. "What's going on? How is Xiaoji now?" "Don't worry, master. There's nothing big going on at the moment. Yesterday, the young master went to a villa in our community and stole some things. He thought they were ordinary people. But today he discovered that 2 of them were actually people with powers." "What? If you offend a person with superpowers, wouldn't Xiaoji family, please don't worry. The other party is just an invitation. The young master will return the stolen things to him. I called you because I was afraid that the other party would take some drastic action." "Yes, I understand. You try to delay as much time as possible. I will take people there now." "Good." Outside the door, Wang Ji, who was lying on the ground, wanted to pick up the gun on the ground and attack Yi Feng. But Yi Feng stepped on Wang Ji's hand with a kick. "Ah! Let go now. Otherwise my dad is coming, and you will die miserably." Yi Feng said, "Your dad? I just want to meet him. I want to know what kind of father can teach such a perverted son like you. That's a hobby, not a perversion. Release me now. It hurts me to death." Yi Feng kicked the pistol away and landed at Chu Tianai's feet. Chu Tianai raised his foot and stomped the pistol, crushing it. Chu Tianai sneered and said, "I thought this thing was so strong. But it turns out it's just like a piece of paper." Looking at Chu Tianai's actions, Wang Ji finally calmed down. He knew that he had hit a hard target today, but he thought that his father would definitely come. After all, the veteran player had been in the group for so long. So it must be for him. Father tipped off the news. Seeing that the old housekeeper didn't come out for a long time, Yifeng said, Chu Tianai, go and take a look. Chu Tianai said with a look of disgust, I really don't want to go into such a sultry house. I don't know what it's like inside. At this time, the old housekeeper hurriedly walked out of it. Kneeling in front of Chu Tianai, he said, Two masters. The young master has hidden that thing somewhere. I can't find it. Chu Tianai said, That prince? Damn. You really think you are a royal? You idiot. Where did you put that statue? Tell this guy quickly, and let him get it. We don't have time to play with you here. Wang Ji, who was lying on the ground, said, After being beaten like this by you, I have forgotten where I put it. I have to find it myself. Chu Tianai said angrily, I think you are looking for death. You want to take this opportunity to escape. Yifeng said, Then let him go in and look for it. Anyway, they can't find it for me at once? They are obviously stalling for time. Chu Tianai said, Waiting for his father to come back? Yifeng nodded, and then said directly, No need to look for it. Just wait here for your dad to come. Of course, as the one who has done something wrong. Kneel down for me. Wang Ji got up slowly, not wanting to kneel at all. But then Chu Tian also shouted, and the prince obediently knelt in front of Yifeng. Chu Tianai said, Everyone else who is not dead should kneel down. Those bodyguards in black who were pretending to be dead knelt down one by one to look at Yifeng and others. These people were just spending time here. Fortunately, they didn't wait too long. In about half an hour, a Mercedes-Benz drove to the front of the villa. Several men got out of the car, one of whom looked somewhat similar to Wang Ji and should be his father. After Wang got out of the car and saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but frown and said, Stand up. What do you look like? The others just wanted to stand up. But Chu Tianai was not that easy to talk to. Chu Tianai said calmly, Who dares to stand up and try? A domineering word made everyone afraid to move. Wang Ming said, What do you mean? You are trying to step on my Wang Ming's territory. Chu Tianai said, Don't talk to me. Talk to our president. As he spoke, Wang Ming looked at Yifeng beside Chu Tianai and said, Little brother, my son just took off a few things. If you want to take it back, take it back. Why make them kneel down? Now they have been subjected to a punishment. Isn't it? Yifeng said, If your son had been as open-minded as you, he wouldn't be like this. So arrogant. If you meet a cruel person, are you sure you can still see your son? Wang Ming said with a gloomy face, Who dares? Even if I, Wang Ming, lose all my wealth, I will chase that person to the end. Yifeng sneered and said, Just the two superpowers behind you? Oh, one is in the early stage of chi refining, and the other is in the middle stage of chi refining. The two superpowers standing behind us. When they saw Yifeng and Chu Tianai for the first time, they decided that it was more important to save their own lives. If Chu Tianai was alone, the two of them might catch Chu Tianai. But if there is Yifeng on the opposite side, I am afraid that none of the 10 of them can be matched. Because the opponent is too terrifying. That is the middle stage of foundation building, which is a whole level higher than them. The two superpowers said respectfully, I've met Senior. Yifeng said calmly, Tell him. If I kill his son, what can he do to me? Wang Ming said, Two masters. Don't be intimidated by it. You two can't deal with him. I have seen how powerful you are. One of the superpowers said, Wang Ming, Senior has already been generous to your son. If you are really stubborn, we can't help you. Yeah, I can't help you. Tell me how much money you want, and I'll give you more money. As long as you get these people for me. It doesn't matter how much money you add. A superhuman patted Wang Ming on the shoulder and said, Wang Ming, I still want to live. I don't want to die. When he heard this sentence, Wang Ming's whole body was like a deflated rubber ball, and his whole body shrank. Just like what the superpower said. Yifeng is an insurmountable mountain. Chapter 457 The Bastard Spirit. The reason why Wang became the biggest underworld boss in City S was because of these two superpowers. The reason why he was able to get acquainted with these two superpowers was because Wang Ming accidentally rescued them. The two of them were hunted down and seriously injured, so they hid in Wang Ming's home. The two men told him that as long as Wang Ming could save them, they would serve him for 20 years. He was just a one-man gangster at the beginning. With the help of the two of them, he became the largest underground gang boss in S City in just 10 years. And he is the kind that no one can shake. and people are afraid of him when they look at him. But now, as their backers, they have no intention of standing beside them. It can be seen how terrifying the other party is. One of the superpowers said, not only that, I also feel two other forces peeking at this place. So as long as we dare to take action, we will only die. Wang Meng lowered his head and said, Senior, I only have a son. Although he has done something wrong, he has indeed been punished. If you need any compensation, just tell me, and I will definitely satisfy you. Yifeng said, I told you when I came here that I'm not here to cause trouble. Your housekeeper and your son didn't listen at all. I don't want to cause such an unpleasant thing. Xiao Ji, why don't you apologize to Senior? Hurry up, Wang Meng shouted. Seeing that his biggest supporter, his father, had apologized, Wang Ji also began to get scared. I can only apologize desperately to show my sincerity. Xie Feng said, go ahead and take out the statue. We don't have time to talk to you here. Lao now. Where is the statue? Get it quickly. Senior. The old housekeeper was kneeling there, motionless, and said, Can I stand up? Chu Tianai nodded and said, Okay. Soon. The old housekeeper moved out a statue. This statue seemed to be a bronze statue from a certain era in ancient China. After getting the statue, Yifeng said, Mr. Wang Meng, I don't want to be disturbed by your family again. Please don't go to our residence. Yes. Yes. We will not disturb you. Please go slowly. Yifeng took Chu Tianai and the statue and finally walked towards Xiaoya's home. During this period, Xiao He and others also walked out and followed Yifeng. When Yifeng and others disappeared around the corner, Wang Meng couldn't help but slap Wang Ji directly. Wang Ji was still injured. Suddenly, he was slapped by his father. He immediately stopped and yelled that he wanted to find his mother. Wang Meng shouted, Try not to cause trouble for me in the future. If that person hadn't planned to kill anyone today, do you think you could still stand here quietly and lose your temper with me? He's already dead. Old man. Stop him. From now on, she will not be allowed to step out of this house without my order. Send more bodyguards. Yes, master. Wang Meng turned back to look at the two superpowers and said, What happened today is my son's fault. And it also made the two masters worried. I will never be so reckless again. Well, what we immortal cultivators pay attention to is cultivating immortality, cultivating the heart, and cultivating the nature. Therefore, most people rarely take action unless they really anger them. So you don't have to worry about them coming to trouble you. Thank you all. Similarly, next time we encounter such a problem, we can only be a bystander, and you can deal with it yourself. Clear. Wang Meng only found out today that the reason why he was able to dominate City S was because there were few people, and he didn't meet anyone bigger. On Yifeng's side, when they returned to Xiaoya Villa, they heard Xiao He bragging there. Chu Tianai gently put the statue back in its original position. He said, I feel really uncomfortable living in the same community with such a pervert. Whatever. This guy will definitely be honest from now on. At this time Xiaoya said, Thank you for helping me get my father's statue back. They won't come to trouble us. Xiao He said, You are still looking for trouble. They were so scared that they peed just now. You didn't look at it at the time. That expression was amazing. Yifeng said, Since I have come to your home, I must be responsible for your home. I will do what I say. Thank you all. And just as they were getting ready to have breakfast, the doorbell rang. Soon, An Shui took a bank card, walked in and said, Today, a guy in black clothes said that the money in it was used to buy clothes for several ladies. Yifeng said, Well, give it to Yenyu and the others. Haha. Mr. Yi is still considerate. Yifeng said, They are still smart enough. Of course, even if you don't look at their expressions at that time, they were all frightened by my domineering aura. Chu Tianai said proudly. Xiao He on the side said, Come on. When did you have such a domineering attitude towards Wan Jun? I admire you. You are just a bastard at best. Roll. Ouch. Let's talk about the sore spot. If I don't beat you to death today, I will take your last name. With that said, the two started a chase. Yifeng shook his head and let them play without trying to manage them. By the time we had breakfast, it was already about an hour before the server started. Everyone came online one after another, and Yifeng was no exception. As soon as he went online, Yifeng opened his own gang management rights. There is an item in the house. Brand new permissions to participate in Blood God Sword Village activities. However, this event is held every Saturday from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., and the entire event lasts for 2 hours. Yi Feng has long understood that Blood God Sword Village is like attacking a city. All players in the server attack the Snow God Sword Manor. There is a crystal energy tower in the center of the Snow God Sword Manor. As long as you defeat this crystal energy tower, you will temporarily gain the authority to own the Blood God Sword Manor. Next, those who have authority over the Snow God Sword Village will become the defenders, as long as they occupy the Snow God Sword Village. After 10 o'clock, the Snow God Sword Village will be returned to a certain guild, and they will be awarded the title of the strongest guild. However, it is extremely difficult to defend. After all, it is a bit scary to think about one guild against all guilds in the server. Of course, there is another permission, which is to summon the gang boss. But it requires the gang boss token, which is not available for the time being. Xiang Yifeng and the others rarely used gems before. After all, the gems at that time could only be obtained through the battlefield between humans and demons. However, the probability of obtaining gems in the battlefield between humans and demons is too low. If you buy them, the price is quite expensive. That's why very few guilds collect gems to increase their attributes. But now, the explosion rate of gems has been increased, and all the bosses in the dungeon will explode. In the future, gems may become a necessity in addition to equipment. However, Yi Feng looked at the equipment on his body. If he installed some ordinary low-grade and mid-grade gems, it might not mean anything to him. Then Yi Feng browsed some other information. And finally Yi Feng started refining the magic elixir. Chapter 458 Crazy Leveling. In order to quickly obtain the blood of the Black Angel, Yi Feng even used his own clones, all using demonization skills. This time Yi Feng collected a large amount of Black Angel's blood, and he didn't know how successful he would be. However, during the long wait, time passed little by little, and it was not until noon that Yi Feng stood up with a long sigh of relief. Finally, all the Black Angel blood in his hands was used up, and the materials in his hands were already used up. It seemed that he had to buy it again. In Yi Feng's backpack, there are already 20 magic pills lying quietly, and these 20 magic pills actually took Yi Feng several hours. Yi Feng summoned all the people who had previously decided to use the magic pill to his side. Shu Tianai, Yan Yu, Ing. For the last spot, Yi Feng plans to give it to Yu Mingming. The new dungeon team has been organized. Yi Feng will give them as many magic pills as they need to reach level 60. Soon, earth-shaking changes took place on the ranking list. 5 level 60 players suddenly appeared, and they were all members of the Glory Guild. Oh my god! Do they want to get the first kill in the level 60, 7-star terrace dungeon? That's for sure. That copy was created by Yi Feng. We must have been prepared. Damn it. Why are all the good things taken by that night breeze? How did they increase their level to level 60 instantly? Who knows what method they used? But it can't be a bug anyway. Besides, Yi Feng can even find the main quests. Could it be that he can't find a way to level up quickly? This sentence is very convincing. After all, Yi Feng's ability is recognized by everyone. He went to the Japanese server and caused a big fuss, which made all the Chinese players face saving. He got some experience pills that instantly increased the level, saying maybe it was brought from Japan. Of course, being on the side of the Glory Guild, Xiao Hei said sourly, I'm so envious. I'm only level 57. It will take at least half a month for me to reach level 60. Yi Feng said, upgrade with peace of mind. You will have it in the future too. Boss, your words are enough. I'm afraid you won't give it to me. Then I'll go offline for lunch and go to Dungeon 60 for a walk in the afternoon. Because they wanted to experience the new dungeon. Yi Feng and others ate very quickly. Even Yu Mingming, who was not with them, had eaten early and was waiting online for Yi Feng and others. As soon as Yi Feng went online, he saw Yu Mingming standing next to him. Yi Feng said, it's so fast. Have you eaten yet? Yu Ming blinked and said, of course I have eaten. I just ate less. Okay. They are coming soon. Ready to go to the 7-star platform. After waiting for others to come online, Yi Feng and others purchased all the potions in the pharmacy. The most important one is the antidote, which Yi Feng has experienced before. When Yi Feng and others were heading to the level 67-star terrace dungeon, the other 2 super guilds were already frowning. What do you think? Will they win the first kill of these 60 copies? Do you still need to watch this? I will definitely get the first kill. Unfortunately, the highest level of our guild is only level 58. It is too difficult to reach level 60. Then what can be done? The first kill must have been won by them. And it is very likely that the clearance record holder is theirs. That's right. Let's just watch the show. Our important goal is to get to Snow God Sword Manor. On the contrary, the madman didn't think so. The madman said, we must speed up the upgrade to level 60. We don't know what the explosion in the level 60 dungeon is. Maybe it will be helpful to capture the Snow God Sword Manor? The madman's words silenced all the guild leaders. But if they wanted to improve their level quickly, they would probably have to practice day and night. Go ahead. All guilds will work hard to upgrade from today. Just like the previous Glory Guild. They have known this information for a long time. So the general level of their union is 57. And our general level is 1 to 2 levels lower than them. Ah! Who wants Yifeng and the others to have an advantage over us and get the main mission? Stop talking. Stop talking. Work hard to upgrade. Even if you work all night to catch up. The opening condition of Snow God Sword Manor is that it does not require 1,000 people to reach level 60 before it can be officially opened. So we don't have to worry the problem with Blood God Sword Village. Yeah! I'm going to tell the people in our union to practice leveling all night long. Yes! You must not be pulled down in level by the people of the Glory Guild. Similarly, as the president of Tufeng Summit, Shui Feng, the masters on his side were no less than those on Yifeng's side. But it is also because of level issues that they are now unable to move forward. He also finally understood why the Glory Guild had been shrinking for such a long time. It turned out to be because of the current situation. Damn it. It turns out that Yifeng's party has taken advantage of it, causing our current level to be the lowest among the 3 major guilds. President Jue Feng. Don't worry. As long as we seize the time to level up, we can still rush forward. After all, the fantasy world has given us a lot of buffer time. It takes 1,000 people to reach level 60 to open the Snow God Sword Village. Well, so you will have to work hard during this period. Fine. Yifeng and others finally arrived at the entrance to the 7-star Terrace dungeon. Because they could not teleport through the territory of the mythical guild. They could only run here. The distance was a bit far. Yifeng said, this doesn't seem appropriate. They traveled too far. Their affiliated guilds probably didn't establish a guild territory. No. Not one. I'm waiting for you to speak. Yifeng nodded and said, okay. That small guild will come to establish a gang territory nearby. You asked AMO to go to those small guilds and choose a stronger one. No problem. If those unions know about it, they will definitely be happy to death. After following me, Yifeng, for so long, I should give others some benefits. Yu Mingming on the side said with a smile, I think it's brother Yifeng. He doesn't want to walk. After being exposed by Yu Mingming, Yifeng said awkwardly, well, if you know it, don't say it. Aren't you tired? It's tiring. So brother Yifeng is still considerate. Ha ha. In front of Yifeng and the other 5 people, there was still that inconspicuous door. But now everyone can see it. There is an exclamation mark on the door. As long as you click in, you can enter this dungeon. However, if the level is less than 60, you cannot enter. Yifeng said, although I have gone in before. It was at the beginning of the dungeon. I don't know what is inside. I only know the last boss. So everyone should be careful. We are a Wasteland Pioneer team. Yeah. The president listens to you. The other 3 women also nodded and looked at Yifeng. After Yifeng nodded, he was the first to enter the copy. And the others followed. Chapter 459 Kill the Boss. Yifeng once again came to Manga Continent. But this time Yifeng had a few more teammates around him. It's exactly the same as when I came here before. It's also overgrown with weeds. After other people appeared here, they looked around and asked, is this place really a dungeon? It looked like it was some desolate place. Yifeng said, let's go. Follow me. Wait a minute. Brother Yifeng, I want to give you some status. Yifeng said, the dungeon monsters are still ahead. There is a section in front of this place without any dungeon monsters. Just follow me. Oh. Because generally after entering a dungeon, wild monsters will appear not far in front of them. And they can be directly seen. So it is normal to enter a dungeon to hit the status quo. After walking nearly 20 meters, Yifeng and the others finally saw the ancient wizard. Yifeng said, this is the real place to start. Chu Tianai and I will go up first and give it a try. You can decide what to do. Saying that, Yifeng and Chu Tianai looked at each other. And the 2 of them rushed forward. When the 3 ancient wizards saw Yifeng and Chu Tianai rushing forward, the staffs in their hands emitted thunder and lightning. Yifeng said, this thing is a little numb after being shocked. Try not to be shocked. Okay. Chu Tianai replied. The last time Yifeng came alone, and it was a mission dungeon. The people inside and the dungeon monsters only gave Yifeng 1,000 experience points. And it was relatively easy to fight. But this time it was a real copy. And Yifeng chose the normal mode. After all, they didn't know what would happen next. Teams that generally open up Wasteland must first have a rough understanding of the dungeon. They usually enter from the normal mode, which is the simplest mode. As soon as Yifeng came up, he felt that his attacks were similar to the previous mission copies. Yifeng said, "It's okay. You can fight." But before the round of skills ended, the 3 ancient wizards were already dead. "I thought it would be so difficult to fight. But it would be so easy to die." Yifeng said, "That's because there are many of us. Let's go on. It's a small village, and there are many ancient wizards in it." Next, Yifeng and others began to clean up the ancient wizards in the village. Fortunately, the experience given by the ancient wizard in this ordinary dungeon is quite good, with 3,000. So you can just come here to level up. When Yifeng and others cleared out all the ancient wizards in the village, in front of the central torch in the village, a figure landed from the sky in front of Yifeng and others. "Bold humans, you dare to break into my 7-star platform and disrupt my master's practice. See how I deal with you." The third disciple of Huiyun, level 57. Third disciple? In other words, there will be second disciples and first disciples in the future. This boss is level 57. 3 levels lower than them. So it should be easier to fight. And judging from the appearance of this guy, he is obviously a piece of meat. The tonnage is really huge. At first glance, it looks like a melee profession. Chu Tianai took the lead and rushed in front of this guy. As a melee professional, he was certainly not afraid of this boss. But even though this guy is a melee boss, his attack damage is quite high. Even a simple punch from him could knock him out, leaving Chu Tianai with nearly 2,000 health points. "Damn. The blood loss is so serious." Yu Mingming said, "It doesn't matter. I'll give you more blood." With Yu Mingming's assistance, Chu Tianai finally regained his lost health. And the boss not only attacks Chu Tianai, but also Yifeng on the side. Yifeng's attack quickly attracted the boss. In addition to the extremely high damage, the hit on the boss was extremely painful. Soon, Yifeng took away the hatred. I roared angrily, clenched my fist, and slammed it towards Yifeng's position. Teleport. Yifeng moved directly behind the boss, of course not giving him a chance to attack him. The golden sword in his hand is not idle. But Yifeng's damage is quite high. But the boss's health is not low. Moreover, Yifeng discovered that the frequency of boss attacks was only a few times. Yinyu stood in the distance and dealt out attacks, while Ying's attacks were relatively few. Each time he attacked the back of the bedroom's neck. After all, it was a humanoid monster, so it could cause a lot of damage after attacking. Yifeng said, "Look for where the weakness is." The shadow on the side said, "His feet should be his weak point." Yifeng looked at the boss's feet. This guy's fists and upper body were unusually large, but his feet were very small. Yifeng said, "Try attacking." "Good." Without hesitation, Ying drew a line under the boss's feet, and the boss knelt down abruptly. Ding! System prompts. If a weak point attack causes the boss's attack power to drop by 20%, it will be unable to move within 30 seconds. Yifeng said, "Okay. Kill him." After knowing the weakness, this boss has no use value anymore. Soon, with the boss unable to move, Yifeng's high-damage dark magician appeared. In less than 30 seconds, 5 of them beat him to death. Chu Tianai directly kicked the boss's body away. There was a piece of green equipment underneath, plus a gold coin. "I'll go." A piece of level 60 green equipment. Chu Tianai said in disgust. Yifeng said, "Throw it away in the gang warehouse." Because it's normal mode, it's impossible to come up with good equipment. Next, Yifeng continued to drive forward. After they walked across a single plank bridge, what stood in front of them turned out to be a manor. But outside the manor, Yifeng had already seen densely packed monsters. There were too many mobs, so Yifeng didn't plan to fight them one by one, but just threw the pig's feet out. Transform into a dragon. After the pig's foot transformed into a dragon, Yifeng and others sat directly on the pig's foot's back. The pig's feet fly in the sky to attack, attracting a large area of dungeon monsters on the ground. Yifeng and Yinyu's long-range attacks caused a lot of damage to the copy monsters below, without any chance to take action. Chu Tianai said, "Flying mounts and remote professions are a perfect match. The next dungeon will be so simple." Watching my experience keep rising, I really feel an indescribable enjoyment. Soon Yifeng and others cleaned up all the dungeon monsters on the ground. Yifeng and others jumped down, because a house appeared in front of them, and the pig's feet could not fly over, which proved that Yifeng and others had to kill the things inside before they could leave. There should be a boss in this room, right? When Yifeng and others walked into the room, they finally saw the second boss of the dungeon. This guy is about the same size as the first boss, but you can see the scimitar in his hand. Yifeng concluded that this guy should be a long-range boss. After all, which melee boss would hold such a small scimitar? That would probably make people laugh to death. Just as Yifeng guessed, as soon as Yifeng came into contact with the boss's attack range, a scimitar flew over. Chapter 460 Double Boss. Dang! Yifeng blocked the flying scimitar, but he didn't expect that the knife would go back the way it came and return to the boss's hands. Everyone, be careful. The long-range attack monster is physical. If you want to attack this kind of physical long-range boss, the best way is to get close to him so that his long-range attacks cannot achieve the expected effect. In other words, when he is close, he cannot use long-range attacks, and can only use his own melee attacks, which will cause much weaker damage than before. Chu Tianai patted his chest and rushed forward. Of course, he was not so stupid from time to time, and would wait for other players to approach him. When Chu Tianai set out to get closer to him, the boss moved. While moving, he threw out his scimitar and attacked Chu Tianai. Chu Tianai punched the scimitar away, but he also dropped it, with nearly 500 health points. But after the curve, the scimitar returned to the boss's hands again. Yifeng said, "Try to see if you can snatch his scimitar." Good. After waiting for the boss to throw his scimitar again, Chu Tianai reached out and grabbed it. He caught the scimitar that was about to hit him. But at this time, Chu Tianai showed a hint of embarrassment. "I can't control this scimitar. I'm going back. After I told you yesterday, the scimitar has returned to the boss's hands again. It seems that this method is completely unfeasible. If you want to knock out the boss's weapons, I'm afraid no crazy designer would come up with such a thing. If it were the boss's weapon, wouldn't it look like a tiger with its teeth pulled out?" After this method failed, Yifeng also started to attack. But the boss's movement speed was beyond Yifeng and others' expectations. Even though this guy was barefoot, he moved very fast, giving Yifeng and others no chance to get close. Yifeng turned into a law enforcer and said to Chu Tianai, "This won't work. The opponent can avoid our long-range attacks. We must contain him and force him into a blind corner." Chu Tianai said, "But this is totally impossible. My speed can't keep up with him at all." Of course Yifeng knew that Chu Tianai couldn't keep up with the opponent, but Yifeng could do it himself. So Yifeng switched to a law enforcer. "Take care of yourself. Even if your life is safe, Yifeng must provide yourself with enough speed." Yifeng said, "You go after him, and I will come up and attack him from both sides. I'll see where he goes." Okay. This guy is so annoying, because this boss moves fast and his shots are not slow. The most important thing is that his flying knife can attack from far to near. Chu Tianai shouted directly and used his boxer attack skill. A ball of flames wrapped Chu Tian's hand and fist. Seeing Chu Tianai launch his own attack and attack him, the boss began to retreat. Just when the boss was avoiding Chu Tian's attack, Yifeng appeared at this time. Yifeng currently activated the Feng Xingyan skill. The speed reached the limit. Undue influence, avoiding Yifeng's pursuit. But with Chu Tianai in front of me and Yifeng behind me, I didn't know where to go for a while. Drink. Beat the cow across the mountain. With a muffled sound, Chu Tianai hit the boss directly in the corner. The boss was stunned for 2 seconds. Holy crap. I knocked out 0.5% of the stun. This guy is so unlucky. The boss who was pushed into the corner didn't feel so good. Yifeng blocked the boss immediately. And then Chu Tianai ran over and once again blocked the boss's escape route. Yifeng said, "Okay." Others started to attack. This guy can't escape anymore. After being unable to use long-range attacks, Damage took his own scimitar and launched close attacks on Yifeng and Chu Tian. However, this damage is too little for Yifeng and Chu Tianyu, and with Yu Meng's blood behind them, it can be said that this boss is very aggrieved. About 10 minutes later, the boss was finally drained of its blood. But at the moment of death, the boss spoke. "You're going to regret coming here." Then this guy turned into a pool of blood. It seemed that this guy also used poison. But even if they beat him to death, they were not poisoned. It seems that in hard mode and king mode, this guy should be able to use its toxin. This time I was lucky enough to find a blue piece of equipment. It might have been my first kill. Officially, you can get good stuff on your first kill only. However, no matter how good the ordinary copy is, it only has blue equipment. And the chance of gold equipment appearing is very, very small. After killing the second boss, Yifeng and others walked out of the house. What appeared in front of them was a back garden with a rockery and a pond. Of course, there were still many guards. Yifeng once again exchanged pig's feet. They once again performed the same action and bombed the mobs below from the air. After all the mobs were killed, Yifeng and others did not notice the existence of the boss. Yifeng let the pig's feet land on the ground and looked around. There was only a pavilion in which 2 NPCs were playing chess. Yifeng frowned, but in a dungeon. Why are there NPCs playing chess here? Yin Yu said, it's relatively rare. But it's not impossible. How about we go over and take a look? Yeah. Just in case. Stay away from Yu Mingming. I got it. Brother Yifeng. Yifeng took the other 3 people to the pavilion. But the 2 guys were indifferent. From a distance, they seemed to be playing chess. But from a close distance, they didn't make any moves. They just stood there frozen. And they don't even have a name for the NPC. Which is very strange. Chu Ti and I looked at the chessboard and said, President, look, there are words on it. Yifeng lowered his head and saw that it read, Want to know the secret of this back garden? Then tear open the seal on the pavilion pillar. Yifeng looked back and saw a seal with the word seal written on it on a pillar of the pavilion. Yifeng said, That's it. Everyone retreat. I will break the seal. Good. After watching everyone retreat to a relatively safe place, Yifeng stretched out his hand to tear open the seal. The moment the seal was torn open, a wave of air pushed Yifeng away. -1,000. It actually made Yifeng lose 1,000 points of blood. If it were anyone else, he might be killed instantly. While Yifeng was still covering his eyes, he heard Chu Ti and I shouting from behind him, President, retreat quickly. He didn't even look at it. He believed Chu Tianyin very much and backed away. I saw a long knife hit directly where I was standing just now. When he looked up, there were actually 2 bosses in front of him. Namely Hui Yun's first disciple and his second disciple. The double bosses are in trouble now. Others also frowned. Why would there be 2 bosses? It would be difficult to fight. Chapter 461 Sacrifice Play. Of the 2 bosses, one can clearly feel that it uses fire attributes, and the other can clearly feel that it uses electric attributes. Various attacks with different attributes can cause Yifeng and the others a lot of trouble. Moreover, the 2 immortals attacked Yifeng at the same time. The disciple who used the short sword had an electric attribute. The lightning flowing on the short sword made a terrifying sound. As for the second disciple, who was using a long sword, his sword seemed to be half burned by fire, igniting a raging fire. Yifeng said, So if you can retreat, get out of the boss's attack range. You can run as far as you want. Yifeng's approach was not wrong at all. After all, it was a double boss, and they had no time to think of any countermeasures. We have already taken action against them. Especially Yifeng, who was the closest and suffered the most damage. Now his blood volume has dropped by January 3rd. When Yifeng and others ran to the place where the second boss was, the 2 bosses finally slowly returned to their positions. Looking from a distance, they did not turn into NPCs again, but stood in the pavilion like bosses. In other words, once the seal is released, they will not change back again unless they leave the dungeon and refresh the dungeon. Yifeng frowned and said, You also saw the boss just now. What can you do? Chu Ti and I shook his head and said, I'm not sure. I played relatively few games. Ing and Yu Mingming also shook their heads. After all, they were all individual players in the past. They rarely went to high-end dungeons. I'm afraid this situation is rare, and will happen in online games. But fortunately, there is something relatively broad here called Misty Rain. Yin Yu said, I have encountered this situation before. But this situation has been solved by other players at that time. So it was relatively easy for us to fight. Yifeng asked, What was your method at that time? Our method is very simple. That is, when a player sacrifices, one player blocks a boss, and other players attack the other boss with all their strength. And the other players will move the attacking boss away from the other boss. After that player is killed by the boss, another boss will not follow. Yifeng nodded. This method is indeed good, but it is for other online games. I don't know if Fantasy World will work. Chu Ti and I said, I'm thick. How about I go and sacrifice once and see if that's okay? Yifeng nodded. For now, we can only use the previous method. If it doesn't work, then make another plan. Yi Feng and others came to the front of the pavilion again, but did not enter the boss attack range. Yi Feng said, whether it is a fire attribute boss or an electric attribute boss, they should both have a burning function. Which one pulls the fire or the electric one first? The fire thing. The electric thing should have a numbing effect. If you really can't run by then, it will be over. Yin Yu said. Yi Feng nodded, turned into a dark magician, aimed at the fire attribute boss, and launched an attack. With this attack, both bosses moved. Yi Feng attacked the fire attribute boss while retreating, while Chu Tianai on the side waited for the opportunity to move. When the fire attribute boss's hatred was pulled out, Chu Tianai moved, directly knock away the electrical boss with one punch. But at this moment, Yi Feng quickly pulled the fire attribute boss away. But Chu Tianai was already numb on the spot, having been hit by the electric attribute boss. Fortunately, Chu Tianai had already attacked the electric boss and had formed a hatred value on him. They did not catch up to Yi Feng's side. Yi Feng and the others carefully watched the situation on Chu Tianai's side. Chu Tianai reached the ground in less than a minute without a wet nurse to add blood to him. This is when they are most nervous. If the boss comes and attacks them together, then their attack will be a complete failure. And Chu Tianai will also lose 10% of his experience. Just when everyone was nervous, the boss did not come over, but returned directly to the pavilion. Yi Feng and others breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Feng said, "Yu Mingming, go and resurrect Chu Tianai. If he is not resurrected, Chu Tianai will run over from the entrance of the dungeon. And the distance is quite far." As expected, the location where Chu Tianai died was not within the attack range of the boss, and Chu Tianai was able to revive. Soon the two people ran to Yi Feng to help them add the second disciple of Huiyun. Perhaps the most difficult thing about these two bosses is that they are together. After they are separated, although there is a burning effect, the nurse is there, and they will not die. What's more, Yu Mingming is not an ordinary Nani. She also has many auxiliary skills. In less than 10 minutes, this boss was killed without any difficulty at all. This boss had no other means except burning it and attacking at close range. Fortunately, there is a current sacrifice style of play. Otherwise, if the two bosses are fought together, coupled with the numbness of the electric boss, the entire team may be wiped out in the first time. But after killing the first boss, no equipment exploded. This is very strange. It is the first time to kill the boss, so the explosion rate can't be so bad. Yin Yu said, if it doesn't explode this time, then the other one will definitely explode. Although these two are two bosses, the explosive equipment has the explosion rate of one boss. Damn it. Isn't this a cheat? It's twice as difficult. Only double the salary. And I lost 10% of my experience. I'm not even level 60 now. And the experience I just earned isn't enough. Yi Feng said, it's okay. I still have some magic pills here. When I finish the dungeon and haven't upgraded yet, you are taking them. Chu Tianai finally regained his balance and said, that's pretty much it. Let's go. The other electric attribute shouldn't be much simpler. Unsurprisingly, this time, in addition to numbing the players, the electric attribute's damage is a little higher than that of Bieber's attribute, but it really didn't cause them much trouble. As the blood volume of the great disciple Huiyun returned to 0, the great disciple Huiyun said, are you ready to bear the wrath of my master? Ha ha. Even though he was dead, Elder Huiyun still fell to the ground with a smile, and exploded with two pieces of equipment, a blue weapon and a blue gauntlet. Chu Tianai looked down upon the body of disciple Huiyun and said with a displeased look on his face, are you too stingy? Why don't you get a golden suit or something? Yi Feng said, come on. You still have so many demands for a normal copy. It's time for us to go to the next boss. There is only one way before Yi Feng and others, and that is to go to a pavilion. Looking up, the height of the pavilion is very high, reaching into the sky. This will be the location of their last boss. When Yi Feng and the others walked to the pavilion, an NPC with a green name stood outside the pavilion. Warriors, you are finally here. The great demon Huiyun is above. You must be careful. Chapter 462 Simple. Yi Feng and others looked up at the pavilion, which was indeed very high. Yi Feng said, we are ready. Please let us in. Very well. Young warriors, destroy them. Yi Feng and the other 5 flew into the pavilion with a whoosh. When Yi Feng and the other 5 people appeared again, they had already arrived in the pavilion, and it was on the first floor. From the window, you can see the scene outside and the NPC who just stood at the door. But there is an elite monster in front of them, a personal guard named Huiyun. Yi Feng and others did not pay attention to the rest of the mobs at all. After killing those mobs, Yi Feng immediately moved the elite monster. Unexpectedly, this guy was rough-skinned and thick-bodied, which was a bit different from ordinary elite monsters. Their attack is unusually high, the same as the boss's attack. But the opponent's health is very low. Even if Yi Feng's nearly 1,000 health points were knocked out at once, Yi Feng's skills would lose even more health points when hitting this elite monster. If it were an ordinary team, this elite monster would make them suffer a lot. But Yi Feng and others were different. It only took 2 minutes for this guy to be killed. After the death of the elite monster, a staircase appeared in front of Yi Feng and others leading to the second floor. Let's go. I don't know how many floors there are. But then, Yi Feng and others went up to 7 floors in total. And each floor had an elite monster. The ability of the elite monster in the later layers became stronger. And it could even be as good as the first boss. When it came to the last elite monster, Chu Tianai still treated him as just an elite monster due to his lack of experience. But he didn't want to be blown away by that guy's fist. And its blood volume was also unusually thick. Holy shit. This guy's attack power is not weaker than other bosses. And his defense is also very high. Everyone, be careful. With Chu Tianai's lesson learned, everyone else stood cautiously. As if fighting the first boss, this guy was also attacking from close range. On this level, it took almost 10 minutes to kill the elite monster. And nothing exploded. Chu Tianai took a long breath and said, this guy is not even a boss yet. But it is so difficult to defeat. So what is the last boss like? Yi Feng said, if you go up there and it's a boss, you'll know. Okay. Haven't you been beaten before? How was it? At that time, it was easier for me to fight quest monsters. But now it should be a bit different for dungeon monsters. When Yi Feng and others reached the last floor, they reached the top of the pavilion, surrounded by white clouds here. The top of the roof is actually a platform. In the center of the platform, the fire cloud demon that Yi Feng was familiar with was floating quietly in the air. Yi Feng said, this guy can use range magic, and his attack power is super strong. But when he uses range magic, we can attack him outside the attack range. If he is hit by his attack, he will be poisoned. So this is why do I want you to buy antidote. The harm caused by being poisoned is very high. By the way, I don't know much about this boss's other skills. So please pay attention when the time comes. Clear. After seeing everyone nodding, Yi Feng and others finally launched an attack on the boss after recovering. However, it was Yi Feng who launched the attack first, since he didn't know what the opponent's situation was. Long-range attacks were always the first choice. Dark Fireball Technique. A black fireball hit Hui Yun directly. Hui Yun, who had just returned the ball and was floating motionless in midair, was enraged. His area of effect skills were directly sent out with 5 thunders. Chu Tianai saw the end and said, fortunately, I didn't rush up. Otherwise I might have been killed. Yes. It seems that there is a difference between the dungeon boss and the mission boss. Be careful. Don't get poisoned if you are hit by lightning, since the boss is releasing his ultimate move. But he cannot move. Yi Feng can start to output with all his strength. However, Yi Feng still leads in hatred value. After the boss released his skill, Chao Yifeng immediately floated away in the direction where he was. Yi Feng said while running, others attack and keep up. This boss's defense is quite thick. Those who have armor can keep up. Because when Yi Feng attacked Wei Yun just now, Yi Feng found that this level 60 boss was a bit scary. When I hit the boss with such high damage, I could only hit 2,000 health points at most. A normal attack can hit more than 1,000 blood points at most. But fortunately, the boss's movement speed was not as fast as Yi Feng imagined. Yi Feng kept moving which was also a benefit of the long-range profession. But Yi Feng knew that this guy had no control over his skills. Everyone, remember, this boss has no controllable skills. So you must keep moving? Just after they had been fighting for about 10 minutes, the boss once again looked up to the sky and roared. Yi Feng hurriedly shouted, quickly retreat. This is about to launch a group attack skill. But it's too late now. Priest, Yu Mingming is the slowest. And in order to increase Yi Feng's blood, he follows closer. As soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, he had been hit by the lightning, and his blood volume was dropping rapidly. Fortunately, the boss will not move within the attack range. Otherwise it would be impossible for Yu Mingming to run out of the attack range. By the time Yu Mingming ran out, his blood volume had almost returned to 0. Yi Feng shouted, take the antidote quickly, or you will die. In a hurry, Yu Mingming took the antidote at the last moment, thus saving his life. Yifeng said, for now, go downstairs to recover your health and come back up. We can still hold on here. Good. Yifeng was afraid that Mingming would be killed by the boss while recovering blood. After all, the whereabouts of the boss are confusing. Sometimes, even if your hatred value is full, he will occasionally attack other people, making the entire battle uncertain. Fortunately, when Yu Mingming came back, Yifeng's blood volume had only dropped by half. But what makes Yifeng very curious is that this boss does not seem to have any other skills except 5 Thunderstrike. Could it be said that this is because it is an ordinary copy? So it is relatively simple? But it is very likely to be like this. But next Yifeng and others are going to the king mode. However, even so, the boss's HP was too much, especially its defensive power, which shocked Yifeng and others. As for the last boss, they fought for more than 10 minutes before killing it. Not to mention the Fire Cloud boss in king mode. Chu Tianai picked up a piece of clothing that was exploded on the ground. Unfortunately, it was just a piece of green equipment. Chu Tianai threw it directly into the gang warehouse. However, it is a pity that there is no clearance record in the normal mode. It seems that the system has made some small changes. I am afraid that in the future, it will not be difficult or king mode, and the clearance record will no longer be reminded. Yifeng said, take a rest here and enter the king mode directly when you go out. Chapter 463 King Mode. After Yifeng and others recovered, they left the dungeon. Yifeng directly clicked on the dungeon selection. Yifeng chose the king mode without hesitation. Since he was here to get the first kill, he must be the best. Ding! System prompt. Welcome to the king mode copy of Kixingtai. The king mode is extremely dangerous, so please be prepared. I finally saw this familiar prompt. I remember that the last time I saw this prompt was a few months ago. Yifeng had not downloaded a copy for a long time. Yifeng said, king mode should not be as simple as normal mode. So everyone pay attention. Well, President, you don't need to remind us. We still know this. Yifeng nodded. And Yu Mingming very competently assigned various states to Yifeng and others in advance. When Yifeng and the other 5 came to the side of the ancient wizard, Yifeng and others could not see any change at all in appearance. Ancient Wizard, King level 55. Attack 1000. Defense 1000. Damn it. When Yifeng saw the attributes of the Ancient Wizard, he was shocked. The attack that was only 500 before has now doubled to 1000. It seems that this king mode is not so easy to fight. This time, Yifeng and the others did not dare to attract monsters in a group, but only attracted 3 Ancient Wizards. The 3 Ancient Wizards rushed towards Yifeng and others, and Chu Tianai blocked them immediately. But Chu Tianai soon suffered a heavy attack. Judging from Chu Tianai's current equipment, it was already very good. But every time he attacked Chu Tian, his health dropped by 1000. Yu Mingming behind him said, Brother Chu Tianai, knock the blood bottle by yourself. I can't do it. This monster is too fierce. Even after this update, the priest's blood bonus has increased. But it is still not enough for the current Chu Tianai. Yifeng was extremely shocked when he saw Chu Tianai's blood volume rising and falling. No wonder the player's blood volume has to be increased after this upgrade. It seems that this dungeon is a big challenge. However, Yifeng also joined in and attracted 1 or 2 monsters. Fortunately, Yifeng's HP is high enough and his defense is better than Chu Tianai's. So Yifeng is still more durable. Fortunately, there are 2 human shields, Yifeng and Chu Tianai. Otherwise, they would really be unable to move forward against me. After Chu Tianai looked at the 3 ancient wizards, who fell to the ground, he panted and said, this king mode is a bit abnormal. Fortunately, we have 2 sections. If it is 1, I am afraid we will have to fight the first wave of mobs. Destroy the group. He nodded and said, is Yu Mingming okay? Can you still come over? Yes. I'm afraid not if it's 1 person. But 2 human shields will do. Yifeng nodded and said, it seems that this mode is really not accessible to ordinary people. But the king mode is the king mode. Killing an ancient witch doctor actually gave them nearly 10,000 experience points. And the most important thing is that each witch doctor actually exploded 50 silver coins. Chu Tianai picked up the silver coins on the ground and said, it's a good choice to come here to make money. But it's a pity that ordinary people can't come here, seeing that there were so many Mongolian witch doctors in front of him. Yifeng had a headache. Are we going to use pig's feet again? Even with pig's feet, Their mid-air attacks don't seem to do enough damage. After all, they lack Chu Tianai and Ying's attacks. So the damage will be reduced a lot. But if you pull them one by one, it will be too slow, Yifeng said, besides sitting on the pig's feet. Is there any other way? Others shook their heads and said, this is the only way to quickly clear monsters. If we clear monsters like we just did, I'm afraid it will take half an hour to reach the first boss. Yifeng nodded. It was indeed true. Chu Tianai said, how about you attract monsters in the sky and then attack? I will cooperate with the attack below. But remember to add blood to us. Yifeng thought that this method seemed to work. So he would try this method first. Anyway, it would not slow down the speed of spawning monsters. He pulled out the pig's trotter again. Anyway, his transformation cooling time was only 10 minutes. So he could use the pig's trotter's transformation ability soon. The pig's foot once again transformed into a giant dragon and flew into the air with Yifeng. Yin Yu and Yu Mingming, leave the matter of attracting monsters to pig's feet. When this guy sets fire to a mountain, all the ancient wizards will follow pig's feet. When the pig's feet gathered all the wild monsters together, Yifeng and Yin Yu began to attack. However, the Mongolian witch doctors below wanted to attack Yifeng and others. But unfortunately their attack range was too short and could not hit Yifeng and others flying in the sky. But that's fine. Yifeng's range skill explodes into a large area. And Yin Yu's ice arrows can also freeze many ancient wizards. After waiting for almost a minute, Chu Tianai and Ying, looking at the ancient wizards with uneven health, finally launched an attack. With their joining, Yifeng and the others finally spawn monsters faster. But there are also risks. After all, Chu Tianai is not as fast as Ying. And not all of the Mongolian wizards below are with Yifeng. So sometimes Chu Tianai's blood volume would drop rapidly, scaring him so much that he would roll and crawl away. There was no way. Even if Yuming Minjia had a lot of health, it couldn't keep up with the damage caused to him by the ancient wizard. After about 10 minutes of attacks, Yifeng consumed several bottles of magic medicine. And then, the ancient wizard cleaned up all the membranes underneath. Oh wow! This ancient wizard has given me so much experience. And my experience has increased by almost 1% all of a sudden, Yu Mingming said. The experience of a 1% increase in 10 minutes is already very scary. Until they upgraded before, the experience could increase by 10% to 20% at most in a day. Now it has almost increased by 1% in just 10 minutes, which can be said to be very efficient. But after all the Mongolian witch doctors were killed, the first boss finally appeared. However, the boss they saw this time was completely different from the boss seen in ordinary copies. The appearance of the ordinary copy is just that it is extremely powerful, and can beat Yifeng and the others with just a pair of fists. But after reaching the king mode, this guy actually used weapons. And he even had something like a rocket launcher attached to his fist. There were actually fireworks coming out of the rocket launcher. It was obvious that this guy had long-range attacks after reaching king mode. Yifeng said, Chu Tianai, come with me. Good. Chu Tianai rushed forward in a defensive posture. But this time, the boss was not at all like before. Fighting Chu Tianai head-on, he directly fired the rocket launcher in his hand, knocking Chu Tianai back several meters. Damn. This thing is so powerful. But at this time, Yifeng had already arrived in front of the boss. And this sword hit his rocket launcher. Unfortunately, it had no other effect except reducing his blood volume a little. Chapter 464 successfully killed the 3 disciples of Huiyun. The original idea was to smash this thing, so that it loses its long-range attack skills. It cannot be lost permanently. It is good to lose it temporarily. It's a pity that hitting the rocket launcher is useless. Yifeng is not stubborn. In normal mode, the first boss's feet are his weak point. Yifeng attacked the boss's feet again without hesitation. But this time it's not against his own feet, which are quite powerfully protected. His feet were actually wearing combat boots. And the night wind made a dinging sound when the night wind hit the combat boots. Obviously, the weaknesses in normal mode are not weaknesses at all here. Yifeng said, the 2 of us will carry you and fight quickly to find his weak points. His feet have been surrounded by combat boots and are no longer weak points. Shadow was hiding aside, waiting to attack. He was an assassin, and his attacks from behind were extremely powerful. Only Ying, an outsider, can better find the boss's weaknesses. Yifeng and others have already launched a fierce battle against the boss. And Ying quickly searches for the boss's weaknesses. But Ying discovered that there was almost no place on the boss that could be used as a weakness. The previous weakness was his feet. But this time, his feet had been protected. Ying said, Is it okay to just hit me hard? Yifeng frowned and said. Of course it is possible. But it will take a long time. His defense is too high and his power is too great. Every attack from the boss can knock Yifeng or Chu Tianai away. This is really thanks to the fact that they have 2 tanks. Ying said, then we can only continue to attack his feet. Can we break his boots to pieces? Yifeng said, then I'll leave this task to you. We really can't spare any time. The boss's blood volume is too thick. And its defense is extremely high. Even if Yifeng has the main artifact in his hand, it is impossible to deal super high damage like a normal copy. But that's not the case here. Every boss here is like a platinum boss in the outside world. You must know that a platinum boss usually requires a team of at least 10 people to deal with it. However, only 5 people can be formed in the dungeon. So the boss in the dungeon is more difficult and challenging. He launched his first attack, directly attacking the boss's boots, which also made a clanging sound. The boss threw his arm back, trying to knock away the shadow hiding behind him. However, Ying's figure is particularly agile, and it is difficult for the boss to catch Ying. Every time he attacks the boss's boots, he tries to knocking away with his backhand. Yifeng sees it all, which means that Ying's attack is correct. Yifeng stepped forward and shouted, the dragon raises its head. This dragon raised its head and directly knocked the boss into the air, because Yifeng seized the opportunity. At the moment when the boss was about to attack Ying, Yifeng had already used this increased skill. That's why Yifeng was able to successfully attack. The moment the boss was knocked away, Yifeng shouted, break the boss's boots? The moment Yifeng spoke, everyone transferred all attacks to the boss's feet. But at that moment, the steel-like combat boots shattered, exposing his bare feet. But at this time, the boss also fell from the sky and fell to the ground. Yifeng and others also lost the opportunity to attack. But it will be easy to handle next. The moment the boss stands up again, Ying has silently appeared behind him. A dagger glowing with platinum light. Shadow's dagger has a super high attack. And the boss's feet are his weakness. He only heard a swish sound, or fell to his knees directly. The boss endured the pain in his feet and stood up, letting out a roar. Ding! System prompt, weak point attack. Fire Cloud 3 Disciples attack power is reduced by 20%. Temporary loss of movement ability, or defense ability is increased by 10%. I went to attack this weak point, which was a bit disgusting. Although the boss's attack ability was reduced, its defense ability was increased by 10%. On the contrary, it makes the boss more difficult to defeat. But in this case, the pressure on Yifeng and others will be less. But it will take longer to defeat the boss. Just like this, taking advantage of the boss's weaknesses back and forth, Yifeng and others actually fought for nearly 20 minutes before bringing down the boss. Ah! You will regret it. The boss fell to the ground and died. And a bunch of things were exposed on the ground. Holy crap. Normal dungeons don't report anything. But you exploded with so many things all at once. You must know that this is a level 60 dungeon. The first king mode boss to be killed. Yifeng has found some shining golden equipment on the ground. But unfortunately, there is only one piece. However, this boss actually revealed a bottle of defensive potion, and Yifeng threw it directly to Chu Tianyin. However, compared to the glory suit of the human demonic battlefield, this piece of clothing is still a bit inferior. After all, the gold one is not as good as the purple one, and Chu Tianyin and others have already accumulated a set of glory suits. But compared to the current upgradable glory suits, they are relatively at a disadvantage. However, Yifeng's Destiny Pesticide set is different. When Yifeng reaches level 60, the level of the glory set also rises to level 60. Yifeng can enjoy the attributes of the set in advance. This is the benefit of Yifeng as an NPC. Otherwise Yifeng's glory destiny suit would really be a waste. The golden equipment was thrown directly into the gang warehouse by Yifeng. After all, they didn't need such things. Moreover, several gems were exploded. And when the equipment was drilled, these were all things that Yifeng and the others could use. So Yifeng kept them in his backpack. The next boss will have these gems and equipment punching stones. But I don't know if it's only available in king mode or hard mode. Anyway, it's not available in normal mode. Of course, this boss is quite generous. He even offered Yifeng and the others 105 gold coins. I really don't know why he is so rich. But then, in order not to waste time, Yifeng and others went directly to the pig's feet to restore their blood volume. Pig's Knuckle started, once again pulling Yifeng and the three of them, and gathering all the mobs together on the way to the second boss. It was this kind of indiscriminate bombardment again. But this time, because there were too many mobs from the first boss to the second boss, it took them nearly half an hour to clean up the mobs. Damn. I have a lot of experience. But this intensity is so tiring. The level of this wave of monsters is 57. For Mongolian wizards, they give higher experience. And they are also more difficult to defeat than the ancient wizards. Yifeng and others began to sort out the magic recovery potions in their backpacks. Yifeng. I don't have enough magic rejuvenation potion. Yifeng directly took out half a set of magic regeneration potions from his backpack. After all, he mainly served as a human shield in this dungeon. And you still rarely use the magician. Take it. Anyway, I use less of the dark magician profession and consume less mana. Yeah. I'll bring more next time. It doesn't matter. We didn't know this dungeon was so difficult to beat. We've been here for an hour. In fact, if it were an archer like you who consumes magic points, anyone else wouldn't have asked for the magic potion back. Well, these should be enough. If it's not enough, remember to tell me early, and I'll go out and buy it back. No need. Brother Yifeng, I still have a lot here, because I'm mainly at blood and don't need much blue. Yifeng said with a smile. Then let's start fighting the boss. I hope something good will come out. Chapter 465 Annoying Venomous Snake. Yifeng said, same as before. I went in first. I don't know what's different about the second boss in King mode. When Yifeng walked into the room, a flying knife flew in front of Yifeng. As expected, Yifeng dodged directly. But when Yifeng looked at the boss again, Yifeng discovered it. There is no change in the appearance of this guy from the normal mode. It seems that there may be changes in attack or skills. Yifeng shouted in the team, come in. Everyone. It's not a big problem. When everyone came in, Yifeng avoided the boss's attack. Anyway, this guy is a remote boss. As long as others don't attack the boss, the boss will not attack other people. Yifeng said, Chu Ti and I. Just like the normal mode. Force him into the corner. This is easy. Just like the normal mode. Yifeng and Chu Ti and I flanked the boss, one on the left and the other on the right. Their reaction was the same as in the normal mode. They were forced to panic. But no matter what, he was still in the corner squeezed by two people. This is not to allow players to better kill the boss. So this boss is placed in the house. After Yifeng and Chu Ti and I withstood the boss, everyone began to attack. Chu Ti and I and Yifeng also discovered that the boss attack was indeed higher than before. But there were no other changes. Yifeng frowned. If that was all, then the second boss would be too simple. The first boss is Hui Yun's third disciple. And the second boss is Hui Yun's fourth disciple. Arranged in order, this fourth disciple should be more powerful than the third disciple. But the third disciple in front of them has become much stronger. But on the contrary, this fourth disciple has not changed at all. So it is completely impossible when the intake drops to 1/10. There was a commotion behind him, accompanied by the neighing of a snake. No, you just refreshed a monster. Yifeng looked back and saw a huge green poisonous snake right next to Yinyu. After the poisonous snake appeared, it directly attacked Yinyu and others. No wonder this boss has not been strengthened in any way. It turns out that it lies in this place. It can directly summon poisonous snakes to kill those long-range professions behind Yifeng, achieving the ability to destroy groups in 1 minute. Yifeng said, you add the poisonous snake first. Don't worry about us. But without Yu Mingming's health boost, Yifeng's health and Chu Tianya's health dropped directly. Seeing that something was wrong, Yu Mingming still gave Yifeng and Chu Tianyi extra blood regardless of their own safety. However, this caused him to move incorrectly, and was directly hit by the poisonous snake. After being hit by the poisonous snake, a ball of green light appeared on Yu Mingming's body, which was obviously a sign of poisoning. Yifeng said, take the antidote quickly. Fortunately, Yinyu and Ying pushed the poisonous snake aside, leaving Yu Mingming with a lot of time. After Yifeng, Yu Mingming and Chu Tianyi escaped from danger, Yinyu and Yu Ying finally killed the poisonous snake. However, the blood volume of both of them was very dangerous, and they were already at low health. After all, Yu Mingming had been adding blood to Yifeng and Chu Tianyi. There is no danger of poisonous snakes. After they have regained their health, they can join the attack on the boss again. But when the boss's health dropped to only 80%, a poisonous snake appeared next to them again. Damn it. It's not over yet, Yinyu said with a frown. Fortunately, this time Yu Mingming was protected by Yinyu and Ying, and was not attacked by the poisonous snake. But this was extremely slowing down their ability to kill the boss. If Yu Mengning was accidentally killed, he would have to give up the boss and fight again. Yi Feng also frowned. He looked at the boss's health volume. If it were what he thought, the boss's health volume should be at 70% next time when the Viper is refreshed again. After all, when everyone is in the company, they are all focused on the boss's health and skills. Because there are many bosses, some special skills will be used when the blood volume is reduced to a certain level. I heard that the fourth disciple of Huiyun in front of them should be like this. Whenever its blood volume drops by 10%, he will summon a poisonous snake to help him. This time Yan Yu and Ning once again dealt with the poisonous tongue, but their blood volume once again dropped to residual health. This is because these two are masters. If it were an ordinary player, the group would have been wiped out long ago. Wait until Yan Yu and Ning are together and join the attack on the boss. Yi Feng said, this boss should be easy to fight, but he should continue to summon those poisonous snakes. Yan Yu and Ning frowned. This was not the result they wanted. After all, it would take too long to kill the Green Viper alone, and it would be very hard without a priest to add blood to them. Besides, well, you'll find out later, when the boss's blood volume was still 70%. Yi Feng said, be careful. The Viper is about to be refreshed. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, a poisonous snake appeared again, next to Yan Yu and others. As if Yi Feng reminded them, they all avoided the poisonous snake, but they were still targeted by the poisonous snake. Yan Yu and Ning pounced on it again. They couldn't let the poisonous snake interfere with Yu Mengming all at once. After all, the boss's attack on Yi Feng's side accounted for a lot of attack damage. Huh? It's gone now. Yi Feng shook his head and said, it's impossible. Every time the boss's blood volume drops by 10%, a poisonous snake will be refreshed. See for yourselves? I just detected it too. Under Yi Feng's reminder, everyone was waiting for the boss's blood volume to drop to 60%. Sure enough, the boss's health dropped to 60%, and a green viper immediately appeared. Yi Feng said, it's not an option to continue fighting like this. It's too tiring for you. Yan Yu said, it's okay, but it's a little dangerous. Yi Feng said, try it. Change your position. Don't stand where you just stood. The position where Yan Yu and others are standing is exactly where the boss was standing before. If they leave, does it mean that it will not be refreshed from time to time? Even if they are refreshed, they will not be attacked. But once again when the venomous snake was refreshed, although no other players were seen around, the venomous snake actually started to swim away. Obviously, the king mode is definitely not that simple. The designer has also thought about this problem. If the poisonous tongue stands still in one place, then this design will be in vain. Ing said, otherwise, how about I go walk the monsters? This will at least ensure our attack speed. Of course you can. If I give you the speed of an assassin, it's indeed a good choice. President, let one person go and slay the monsters. Otherwise it will be too strenuous to fight like this. Yi Feng nodded, and Ing went up to attack the poisonous snake, and then started running. After the attack, the poisonous snake immediately identified the shadow, and chased the shadow everywhere. Chapter 466, Difficult Double Bosses. With the addition of Yan Yu's attack, it is true that the web page cannot spawn monsters. The speed has increased a lot, and the boss's blood volume has also dropped faster. However, the more the boss's health drops, the more poisonous snakes follow behind him. Yi Feng said, be careful. We will finish the fight here soon. The opposite was Ing, who said very calmly, it doesn't matter. I can still deal with these guys. Your boss took longer to fight than the previous one, just because of the appearance of the poisonous snake. But fortunately, the shadow came to sneak the poisonous snake later, which shortened a lot of time. Boom! The boss finally fell, and equipment exploded everywhere. The most conspicuous ones are those low-grade stones, several of which exploded, of course with different attributes. However, the explosion rate is still very high, and 2 pieces of golden equipment were once again exploded for Yi Feng and others. Yi Feng picked up everything on the ground, but there was one thing that Yi Feng couldn't understand. Yi Feng sent this thing to the team channel and said, what is this? Long Yen herb. It should be some kind of medicinal material. But the medicinal material the boss revealed must be very precious. But no one else had seen this herb before, and they were not sure when they spoke. Helplessly, Yi Feng had no choice but to throw this thing into his backpack and check other things. Golden equipment no longer has any appeal to Yi Feng and others. If purple or orange equipment appears, you can also check the attributes. If the attributes are good, it can indeed be worn. However, Yi Feng was still wasting these two pieces of equipment. In the warehouse, gang members needed points to redeem them. After sorting everything out, we can't go to the next target again, which is the double boss. Compared to the standards of the first two bosses, this double boss's sacrifice style should be in vain. It's definitely not that simple. But how is it? You'll have to go and find out. While cleaning up the monsters in the back garden, the experience of Yi Feng and others has increased to 20%. Except for one person. Chu Tianai has the least experience, which has also increased by about 15%. When Yi Feng and the other 5 appeared in front of the double bosses again, as before, the seal needed to be opened. Of course, this time Yi Feng and the others were not stupid and stood far away. Yi Feng came to the seal, tore it open and ran away. When the seal was lifted, the two bosses finally appeared in front of Yi Feng and others. Fortunately, everyone avoided the boss's attack range in advance. So after appearing from time to time, they didn't attack anyone at all, but just stood there, seeing the double bosses that were exactly the same as the ordinary dungeon. Chu Tianai said, "Should I still be the sacrifice stream?" Yi Feng said, "I'm afraid the sacrifice flow is not that simple. There must be other twists and turns in it." President, "Of course I know. It's definitely not that simple. But someone has to go. Right? Anyway, I have little experience, so it should be fine." Yi Feng said, "Okay. If something goes wrong, just run away. Okay. Get ready. I'm going now." Chu Tianai attracted the electric attribute Huiyun disciple, and Yi Feng and others first killed the fire attribute second disciple. The beginning was exactly as they had expected. Chu Tianai ran far away with the first disciple with the electric attribute, and pulled the second disciple with the fire attribute in the opposite direction with Yi Feng and others. But soon Chu Tianai fell to the ground and died, and followed his electric disciple back to the pavilion again. This is no different from before, when Yu Mingming resurrected Chu Tianai again. At this time, an accident happened on the field. The first disciple with the electric attribute, who was originally in the pavilion, suddenly changed places with the second disciple with the fire attribute. After such a change in position, Yi Feng and others knew that something was wrong and other changes would definitely occur. Unexpectedly, the second fire attribute disciple, who had just returned, was rushing towards their location. In other words, there is nothing that can be done about the sacrifice flow. No matter how you distance yourself, the two of them will swap positions. After the swap, their hatred values are mutual, so they will come to you no matter what. Yi Feng and others want to deal with two bosses, and they are two bosses in the king mode: fire and electricity. The burning of fire and the busyness of electricity will allow Yi Feng and others to destroy the group casually. Chu Tianai saw the second fire attribute disciple rushing over and said, "President, how about I go and lead the second disciple away?" Yi Feng said, "Pay attention to the blood volume of his two bosses." Chu Tianai said doubtfully, "That's not right. Why has the eldest disciple's blood volume dropped to the same level as the second disciple's?" Others have also spotted this problem, and we all seem to understand something. As long as they attack a certain story with all their strength, the health of the other boss will also decrease accordingly. This is also a way to lower the difficulty of Fantasy World for all players. Yi Feng said, "It seems that the system means that we have two monsters to carry together, and then we only need to attack one boss. In the end, both bosses will die together. Well, it seems that this is the consciousness." After thinking of this, Yi Feng looked at Chu Tianai and said, "Try using your golden Arhat to see if you can bear it." Chu Tianai said, "Of course I can withstand it. I can reduce the damage by 90%. The duration is only 10 minutes. But there is a 1-hour cooling time." "Okay. Then you go and give it a try." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tianai directly used his golden body Arhat skill. As soon as yesterday's golden Arhat skill came out, he stood directly in front of Yi Feng and others, resisting all the damage from the boss on himself. But at this time, Yi Feng could see how terrifying Chu Tian's golden Arhat skills were. Every time the boss attacks him, he only loses more than 100 to 200 health points. It's so terrifying. That's a king-level boss. My Chu Tian also acted as a human shield in front. Yi Feng and others directly attacked the fire attribute boss again, and all the attacks hit the boss. But I have to say that the boss in king mode is still strong after all. Although Chu Tianai is not in any danger, his skill time is almost up. But the boss's health is still nearly 1/3, because they had nothing to worry about. Their attacks were almost full force. Even Yu Mingming can attack the boss. After all, Yu Mingming can restore more than 1,000 blood at a time. After Chu Tianya's lost blood volume is reduced to half, Yu Mingming only needs to replenish blood 2 to 3 times, which only takes 1 to 2 seconds. When Chu Tianya's golden body Arhat skill passed, Yi Feng immediately pushed forward, and the blood volume of the two of them dropped desperately. Chapter 467 Emergency Situation. Yi Feng said, "You guys retreat quickly. I'll hold you back first and fill up your status before coming back." "Then what will you do?" "President," Yi Feng said, "I have a way to hold you back." "Back off." Chu Tianya's health was too dangerous, and Yi Feng had to let him retreat first. Moreover, Yi Feng's blood volume was not healthy, so Yi Feng asked others to leave him quickly. It was Yu Mingming who was still adding blood to Yi Feng. Yi Feng said, "No need to add blood to me, brother Yi Feng. If I don't give you more blood, you will die. It's okay. I just let them cripple me." Although Yi Feng said this, others still stopped attacking with hesitation. The blood volume quickly dropped to the bottom, and everyone else's hearts were in their throats. If Yi Feng died, they would have to fight again if they were not afraid of the boss this time. But Yi Feng did not die. But the two bosses in front of Yi Feng were stunned. Dragon Rune order. The enemy was forced to be stunned for 5 seconds. This thing was not a force control item, so the boss in front of Yi Feng was controlled. And now Yi Feng's blood volume has dropped below 10%. Just enough to touch the only passive annihilation of Yi Feng's main artifact. Ding! System prompt. Since your blood volume is less than 10%, the only passive annihilation of the main artifact is triggered. Do you want to use it? Use. This was the first time that the annihilation skill was used. In front of Yi Feng, a black interface that seemed to swallow the world came out from Yi Feng's golden sword. There was no grass growing wherever he went, and without any obstruction, he cut off the boss in front of him. Yi Feng's annihilation skill slipped for a while before gradually disappearing, and the two bosses in front of Yi Feng had been chopped into 2 pieces. A large number of items have exploded on the ground, the main one being a shining red gem. There is a purple piece of equipment. Advanced Chi and Blood Gem. Increases Chi and Blood by 60 points. Greedy Wolf Armor, purple 7-star. High-level Blood Gems. For low-level gems. And a piece of golden equipment. What exploded this time made Yi Feng and others very satisfied. Especially the high-grade Chi and Blood Gemstones cost nearly 5,000 yuan each in the market. After all, a high-grade gem requires 25 low-grade gems to synthesize. If it is an attack-type gem, it will be even more expensive. Therefore, gems are a symbol of wealthy people and a source of money for ordinary players. But now that the explosion rate of gems has been increased, the price should not be so expensive. But high-end gems will probably still cost around 1,000 yuan. And if they are top-quality gems, they will be even more expensive. President, what was your attack skill just now? It looked very powerful. Chu Tianyi said, "This is a passive skill that comes with my artifact. When the blood volume is lower than 10%, I can use this skill to deal with bosses, wild monsters, and characters that are not lower than 50%. Of course, the premise is my blood volume must be below 10%. It's so scary. Then you don't need me anymore. If you use it for PK again, I'm afraid no one can beat you." Yi Feng said with a wry smile, "This thing is just a life-saving skill. The cooldown time is too long." Okay. Something just exploded. Yi Feng sent out the explosive stuff and gave him his own clothes even if he didn't go to court. He still felt that his clothes were better, and there was no need for the greedy wolf armor. But he could also give the high-level blood gem to Chu Tianyi. After all, he had much more blood than them. The increased blood volume of high-grade steam blood gems is 60 points. But the actual increased blood volume is between 300 to 500. This blood volume depends on the thickness of your own blood volume. But in the end, this high-level blood gem was distributed to Chu Tianyi. After Yu Mingming restored Yi Feng's condition, Yi Feng and his group continued to move forward and arrived in front of the pavilion. Of course, it was still the old man saying the same thing. But Yi Feng and others quickly arrived in the pavilion. It's the same as before. Each floor has an elite monster. This is the elite monster in the king mode. It is simply terrifying. Feicheng was like fighting boss 1. But they just didn't explode their equipment. And Yi Feng and others were extremely tired from the fight. They had been fighting for nearly 2 hours. And they finally saw the final boss, the great demon Huiyin. After Yi Feng and others reached the top of the pavilion, Chu Tianyi sat down. Holy shit. This is my first time. I've been grinding through dungeons until I feel uncomfortable. This is not an ordinary level of exhaustion. Yifeng looked at the others, and everyone had a look of exhaustion on their faces. After all, after more than 2 hours of high-level fighting monsters, everyone would be tired. Yifeng said, after defeating this boss. Let's go offline and take a rest. Yeah, I'm indeed a little tired. After all, I'm in king mode and I'm too focused. Yinyu nodded and said. Chu Ti and I also stood up and said, okay, let's take a look. I'm exhausted after taking a rest. Yifeng said, then everyone be careful. I will start to attack. Yifeng switched to the profession of dark magician and launched an attack on the great demon Huiyun. My normal mode was the same before. After Huiyun was attacked, he directly launched his own group attack. However, it did not have any impact on Yifeng. Yifeng continued to attack, raising the hatred value on himself to the highest level, so as not to attack others. After all, he still has many trump cards. It wasn't after releasing the 5 thunder blasts that it floated towards Yifeng. But at this moment, the source of fire that originally floated towards Yifeng suddenly disappeared. When Huiyun appeared again, he had already appeared behind Yinyu and others, and at the edge of the rooftop platform. Yifeng shouted loudly, run quickly. The boss has already run behind you. What? Before they had time to turn around, they were already hit by the boss. This time, he didn't use a new skill. A layer of poisonous mist was created around the boss. Yinyu and the others had no time to react and were all poisoned. And it is decreasing at a speed of 1,000 per second. This kind of speed is too terrifying. For squishy professions like Yinyu and Shadow, their HP is only 3,000 at most. What's more, in order to pursue attack power, many players rarely choose equipment with blood-increasing attributes. So under normal circumstances, the blood volume of crispy professional players is more than 2,000. In other words, it only takes 2 seconds to deal with Yinyu and Ying. There was no chance for anyone to react. Yinyu and Ying's reaction speed was considered top-notch. The first time I took the antidote, my blood volume still dropped by 2,000. I only had a few hundred points of blood left. They would die with just a light touch. But Yu Mengmeng is a bit miserable. The priest profession focuses on increasing blood and not attacking, so her blood volume is relatively high. But her reaction speed is still slow. Even so, she still had 1,000 points more blood than Yinyu and others. But he was the first one to die. Chapter 468 Anti-State Boss. Because poisoning is a continuous effect. And this effect has nothing to do with defensibility. It is a fixed blood loss. Chu Tianya's blood volume also dropped by 2 to 3,000. But Chu Tianya's reaction was quick, and he returned directly to the next level. On the next level, Chu Tianyi quickly drank a few bottles of potion, and finally regained his blood. But now the situation is very embarrassing. Yu Mengmeng hangs up, and after she is resurrected, she should be at the door of the dungeon. But for them, they can fight or not fight. Or they can wait and fight again when Yu Mengmeng comes back. Because they have just started now. It will only take a few minutes for Yu Mengmeng to run here from the resurrection point. Anyway, the dungeon monsters on the road have been cleared away. But Yifeng thought of an extremely serious problem. That is, even if the rain comes, it may be extremely difficult to add to the selection. Yifeng said, go down first, and then come back up when your health is full. Yu Mengmeng, you can come back quickly. Okay. When Yifeng and others were on the next floor, and their health was restored to full, they returned to the top floor again. But this time, the boss had returned to his original position. Yifeng did not wait for Yu Mengmeng's arrival, but started fighting directly, because he knew that if Yu Mengmeng came again, he would probably be killed again. Yifeng said, cheer up. You will be fine soon. Okay. But this guy just killed one of us with just one move. It seems that he is not that easy to deal with. Yifeng nodded and said, well, so everyone should be careful. Yu Mengmeng, remember to tell us when you come back, and come up only after we ask you to come up. Otherwise it will be very dangerous. I got it. Brother Yifeng. Yifeng attacked the fire cloud demon again. This time, this guy did not use his 5 thunder blasting skill on the spot, but floated directly towards Yifeng. It seems that since he has attacked him before, he will not use the second 5 thunder blasting skill. On his way here, Yifeng knew that he would definitely change his position again. Sure enough, when he was halfway there, he suddenly floated to another direction, which happened to be beside Ying. Because this time, they had arranged their positions after coming up. They did not stand together at all, but far apart. If they were to be injured, only one person would be poisoned. Of course, Ying must have been poisoned, because the moment the big frayed demon appeared, Ing was poisoned. Fortunately, Yin's reaction ability was also fast. After detoxifying in an instant, he was out of the boss's attack range. However, they still did not take action against the boss. Yi Feng continued to attract hatred. When Yi Feng's hatred value reached the highest level, they would take action. Of course, Yi Feng had already frowned at this moment, because he found that the boss's defense had become much higher. He didn't know why. Not only Yi Feng discovered it, but others also discovered it. What's going on? The damage seems to be a little lower than before. Yes, it is indeed a lot lower. What's going on? Is it because our posture is wrong? Yi Feng said. Try using the armor-breaking skills. Apart from shooters, the only people with armor-breaking skills are assassins. Of course, Yin Yu immediately used her own armor-breaking arrows. But after this armor was broken, the damage dealt to the boss was even lower. What's the situation? The damage is lower than the damage just now. Yi Feng doesn't know what's going on at all? After adding armor break, Shanghai, which was originally able to hit 1000, can now only hit 800 at most. This completely violates the rules of the entire game. Is there a bug? Yi Feng said. Shadow. Give it a try. Good. When Shadow Invisible arrived at the Fire Cloud Demon, he showed off his armor-breaking skills. However, this time, the damage Yi Feng could do was only 600, which was less than 400 damage compared to others. Damn it. Why are you fighting? We are increasing his defense, not reducing it. Hearing what Chu Tianai said, Yi Feng said, You Mingming, where have you been? We're already under the pavilion. Be up right away. Okay. Come up right away. We need you here. Uh-huh. Although I don't understand what happened. The boss's defense has indeed increased a lot. Every time a negative status is added to the boss, it is as if the boss has added a status to itself. So Yi Feng and the others no longer dare to add status to or add status to the boss. But fortunately, they have the player Yu Mingming in their team, who is different from ordinary priests. He is a troubadour and a hidden professional priest who can increase blood and many auxiliary states. What would happen if this auxiliary state was added to the boss? But before Yu Mingming comes up, Yi Feng and others must leave with the boss's oil everywhere. But the top of the building is only so big. It's just a square. No matter how you walk, you'll end up in this place. Anyway, someone will be poisoned no matter what time it is. But fortunately, Yi Feng told them to bring a lot of antidote before. Otherwise they would have died long ago. After the rain started to fall, Yi Feng said, Leave all your status to the boss. Yu Mingming was stunned for a moment and said, It seems impossible to throw my state to the boss. I have tried it before. Except for players. I cannot throw it to monsters. Yi Feng said, This boss is different. You can give it a try. Of course. You can't give him the negative state. But give us the buff state. What? Give the boss a buff status. Do we want to strengthen the boss? This boss is already very strong. Yi Feng said, You can give it a try. We hit their armor. But it increased their defense. Why is there such a thing? Is there something wrong? Yi Feng shook his head and said, It's unlikely. Programmers in the fantasy world shouldn't make such low-level mistakes. Oh! Then let me try. Yi Feng and others nodded. Move the boss's position in front of Yu Mingming, and place the boss's back against Yu Mingming. Yu Mingming threw it directly at the boss and entered many buff states. Things that were completely impossible before were actually possible this time. The boss's health bar appeared, and Yu Ming gave him the added status. After Yu Mingming had just finished increasing his status, Yi Feng directly launched an attack. Under normal circumstances, the damage Yi Feng can cause when fighting the boss is around 1,500. Don't think that Yi Feng's main artifact can kill the boss instantly. This is a game. He can kill players, but he can never kill the boss. This dungeon monster is the strongest existence at the same level. After Yu Mingming gave the boss many buff states, the boss's speed has slowed down. This is the most obvious effect. With Yi Feng's attack, more than 2,000 damage was directly reported. But Yi Feng's critical hit completely exceeded 3,000. Yi Feng's idea was right. After seeing Yi Feng's damage, others launched attacks one after another. This time, Yu Mingming must not be allowed to die. Otherwise he really cannot win this boss. Chapter 469 Fire Cloud Evil Staff. The boss's blood volume is rapidly decreasing because everyone's attacks are too high. However, Yu Mingming's buff status can only be provided for a maximum of 30 seconds each time. So every time before 30 seconds, Yu Mingming has to enter the buff status again. But this is the most dangerous time. Because, in the game, The position of the priest is to add status to his teammates. So the distance between them is relatively close. So every time, Yu Mingming stood beside Yifeng and others when they were trying to improve their status. However, if you want to buff the boss, you also have to stand next to the boss. Because the casting distance is limited. Therefore, when Yu Mingming is in his best form, everyone is on tenterhooks. Every time, Yifeng had to figure out the boss's trajectory before letting Yelling hit the status. Even if the boss had no status. Even so, a little slower will be much better than the situation without rain. Under the careful care of Yifeng and others, the buff status on the boss almost never stopped. On the contrary, this story was the most comfortable one they had fought. And it was also the fastest. In less than 10 minutes, the boss's blood volume was almost empty. Yifeng said seriously, "Everyone, be careful. This super boss may have other changes at the last minute." Others were also staring at the big boss nervously. After all, we are all old players. And we all know that there are some powerful bosses that have some tactics to kill each other before they die. Sure enough, when the Fire Cloud boss's blood volume was less than 10,000, the boss may have gone into a violent state. This violent state did not require him to regain his health and go crazy to attack people, but actually summoned 10 disciples around his body. Among these 10 disciples were the 4 disciples they had killed before. As soon as these 10 Huiyun disciples appeared, Yifeng and others' eyebrows kept twitching. This is too scary. But they didn't recognize each other in the end. Do you want us to fight 11 bosses? However, I have seen that when the Hokage had less than 10,000 blood points, Chu Tianai jumped directly in front of the Huiyun boss. Golden Arhat. With super damage-free effect and super high attack power, Chu Tianai can't take care of so much. If they really let them fight 11 BUSDS, they will definitely not be able to defeat them. Chu Tianai's set of skills landed directly on the Huiyun boss. The Huiyun boss fell directly from floating in the air to the ground. Chu Tianai's tiger-like fist directly hit the Huiyun boss, lying on the ground. Boom! After Huiyun Shan gave out his last scream, he finally died. And the Huiyun disciples scattered around him also disappeared one after another. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to your team for successfully killing the Huiyun boss in 7-star platform king mode and getting the first kill in 2 hours and 52 minutes. Please name your team. This reminder can only be received by the captain. That is, Yifeng received it. Directly enter the name of your team. This time it is no longer the Maple team, but the Glory Guild. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the Glory Guild team for successfully winning the first kill in the 7-star platform king mode. It took 2 hours and 52 minutes to obtain the clearance reward. 300,000 experience, 1,000 reputation, and special item runestone *1. A server-wide prompt lets all players know that the Glory Guild has finally cleared the 7-star platform king mode. If they weren't lying on the ground at the moment of death, this copy would be too difficult. Not only that, the last boss requires too much mental energy. At this moment, the Glory Guild is already in a state of excitement. The only 5 level 60 players in the server are all from the Glory Guild. The only guild in the server that has access to the King of 7 Stars mode is still the Glory Guild. This gave Glory Guild players a lot of face. They all congratulated Yifeng and others in the guild channel or in the world channel. I believe the people in the Glory Guild have taken stimulants. What's so great about this? Isn't it just the first kill of Kixingtai? If your guild president hadn't obtained the main mission, this first kill might not have been yours. Hey, isn't this what Tufeng knows? Why are you talking so sourly? They don't call it jealous. They call it inexperienced. They don't know that winning the first kill is the exclusive privilege of our president Yifeng. Haha. You're right. From the time the server was launched until now, as long as it's the first kill in a dungeon, it's all been won by our guild leader. What are you guys from the Glory Guild capable of? You only know how to hide and level up. And you don't even dare to fight. Damn you. Don't dare to fight. Are you kidding me? We are tired of beating dogs. Let's take a rest. Grass Mud Horse. If you have the ability, come out and challenge me. I will kill you. Ouch. The dog is about to bite someone. Hurry up. Hurry up. Or you will get rabies. Ha ha. That last sentence, ha ha, is simply a source of hatred. However, the members of both sides only quarrel with each other in words, but rarely take actual action, because both sides have restricted their members not to fight anymore, and only strive to upgrade. In front of Yifeng and others, the pile of things on the ground would be the kind that everyone could look at and drool over, because among the pile of exploded items, there was a piece of platinum light emanating from it. This is the only time, and the first time, they break out platinum equipment while fighting a boss. Yifeng took a rest and walked to Wei Yun's body. Looking at the equipment exploded on the ground. Yifeng's fatigue just now was gone. Yifeng picked up the equipment that glowed with white gold light. It turned out to be a staff. Fire Cloud Evil Staff. Platinum 8 stars, magic attack 250 to 330. Intelligence plus 100. Constitution plus 100. Requires character level 60. Equipment occupation required. Mage increases spell attack by 10%. Only passive skill. Star Shift converts debuff status into gain. State. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to Wang Jiafeng for obtaining the Fire Cloud Evil Staff. Platinum 8 stars, after a fierce battle with the Fire Cloud boss. Unexpectedly, after Yifeng picked up the Fire Ming Snow Fighter, such a system prompt appeared. Is this a new function added after the update? But the news that Yifeng obtained the Fire Cloud Evil Staff suddenly made everyone aware. And platinum equipment unexpectedly appeared in the dungeon. This thing is much better than the suits outside. Not to mention it is a weapon. Oh no! What the hell is this? The attack power is so scary. Damn. I really want to go to Kixingtai. But it's a pity that I'm not level enough. There's no way I want to go. It took Yifeng almost 3 hours to complete the level. Do you think you can complete it in one day? Facts have proved that without strength, let alone clearing the level. It is the king mode. The first boss may be able to defeat them. Chapter 470, Changes in the Wang family. Not only ordinary players were surprised, but also people from the other two major guilds were a little moved. That is platinum equipment. Since Yifeng can get platinum equipment, it means that they are very likely to get it. In the past, if I wanted to obtain platinum equipment, I had to kill epic and legendary bosses. And the most reliable boss is the legendary boss. But in this mode, as long as you kill it, it will definitely waste people and money. And the most important thing is that it may not be 100% obtained. So far, only one guild has killed the legendary boss. And that is the previous domineering guild. In the end, they only harvested 2 pieces of orange equipment. Even if they were sold, they would not be able to recover their losses. Therefore, few people will consider killing the legendary boss. But the dungeon is different. The dungeon limit is 5 people. Since Yifeng can do it with 5 people, then others can do it too, as long as he can find a certain way. So I urge them to upgrade quickly and challenge the 7-star platform king mode. In front of Yifeng, not only platinum equipment appeared, but also orange equipment, which was a great harvest. Moreover, the receiving equipment is also for mages. In the Night Breeze Guild, there are 2 mages among them as the Hall Master. One is Leng Shui. That cold man is Yu Mingming standing next to Yifeng. Now I am very confused. Should this staff be given to Yu Mingming or to someone else? Leng Shui, as a hidden professional mage, has very strong attacks, and is also an indispensable master of the Glory Guild. But it is also difficult to find a second super assistant like Yu Mingming in the entire server. Looking at Yifeng's troubled expression, Yu Mingming said, "Then give me clothes. The clothes I'm wearing are still level 40. Yifeng nodded and said, "It's okay. 1 for each person. When the next time it appears, I will definitely give you the magic staff used by the mage." Well, I hope Brother Yifeng means what he says. Of course, a large number of gold coins were also exploded, with a total of more than 200 gold coins. Of course, a high-level gem was also exploded, but it was an offensive type, which can be said to be a very good thing. Chu Tianai said, "Okay. Now that everything has been divided, I have to rest." Yifeng said, "Let's all go down and have a rest. We can wait for dinner." After Yifeng explained what happened, he went offline and went to rest as well. Of course, there is Xiuhei and Outyan in the game. Yifeng is not worried about any problems in the Union. After logging off, Yifeng limped to the lobby on the first floor. And Shui, who was just lying on the sofa and cleaning the house, asked strangely when she saw Yifeng coming down so early. "Hey, Mr. Yi, you came down so early today." I smiled and nodded and said, "I'm a little tired. Come down and take a rest. Take a walk and exercise your feet." "That's good. So as not to atrophy the muscles in your feet." After a while, Yenyu, Ing, and Chu Tianai also came down. Chu Tianai did not do anything else, but picked up the tea-making tools on the table and began to brew kung fu tea. This is what Chu Tianai must do every day. He feels that this can better cultivate his moral character. After all, it can maintain his usual calm character. Yi Feng took Yinyu's hand and said, "Let's take a walk while Chu Ti and I makes tea. I'm not used to having you help me around all the time." Yinyu stood up and carefully helped Yi Feng up. Yi Feng said, "I don't need you to help me. Just stand aside and follow me." "Well, then be careful." Yi Feng began to walk back and forth in the living room. But not fast. Rather slowly. Within a few minutes, Chu Tianya's tea was also boiled, and a fragrant smell of tea spread throughout the living room. Chu Tianyi waved to Yi Feng and said, "President, can you have a sip of tea and have a rest? You've been playing the dungeon for so long. You're not tired. Why don't you go?" Yi Feng said, "To help your feet recover faster. Drink some tea and feel refreshed." A group of people started tasting tea happily, staying in a place outside this villa. There was a person holding a telescope and looking at Yi Feng and the situation here. Just after the man put down the telescope, there was a scar on the man's face, which was shocking. "Boss Wang, is this why you invited me here?" Wang Ming nodded and bowed behind the man and said, "Isn't that right? These young people have turned our Wang family upside down. But we don't have the ability to deal with them. So we can only ask you, Senior, to take action." The man with the scar said, "Are you ready for the shooting fee?" "As you said, everything is ready. 50 virgins and 10 million in cash are all ready. The 10 million in cash is fine. But the 50 virgins took me a lot of time." The man with the scar said, "What's so difficult about this? I'm not asking you to kill people. And after the incident is over, these 50 virgins will just lose their virginity. And their lives are not in danger." Wang Ming said, "If you, old man, say there is no danger, then there is no danger. But no one believes me when I say there is no Wei Chen. So I can only use coercive measures." The scarred man said, "Tell me, how do you want me to deal with them?" "Catch those 2 men and destroy their cultivation before calling on the Wang family. I said I will make them pay the price." The scarred man said, "After the matter is completed, everything will have nothing to do with me. Of course, don't worry if I do something. I will definitely leave no trace." Obviously, this is not the first time that the scarred man has cooperated with Wang Ming. When the scarred man jumped and disappeared in front of Wang Ming, 2 figures appeared behind Wang Ming. One of them shook his head and said, "Boss Wang, it seems that the promise we made with you has been invalidated. Thank you very much, Boss Wang, for your care over the years. Let's say goodbye. Farewell." Wang Ming turned around and said, "Why are you 2 leaving in such a hurry? Why don't you just see what happens to them?" "No need to look. I already know who one of them is. So we must leave you. Otherwise, it will lead to death." "Ha ha ha. Look how scared you are. They are just a few young people. Who knows what kind of identity they can use as long as they do it neatly." The 2 shook their heads. They were not ordinary people. They were members of the Dragon Organization. If immortal cultivators, like Yi Feng and others appear in S City, they will definitely report to their superiors. But the feedback they received was that he was one of their own, and that he was the brother of Wu Tian, the founder of the Dragon Organization, named Yi Feng. In the world of superpowers, Wu Tian's name is very loud, and Yi Feng is obviously their boss. The 2 shook their heads and disappeared in front of Wang Ming calmly. Wang Ming said with disdain, "Huh? After all these years with me, this is the first time I know you are so cowardly. It's okay to leave. I can focus on paying tribute to this scar. He is much more powerful than you." Chapter 471. Everyone shows their magical powers. While Yi Feng and others were drinking tea, several people were discussing how to make tea, how to drink it, and where the tea is best. Not only that, Chu Tianyi also gave Yi Feng a tea ceremony lesson. Yi Feng squinted his eyes and said, after talking so much, "Isn't it just a sip of tea?" Chu Tianyi shook his head and said, "Tea ceremony is about meditation. I have told you so much. But you still don't understand that rotten wood cannot be carved." Yi Feng shook his head. Just when he was about to say something, he stood up suddenly. Yi Feng said sternly, "Who are you? Get out." At this moment of Yi Feng, the other 3 people all understood that there were immortal cultivators coming, and they came in a sneaky way, which was obviously not good for them. The other 3 people directly formed a circle with Yi Feng and opened their own virtual reality. "Haha. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Drink tea. Drink tea. Weren't you doing the tea ceremony just now? I think it was pretty good." A man with a scar on his face walked in from the backyard directly opposite Yi Feng and the others. The calm and unhurried look of you made Yi Feng and the others feel pressured. Yi Feng frowned and said, "Who are you?" What are you doing here? The scarred man did not answer Yifeng, but sat down attentively, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it all in one gulp. Well, this tea is good. If you don't mind if I take some away, Chu Tianai said, as long as you don't cause damage. It doesn't matter if you take some away, Yifeng asked, my friend. You haven't explained your purpose of coming. Isn't it very clear about your purpose? Yifeng frowned and said, but I don't know what you want to do here. Is it just to drink tea? I just use people's money to eliminate disasters for others. Someone asked me to destroy your cultivation. Do you think you want me to do it? Or do it yourself? Yifeng said, this person should be Wang Ming. You don't care who he is. There is someone who wants to destroy you. I just use money to do things for your cultivation. In fact, I don't want to do anything. Fighting and killing are boring. I prefer to make alchemy. What kind of beauty likes to stay here? Yen Dan. The longevity pill that old men like us like. And of course, the all-disease pill that can cure all diseases. Yifeng said, so you are here to cause trouble. You can say that. But you, a person in the middle stage of foundation building, don't seem to understand your own situation yet. Yifeng said, of course. I know that your cultivation is higher than any of us. Even the four of us can't beat you. Am I right? The scarred man said, you are somewhat self-aware. If that's the case, then you can just settle it yourself. Chu Tianai on the side said, the president is afraid of what he will do. How can the four of us not be able to defeat him alone? Yifeng shook his head and said, under normal circumstances, the four of us cannot defeat him. His cultivation is at its peak during the foundation building stage. Hey, young man, you have good eyesight. No wonder you think you can't beat me. Chu Tianai asked, what is the peak of the president's foundation building stage? Yifeng stared at the scarred man and explained to Chu Tianai, your cultivation is in the early and middle stages of Qi training. And my cultivation is in the middle stage of foundation building. So all our cultivations are lower than him. The scarred man smiled and said, now you know why he said that all of you together can't beat me. Chu Tianai looked at Yifeng questioningly, and Yifeng nodded and said, it's true. Just like the three of you combined are no match for me. Then we can't just sit back and wait for death. Even if it is the truth. I will protect you. Ying said coldly. Yin Yu said, why do you talk so much? You won't know until you fight. Haven't we fought enough? Yifeng said, you don't need to take action. I want to try to see how far the difference between the middle stage of foundation building and the peak of foundation building is. Ha ha ha. There is a gap between the middle stage of foundation building and the peak stage of foundation building. How big is the gap between us? If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. The scarred man moved very quickly. Maybe just a breath or a blink of an eye. The teacup in the scarred man's hand had already been smashed in front of Yifeng. While Yifeng remained motionless, he just caught the teacup with his hand at that moment. The teacup, just as imagined, turned into pieces in Yifeng's hands. And because of the impact, Yifeng took a few steps back and was stopped by Chu Tianai and others behind him. President, are you okay? Yifeng. Everyone looked at Yifeng worriedly, but they killed the scar in front of him quickly. Seeing Yifeng catch his teacup, the scarred man said in surprise, hey boy, it's not bad. Yifeng shook his arms, which were a little numb. It seemed that there was indeed a very big gap between the middle stage of foundation establishment and the peak stage of foundation establishment. No wonder Wu Tian told me. Don't underestimate such a small difference. In fact, it is a world of difference to you. I'll see how you respond to the next attack. This time, the scarred man lifted up the entire coffee table and slammed it into Yifeng and others. Judging from the speed at which the coffee table flew, if an ordinary person was hit, there would be no chance of survival. Then I was on the way of the coffee table flying over. A figure jumped out from beside Yifeng and shouted, Golden Arhat. Open! Chu Tianai punched the coffee table in front of him to pieces and stood firmly on the spot. Chu Tianai said, if you want to fight, fight. Don't wait any longer. Looking at Chu Tianyan's appearance as a Golden Arhat, the scarred man was really surprised. But even if Chu Tianai was like this, the scarred man still didn't take him seriously. The biggest danger to him was Yifeng. Not bad. It seems that you all have special skills. It's a pity that you met me. Only in the face of absolute strength will you know fear. A bow and arrow appeared in Yen Yu's hand at some point, pointing at the scarred man. The cold arrow on the bow seemed to be announcing to the scarred man that it was not good. The man with the scar has to sigh. Why do young people today have so many tricks? It would be great if these means were given to oneself. Especially the golden Arhat skill that the young man used just now. If it were given to him, wouldn't he have an extra life-saving skill? After making up his mind, the scarred man said, I'll give you a chance to tell me all your unique skills. How about I just turn around and leave? A voice came from the void. Then let's see if your fate is good. The scarred man shook his head and said, if it is the same level of invisibility, it may be a little dangerous for me. But you can't. But as the protagonist Yifeng, it is time for him to appear. Chapter 472 Battle with Scar. Yifeng looked at the scarred man coldly and asked with some confusion, you must not be from the dragon organization. The man with the scar said with some hatred, don't mention that disgusting tissue to me. The scars on my face were left by them. It turns out that this guy should be a defected member of the dragon organization. Or perhaps the target of the dragon organization. Yifeng said, since it's not the case, it's easy to handle. Easy to handle? Do you think you four can still take me down? Yifeng said, 4? No. 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 I can do it with just one. Ha ha ha. This is the coldest joke I have ever heard today. Since you are so cold, then I will let you be cold to the end and become a cold corpse. Yifeng said, you can do whatever you want. At this moment, Yifeng was no longer passive. To deal with the scarred man in front of him, Yifeng's own strength is definitely not enough. So Yifeng plans to become a demon. Only the demonized Yifeng can show its strongest strength. Even the advanced demons can't withstand Yifeng's set of attacks, let alone the scarred man in front of him. Seeing Yifeng move, the scarred man also moved. He didn't care about other people's attacks, but went straight to Yifeng. As long as Yifeng was subdued, the others would be easily captured. The man with the scar shook him away with a punch, and the attacks of the other three changed from fists to palms, directly pinching Yifeng's neck. Yifeng, President, be careful. The other three were shocked away and shouted helplessly. The moment his palm touched Yifeng's neck, Yifeng let out a cold evil laugh. Demonization. But at that moment, the scarred man's arm was numb from the shock, and he retreated several meters away. What happened? Because Yifeng was surrounded by a cloud of black energy at this moment. Well, the black energy gradually dissipated, revealing Yifeng's true body inside. A 12-winged fallen angel. Yifeng's handsome face, an evil smile made the old scarred man's hair stand on end. The scarred man has already felt the power of night breeze, which seems to have surpassed him. The scarred man kept shouting in his heart, impossible. This is an illusion. This is absolutely impossible. But a black death scythe appeared in Yifeng's hand. The breath was like coming from H.L., making the scarred man tremble. The scarred man didn't even look at Yifeng a second time and ran away, because he knew that he was no longer Yifeng's opponent. Yifeng smiled evilly, okay. It's already too late. In just an instant, Yifeng was already in front of the scarred man. He didn't even get 10 meters away before he was stopped by Yifeng. The scarred man said in a trembling voice, impossible. You are not a real immortal cultivator. You are a demon cultivator. You are a demon, and the enemy of the entire immortal cultivator. I want to tell everyone and let everyone destroy you. Yifeng waved his wings and said with disdain, devil? I'm sorry. I'm not worthy of being called a demon. But you should have taken a lot of benefits from Wang Ming. So you are called a demon. The scarred man took a deep breath. Now that he knew that he could not escape safely, he could only try his best to maybe have a chance to escape. The scarred man didn't pay attention to what Yifeng said. This time, he used all his strength to launch a fierce attack on Yifeng. This guy turned out to be a warrior-type immortal cultivator. And he also used a knife. With each move, Celia's back garden was already in a mess. Yifeng looked at the scene around him. If he continued to fight like this, everyone in the villa would probably suffer. This was not what Yifeng thought. Yifeng finally fought back, and the death sickle in Yifeng's hand fiercely hooked towards the scarred man. The scarred man could only use the knife in his hand to resist. But who knew that the knife in the scarred man's hand could be directly hooked by Yifeng's death sickle? My knife, the scarred man said angrily. Yifeng was like a god of death, dancing in the air with a death sickle. The scarred man opposite him was like the poor man who didn't want to die, trying desperately to escape, being caught by the god of death. But the clothes didn't give him any extra chance, because this guy had obviously felt that the place Yifeng cared about was the villa behind him. The scarred man ignored Yifeng's attack and rushed directly to the villa. Yifeng shouted, Chu Tianai. Stop him! Look at me! 7 Injury Fist. It's a pity that the cultivation level gap between Chu Tianai and the scarred man is too big. Even if he uses the golden body Arhat skill, he is still no match for him. Bump! Chu Tianai was directly knocked away by the scarred man and crashed into the wilderness behind him, breaking several pieces of the wall. But it was precisely because of your blocking time that Yi Feng rushed over. Death Harvest. A sickle penetrated the scarred man's body directly from the void. The man with the scar actually stood motionless, looking at his chest. The blood was spurting out non-stop. He even lost the ability to look back at Yi Feng and fell directly to the ground. Yi Feng quickly flew to Chu Tianai's side and dragged Chu Tianai out of the pile of rocks. Seeing that Chu Tianai was safe and sound, Yi Feng said, "Damn, you scared me to death." At this time, Yin Yu Ending also rushed over and asked, "Are you okay?" Chu Tianai covered his chest and said, "Fortunately, I have the golden body Arhat skill, which can offset most of the damage. Otherwise, I would really be dead." With that said, Chu Tian also took out a bottle of blood-restoring potion from his backpack and drank it quickly. After more than 10 seconds, Chu Tianai finally regained his breath and exhaled heavily. "Hey, I shouldn't have let the Wang family go in the first place. I'm going to kill them now. Damn it!" At this time, Aunt Shui, who had gone out to buy groceries, finally came back and saw the scene in a mess. He said in surprise, "What's going on? Are you demolishing the house?" But at this moment, Yi Feng had changed back to his original appearance the moment Aunt Shui came back. Yi Feng said, "It's okay. There was an accident just now. A mouse came in here. We were looking for a mouse and accidentally smashed the wall. Ah, there are rats. Then I have to ask the property management company to come over and let them exterminate the rats." Yi Feng said, "By the way, let's find a decoration team." Looking at the two broken walls, Aunt Shui said, "If you don't want to look for it, you have to look for it. I will contact you, but I will cook for you now." Yi Feng said, "Thank you, Aunt Shui." "You're welcome. You're welcome. I have been working in this house for nearly 30 years. This is just like my house. If it breaks down, of course, I will find someone to fix it. Thank you, Aunt Shui, for causing you trouble." Fortunately, Yi Feng was smart and deceived him directly. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to explain it. After all, it was difficult for ordinary people like Aunt Shui to accept the abilities of Yi Feng and the others. Chapter 473 What Comes and Goes. Yi Feng looked around and saw that the sofa and coffee table where they were sitting were all rotten. They could only sit at the dining table, and there was no other way. There were only stools left there. Chu Tianai said, "President, please tell us about those cultivations." "We don't know yet." Yi Feng nodded and said, "It's time to tell them about these things." So Yi Feng told the three of them everything he knew. After hearing what Yi Feng said, they all expressed surprise. Chu Tianai said, "After the nascent soul realm, are there other realms?" Yi Feng shook his head and said, "I don't quite understand either. The Great Elder is currently at the highest level, and he is also the existence that the demons outside are afraid of. Since the Great Elder is so powerful, why do we still need to go to the outer battlefield?" Yi Feng said, "I heard that in the outer battlefield, the demons did not attack with all their strength. What is coming so far is only their vanguard. Their large army is still behind them, far away. So we still have a lot of time to make up for our losses." Cultivation. Knowing this, they nodded and expressed their understanding. If this was really the case, then they really needed to improve their cultivation so that they could fight with Yi Feng. Not long after, Xiao He and others came down from upstairs. When they saw the appearance of the hall downstairs for the first time, their eyes widened and they asked in disbelief, "Boss, don't tell me that you did this." Yi Feng said with a helpless expression, "Of course. If you don't believe me, go and have a look on the lawn outside." Xiao He ran to the lawn outside and saw that there was a dead person lying here. The guy was immediately frightened and came back and said, "Boss, why is there a dead person outside? Why don't you deal with it?" Yi Feng said, "I have already called Wu Tian and asked him to handle it. But the person who handles it has not come yet." "Go ahead. You guys fought so brilliantly. You even broke 2 pieces of the wall." Yi Feng said, "Is there surveillance? Ask Xiaoye to show it to you." Xiaoye extracted the surveillance to her tablet, and a group of people gathered around Xiaoye's tablet to watch what just happened. The moment they saw Chu Tianai, after breaking the 2 pieces of force, everyone looked at Chu Tianai like a monster. Chu Tianai's skin got goosebumps when everyone looked at him. "Why do you think I don't like you? Wow. Let me tell you, brother, your flesh is made of iron. It is so strong. The wall has been shattered by you. But you are still sitting here. Chu Tianai said with disdain. What's the big deal? Let the president try it. He can smash the whole house. Everyone looked at Yifeng in disbelief. Yifeng nodded helplessly and said, if it is necessary. Maybe I can smash him into pieces. Of course. I am talking about if. But I have to admit that Chu Tianai is rough and thick. I understand. I understand. From now on, this guy will definitely be the first to stand in the way. Chu Tianai said angrily, go away. Do whatever you want. I'm still feeling uncomfortable now. As he said that, Chu Tianai kept rubbing his chest. After all, he broke the wall. That was not something ordinary people could bear. Even after drinking the blood-restoring potion, he still felt the pain. Yifeng said, okay. Let Chu Tianai take a good rest. He did suffer a serious injury just now. And it really shocked me. Just when Yifeng finished speaking, a group of uniformed policemen walked in. After making eye contact with Yifeng, I silently carried the body away. This is not the first time Yifeng has seen this guy. The last time he came to pick up the corpse was also the team he led. And this time it was him again. Soon, the body was dragged away. And Aunt Shui brought the freshly prepared meals. Why are the police here? I just heard the siren. Yifeng said, isn't there such a big noise happening here? Others thought something was going on. So they called the police. Oh, that's right. Come and eat. Thank you, Aunt Shui. Let's get started. This is what they must say every meal. Yifeng said that Aunt Shui has worked very hard to cook so many meals for them. So she must be thanked. You kids, hurry up and eat. I have to help you contact the decoration team. Yifeng said, Aunt Shui, the quality can't be bad. It's okay to spend some money. Aunt Shui nodded and said, of course it's no problem. We can only live in cheap stuff in this community. So don't worry. In fact, Yifeng didn't mean that. After all, Yifeng came here and demolished 2 walls in Xiaoye's house. Of course, they need to be restored. But it cannot be said that the restoration is too cheap. It must be worthy of the specifications of Xiaoye's house. Yifeng said to Xiaoye, Xiaoye is so sorry. It's okay. My parents don't come back very often anyway. Even if they come back and live at home for a week and a half. They haven't even been to those 2 houses in several years. Yifeng said, you can't say that. After all, we will repair the walls we damaged. Of course, we will go out and buy the sofa and coffee table. Of course, it would be better if you are willing to follow us. After all, this is for you. Home shopping. Okay. I haven't been out for a long time. Xiao Hei on the side said, it seems like we haven't gone out for a long time. Otherwise, we won't play games tonight. Let's go out and play. This is a good idea. I agree. Arrogant Brother was the first to raise his hand in approval. Others also expressed their willingness to go out for a walk. After all, they have been staying here for a long time. Seeing everyone's high interest, Yifeng said, okay. Since everyone agrees, let's go out for a walk and buy whatever you need. Of course, I'll pay for tonight's expenses. Oh yeah, I can finally kill the boss. It's a rare opportunity in 1,000 years. Xiao Hei said. But before going out for shopping, Yifeng first had to resolve the affairs of the Wang family. Yifeng came to Wang's house alone. Yifeng appeared in front of Wang Meng without any warning. Wang Meng was drinking red wine at the moment and singing a very leisurely song. He didn't know yet that the person he sent had failed. But Yifeng's sudden appearance almost made the wine glass in his hand fall to the ground. But fortunately it only spilled a little red wine. Wang Meng looked at Yifeng in disbelief and said, why are you still here? No. Why are you here? Yifeng sat in front of Wang Meng, leaned on the chair and said, are you surprised? But at this time, Wang Meng suddenly reacted and came over and said, I don't know what you are talking about. Please leave my house, or I will call the police. Yifeng said, since you pretend that nothing happened, then I will also pretend that I have never been here. Bye. After Yifeng left, a horrified cry came from the Wang family. It's not good. The head of the family and the young master are both dead. Soon the news spread throughout the community, and many people felt happy after hearing the news. The news quickly reached the ears of Yifeng and others. Xiao Hei said with a surprised look on his face, oh, why are you dead? Looking at Xiao Hei's full acting talent, Oscar owes him a statuette. Chapter 474 Bar. In order to match the decoration style of Xiaoye's home, as well as the quality of decoration in Xiaoya's home. Yifeng and others came to such a high-end shopping mall for the first time. A coffee table or even a sofa cost tens of thousands of yuan. Of course, Yifeng can be sure that the things they damage today must be within this range and cannot be cheap goods. This is the furniture added to Xiaoya's home. Of course, Xiaoya chooses it herself, and others help her make reference, since everyone hadn't gone out shopping for a long time. This time, they only went out to buy furniture. At Xiao Hei's suggestion, everyone came to a bar. It's now past 8 o'clock in the evening, and the bar is about to start. If the hottest time in the bar is at 12 o'clock at night, then it has just begun now. There are not many people coming to the bar at present, so Yifeng and others can easily find a seat. Of course, for safety reasons, they only came to a sake bar, which was not a very noisy one. Listening to the band singing and elegant music on the bar table, paired with a few glasses of red wine, is a feast for the eyes. After entering the bar, Xiao Hei followed Xiaoya closely, acting as her flower protector. As long as someone dares to approach, Xiao Hei will immediately stand up and send that person away. The most laid-back person was Chu Tianai. Like Yifeng, he sat obediently on the bar while the two of them drank. They are not used to the life here at all. Even if they see other people coming here for the first time, they are more or less excited. But neither of them can get up the energy, because the bar is quite noisy. Everyone talks loudly. Yifeng said loudly, "We finally came out to play for a while. Why don't you go dancing? Look at Xiao Hei." Chu Tianai responded, "What kind of dance are you doing? I'm a serious person. Don't compare me with Xiao Hei. Let's go!" Bump! The two toasted and drank the wine in the glass. But among this group of people, is there one person who is completely different? This is Hou-Yi, who was originally as boring as a donkey. After arriving at the bar, he became a completely different person, unusually open-minded. Moreover, he talked more at this time, and Yifeng could feel that this guy was teaching Yinyu and how to dance. After Chu Tianai saw this, he said in confusion, "Hey, let me tell you, has this guy changed his gender? Why does he seem to be a different person when he comes to the bar? If you say a word to him, he can make you mad to death." Yifeng was also speechless. He didn't expect that he had such a character. About half an hour passed, because you ran to Yifeng with an excited look on your face and said, "Go down and play together. It's so fun." Yifeng said, "I can't dance. Just play by yourself." "Oh, we don't know how to dance. We are all befriended by Hou-Yi. Why don't you let Hou-Yi teach you?" Yifeng said, "No, I really can't dance, and I don't want to embarrass myself. You can continue playing. Chu Tianai and I will just chat here." Yinyu glared at Chu Tianai and said, "You really want to chat with your president?" Chu Tiany's unprepared expression clearly didn't expect it, because you had no intention of letting Yifeng go. Chu Tianai swallowed his saliva and said, "President, I'll go to the toilet, and you two can talk." Chu Tianai ran away in despair, leaving only Yifeng and Yinyu. Yifeng said helplessly, "Look, you scared everyone away." Yinyu put her hands on her hips and said, "Am I that scary? Humph! That's not true. I'm just saying." But whenever Yifeng finished speaking, Yinyu took Yifeng's hand and came to the dance floor. After arriving on the dance floor, Yifeng didn't know what to do at all. Looking at the people around him jumping up and down, he felt really out of place. Seeing that Yifeng refused to move, Hou-Yi came to Yifeng and said, "The president is here. First like this, then like this, like this. You try." Yifeng followed Hou-Yi with his stiff posture, but it didn't look pleasing to the eye. Yinyu and others on the side laughed even more. Yifeng said, "I'm really not suitable for dancing. You can dance by yourselves. I'm going back." Seeing Yifeng's awkward state, the others laughed heartily and said, "President, you'd better go back. You're going to make others laugh to death like this." There was no other way. Yifeng could only touch his head in embarrassment and return to the bar. However, there was another figure who followed Yifeng back to the bar. Sitting next to Yifeng, he actually ordered a glass of white wine. Yifeng said, the waiter changed his drink. I saw Ing rejecting it and said, "Bring me a glass of white wine." Of course, the waiter fell in love with Yifeng, and Yifeng could only nod helplessly, since she wanted to drink. "Let's drink it." She still had herself anyway. But Ing picked up the glass of white wine and drank it in one gulp. "Damn it. Why are you so aggressive? No one is trying to rob you. This is liquor, not beer." Of course, The consequence of drinking liquor like this is that you are willing to cough all the time. And your face will be red from the heat of the liquor. Yifeng said, "Waiter, bring me a bottle of orange juice." "Hurry up." "Okay." When the orange juice was served, Ing drank it without hesitation. At this moment, Ing finally felt relieved and said, still coughing a little, "I didn't expect white wine to be so bad to drink. I thought it could just make people drunk." Yifeng said, "Look at your face. You have never had a drink before." Ing nodded and said, "Of course not with me. This is my first time drinking." Yifeng waved to Yanyu on the dance floor and said, "Yanyu, come here." However, Yanyu didn't seem to see Yifeng's wave, and was still talking and laughing with Xiaohei and others. He had no choice but to look at Ing Yuan's drowsy appearance. So Yifeng had no choice but to go find Yanyu himself. Yifeng said, "I want to be nice to you, so don't move." At this moment, Ing seemed to have been drunk by alcohol. He lay on the table in a daze and nodded and said, "Okay." Yifeng shook his head helplessly and had no choice but to find Yanyu. Only she could come here to take care of her. When Yifeng just left, a man passed by Yifeng. There were too many such passes in the bar, and Yifeng didn't pay much attention to it. When Yifeng found Yanyu, he explained the situation and took Yanyu back to the bar. "But I found that there was no shadow on the bar." Yifeng asked anxiously, "Waiter, which lady was lying here just now?" The waiter said, "Didn't he be taken away by a man? He said he was with you." Yifeng secretly said something bad. Someone must have taken him away. Yifeng looked around and happened to see a man dragging a woman out of the bar. Chapter 475 Scar's Organization. Yifeng said anxiously, "You inform others here? I will go find Ing." Of course, he was taken away by others. In fact, Yanyu felt uncomfortable. "Okay. Be careful." Yifeng nodded and rushed out immediately, hoping that the man wouldn't go too far. After Yifeng went out, he happened to see a man taking the already drunk Ing into a van. Yifeng shouted loudly, "Hey! Stop quickly. What do you want to do?" What if the other party didn't pay attention to Yifeng at all, but directly stepped on the accelerator and fled as fast as he could? Yifeng was actually ignored and took Ing away in front of him. Yifeng would never let Ing get any harm. But just when Yifeng was about to rush forward, someone blocked Yifeng. "Hey, young man. Why are you in such a hurry?" Yifeng looked at the person in front of him. This guy actually had the same cultivation level as himself. In the middle stage of foundation building, Yifeng said, "I don't have time to care about you now. And I don't have time to talk to you about these things. Get out of the way." The man said, "No. I have been looking for you for a long time. And I finally found you. How about we compete? I heard that you are relatively strong." Yifeng obviously knew that this guy was stalling for time. And Yifeng said angrily, "For the last time, if you don't leave, you will bear the consequences." "Uh-huh. I want to see how capable you are. And let me bear the consequences." Yifeng rushed forward without saying a word, watching as the van was about to disappear from his sight. But the guy in front of him actually used a set of skills. I don't know what kind of skills. An invisible wall formed in front of Yifeng, blocking Yifeng. Yifeng punched it, but it didn't open the wall. Yifeng shouted in a low voice, "Demon transformation." In just a moment, the invisible wall was blown away by the night wind. But the van had disappeared, and the person in front of Yifeng was about to leave. How could Yifeng let him go so easily? After being demonized, Yifeng and his opponent are in two different stages. Without any suspense, Yifeng directly picked up the guy and threw him into a dark alley. Yifeng said coldly, "Tell me, where did you take this person?" This guy didn't expect Yifeng to be so capable, and he subdued him with just one move. Originally, I heard from the organization that this guy was only in the middle stage of foundation building before he came out to take on this task. However, now that the other party is completely superior to him, his life is likely to be lost at any time. But fortunately, the person on the opposite side has already fallen into his hands, so he shouldn't die so quickly. Nodding said, "It's very simple. If you let me go, I will tell you where he was taken." Yifeng was unceremonious and punched the man in the stomach. The man immediately covered his stomach and said with a painful expression, "If you kill me, you won't be able to see him at all. I'll give you another chance. Tell me where she is." The man was a little panicked. From Yifeng's tone, it seemed that he had no intention of giving himself a reason to live. But at this time, Yanyu and others had already rushed over. Since they were the censors of immortal cultivators, they sensed that Yifeng was in this position, but saw that Yifeng was teaching a guy a lesson. Yin Yu said, what happened? Where is Ying? Where is he? Yi Feng said coldly, it depends on whether this guy is willing to say it or not. Xiao Hei on the side excitedly grabbed the man's collar, punched him, and said, where did you take my master? Uh-huh. If you want to know where I am taking him, then let me go. Otherwise you will never see her. Xiao Hei was just a mortal body, so hitting the guy didn't hurt or itch him. Even if Xiao Hei hit him, he would be indifferent. Chu Tianai said, Xiao Hei, come here. If your fist can't hurt him, I'll do it. Chu Tiany's fist was not something that ordinary people could block. The punch directly embedded him into the wall. Chu Tianai pulled him out again, pushed him to the ground and beat him. Said, tell me where you took this person, or I will really beat you to death. The man had been beaten by Chu Tianai until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he was vomiting blood. But he still refused to tell where Ying was taken. Yi Feng stopped Chu Tianai and said, you don't want to say it, right? Then you can die. Without you, we wouldn't be able to find her whereabouts. As he spoke, Yi Feng revealed the Black Death scythe in his hand, and with its Lish aura, he pounced directly on the man. John looked at Yi Feng stumblingly. He thought it was an easy task, but he didn't expect that it would cost his life. If he knew it was like this, he would definitely not come. Yi Feng's death sickle has been placed on his neck. As long as Yi Feng makes a slight move, this guy will die without a burial place. The man was sweating profusely, and in the end, he couldn't bear the fear from H.L. He quickly said, okay, I'll tell you. As long as you don't kill me, I will take you there. Yi Feng said, very good. Take me there now. Tell me where it is. In the northern suburbs of City S. There is an abandoned mine. Because you killed Scar today, the leader of our organization wants to make you pay the price. Yi Feng asked, your organization? I have only heard of Long, but not other organizations. Yes, the Dragon Organization is indeed a very famous organization. But there is another organization in the Huaxia district that is opposed to the Feathers. And that is the Eagle. Very good. Let the others go back, and I'll just go with him, and that'll be fine. Yin Yu said anxiously, no. I want to go with you to save Ying. Yi Feng said, no. Others don't have much ability. You must protect them. I will contact Wu Tian, so you can rest assured. If she contacted Wu Tian, Yin Yu would be more relieved. Soon Yi Feng stopped a taxi and took the man to the northern suburbs of City S. On the way, Yi Feng called Wu Tian. After hearing Yi Feng's narration yesterday, he said, I happened to be looking for this organization recently, and now she actually came to my door. So I'll just give it to him and save me the trouble of looking for them in the future. Because this guy was around. Yi Feng didn't say much. If this guy had some kind of listening device on him, or if it accidentally slipped away, he would be in big trouble. Soon, the taxi came to an abandoned mine in the northern suburbs of S City and stopped. Yi Feng also saw the rental van from before. It seemed that the address was correct. It was here. After waiting for the taxi driver to leave, Yi Feng took the guy to the abandoned mine. When Yi Feng entered the factory, the originally dark factory was suddenly illuminated by lights. Chapter 476 Hawkeye. The lights suddenly turned on, which made Yi Feng's eyes feel a little uncomfortable. So he blocked it. But at this time, a voice came from upstairs. Ha ha ha. You are indeed here. It seems that this woman is very important to you. Yi Feng looked up and saw a middle-aged man grabbing Ying's collar and holding Ying in his hands. Yi Feng said, let it go. Or let's exchange hostages. Let's decide what you want to do in the end. Unexpectedly, the man on the opposite side actually said, in our Eagle organization, the life and death of ordinary members is their contribution to the organization. So you should give up your plan. Yi Feng frowned. He didn't expect this organization to be like this. He doesn't even care about the life and death of his subordinates. There are still people participating in such an organization. Is this group of people mentally ill? But the person next to Yi Feng was very scared. After all, the organization did have this statement and regulations. But he could obviously save himself. So why didn't the organization save him? Boss, I can't do this. You asked me to do this task. You said it was an ordinary task. But now? But what now? You fell into his hands. Do you want me to exchange this woman with you? If he escapes again, it won't be so easy to catch him next time. The hostage in Yi Feng's hand said, Boss, this is our territory. Are you still afraid that he will escape? Humph. Someone who can kill Scar shows that his ability is definitely not weak. It's just for safety reasons. There's no way I'm going to hand this woman over to him. Yi Feng's face was gloomy. It seemed that the other party had no intention of handing Ying over to him. If it is in his own hands, Yi Feng can leave here directly through the demonization skill. It's because it's in their hands. And that man seems to be a bit powerful. Yi Feng asked, "Are you the leader of the Eagle organization?" It's me. I should be properly introduced to you as Hawkeye, the leader of the Eagles. The Scar I want to kill is only the second in command of our Eagle organization. So that's the case? No wonder that Scar is quite strong. If it weren't for Yi Feng's demonic ability, I'm afraid what happened now wouldn't have happened. Yi Feng said, "Scar, if he wants to kill us, of course we have to fight back. But it's just him who will die." Yes. In the world of immortal cultivation, the weak are the strongest. His death is indeed a problem of his ability. He can't defeat you. But it doesn't mean that I can't. Since you killed the second in command of our organization, then you have to pay for what you have done. Cost. Yi Feng said, "I was the one who killed him. And it has nothing to do with the person in your hands." Hawkeye said, "Of course I know this. This is an ordinary person. How can she have any abilities? Because there is no virtual reality conversion at all. It seems that he is still an ordinary person and is already drunk." Yi Feng said, "Exchanging an ordinary person for an immortal cultivator. Don't you think this is a good deal? Of course it's not cost effective. If you leave, then who will I look for?" Yi Feng said, "You see? This is the Eagle organization you are loyal to. What kind of people are they? And you people, when difficulties arise next time, he will only save his own life for a year. What are you doing? It's just a gun in their hands." Others bowed their heads one after another. They had understood this truth for a long time. But they had offended the Dragon organization and even the immortal cultivators who had defected from the Dragon organization. If they were not in the Eagle organization, where could they go? "Eagle," I said, "no need to incite people to me. They are all taken in by me. For them, staying here with me has a greater chance of survival than going anywhere else." Yi Feng shook his head. It seemed that he had nothing to say. Yi Feng didn't say anything, but directly knocked out the immortal cultivator next to him with a knife. Walking towards the ear step by step. He came here to lure him, not to talk nonsense to him. He watched Yi Feng walk up to the second floor step by step, with a sneer on his lips. In his eyes, Yi Feng was just a guy in the middle stage of foundation building. Even if some life-saving abilities can kill Scar, he is still in the early stage of the light enlightenment realm. It is a completely different level from the foundation establishment realm. If we say that the peak establishment realm is at its peak, you can hit 5 high-level foundation establishment realms in one go. Then there can only be 1 elementary level of opening light realm, and 10 peaks of foundation establishment realm. This is why Yi Feng thinks Wu Tian is very powerful. He has no ability to fight back in front of Wu Tian. The two of them moved in unison. But Yi Feng directly activated the demonization skill, and his combat power soared. I felt very surprised that year. But it was just surprising. And I still didn't take Yi Feng into consideration. You are the legendary Black Angel in the news before. Yi Feng didn't say anything. His target was Ying. As long as he came over, everything else would be easy to talk about. However, things were not as simple as Yi Feng imagined. It can be said that Eternal Speed was beyond Yi Feng's expectation. Yi Feng's speed is already very fast, especially with the bonus of wings. But the music of the opening light realm is by no means comparable to Yi Feng's magic flower. In just a moment, Yi Feng suffered a heavy blow. Although Yi Feng had the ability to resist, Yi Feng's hands were already trembling. The opponent's strength was too terrifying. You can still catch a few of my moves. Let's see how long you can hold on. Next, Yi Feng was almost silent. Amidst endless defense, the opponent's attacks were fast and accurate. But Yi Feng cannot always defend. As long as he is free, the Dark Death Sickle will be wielded by Yi Feng in his hand. Every time Yi Feng's 40-year super hit, he would always try to avoid it. After all, this thing felt so scary in front of him. This weapon of yours is really evil. But after I kill you, I want to see what is so special about this thing that it has such a sinister aura. Yi Feng's eyes were red at this moment. After all, he had been beaten by the opponent for so long and had finally fought back. How could he miss this opportunity and continue to attack? But whenever the two of them touch each other, the entire project is shaken. Especially the fluctuations in the fight between the two made even the discarded machines tremble. But every time, Yi Feng was at a disadvantage. After all, Yi Feng's ability was still a little bit behind. Boom! A footprint appeared on Yifeng's chest. A man was kicked off the second floor and fell onto the old machines, making a heavy sound. Hawkeye laughed and said, "Is this your special method? It's really amazing. It's a pity that Scar is no match for you. But you are also no match for me. So accept death." Hawkeye jumped down from the second floor, and the fist in his hand turned into a tiger, opening its bloody mouth, ready to devour Yifeng. Chapter 477 Trapped. It's a pity that Yifeng was defeated by the opponent like this. This is not Yifeng's style at all. When the fist was about to get close to Yifeng, Yifeng shouted softly, "Golden body." A golden energy surrounded Yifeng. The fist hit the golden energy shield, but there was no reaction at all. Hawkeye frowned and said, "What is this? It can absorb my energy." At the moment when Eagle Eye was stunned, Yifeng shouted, "Dragonine order." As soon as the Dragon Rone order came out, Eagle Eye didn't know why, but he couldn't make any movement at all. He couldn't even move. His whole body was numb. However, at this moment, the death sickle in Yifeng's hand, standing in front of Hawkeye, moved. Death harvest. The death scythe passed directly through Hawkeye's body, bringing out a large amount of blood. Not only that, Yifeng launched another attack. Unfortunately, this time, Hawkeye finally moved and avoided Yifeng's attack. Looking at the blood flowing out of his chest, Hawkeye said painfully, "Good guy. If I weren't stronger than you, I would definitely be dead this time." What Yifeng doesn't know is that after the consecration of gold, powerful repair abilities will appear in everyone's body. As long as there is no death, you can recover in a short time. Although he is currently seriously injured this year, it is no longer possible for Yifeng to get close to him again. And Eagle Eye has also understood that the farther away from Yifeng, the better. Seeing Eagle Eye going around in circles with me, I didn't want to waste time with him. I looked at the shadow in the distance being held by an ordinary cultivator. Yifeng flew directly over. His boss was sitting in front of him, and was seriously injured. How could they die so easily? After leaving the shadow behind, they all fled. Yifeng took Ying into his arms, and looked at Ying's face, which was red and drunk. Yifeng didn't know what to say. "It's all like this, and you're actually drunk." As if nothing happened, Yifeng sighed and shook his head. He had been saved by himself, so he should leave. But what Yifeng didn't expect was that when Yifeng wanted to leave the factory, he found that he could no longer get out. This thing is the same as the invisible wall that he encountered before. But this is why Yifeng cannot break it at all. Ha. How can you? A person in the foundation building stage. Open the trap beast formation? Since I can't kill you, then I will starve you to death. After Yifeng still couldn't get out of the factory after several rounds of attacks, Yifeng finally stopped. It seems that just as the person said before, Yifeng can't get out. Yifeng put Ying on the ground, and I sat cross-legged next to Ying. Yifeng wanted to help Ying sober up, but Yifeng didn't know how to do it at all, so he had to play the game to see if there was any sobering medicine. Unfortunately, there was no such thing prepared in the game, because there is no such thing as drunkenness in the game. There is no such thing as a way to sober up. In this situation, Yifeng's first thought was Wu Tian. But when he took out the phone, Yifeng felt that he was really naive. How could there be a signal since he was trapped in here? It was impossible for Yifeng to dial Wu Tian's number. It seems that all we can do is wait for Ying to wake up slowly on his own. Looking at Ying's face that was red, he shook his head helplessly. Since he can't get out, he should wait for Wu Tian to rescue him. He had greeted him before seeing him, so he should be here soon. Unexpectedly, at this time, Yu actually grabbed Yifeng's thigh, groped directly, and used Yifeng's thigh as a pillow to pillow him. Yifeng said with a wry smile, "You can really sleep. But now we are trapped." I only heard Ying whispering, "Yifeng, don't leave. Stay with me." Yifeng looked at Ying's cute appearance and felt a little cute. It turns out that this cool guy can still talk in his sleep when he is drunk. However, Yifeng found that Ying held his thigh tightly, and Yifeng could not even move. Yifeng tried to put the shadow away, but this guy hugged Yifeng, his whole body hanging on Yifeng, and the smell of alcohol went straight to Yifeng's nose. This guy didn't drink much liquor, at most 2 liang, and he was already so drunk. Looking at the shadow hanging on his chest, Yifeng said he was helpless and had no choice but to hold her like this and wait for her to wake up slowly. I am outside the formation and am adjusting my injuries this year. Although the body has automatic recovery function after the consecration gold, Yifeng's attack just now directly injured his important parts. So he had to activate this formation to temporarily control Yi Feng to nurse his wounds. Boss, what should we do now? Do we really want to trap them to death? Hawkeye said, you are so big that you need a lot of spirit stones to activate the formation. How can we have so many? When I am healed, I will kill that guy. Maybe his weapons can be replaced with a lot of spirit stones. Where's the stone? Oh, but we feel that we are not completely sure of killing him. Are you stupid? Don't you know how to think of a solution? They're in our hands now. Okay, I will make plans after I recover from my injuries. Keep an eye on them. Yes, boss. At the same time, Wu Tian had already appeared outside this abandoned factory, but he kept a close eye on the situation inside. After seeing Yi Feng trapped in the end, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that he doesn't want to take action, but that he wants to see how capable Yi Feng is. If he could really kill that Hawkeye together, he wouldn't have to take action anymore, which would allow Yi Feng to grow better. But now it seems that he must take action. Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? As soon as Wu Tian walked into the abandoned factory, he was stopped by someone. In front of him was a guy who was in the early stages of qi refining. Wu Tian said, of course he is the one who arrested you. The guy who was in the early stage of qi training was about to go find his boss, but he fainted and died. Wu Tian had just used his magic power and was already noticed by the Eagle Eye. Who dares to come to my eagle's territory to cause trouble? Wu Tian appeared step by step under the lights of the factory. When he saw Wu Tian, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. If he saw Wu Tian on weekdays, maybe the two of them could have a fight. After all, they were both in the same realm. But at this moment, Hawkeye was seriously injured, and it was impossible to fight Wu Tian. Everyone run away separately. This person is Wu Tian. Especially the bad idioms in the Solon organization had already escaped the moment Wu Tian appeared. Hawkeye, like everyone else, ran away without caring about his injuries. Chapter 478, A Bitter Yet Sweet Night. Looking at the immortal cultivators running around, Wu Tian shouted, everyone, why did you run away as soon as you saw me? Come and get together with us. No one paid any attention to Wu Tian, because he was too busy running for his life. The guy Wu Tian couldn't let go the most was the guy named Eagle Eye. Hawkeye has been seriously injured, and it is impossible to escape. In his heart, he hopes that Wu Tian will not catch up with him. But the more you don't want something to happen, the more likely it is to happen. Wu Tian and others didn't care and directly caught up with Hawkeye. In just an instant, Wu Tian had already fallen in front of a year. Eagle Eye covered his chest, looked at Wu Tian in front of him, and said in a panic, why are you here? Wu Tian said, you have arrested all my friends. Can I not come? If anything happens to him, I will bear it. Hawkeye's heart sank. What might he have realized? Is this guy from that place? Wu Tian said, of course. I told you before. You must not offend the people of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Otherwise the consequences will be serious. Eagle Eye said, how could he be from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance? Or maybe he is from your dragon organization. Wu Tian said, Great Elder. Do you know? I know. I've been given guidance before. He is a person appointed by the Great Elder. If anything happens to him, I am afraid that all the immortal cultivators in the Huaxia district will be implicated. What? You simply can't imagine how terrifying it is that an ordinary young man is actually the person appointed by the Great Elder. Thinking about the Great Elder's ability, Hawkeye was already shuddering. Hawkeye said, now that I have fallen into your hands, what do you want to do? Wu Tian said, of course, I didn't expect that you would break through to the realm of consecration. You are a talent in our Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Why did you betray me in the first place? Hawkeye said, that's because I don't want to obey your command and your fate. Let me go to the outer battlefield to die. Wu Tian said with a cold smile, why do you want to die? If the devil invades in large numbers, do you think you can escape? Huh? At least I'm free and at ease. Wu Tian said, so what? In the end, you still don't believe that you can't escape this disaster. Now that you have reached the state of consecration, I believe the Great Elder will give you some relief. So I will not deal with you. You know my abilities, and you want to use me. No way. I will not agree to your going to the outer battlefield even if I die. Wu Tian smiled and said, it's not up to you. Wu Tian made a special rope from the Shui space and tied up Eagle Eye. He was seriously injured this year, and was no match for Wu Tian. Even if he resisted, there was nothing he could do. Without even thinking about it, wouldn't it be better if there was a chance to escape in the future? This is a year's plan. But his plan may soon be shattered. Wu Tian brought eagle eyes to Yi Feng's location, looked at Yi Feng's appearance and said amusedly, "You are so good. You are even trapped here. And you still kiss me?" Yi Feng rolled his eyes and stared at Wu Tian and said, "Didn't you see that she was drunk? She was hanging on me like a sloth and couldn't take it off." Ha. Hawkeye opens this formation. Although he was reluctant, Hawkeye finally opened the formation and released Yi Feng and others. Yi Feng came to Wu Tian and said, "Why are you here so late? If I hadn't informed you, I would have been trapped here by him. Don't worry. Maintaining the formation requires a certain amount of spiritual stones. Judging from the snacks that Yunyan has, I can lock you up for a week at most. You won't be dead by then." Yi Feng glared at Wu Tian and said, "You can't die, but you can be slaughtered. Right? Haha. Just pretend I didn't say that. If nothing happens, just go back. I'll handle things here." "Well, I'll go first then." With that said, Yi Feng left the abandoned factory and came to the road, holding the eyes hanging on his body. Unfortunately, looking around, there are no taxes here. In desperation, Yi Feng released his magic skills and had the ability to fly, so he could quickly return to his villa. Otherwise, if I just hold Ying and walk back to Celia's villa, I'm afraid it won't be until dawn. However, on the way back, Yi Feng first informed Yanyu that she was safe to prevent them from worrying. However, when Yi Feng flew into the sky, the shadow at his arm said, "I'm so cold. Hold me tight." Yi Feng smiled bitterly, and could only follow Ying's words and hug her tightly. Of course, Yi Feng didn't notice that Ying had a proud smile on his lips. When Yi Feng returned to the villa, the magical thing was that Ying actually escaped from Yi Feng's arms and became much more awake. Yi Feng shook his head helplessly and said, "You are so serious. You hugged me all the way. Did the wind blow you away from your drunkenness?" The movie fan said in a daze, "I'm home. I'm so sleepy. I want to go back to sleep." Yi Feng shook his head and said, "Come on. I'll help you." Yi Feng supported Ying and walked into the door. Yanyu and others inside also welcomed him out. Yi Feng handed Ying to Yanyu and said, "She's not sober from the wine yet. Take her back to the room." "Yeah. Are you okay?" "It's okay. What can happen if Wu Tian is here? Everyone go back and rest." "Huh? Boss, I'm scared to death. If you don't rescue the master, where will I find him in the future?" Yi Feng said, "What nonsense are you talking about? No matter which one of you is in danger, I will save you. Do you understand?" "Clear. I understand. Just go back and go to bed. It's almost 11 o'clock. I just looked at the living room, and to my surprise, the things I bought today have already arrived. It seems that the merchant service is quite fast. However, the 2 walls smashed by Chu Ti and I are still empty. It seems that they will be repaired tomorrow. Wait until Yanyu helps Ying return to the room." Yanyu said, "Are you okay? Do you want something to drink to relieve your hangover?" Ying shook his head and said, "It's okay. I made you worry. You should go back and rest. I just have a headache. It should be better when I wake up. Well, pay attention to yourself. And remember to call me if you have any questions." After waiting for Yanyu to close the door of Ying's room, Ying showed a wry smile. In fact, she was really not very drunk, but she was very satisfied holding Yi Feng along the way. Perhaps this was the only time she spent the longest time alone with Yi Feng, and thinking about how safe he felt in Yi Feng's arms. It was a pity that Yi Feng was still indifferent to him. Ying smiled bitterly, hid in the quilt, and fell asleep with a sweet smile, because today was her happiest day. Chapter 479 Playing Dumb. The next morning, Yi Feng got up early. Just as Yi Feng was about to brush his teeth and wash his face, he saw a refreshing look on his face walking over. Yi Feng asked, "How do you feel?" "How about what? What happened?" Yi Feng looked at you in disbelief and said, "You don't know what happened last night?" "Oh, you said it was fun at the bar." "I said after you were drunk." Ying put his head in front of Yi Feng and said, "What? Did you do something to me? Then you must be responsible." Yi Feng was startled and said, "I haven't done anything. I'm asking you if your head still hurts. The pain has stopped a long time ago. Otherwise, I would still get up so early and go out for a run." "Running? It turns out you wore this outfit to go for a run." Ingda was wearing fitness clothes. He got up first every morning and went to exercise. After he came back, everyone would get up one after another. However, Yi Feng got up earlier today. Yi Feng looked at the time, nodded and said, "Of course. Then I'll wait for you downstairs. Hurry up." Next, Ying took Yi Feng around the entire villa area. Of course, Yi Feng also saw other elderly people exercising. To be honest, it is almost May now, and the weather is getting hotter. Ying's standard figure was already looming. If it was hot, Yi Feng might not even dare to go out for a run with Ying. Feeling Yi Feng's eyes wandering around her body, Ying said, "How is my figure?" "Well, it's not bad. It would be better if you took off your coat." Yi Feng just said it casually, but he didn't expect Ying to actually take off the jacket, revealing the sports vest underneath. Yi Feng said quickly, "What are you doing? Put it on quickly. Be careful of catching a cold. It's not that hot yet." Ying held his tongue and said, "Isn't this what you want to see? I won't let anyone else see it." As he said this, he slowly put on his coat and breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was too obedient in front of him. "Is your foot okay?" Yi Feng said, "It's not a big problem. Last night, Wu Tian gave me a special medicine. You think it's much better. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to go out for a run with you." Yi Feng lifted up his trousers, revealing his leg injury that was about to heal. However, Yi Feng's running was just jogging, so it wasn't a big problem. I can rest assured that. When Yi Feng and Ying returned to the villa, they saw other people getting up. I also said yes, and was already sitting at the dining table, eating the nutritious breakfast prepared by Aunt Shui for them. "Hey old master, you got up so early," Yi Feng said. "Wash your face and eat." "Okay." Soon, everyone else came to the dining table. Yi Feng watched Hui carefully and asked, "Hui, slept well last night?" "Good." Chu Tianai on the side heard this voice and immediately said, "Damn you! You have become a boring gourd again." Hui frowned and looked at Chu Tianai and said, "Speak clearly. Come on. This is still my fault. I'm sorry, brother. I was wrong." Hui, the most active member last night, turned into a dull gourd. "I really don't understand how such a person's character is developed." After breakfast, everyone went online to play the game. Fortunately, it was not online last night, and no major problems occurred. But Aoyan found Yi Feng immediately. "President Yi Feng, why were you all absent yesterday?" Yi Feng said, "In reality, everyone just wants to take a rest and relax. So they didn't come." "Oh, I thought something happened." "Since it's okay, that's fine. But I want to discuss something with you." "What's the matter?" "About the Blood God Sword Manor." Yi Feng said, "Isn't it still early? It takes 1,000 people to reach level 60 to open it." Aoyan nodded and said, "Of course I know this requirement. Several other guilds are already working hard to upgrade, and our guild is no exception. But for the sake of safety, I think you level 60 people should go to the Blood God Sword Manor. Explore it." "Blood God Sword Manor. Can we enter now? I remember it wasn't open." Aoyan said, "It's not that it's not open. It's that we can't enter if our level is less than 60 pounds. Yi Feng nodded and said, "Well, let me go and see if I can get inside and understand what's going on." "Well, one more thing is that the small guilds in our alliance have not obtained the gang territory tokens yet. You see?" Yi Feng patted his head and said, "I almost forgot about this matter. I plan to let a small guild establish a guild territory near the 7-star platform copy." Aoyan said, "It's good if you can remember it. How about I gather those group of small guild presidents together?" "Well, I'm troublesome, President Aoyan." "It's okay. It's all to help my brother." Yi Feng became busy as soon as he went online. When Yi Feng gathered all the small guilds and the presidents together, he expressed his thoughts. Many small unions have said that they are willing to go to the Kixingtai dungeon to establish a gang territory. However, Yi Feng still chose a small guild that was relatively strong. After all, the guild territory near the 7-star terrace must have some strength. However, Yi Feng still chose the second guild. Yi Feng planned to have both guilds guarding the 7-star platform copy at the same time, just in case something unexpected happened. Next, Yi Feng's Glory Guild suddenly attacked the human-demon battlefield and killed the demon marshal. It catches people off guard. However, Yi Feng also died once. But with that, after the magic pill, Yi Feng didn't care about losing a level at all. Within half a day, Yi Feng already had 2 gang territory tokens in his hand. After signing an agreement with the 2 presidents, he finally handed over the 2 gang territory tokens to the other party. Yi Feng said in the alliance, subsequent gangs will all have gang territory tokens. I have one condition, which is that I must make myself strong to a certain extent. Many gangs readily agreed. After all, the gang's strength was too small to control the gang's territory. Soon, the two major guilds established gang territories almost at the same time. But their territories were not like Yi Feng's Glory Guild territory. The territory is an intermediate territory, which is easier to defend. And most importantly, there is no trouble from the dragon at all. Soon, the two gang territories belonging to Yi Feng's Glory Guild were completed. Now if you want to go to the 7-star terrace, you must go to Yi Feng's two affiliated alliances. Among them, Yi Feng can get 30% of the profits. This is the direct dividend reward that Yi Feng and the others provided. The gang token said, without Yi Feng, they don't know when they will get the gang territory token. So for them, losing 30% of the profits is still a good deal. Chapter 480 Blood God Sword Manor. In the afternoon, Yi Feng began to prepare to go to the Blood God Sword Manor. After all, this thing is the place they will fight for in the future. But when Yi Feng comes to the Blood God Sword Manor, unexpectedly, there were already many people here to watch. But they were unable to enter the Blood God Sword Manor because the door at the entrance was tightly closed. Yi Feng's arrival caused many people to whisper. These were members of some big guilds. They stayed here just to see if anyone had gone in, and could they see the scene from the outside? Yi Feng ignored those members and walked around the outside of Snow God Sword Manor. But this circle was really big enough, and you could vaguely see a castle inside from the outside. Of course, the most important thing is that Yi Feng saw an energy crystal. Yi Feng thought about it, and realized that it was probably the same as the energy crystal in the gang. As long as you occupy the energy crystal, the Blood God Sword Village may be yours. Of course, this is just a guess. The specific gameplay will not be officially opened until level 60 reaches 1,000 people. Yi Feng once again came to the place where he just came in. There was an NPC here. The name of this NPC was the Blood God Sword Village Manager. Yi Feng did not hesitate and directly clicked on his dialogue box. The dialogue box that appeared in front of Yi Feng turned out to be some programs for attacking Snow God Sword Village. For example, what Yi Feng saw was that none of the guilds in the list below participated in the gang attack on Snow God Sword Manor. There is a guild in the Blood God Sword Village. Of course, there is no guild in the list below. If you want to attack Snow God Sword Manor in the future, you should register with him. Of course, the most important thing is to receive rewards for owning the Blood God Sword Village. But I don't know what they are. After all, they haven't started yet. Apart from these few points, there is nothing else. Yi Feng is a little confused. There should be more than this. But it may be because the Blood God Sword Village has not officially opened yet. So not many things have been announced. Yi Feng came to the city gate of Snow God Sword Manor again, and saw that the thick city gate was tightly closed. It seemed a little difficult to get in. However, Yi Feng saw some scenes inside through the thick gap in the city gate. There were actually many guards of Snow God Sword Manor inside. It seems that if players want to occupy the Snow God Sword Manor, they must first kill these guards. However, it seems that a big boss may appear in the energy crystal place. Otherwise it will not be so simple. Yi Feng tentatively wanted to talk to Chengmin, but there was no response. Obviously, it is impossible to enter before it is opened. It seems that Aotian's guess is wrong. It does not mean that you can visit in advance if you have level 60. But Yi Feng came unexpectedly. So of course, he had to take a look inside. So Yi Feng once again walked around the Blood God Sword Manor. Except for the location of the city gate. The city wall is relatively high, but the surrounding walls are relatively shorter. Yi Feng directly activated the demonization skill. If that's the case, let's fly in and take a look. What's going on inside? When Yi Feng turned into a 12-winged fallen angel, Yi Feng flew directly to the sky above the Blood God Sword Manor, looking down at the entire Blood God Sword Manor. Look! It's Yi Feng. He's actually flying in midair. His ability to fly freely is so hacking useful. Hey, people are so irritating. We have been waiting here for many days. Who would have thought that Yi Feng would check the internal situation of the Blood God Sword Manor in this way? As Yi Feng imagined, it was filled with Blood God Sword Manor guards. But there was one thing that was different from what Yi Feng thought. Under the energy crystal, there was no big boss, but the giant sword that Yi Feng had seen before. Could it be that this is the Blood God Sword? If not, why do you say it is Blood God Sword Manor? However, it can be seen from Yi Feng's perspective that after entering from the gate, there are 4 routes to get to the location of the energy crystal. As soon as you enter the door, there are 2 on the left and right. One is farther away, and the other is closer. However, on the farther passage, there are fewer guards at the Blood God Sword Manor, while on the closer passage, the Snow God Sword Manor has many guards. And at the intersection of the 4 passages, there are 4 leaders of the Blood God Sword Village. Even so, under the energy crystal, in addition to the giant sword, there was also the sword formation that Yifeng had encountered before. It seems that it is not that simple to win the right to use the Blood God Sword Manor. Players not only have to face attacks from the guards of the Blood God Sword Village, but also attacks from other players. Yifeng thought about it, and felt that this was definitely a very exciting battle. Of course, this also involves some wisdom. If you want to rely on hard power to obtain the ownership of the Blood God Sword Village, it may not be that simple. After seeing through the situation inside the Snow God Sword Manor, Yifeng returned to the ground. At this time, many players from other guilds came to Yifeng and asked, "Guild leader Yifeng, can you tell us what's going on inside?" Yifeng sneered in his heart and said, "You will know when the time comes. It's still early, and there may be some changes. President Yifeng, just tell me, so that we can go back and do business. What's there to say? It's just like what you saw. There are many guards inside the Shinjin Manor." "Only this? You think so?" Of course, it was impossible for Yifeng to tell them some of the situations. In fact, what Yifeng didn't know was that it was impossible to get close to the Blood God Sword Manor if the level did not exceed level 60. Because other players may also have flying pets, and they want to see what's going on inside. But because they have not reached level 60, they cannot enter the sky above the Blood God Sword Manor. This can be said to be some priority conditions for Yifeng. But after learning about the situation inside, Yifeng felt that there was really not much difference between looking at it and not looking at it. When Yifeng found Aotian again, Yifeng told Aotian what he saw. Aotian took out a pen and paper, drew what Yifeng said about the Blood God Sword Village, and began to prepare a strategy. Yifeng looked at Aotian and said, "Did you play games like this before?" Aotian said, "Of course there is. Every game will have a snatching battle similar to this. The top 10 guilds in the past were ranked first. Hockey. The reason why the guild ranked first is because he can win this Blood God Sword Village in almost every game." Yifeng nodded. "So that's it. It is precisely because of the power of domineering guilds that they will attract more people to join them, making them even more powerful. But now in the fantasy world, the original 10 major guilds have fallen apart. It depends on how Yifeng and the other 3 major guilds will develop next.